a world of pure imagination, reach out, touch what was once just in your imagination. Don't be shy, it's alright if you feel a little trepidation. Sometimes these things don't need explanation. If you want to view paradise, simply look at them and view it. Somebody to hold on to, it's all we really need. Nothing else to it. Come with me and you'll be in a world of pure imagination. Take a look and you'll see into your imagination. We'll begin with a spin, traveling in the world of my creation. What we'll see will defy explanation. If you want to view paradise, simply look around and view it. Anything you want to do it. Want to change the world, there's nothing to it. There is no life I know to compare with pure imagination. Living there, you'll be free if you truly wish to be.
What is up, everybody? This Pride, I'd like us all to remember that queer people have always been around and will always be around. And like any old culture, we've accumulated a lot of symbols. Now, some of these symbols are beloved, and some make our internalized homophobia externalized homophobia. But which are which? Today, I've assembled a panel of tops to get to the bottom of this. Joining me today are my friends Shay Z.
Bananas are your best friend.
And Calypso.
Hello, Dolly!
If you like a certain icon of queer culture, you're gonna hold up gay. If it's not for you, you'll hold up nay. And then we'll discuss. Are you ready?
Yes.
Yay! Perfect. Confetti, confetti. Our first topic du jour is, a sapphic manicure.
Can you describe that?
Yeah, so this style of wearing one's fingernails allows for the fashion of long nails alongside the utility of short nails. Can somebody explain this to me?
Yes, thank you. I teach sex education.
Oh, sweet.
So it's for, digital sex.
Digital sex.
Or for any sort of pleasure with hands.
That makes a lot of sense. So like VR sex.
Yes. What? No.
Digital sex?
Digits, like fingers.
Yeah.
These are your digits.
So you have some long ones and some short ones. It's for cleanliness and hygiene, but also for, the actual penetration. You don't want to have stabby, sharp nails going inside another individual.
I was dating somebody and had really long nails, and although they did not mind the nails, they were like, hey babes, can you get your 2 nails shorter? And I was like, absolutely, babes. So
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
had a sapphic manicure.
You had
before.
somebody. Oh, you have.
Well, yes.
If I had long nails, I would definitely want something like this too. So I would have to give this a gay. I'm assuming
yeah.
you all would too.
Absolutely.
All right.
It's
Great.
also cute. It's like a little identifier, a little carabiner, if you will.
Is a
No.
carabiner another thing?
Oh.
babes.
Wait.
Is that not?
Now, I know that this is gonna be a good video because I'm learning something.
Our
Okay.
next topic is red pill, blue pill.
What?
Taken from the popular film The Matrix,
Oh.
the offering of these pills is culturally interpreted as a trans allegory. To take estrogen and transition, or to reject it and continue your life as it is.
Whoa.
I've never
I've-
heard of this.
I've never heard it in this way before.
I think because another demographic of people have kind of usurped this definition. Red pill, I think we hear more in the context of, I don't even know, but I just know it's said by a lot of people I don't really like. I don't really care for. Yeah.
However, this, a lot more gay, and I'm here for it.
This is so tricky. I think I would give it a gay because I would like to take it back. But in the context that it's in right now, it's like I'm a nay because I just feel like right now it's just been spoiled.
I'm gonna give it a nay because I think it's using popular culture to talk about something in a very convoluted way rather than actually talking about the thing.
That's
Yeah.
very true. Just say the thing.
And it goes in the other direction as well if you're talking about the other red pilling too. I'm like, just say you're an incel.
I didn't realize it was like, are you red pill or blue pill?
Yeah.
I'm just like, T or E, babes.
The Wachowskis are a pair of
Yes.
sisters who made The Matrix.
Yes.
They were not out at the time of the making it, but they
Right.
are both now trans women. Also, fun fact, in the 1990s when The Matrix was made, estrogen was in the form of a red pill.
Ah,
Whoa! I feel like they definitely do not mind the amount of trans allegories that people have read into that movie.
Yeah, that's why I love The Matrix so much because
Yeah.
I'm like, I feel so seen. I feel so seen for sure. Okay, so we have apple juice. In the late 1970s, Christian singer Anita Bryant launched a personal campaign against new legal protections for gay people in Florida.
I'm Anita Bryant, urging you to protect our children by voting against Constitutional Revision Number 2, opening the door for homosexuals to marry and even adopt children.
Her campaign was successful and the protections were revoked. The outraged queer community responded by targeting Bryant's lucrative position as the face of Florida's orange juice.
Yes.
They boycotted the beverage, and instead of screwdrivers, vodka, and orange juice, bars across the country began serving Anita Bryant, a vodka apple juice blend.
I didn't know about that aspect of it. I knew about Anita Bryant. I had no idea how much queer people really stuck it to this woman for doing what she did. She just recently passed away, and no gay person
Amen.
shed a tear. That's pretty badass.
Yeah.
So I would have to give this a gay. Obviously, not to Anita Bryant. And it kind of sounds like I want to try that.
vodka and apple juice?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
I mean, I guess it hasn't stuck around.
You know, I'm gonna say gay for the movement.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But nay for the drink.
I love some like activism through the form of either boycotting and or like sticking it to the people where the money's at. 'Cause
Yeah.
everyone knows like the way to make unfortunately big change is like get into their pockets.
Yeah. Like us going out in the 70s and being like, oh, I hate this drink, but it's for the cause.
That's
It's for
so
the cause."
funny.
I have the next card and I peeked.
Amazing.
So we've got hoppers.
Oh. Wait, what is that?
Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Is it Popere?
Fun little
Hop-
party poppers.
Just fun party poppers. Poppers are an inhalant chemical which dilates the blood vessels and relaxes the muscles. They are often used to prepare for sex. They are unregulated by the FDA and are not generally considered safe to use. Okay.
That being said,
Yeah.
I have thoughts.
I also have thoughts.
I have thoughts.
This is something interesting.
It's interesting.
Right?
And we should talk about it. A friend of a friend is very familiar with poppers, and I would say that friend is, aware of its power, but also is very aware of it feeling very risky to use. It feels a little dangy to use.
Sorry,
Sure.
Dainty got me.
No, it's interesting that you say that because your friend of a friend is the same friend of a friend of a friend of mine.
Oh,
yeah.
what are they?
With the blonde hair?
Sandy blonde.
Of course. So, yeah, they told me that, like, they actually do enjoy partaking in the use of poppers for loosening up certain
A
orifices.
hurt muscle.
A hurt muscle.
Yeah.
That you want to go from pain to pleasure.
Yeah, no, 100%.
They're talking about buttholes. Listen, I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. Ain't no one gonna tell you the truth.
Can I tell you, my friend
sweating.
lives in Spain, and they will be on the dance floor, and somebody will come up and just be like, "Woo, do you want poppers?" And then like take the poppers on the dance floor casually. Now, what are you doing on the dance floor with the loose booty hole?
No.
What is that for?
Anyway.
That's to get the euphoric effect.
Okay.
I think like you have this mixed combination of things where it's like it's presented in this way that's like kind of medical, but also like it's kind of a party drug.
Yeah.
Like the thing is like always everything in moderation and safety and controlled ways, because it can be dangerous. Not just like the inhalant aspect of it, but like the actual chemical itself, like the spilling of it.
Yes.
There's a very famous story of like someone who didn't know what it was and drank it and ingested it.
Oh no!
So we have dangerous aspects to it. That being said, my friend, every person is different. Every
person is different. We are not prescribing this or advising this in any form or fashion. I think we can only speak off of our friends' behalves.
Okay, my friend's saying gay.
I would say, yeah, gay, but just like, very, very minimally.
I would say very, very gay, very, 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 very gay, and maybe don't spill it and always blow your nose after.
Also, like, don't be doing poppers at the Olive Garden. It's like,
What?
Now how am I in it?
You know what? Poppers mixed with unlimited soup and salad sounds like euphoria. Ooh, corporate pride logos. When June rolls around, some companies temporarily change their social media logos to celebrate pride.
I'd say no.
I'm here for a pride logo for a company that is also doing like a Ben & Jerry's.
Ben & Jerry's doesn't need a pride logo because Ben & Jerry's is a pride logo.
Exactly.
Like if you are already doing the work as a corporation to support and uplift and put your money where your mouth is, the pride logos, all it tells me is that you see me as someone you can get money from. All it's doing is like convoluting the message, and it's never felt supportive to me. The companies and the corporations that are actually supportive are doing that work, and you can do your own research and find out who they are. You're not so dumb that you just need to fall for a new graphic to tell you that they're doing it.
That is really well said. Well then it is
Don't
3
be
for 3.
dumb.
And take those pride Converse out of your cart.
Brian. Some Brian watching this.
Oh, great. So I have handkerchiefs.
Oh, nice. Perfect.
Hanky coat has roots in the cruising and leather scenes, where the handkerchief color and location on the body are used to signal sexual preferences and desires.
Yeah.
I cannot let the girls know my tea. I can't let the girls know my tea. First of all, it's gonna be a big fat gay to me, okay?
Yeah.
And it still is very much a thing. Very much a thing.
So like throw a color at me.
A red, orange, yellow.
Red is fisting.
Whoa.
Where on the left means you want to be receiving, and where on the right means you want to be giving. Orange is anything, anytime for the left, and nothing, not now for the right.
Oh, I love
It's
that
literally
one.
tarot.
Yellow is yes, it's piss.
Yes. Yes, it's piss.
Just want to confirm.
I can't believe it's not piss.
Purple is really fun. If you wear it on the left, it means that you want to have your armpits licked, and if you wear it on the right, it means you want to be licking armpits.
Listen,
A plaid handkerchief means you're looking to take it slow and not jump into anything too soon because you're looking for a long-term relationship built on love and trust.
I find it fascinating, which is why I would put it as gay, even though I don't do it.
Yeah, this is gay. Very gay. It's having a way of representing yourself with some customization as well,
Yeah.
which is really fun and cute.
Yeah.
Oh boy,
Oh.
what?
I feel very seen. We have carabiners.
Oh, okay.
Carabiners are used in lesbian circles both as accessories to hold keys and also to signal sexual preferences to other lesbians. Can I just, I feel like this is
Oh.
double whammy here because I don't know if you can see here, but I have
gosh.
I have a handkerchief and a carabiner. So, any lesbians out there?
Yeah.
Automatic gay for me.
Yeah, that's a hard gay.
So I would have to look up specifically which hip is which, but to wear on a left or right hip means a preference for top or bottom.
Oh, interesting.
But like Melissa said, I wear a single earring and I always wear it on the right ear because that's the gay ear.
So the gay ear does exist.
Am I not gay?
I just thought that was something that they did in high school.
It really is, but I think it's funny, so I wear it that way.
Yeah.
Great.
I love.
I mean, it's sad because a lot of it comes from like you weren't allowed to like.
Hey guys, welcome back to another video. So today we are going to be starting off in PicSquare rather than Procreate or Clip Studio Paint today because I wanted to do some pixel art to decorate basically my profile, I guess, or spruce up my profile in Artfight. So I am going to be using PicSquare, which is primarily an app used to make pixel art, and I believe it's on the iPad, which is very fun to have pixel art to be kind of like on the go alongside with like if you're somebody who uses your iPad a lot. I find this is like a wonderful app to use if you are wanting to do anything like pixel art related, I guess. But I will be showing you some other methods later on in the video as well. If like the iPad is not like a tool you use, you can definitely do pixel art in like Paint Tool SAI like I used to do a long time ago, alongside with using Clip Studio Paint and some other art programs as well. So the first one we're going to be working on is more like an asset, not specifically to like the profile for Artfight. And I've talked about Artfight very briefly, but I don't know how to explain it in a concise way without delving too deeply into it, other than I guess it's kind of like a large art gifting event where you can draw other people's OCs and, you know, other people can draw your OCs, and in turn you earn points for your respective teams, and in the end whoever has the most points, like that team wins. But for the most part it's mostly just about, you know, giving art to other people and potentially receiving art as well. It's not like an obligation or anything, nor should you really be expecting to get art back. It's just more fun, I guess, in a way that if you just think about it as gifting art to other people. But the thing that I wanted to work on first before we hop into some other pixel art is borders. So one thing that I did last year, which I'll show a little bit later, and I'll show like a demo of what I'm using this border for, is the fact that once you complete like a piece, oftentimes it requires you to post kind of like a smaller cropped version of your artwork to use as kind of like the thumbnail. And I've seen a lot of people make their own borders and like little decorations to either celebrate the occasion. Maybe it's like showing which team you're a part of, or maybe you want to put the year that the art was made, since Artfight has been going on for quite a long time now. So last year for 2025, I did end up making a little clover border that was very simple, but I think it's still very cute to have something to differentiate my kind of like submissions for 2025 versus like 2026. Hence why this one I wanted to do like a different type of border and then add the year at some point. And one thing I really like about PicSquare, because I'm going to talk about this app like every so often, is the fact that there's like an outline tool. Outlining sometimes like such a pain, and PicSquare makes it like super easy. There's like another feature that I'll talk about a little bit later, which is probably like another reason why I do enjoy doing pixel art in PicSquare if I can. But there's like some tools I prefer to work quicker, like using a keyboard at times. So you're gonna see me kind of like flip-flop between the two whenever I work on pixel art. I should have probably also said at the very beginning that the reason why I'm using pixel art for the majority of like the assets for today is that there's so many different art programs, as well as you can also do pixel art with just like a mouse. You don't have to have like a drawing tablet, so I feel like it's a little bit more accessible if you just want to do very simple kind of like cute artwork very quickly to decorate your page. So this is kind of like the purpose of the borders here. I'm gonna pretend like as if Kaisen is someone else's OC and I finished drawing an artwork of Kaisen for that person. I'm basically gonna blow this up, probably cropping towards the face so that you can't see the entire image, so it doesn't really spoil the person who's receiving it. And I'm gonna pop that image right under our borders, and you can kind of see that with the white outline, hopefully the border stands out enough, and then I can use that for all the artwork going forward for this year's Artfight. So you probably will see it a little bit in the future. Also, kind of like a side tangent. I've been also using Picsquare to help me work on some patterns or some little cute pixel art so that I can translate it into some cross stitching, because I've been kind of getting back into cross stitching. It was like a hobby I picked up a few years ago and then I stopped because it really hurt my hands. But I ended up picking it up again because I've been seeing people make cross stitch little keychains with this kind of like stiffer Aida cross stitching kind of fabric plastic sheet. So this is kind of what the Litwick looks like. I'm not really fond of it because the colors are kind of like all over the place. So I'm gonna do another backside and maybe I'll do a video talking about how you can use pixel art and do very simple cross stitching and stuff. But for now, let's move on to our second thing that we can use to kind of like spruce up our little art fight profile. So starting off with another canvas, but we're gonna go a little bit more thinner and narrow, but very wide. So the idea for this one is mostly to do kind of like breaks in a page, but make it cute. It's kind of like my idea. So what I like to do, or what I did last year as well, is that I made it kind of like a pixel sparkle. I don't know how to describe it. It's basically to separate sections in your page horizontally, kind of as like a flat border almost on one side. Does that make sense? I'm not too sure. You'll probably see it in action a little bit later, but it's kind of like helping me separate sections on my profile and just kind of like a cute way to actually add a little bit of decoration here and there. So I forgot that in Picsquare you can actually see the time that I'm working on this as well as the date. So this is actually before the theme or the teams were revealed. So I'm on Team Tragedy, and partly is because I resonate a little bit more with like sappy, sad kind of feelings at the times. Most of the times, like sappy songs. I like tragedy, I like angst, I like all that stuff. But another reason is because I just love that color. I love turquoise or like blue-green kind of color, so I kind of wanted to match everything else towards that a little bit. But because I made this before the team reveals, I am gonna have a little bit of like pink and purple peeping through here and there. But luckily enough, when I made like my border for this year, it was kind of like already in that wheelhouse, because like I said, I'm already a fan of that color scheme, so it was kind of like a no-brainer for me. But for these, I guess I didn't really talk about it in the borders one as well, is that in Picsquare, there is a symmetry tool, and for the borders, I ended up splitting it so that I would have four quadrants, so that I can work on four corners all at the same time. And then this one, I kind of worked in just with the one split down right in the middle so that we can have even signs. I ended up not making it like 100% symmetrical, which I ended up forgetting to crop a little bit more on the right side because I wanted to have it so that I could potentially just keep copying and pasting to make the line as long as I want by having the pattern still be able to repeat. So that's kind of the reason why the left side looks different than the right side, but I'm going to be showing what that looks like a little bit later. I think if you can crop as close as you can to your pixel image, like where you've drawn, so that you can reduce the amount of kind of like dead space around it. But moving on to our third thing before I show you guys what I'm doing with all these on my actual profile, is making little kind of like headshots or profile shots or whatever you want to call it for your OCs. So already on my page, I have kind of like my chibi emotes that I did like a while back lined up, and I have my own chibi gesturing to it, saying basically like meet my OCs. But I thought it'd be cute to make like little pixel portraits. Now I'm not too sure if I'm going to be able to do all of my OCs because I have half the mind to actually redo this one of Selwyn at some point. We'll see if I end up keeping it, but for the most part, I thought it'd be cute to just do like little pixel headshots so that I can keep them on my profile just as a way to low-key decorate. And I believe you can also like hyperlink images, I think. So I could potentially make these profiles somewhere on my page, and then you can click on their little profile and it'll probably lead to like their reference sheets or whatever. There probably is a way to do that. I didn't really look into it too much since I've only been like somewhat dabbling into making my art fight profile a little bit more uniform, I guess, or like the aesthetic that I kind of want. Because I feel like there's so many different ways that you can approach making your profile from what I've seen from last year. I haven't really delved into looking too much on what people are doing this year since I haven't really had the time. But you can definitely do, like, instead of pixel art, you can do just illustrations and drawings to decorate your page. If you like that transparent look, make sure to save it without a background color and as a PNG, and then you can upload that a little bit later to decorate your page. You can definitely do like animations or like GIFs and stuff, which I'll show you guys a little bit later as well, because I wanted to add a little bit of like moving elements if I can here and there, but I don't want to like overwhelm the page either. So this one I ended up doing of Selwyn first, who is going to be on my Artfight profile. So thank you guys for wanting me to put him up at some point. He might be the only OC that might be added. I think if you saw last Wednesday's video, you would have saw, or it was this Wednesday. Yes, this Wednesday's video, you would have saw that I ended up making 2 more OCs, which are going to be part of Selwyn's world. Right now, I have one of the OCs kind of like more solidified, but I would like to make like a reference sheet video for the both of them if I can next week. And if I can get that done, then they'll most likely be on my Artfight page as well. So apologies if I don't get them up, nor if I don't get, I guess, like Arakan and Anka as well on there, because I'm running out of time and I'm trying to finish as much things as I can before July hits, because a lot of my downtime, I think, I'm going to dedicate it mostly towards Artfight as kind of like my recreational drawing that I like to do to kind of like take a break and everything. And then I'm going to be working on other stuff in the background as much as I can so that I can keep a good balance. So for the most part, Artfight is going to be a big focus for me in July. But talking a little bit more about I guess like the process here, I'm not very like proficient in pixel art. I just like kind of playing around and dabbling into it every so often. I know there's like a lot of things that you have to, you know, take in consideration when you're doing pixel art if you want it to read properly, but sometimes I just like the pixel aesthetic. So, you know, playing around, trying to put contrast. I know a lot of people like working with like limited color palettes, or like, you know, want to use divvying, or you don't want to have like certain pixels creating like a weird blockiness for the edges and stuff. I'm not really caring about that too much, so don't use a lot of my pixel art for reference or anything, because I feel like it's a very basic way, maybe that's the way to describe it. Like I'm much of a novice, I guess, when I'm working with pixel art, if anything. But for this one, I think it's like not really any different than when I'm working like with not pixel art, I guess. Line art is just if anything, I feel like it's harder for me sometimes when I'm doing pixel art. So oftentimes if I'm kind of like unsure on how to make the lines like clean enough, so such as the hair, I will end up just blocking it completely in one color, and we'll kind of like figure out the shapes, values, lines, adding more contrast, then kind of like flesh it out as we go rather than doing the lines. But things like the clothing and just like the general face shape and let's say like parts of the eyes and stuff, it was easier for me to keep it more simple. So I was able to use it, just kind of like use line art. But you can see like part of the sweater portion of like his cardigan, I ended up not doing like the ripping and stuff with line art, because sometimes I do forget that when I do line work, instead of just like shading and fleshing things out slowly, kind of from general to specific, the lines just look a little bit too harsh, if anything. So that's probably another reason why I like kind of like fleshing out the hair in this way. So for the hair, I started with a base color, then I added our shadows. I kind of realized a little bit too late that the shadows were a little bit too dark, but in Pixsquare, luckily they have a function that helps you replace like a very specific color, which I really like, because it doesn't require you to either like manually fill or have like, you know, separate layers for everything. As long as like this color is unique, that one color will change as like to basically whatever color you want it to. So for me, I was able to change the base color of Selwyn's hair to be a lot lighter, and I kept the shadow color basically quite dark, and then we're gonna add in our highlights. I ended up adding a little bit of like a purple to the parts of the hair surrounding the face just to soften it a little bit. I'm always like torn whether or not I should airbrush to make like the hair and the skin kind of like have a softer look together. So in this one I didn't end up doing that, but later on we're going to do one more pixel art asset that I want to add to my page, and I am going to just like mess around a little bit more in that by just like, you know, seeing what looks right to me rather than trying to keep everything nice and consistent with pixel art. And to kind of give it a little bit more of like that profile, kind of not like a floating head, it's kind of like a framed item, I ended up making also a border around the entirety of Salwen and leaving the background transparent so that it matches whatever, I guess, like of the interface that you're using. So in our case, I think Artfight is default, kind of like in dark mode, I think. So I will have kind of the background color of that behind both Salwen and behind our frame. And I think it looks kind of cute like this. I did do a little bit of testing and just using the symmetry tool once again to kind of like buff out the frame to what we want it to look like. I will turn that off, write his name, and I think that's pretty much it for our little profile headshot framed character profile shot, I guess, of our OCs, because I think it's just fun to do, and it's just like a fun, cute thing to add alongside on kind of like your profile with your characters, and just like having them all displayed at once. But also, I think, like I mentioned earlier, you can have it hyperlinked with a link so that maybe if you like the character you see there, you can click on it, it goes like directly to the reference sheet, or like maybe you have like a Toy House profile or something that has all your OC information, you can definitely do that as well. Not too sure if you guys can tell that I'm scatterbrained, but right now I'm going to show you guys very, very briefly on how I'm gonna like kind of like set up my page, because I did end up recording 2 different sessions. So this is kind of like what my page looked like from last year. I ended up taking out one little portion because I already made the asset for it like earlier. I just forgot to put it in, but that's not really the focus of the video. But you can see here where my attacks are. All of my attacks from last year have a nice matching border with all of them. So that's kind of like just a way for me to visually kind of like sort them. So moving forward, we're going to use the new frame. And if I participate next year, I'll do the same thing and make a new border. And speaking of last year, from what I remembered, I use, I think it's Imgur to upload basically my artwork or whatever I want to use like my assets to. And this is basically like a private page for me, so the public can't see it or anything like that, or at least I hope it isn't. And you can upload all your assets there. You can either like copy the address or like pop it into a new window, right click it, copy the image address, and you can add it right into your profile here. So there's a way for you to add images by using a URL. So that's kind of like the way that I'm doing it here. You can also change the width or the size of your assets here too. So for me, I ended up changing and aligning these like little sparkles to make like little separators in my profile page to separate my little welcome banner, separate my little card profile, which later on you're gonna see more of like my finished page, I believe, with like more of a cohesive color palette. And then I'm going to add Salwen's little profile picture right at the very bottom. I think it would be cute to have like all of my OCs lined up like there alongside with my little chibis, because I think visually it'll look very cute having them have basically matching like little profiles. But you can see I'm just like customizing with a bunch of like other things that I've had lying around, like my little logo, a little chibi of me right next to like my little hello at the very top. But if you know any other websites that can basically like host an image with like a image link, then you can just use that to kind of like decorate your page. I just recommend not using Discord. I believe a lot of people used to use it for a while, but Discord links like break, I believe, at some point, so they no longer get like archived or like they're not saved there permanently. So if you use like a Discord link for your images and then put them onto your profile, at some point you're going to see that little pixel thing that shows like, oh, there's no image here, so people can't really see it. But if you have recommendations of like other websites, do let me know. But I think I remember from last year that a lot of people use Imgur to do like, you know, adding pictures and assets and drawings and artwork to their profile page if you don't want to do like all the coding stuff, because I believe to do the coding you might have to have like the pro account, premium account, or like the paid version. I'm not too sure what they refer to it as, but yeah, moving along, I guess. So the last thing that I kind of wanted to add to my page at this moment, I might spruce up some other things now that I have some more ideas kind of like lingering in my brain, is kind of like a little gif of my OC Selwyn. Today's like very much Selwyn themed for the most part, but I wanted to have like some sort of like moving element to my page because I don't really have any gifs or anything that are on my page, but I've seen like a lot of other people have like, I think they're from Tumblr probably, like the assets of like little stamps and like just random gifts that I think a lot of people have. So I wanted to make my own so that we can kind of customize it to whatever aesthetic that I want or of my OC. So my idea is to keep it very simple. I probably will end up editing it because the animation or like, you know, the sequence that I have for this one is not exactly great. There's like something I want to change very specifically, but the idea is to basically make him float, which is why the pose is kind of like not him standing on the ground or anything. I wanted to have a little bit of like some floating elements around him, and pretty much I'm going to show you guys also a way to make a GIF if you guys are not using something like Clip Studio Paint and you don't have access to like that animation function. There is a website that I used to use like a while back when I made my pixel animations in Paint Tool Sai for a while, and I feel like it usually works out pretty well, so I'm going to show you guys that. But first, let's finish the artwork. So for this one, I did mention like the previous Selwyn drawing that I was working on in Pixsquare. I didn't do like an airbrushing or anything on like the hair to soften the face a little bit. This time I did end up doing that. I also went ahead and went back into the hair and just do like another outline with a slightly softer color so that not everything is like entirely soft, it's just like a certain part of it is. And then after that, I think for the most part, coloring wise, instead of doing line art right at the very start, I did basically the opposite. So I put my sketch at the very top, lowered the opacity to make my thing as transparent as I can while I can still see my sketch, and then I blocked in shapes. I find sometimes this is easier, but it does become very messy, and like I said, in terms of like what I would consider other people, and including myself, consider like good pixel art is when it's very clean. I feel like very deliberate and has like very easy to read shapes and stuff that I feel like would make sense. A lot of my lines here, especially when I do this method, is very free if anything. So I feel like everything doesn't have like a very good purpose. I'm just doing it by feeling, so checking to see if I like the shape or not, and then, you know, filling it in. I will use like as many colors as I want. Some of the form of it's kind of getting warped and deformed and not very clear or sharp, so it doesn't read perfectly. But you know, at this point I'm just having fun working with the pixel art, so I'm not going to mind too much. But as we kind of like sped through the drawing process, I'm kind of doing the little elements that I want to do for our little animation. So we're basically going to do frame by frame, and I already separated his eyes from the rest of his face so that I can easily maneuver it and have him basically blink. I also had the mouth have, I think, 2 other frames so that he could open and close his mouth, and then as I'm shuffling him upwards and downwards, I'm making sure to also move like other objects so like things are moving at the same time. But this is the website that I ended up using, which is called EasyGIF, and it's exactly how I used to remember it. So basically you can upload all your frames. I had about 10 right here, and you can hit make a GIF. So you can get like a little preview on what it looks like. So this is kind of what it looked like right now. I know there's like some things missing and some things are a little wonky, but I didn't really mind. I'm just gonna go ahead, hit save. We're gonna save it to my computer, and once again go back to our Imgur, and luckily GIFs work on here, so we're going to do the same thing. Right click, we're going to copy the image address and then go back to our profile, and I'm going to hit edit. We're going to go back into where you can edit everything. We're going to add in our image right here, add the link, and then we can change the size if we need to. But you can see like this is kind of what it looks like, and I think it's just like another cute thing you can add. There's one more thing that I potentially would like to add in the future. I'm not too sure if it's going to be for this round, but I think it would be cute to add like little swaying or moving grass blades or plants at the very bottom, just to kind of like encapsulate everything. But because it's kind of like a floating background, I think it'd just be cute to add something to like kind of this dark void of my profile right now. But this is kind of what it looks like with like the little assets everywhere. And hopefully when Artfight actually starts up as well, we can add in our little borders for our images and our drawings and stuff, because I think that'll look very nice and aesthetic overall. But hopefully that's it for today's video. Hopefully you guys don't mind how scatterbrained I am, and I'll talk to you guys next time in the next video. Bye!
Shit. True love beam, send this chud to hell.
Please subscribe. This costed so much money. Superheroes. They have been the core part of millions, if not billions of childhoods. And I am no different. Over COVID, I was obsessed with comic books. In specific, I loved everything to do with the X-Men and their stories of found family.
I've always been a very public fan of Batman specifically, though I've always been more into the movies and shows than any comic.
That's why I slammed our amazing noggins together
to create a superhero team!
Okay, a little too excited there, Buster.
Kill yourself.
So, first step towards making a superhero team. We need a name. We don't have a name yet. We'll think of one later.
I think we should name them the Suicide Squad.
Kill yourself. Okay, so I don't think actually coming up with the name is super important for this. The thing that is more important is getting the idea for our characters, story, and team. So that means step one is actually coming up with characters and figuring out how to build them from there, I guess.
At least that's how we did it. So let's take it away.
Crescent. Sentence, attempted murder. She's been in a psych ward in the heart of Paris for about a year and is on track to fail her next evaluation, landing her another 6 months. Sister to one of the most famous heroes of our generation. Fair to say jealousy possessed her, and in the dead of night, she tried to kill them in their sleep. A failed attempt that went awry, and resulted in their sibling begging the court to get her in a psych ward rather than decades in prison.
So for Crescent's design, I was given two rough themes to work with, jesters and moons. My immediate thought was to give her a two-pronged cap and bell, which is the name of a jester hat, I just googled that, in a crescent shape to give her a more striking silhouette and tie in the moon theme for her character. Then I just decided to add a crescent shape basically everywhere in her design for good measure, like with her hair and the pattern on her sleeves. I wanted to make her color palette a mix of gold, light lavender, a few different shades of blue, and a few white and black elements to tie everything together. I gave her these flowy ruffles on her sleeves, ankles, and around her neck to cut through the sharp edges of her design with a more rounded shape, and also to tie in more of that jester theme. I decorated her costume with diamond and crescent shapes, as well as having each of her little buttons represent a moon cycle, with her belt buckle being the final cycle. Also, I didn't draw her with it here, but I imagine her main weapon of choice would be a type of blade called an evening moon, which took me way too long to find the name of.
In terms of her character, though, she has the ability to manipulate shadows, teleporting from one to another, and the ability to create objects out of moonlight. However, the downside is that she can only use this ability at night, and during every phase of the moon, she has a different personality. So, for example, in a full moon, she could be brave and ruthless, or on a crescent, she's wimpy and scared. Aside from heroics, her background wasn't one painted with much joy. The eldest child in a family of infamous circus performers, Crescent never truly seemed able to capture the attention of her parents the way her sister Daybreak did. Daybreak's powers granted her immense control of the day, but none at night, meaning that everyone would always see her, praise her, award her. But Crescent? She just cleaned up the streets of any no-name thug the night had to offer. Nobody saw her, knew her, cared about her. She was nothing. Hardly a shadow, barely a whisper. So it was only a matter of time before envy drew her to the worst of places. Also, I know I'm rambling a fair bit, but it was after the creation of Crescent where I realized where we could direct the story. As mentioned prior, I'm a sucker for the X-Men and have always loved the idea of dysfunctional or broken people being reformed or being placed in a more gentle environment. So I decided that the premise behind all our characters moving forward would be to do with them being teenage juvenile superhumans with significant enough criminal records that can be wiped if they so choose to work in a team with others like them. Storyteller, otherwise known as Pebble Moreau, sentenced to 36 years in a London prison, 6 counts of grave robbing. Orphaned at birth, they were adopted and raised by a distant relative who owned a morgue. This would become the stomping ground for their training in the arts of necromancy, practicing in hopes of one day being able to properly resurrect their family from the dead. Now in prison, they have begun imbuing plushies and dolls with the souls of humans rather than the dead.
Storyteller, despite being one of my favorite characters here, is probably my least favorite design of the bunch. It's not like I actively dislike it, but I just feel like I could have done more with what I was given. It's definitely a design I'd want to revisit at some point. I just feel like they could be more whimsical. But let's get into what I've already done, shall we? I had a very specific silhouette in mind for Storyteller right from the beginning. I wanted them to be lanky with a large square coat, skinny legs, and a large wizard's hat. I wanted to tie in some patchwork elements into their design to reflect their plushie gimmick, so I sprinkled stitch marks wherever I could and made the sleeves of their coat a bunch of patchwork. I used a multitude of fairly muted colors for the design, but the main colors I focused on were dark blue, gold, and magenta. I gave them a little plushie to control. It was supposed to be a blue cat, but it kinda just looks like an alien. A little satchel to carry all their sewing equipment, and a thimble, which is a little metal thing that goes on the end of your thumb when sewing so you don't prick it with a needle. Little fun fact for you. If I were to come back to this design now, I probably would have given them a cape made of patchwork, but too little too late, I guess.
Storyteller is what they say they are, a necromancer. They're not particularly as good at reanimating teddy bears as they are the dead, but for a shot at freedom, it's certainly an arrangement they're eager to take up on. Even learning crocheting and knitting to make their own toys to use in battle. Obviously, their power pales in comparison to that of a human, but when used strategically in the hands of Storyteller, they prove to be an instrumental tool from mission to mission. Worms that wiggle their way through tight gaps members can't. Huge titans of yarn fitted with weights in their hands to pack an extra punch. Moreau is certainly capable of more than meets the eye. Just don't ever bring up family. It's a sour subject to pry at them for. Years of failing to save a family that you have no explanation behind the death of would drive anyone mad. Happy Holiday, otherwise known as Hannah Hong. Sentence: awaiting execution on death row. Crimes include treason, murder of an elected government official, being held at Royal South Korean prison, born into a corrupt system that ruled over people and their autonomy with the expansion of artificial intelligence into their homes. Teenage political activist Happy Holiday systematically assassinated 4 high-ranking political officials before being apprehended in a standoff where over 100 authorities were dispatched.
With Happy Holiday's design, I knew I wanted to lean much more into a noir detective or black tie agent kind of vibe than a superhero costume like most of the other designs. While this made outfit design a lot easier, the real challenge came from balancing her moodier, more grounded vibe with the rest of the characters, while also adding enough fantastical elements to make it clear she's actually a part of the team and not just a random bystander. The one thing Hank said he pictured for her design was an eye patch. For that reason, I wanted to make her eye patch the focal point of the design so that when looking at her, your eye automatically travels back to it. I added a lot of angular shapes basically everywhere to match the diamond shape of the eye patch and to portray her sharp, cold personality a bit more through her design. Other than diamond shapes, I wanted another motif of hers to be a bullseye symbol to tie in her superhuman ability, which Hank will explain in detail later. I added this symbol to her eye patch to draw further attention to it, and also added it as a little brooch for her tie. To hide her identity, I also gave her this grey mask that can attach to the bottom of her eye patch. I went with a rather monotone colour palette, mostly using blacks and greys with a few pops of red, yellow, and maroon here and there.
In terms of her character, I wanted to implement a trope that I had swirling around my head for a while, and that I have never really seen. That being when an all-powerful, nearly godlike being takes an unhealthy obsession to someone seemingly ordinary. In that aforementioned standoff, a shot pierced her left eye, an injury that no one could easily shrug off. But that was only the beginning of her pain, because in its place, a deity of war resided in the emptiness of her socket. The deity itself is unidentifiable. It does not trace back to any myth or curse. It's just a being of godhood that has an interest in her for an unknown reason. The being itself acts like a shadow, barely noticeable to anyone around other than Hannah herself, and is always toying with her, adjusting her posture at a dinner table, helping her aim her gun correctly, parting her hair when it's uneven. Yet, while that's all fine and dandy, it fails to justify the horrors Hannah sees when her eye patch is not on. Monsters. Men and women become monsters of their own misdoings. Monsters that must be put down, exterminated no matter the cost. The worse the person is, the more vile she sees them, and the more monstrous they look, the harder it becomes to shake off that violent urge. Asmi Adhikari, alias Starbreaker. Sentence: life imprisonment, causing an explosion likely to endanger property or life. Being held in a containment facility aboard the ISS. Raised in the streets of rural India, his mother would beat him senselessly for not selling enough in the bazaar. One day, however, on his 18th birthday, she beat him until he was a barely breathing, unrecognizable red mass. That is when the Starbreakers intervened. An intergalactic police force that recruits beings that have demonstrated the ability to withstand tremendous amounts of physical pain. However, when returning to Earth to utilize his mystical power, he nearly blew up an entire skyscraper in Mumbai, resulting in authorities containing him aboard the ISS to await judgment.
I got the feeling from the description of Starbreaker that he kind of filled the Superman type role in the team, that being a flying humanoid super being. For this reason, I wanted to make his outfit the most superhero-y superhero costume of the group. I mixed the classic skin-tight caped costume you see most superheroes in with more police uniform-like elements. And, of course, the most important detail was to put star symbols absolutely everywhere. I gave him a star-shaped visor, a small star-shaped cape, a star belt buckle, star knee pads, little star patterns on his costume, just everywhere I could add stars, I did. Hank mentioned he pictured his hair being white, so I gave him this long curly white hair with very faint black roots tied back into a bun. I also gave him a fake eye with a star pattern in the iris. While I love this design, I really don't know what I was thinking with these janky proportions, so please just ignore those, they aren't there.
Starbreaker has never known peace, consistently beaten till he could barely breathe by a mother who told him every day the regrets she had giving birth to him. Starbreaker would come back one day from working in the market they ran together without enough money to keep it afloat. Enraged, she swore she'd reverse the mistake she made all those years ago, intending on beating him so badly she'd never have to see him again. And she succeeded. A red pool barely squirming on top of cold concrete floor, destined for death. That was until the Starbreakers intervened and fixed him back up. Yet, some of the damage was irreparable, such as in the case of his eye, where he was given a prosthetic replacement. Returning back to India in hopes of making a name for himself as a hero, things quickly went south when he drastically underestimated his power and nearly wiped out an entire skyscraper. Jacob Jamil, otherwise known as Father, or FF for short. Sentence: murder, attempted mass murder, awaiting execution on death row. The adopted son of two infamous superheroes that tragically died whilst deployed in a messy conflict. He was 16 and without a family to call his own when he stumbled onto the world of Hollywood, working as a talk show host for 3 years, until when he was 19, the ratings began to drop, and in a hopeless attempt to get things back on track, they pulled a little prank, locking him in a coffin with the skeletons of his two dead dads. In that moment, the microphone in his ear rang out in the voice of his parents, telling him to use their power, the power of smoke and the power of concrete. He burst from the coffin, spilling out a toxic gas that leaked around the set and into the lungs of the casting crew. But there was only one casualty. The director was hit directly in his skull with a concrete hammer.
While FF's design ended up being one of my favorites, God was it hell getting to this point. Am I exaggerating? yes, a little bit, but this is a YouTube video. What did you expect? I didn't really know enough about the character and the direction it was best to take him in when I started drawing him at first. All I really knew was the fact that he was a talk show host, so my first thought was to make him an outspoken and kinda deranged TV-themed superhero, kinda Tenna-inspired with a suit and everything. Needless to say, as soon as I'd finished the pose, it was clear it did not fit his personality in the slightest. Hank was kind enough to create a mood board for a couple ideas on what he pictured for the character, and I just ended up starting from scratch. And then I lost my mind over trying to draw his face for another week or so, but eventually I got there. His look ended up being much more reserved due to him needing to look inconspicuous, almost like an undercover celebrity. I had the idea of him being able to access his power through a microphone, which at first was going to be a dynamic microphone, you know, the kind stage performers use, which was scrapped with his original design concept. Now he uses the kind of microphone secret agents use. I gave him these sunglasses and a big square jacket with his superhero suit peeking through, as well as some denim jeans. For his color palette, I chose mostly rather muted colors like black and brown to make him look a bit more inconspicuous, with the occasional pop of dark blue.
Jacob hates Hollywood. He hates the attention that comes with being a hero and does his best to look as raggedy and unkempt as possible whilst also wearing an outfit that can blend him in as a civilian. His years of fame changed him into a bitter old soul that greatly dislikes speaking with people for long periods of time and is impatient about even the slightest mistakes. Also, calling him arrogant would be putting it lightly. He routinely cusses out people he finds weaker than him and overall is probably the least merciful of the bunch on average. In my head, I envisioned him as the cocky type with the strength to back up his talk. In terms of his powers though, they are entirely inspired by infamous Second Son. Great game, you should check it out. Alice Adams, otherwise known as Project Mamo. Sentence: currently being fed a ridiculous amount of cookies at a research facility in British Columbia. A conspiracy theorist and a psychology dropout, Alice explores the wilderness of Vancouver in an attempt to discover the fabled Mothman. This hunt of hers took her to a remote facility in British Columbia, where she tested on herself using drugs and vials that were highly experimental, miraculously not killing her and turning her into the Mothman. Well, kinda, as her moth form only appears when she's afraid or in grave danger.
Mamo's design was one of the easier ones to create, mostly because I had a really good idea in my head of what I wanted her to look like before starting. While it probably would have been easier to just draw Mamo's moth form, I really wanted to design her human outfit as well because I just had a vision. I was inspired by those cryptid hunter outfit boards you see on Pinterest, but while they are actually swagged out, I wanted Mamo to just be kind of a loser in a loving way. I gave her this messy bob with these little bits that stick up on either side of her head. They were supposed to resemble her moth antenna, but they kind of just ended up looking owl-like. I originally considered tinting her big circle glasses red to match the eyes of her moth form, but I liked them better clear and I didn't want to give her too much swag. I gave her this brown jacket with a bunch of little conspiracy pins and had the fluff of the jacket match the fluffy neck thing moths have. Under the jacket, I had her in jorts and this wolf shirt inspired by The Chosen from Smosh because that's pretty much how she sees herself. I also made a very faint motif of hers be eyes, mostly in an attempt to tie in her intense paranoia. I gave her an evil eye necklace, multiple red eyes in her moth form, and I had her wing pattern look like a pair of eyes.
Mamo is an anxious mess with no future prospects in life, constantly being begged by her parents to go get a job. Yet, those years spent tracking down the legend of the Mothman led her this far, and she couldn't be more enthusiastic about starting her new life as a lab rat. But things are starting to get boring for little old Alice, and her Valorant addiction won't fuel itself. I'm sure she'd be more than happy to join the team if offered a way out of her caretaker's grasp. Toshi Takechi, Utiliverse. Sentence: breaching intermolecular reality. Currently being held an indefinite amount of time in an experimental facility in Washington, D.C. Takechi has been a small-time superhero around the streets of Washington, D.C. for a few months now. However, the U.S. government has taken a distinct interest in his ability to create an alternate pocket of reality. Experiments have been conducted on him for the past few months, attempting to understand the extent of that power.
Of all of the designs, Utiliverse's is relatively simple, which I think works more in his favor, as he definitely wants something more practical than flashy. Though this doesn't make talking about it very easy, given there's not much to talk about. I used more ovalish shapes to make up his design, as I wanted to make his general appearance match the appearance of his portals in a way. I gave him a bunch of layers, the bottom of which I wanted to resemble a white lab coat to both get across his mad scientist persona and tie in the experimentation part of his backstory, almost as though he's reclaiming it in his own way. I added a bunch of zips and belts to his design, basically just trying to make it look as practical as possible, even though I haven't really thought about what any part of his costume does. I also gave him these circular goggles and had the bottom half of his face covered by his collar. For his color palette, I chose cooler colors, using a mix of black, white, purple, and light blue.
Takechi is a natural kid genius, renowned for winning multiple robotics competitions in his home state. However, he soon grew bored of using his intellect for school and applied it to the creation of gadgets he uses to fight crime. He is able to store these gadgets in an alternate dimension he has access to. However, the greater the amount of gadgets he stores, the more strain it puts on him. This alternate dimension also piqued the interest of the US government, kidnapping him and subjecting him to immense experimentation, maybe even torture, I don't know, to truly push the limits of what he was capable of. Also, he thinks Utiliverse is like the coolest name ever. Iron Maiden, otherwise known as Darika Mahidon. Sentence: life imprisonment. Charges include, but is not exclusive to, arson. Currently on the run. The disowned daughter of the Thai royal family, she spends most of her days attending and hosting the biggest parties across Southeast Asia. However, after an argument broke out with a drunk superhuman tourist, Darika would end up brawling with them. The aftermath of the fight resulting in her accidentally burning down the whole club with her suit, finally giving her parents the legal authority to imprison her, finally ending the stream of shame she brings to their name.
Much like Mamo's character sheet, I decided to draw two versions of the character, that being her casual outfit and her mech suit. I wanted to somehow strike a balance between someone who definitely looks like she could be part of a royal family and the last person you would ever expect to be. In order to strike this balance, I gave her very smooth, pristine features and large, graceful hair, which also looks like fire, and then from the neck down I had her in the kind of outfit you'd expect to see from a biker and arms that could crush a watermelon in her palms. I wanted to use a lot of sharp, pointed shapes in her design, both to tie in the shape of fire and her assertive nature. I gave her this cropped leather jacket with no sleeves, which I'll admit was a self-indulgent decision on my part, I know what the people want, and some studded leather cuffs and belt to match, along with some baggy jeans stained with oil. I also gave her some bandages around the arms, as I'd like to think using her power too much leaves her with burn scars. Moving on to her mech suit, the concept for a fire-based superhero using their abilities to power a mech suit was actually inspired by that one Ben 10 thing. I haven't watched Ben 10 since I was like 5, but I remembered that at least. I wanted the mech itself, given her name and the fact that it runs on heat, to look like an old Victorian oven, the kind that would be made of cast iron. For this reason, I gave it a slight brown tint to make it look more like dirty iron, a few bars like you'd see on those kind of ovens to have a bit of orange light poking out, and a little chimney on top for the smoke to come out so she doesn't overheat in there. I also took a bit of inspiration from actual Iron Maidens, you know, medieval torture devices, for the vaguely triangular shaped head and tons of spikes.
Darika is a character who I envision as rebellious, confident, and most of all, a diehard supporter of all her friends. All of her child life was spent serving the image of a perfect family that never existed. Instead, she was always defined by her mistakes, no matter how small, and always told to never tinker with toys or metal, as it was not refined enough for a girl. Eventually, at 16, she would secretly enter a robotics competition and finish second place. She took this as the push she needed to abandon her family and has since renounced her royal title. However, such a character only stirs up controversy and attention wherever she goes, so her family was hoping to finally silence her and the secrets she spilled for good once and for all. Cinderella. Atticus G. Andreoli. Criminal record. Redacted. A former mafia boss on the streets. One faithful day, an innocent little girl would get caught in the crossfire of one of Cinderella's shakedowns, bringing him to the verge of suicide. However, right before he would end up taking his life, a coincidence emerged. The girl that died that day was promised mystical power. However, since she was no longer able to claim it, she bestowed it to him instead. Refusing to let her gift die in vain, he fights every day to repay the debt he can never possibly imagine covering.
I've been so excited to talk about my son. Okay, so Cinderella was one of the characters I was absolutely hell-bent on designing, as a middle-aged man with a nicotine addiction having the abilities of a magical girl, outfit and all, has been an idea floating around in my brain for a while, and I jumped at the chance to execute it here. I wanted to try and blend elements of a noir-esque member of the Mafia with the frilly, hyper-feminine vibe of most magical girl costumes, so I chose a color palette of pinks, gold, and black. I gave him this black fedora that hides his eyes and a lit cigar to further tie in these elements. I wanted to use more blunt and sharp shapes for his feature and body, and more rounded shapes for his dress to basically just make it look like this outfit was never really meant for him. Granted, he's rocking it, but I thought adding some tonal differentiation between him and his outfit would just hammer home the absurdity of his character. If the dress he's wearing looks at all familiar, it's because for the skirt shape, I took a lot of inspiration from Madoka Magica, and I basically just topped the design off by drowning it in bows and frills, and boom, my favorite character is done.
Cinderella has an insurmountable debt that he keeps trying to pay back to the world. He was once a member of a far more notorious trio of heroes that used to save the world from planet-ending threats. But now that a great amount of threats have passed, Cinderella simply wishes to not just fight evil, but prevent it. Through the creation of the program, Atticus aims at the core of all villains, that being injustice, saving them from systems that failed them and returning them to the world as something better than he could have ever turned out. It's his belief that through doing this, he can repay his debt and the countless lives he's ruined. Million, the sentient AI of a long-dead superhero suit.
The first thing I really pictured when imagining Million was a colored, stylized silhouette, much like Prismo from Adventure Time, which I ended up taking a heavy amount of inspiration from. It was quite difficult to portray too much of Million's character through its design, given there was a limit to just how much detail I could add without compromising the general concept. Instead, I got to thinking more about the kind of person that would have created Million, and what details I could add. I decided to go for a refined, almost businessman-adjacent design with square glasses, a neat haircut, and a tie to almost subvert how it begins to act. I imagine its design can vary depending on its emotions. For example, maybe its base color changes when it's excited or angry, but I didn't end up expanding on that because I got lazy. The base color for this design was originally a darker, almost purplish blue, but Hank said it looked like William Afton, and then I couldn't unsee it, so I immediately lightened the color.
Million is an AI that those around it believe had its memory successfully wiped before being utilized in the rehabilitation program being set up for juvenile superhumans. It was invented many decades before being placed in the course, yet its programming still holds up as an absolute miracle of its time. At first, its attachment to those around it and its environment is minimal, and it's able to operate fairly efficiently given all that it's been through. But as time progresses, so does its bond with the team, causing it to force them into taking less risks, being more cautious, and purposefully wasting their time with misinformation so that they stay with it longer.
So, what should we actually do with these characters, Hank, my boy?
Well, listen, I have not thought that far ahead, but here's some extra bits and bobs of info for you to nibble on since you made it this far into the video. Me and Goblin both decided on the name, the Irredeemables. However, it was between that and the Unbelievables. I think that we made the right choice there, but feel free to scream at me in the comments.
Since we haven't come up with any villains yet, why don't you come up with some in the comments? Engage with the video now.
Also, we ended up getting some more amazing takes by the wonderful Gianni.
There was absolutely no way we were letting gold like that go to waste, so I drew a couple extra doodles of Cinderella to accompany them. Please enjoy.
Gender's a construct, and the building is condemned. Us? We're the demolition team. You're gonna be cuddling with the fishes, girly pop.
Hey guys, Scribble here. I've hijacked the video and have hacked the channel. It's mine now. Just kidding. That was a joke. I wanted to give a huge thank you to Hank for inviting me to work on this video alongside him, as well as all the awesome people that worked on it too. This video quickly became a passion project for me and was super fun to make as a break between my own uploads, so I really hope you enjoyed watching. I'd also like to apologize for my terrible mic quality right now. It's 33 degrees outside, so my computer fans are going haywire and I'm boiling alive. I will most likely be dead in the next 3 hours. Anyway, thank you, bye.
Hello everybody, Hank here. I just wanted to give a huge thank you to the 8 other people that worked on this video. I genuinely would not have been able to create it if it wasn't for everybody's help and really pulling through, and gosh, everyone did such an amazing job and I'm so thankful for that. I also wanted to apologize to the audience directly. I say audience, to like my 3 viewers. I am so sorry. I have been so bad at communicating anything about this video, but I promise I'll do better in future. Okay, bye.
At the Annecy Film Festival, it was expected that if we were to be getting any new Adventure Time news, it would be the announcement of Fiona and Cake Season 3, as it has yet to be greenlit. A lot of people had already come to the conclusion that it wouldn't be coming due to Fiona and Cake Season 2 not doing as well as and or not being as good as Season 1, but they were also believing this to be the case even more so because the time it took for Season 2 to be announced after Season 1's release was only 3 months, and now despite 8 months passing since Season 2 ended, we have not gotten a Season 3 announcement. It's understandable that people would think this, but Fiona and Cake was actually originally only meant to be 1 season, and after the creators saw how well the series was received, they only then decided to do more. And also regardless, it still took over 2 years to be made. The quick announcement of Season 2 was only because of the quick success of Season 1. Season 2 didn't have this, and so for it to be greenlit would of course take longer. And whilst it is still possible that it could be greenlit, I actually think that we won't be getting this 3rd season. Not because of how Season 2 was received, but because it was actually the writer's plan all along. Fiona and Cake Season 2 ended with a cliffhanger with Marceline Stad Hudson Abadir appearing in Fiona World and introducing himself to Marshall Lee. This instantly led to the belief that Season 3 would be coming and would probably be centering around the Nightosphere and Demon lore, and potentially, but more than likely, through that, Marceline as well. But now, instead of Fiona and Cake Season 3 being announced, a new Adventure Time series is coming out that will be directly about Marceline and Bubblegum. That will follow them as they go on adventures across the farthest reaches of Ooo, whilst encountering familiar faces and new dangers. Also, 2 actors have been revealed to be playing the parts of Marceline's friends from the Nightosphere. All of this makes it seem like this series could be following and or involved with the ending of Fiona and Cake. And now the showrunner of Adventure Time, Fiona and Cake, and now this new series, Bubblegum and Marceline, also stated, continuing in the spirit of Fiona and Cake, I'm excited that the next Adventure Time series will feature 2 more of my favorite characters, Bubblegum and Marceline. It's been a fantastic opportunity to revisit old friends and build onto the world of Adventure Time. Him saying this really makes it seem like Fiona and Cake is officially over, and that this new series is replacing it, but also that it could still be continuing its story in a way. If that is the case, then this new series technically is Fiona and Cake Season 3, just probably now without Fiona and Cake. It seems those 2 story is officially over, even if they do make a cameo of sorts in this new series. If so, their ending is honestly pretty good. Them seemingly getting their own version of the Land of Ooo to explore and experience adventures and canon events within, it's a relatively good spot to end things. But anyways, let me know if you think the ending of Fiona and Cake Season 2 will actually be a part of Bubblegum and Marceline in the comments down below. As with that said, that is going to be the end of the video, so consider dropping a like and subscribing to the channel, and I'll see y'all in the next one, whenever that is.
In horror, drama, and even comedy, we are used to being lulled into a false sense of security before something shocks us. But today, I'm talking about being lulled into a false sense of fear before realizing you're safe. You are bracing for impact the entire time, but the shock is that the jump scare never comes. Here's an added layer. The animation looks like this. We have a lot to talk about. Butt lovers, welcome to my channel. It's so good to see you. Here we love overanalyzing. In my series Familiar Feud, we compare shows that give off a similar vibe, and we also love noticing underutilized tropes. Today's topic, as you saw from the title, is looks like gross out is actually heartwarming. Not to be confused with something like the series Angel Hair, which is described by the creator as wholesome horror. The suspense and drama are real. It just doesn't take as dark of a turn. It's horror where hope and heart still shine through. That is not what we're talking about today. Today we are talking about the Adult Swim show Ha Ha You Clowns and Eternal Family's The Family. The visuals play a part in making your shoulders go up to your ears. There's tension, and the writing and sound design also play into this extremely uncomfortable feeling. It would be like if I Kubrick stared at you while a suspenseful crescendo played, but instead of something terrible happening like what you were expecting, I instead showed you my 3 adorable cats being sweet and silly. Aww. Using horror elements to evoke a fear response at something pretty much completely harmless, and in fact positive. It's all about subversion. Like when you went into this video and I was yapping for so long, I bet you didn't think I'd have a sponsor, but I do. I went to Canada 3 times in the last 3 years, and the first 2 times I completely forgot to get an eSIM. No! If you've ever traveled out of the country, staring at your phone, wondering why nothing works, you need connection, you can't find Wi-Fi anywhere, you understand what a difference a local SIM can make. The first 2 times I traveled to Canada, I had to get a SIM in the airport, super overpriced. I needed to swap physical SIMs. But things are made a lot easier with today's sponsor, Saley. With Saley, you just choose a data plan, install it on your phone, and you're all set. You'll have internet wherever you go, significantly reduce and even eliminate roaming fees with an affordable eSIM plan in over 200 locations. Every time you shop on Saley, you earn Saley credits. Instantly apply them to save on your next plan. And you can also get a full refund if your device isn't eSIM compatible. Now I have my North America eSIM ready to install the next time I'm going to Canada or Mexico or the United States, but my plan is here, so. Get an exclusive 15% discount on Saley eSIM data plans. Download the Saley app and use my code AthenaP at checkout. Thank you so much to Saley for sponsoring this video. Ha Ha You Clowns came out in 2025. I avoided it for a bit, thinking it would be similar to YOLO Crystal Fantasy. Nothing wrong with that. It's just, I looked at the poster and thought to myself, I've seen this before. Quite literally judging a book by its cover. You know what they say? Don't do that. The first episode starts with our 3 teenage boy main characters watching this hideous movie. Christ. Totally not a parody of James Cameron's Avatar, if that's what you were thinking. This is one of the boys' favorite movies, to the point where they are quoting it under their breath.
Today, it's all we have.
The setting of Ha Ha You Clowns is described as every town USA, and this just proves it. Avatar is America's favorite movie. Don't ask me why. The boys' girlfriends are watching and comforting them, but the boys are just thrilled that their dad is enjoying the movie too. Until the makeout scene makes Pops very emotional and he leaves. The boys let their girlfriends and us, the viewers at home, know that dad has not been the same since mom passed away. And they use the words passed away, not only implying faith, but also to soften the language used around death. This is still very new to all of them, and these 4 men want to be strong for each other. This show has the classic setup of a very special episode / tearjerker. Speaking of, every time these characters are about to cry, they immediately have extremely bloodshot eyes. It looks very gross, and it catches me off guard every time without fail. After the title card, the boys are outside around their mother's she shed, the opposite of a man cave. Very cute. I chuckled. I should tell you the three boys' individual names, even though they oftentimes have a hive mind and are identical aside from the hair. This is Preston. He's the blondest and oldest. Tristan is the middle child, and his hair is like a mix of the youngest and oldest. Right in the middle, a dirty blonde or light brunette. You decide. And the reddish brunette is Duncan, the youngest child. Great, now watch me forget. Older brother Preston always acts like the leader of the group. And what do leaders do? They give very straightforward camp counselor-ass advice. Don't forget to stay hydrated. What would we do without you, Preston? It's so obvious. I kid, but it's actually really good advice and really easy to forget. Duncan, the youngest, decides to take care of their mom's flowers.
Please remember to water them, Duncan.
I love obvious foreshadowing. I eat it up every time. The boys try to cheer up their dad with his favorite movie, and once again, a romantic moment makes him, oh my god, those bloodshot eyes again. The boys are truly disturbed at their dad's inability to finish a movie. They are really bad at taking a step back and realizing the very obvious pattern here. It's very amusing that this goes over their heads once you see how much they care. Preston asks his co-worker at this Costco-like warehouse what the heck is going on here, and she says old people have trouble staying awake. She's not wrong, but it's clear she's missing some context. I'm gonna play you a scene from this interaction because this is the sweet shit I'm talking about.
If I look half as good as you two ladies at your age, I'm gonna be thinking my lucky stars.
You cannot tell me that isn't cute. If you even try to tell me that isn't cute, I'll call you a liar and never talk to you again. I love how much he confides in his coworker that's old enough to be his great-grandma. I feel like teens can easily dismiss the elderly, and here we see a generational bond that's all too uncommon nowadays. I'm crying. This is what crying looks like. Every time the boys have a heartfelt conversation, this music swells in the background. Much like real sitcoms where grief is the driving force, they lay it on thick as their necks. Everything comes to a head when they try to bond with their dad by sheer force. Preston gave his dad a lot of caffeine without him knowing, so he can stay up late and not abandon their movie nights. Preston, what the flick? Very bad. He even admits he spiked his dad's drink, so he knows the severity of giving someone a mind-altering substance without their knowledge. In this moment of confession, Duncan also admitted he overwatered their mother's flowers. And the ones outside are fake. He replaced them. Overcorrecting, overloving, brute forcing something that requires time and patience. Very on-the-nose symbolism for the grieving process. Their dad doesn't lecture them about honesty or even scold them. He sees his boys in obvious distress and tells them their mother would be proud of them. Then the scene ends with one of my favorite things about this series. The boys make a very bad non-joke, and they all laugh way too hard at it for way too long.
I've made a real mess of movie night, haven't I? I don't know. The green blob kind of enhances the movie, actually. We find out the green blob is actually zombie blood or something. They should rename the movie Dad the Zombie Killer.
I don't even care that it's not funny. They're laughing, I'm laughing. I'm sorry. Fuck you. Yes, there are blatant, unaddressed problems, but forgiveness and trying to power through an obviously very difficult time and make every memory as good as they possibly can is a priority for them right now. And can you blame them? In many family dynamics, it is not uncommon for most of the emotional labor and deep conversations to be initiated by the mom. So there's the added layer of not just the deep despair they feel, but also them getting used to this new dynamic and trying to use tools they've never used before. The episode ends with a handprint appearing on the window of their mom's she shed. She is watching them and she really wants to reach them. She sees their struggle and she wants to help. Despite being a parody of cheesy family drama comedies, there's still a lot of genuine heart here. The characters are far from perfect, but you just can't help but root for them. The only other series I've seen that's able to capture this uncomfortable energy while presenting nothing but a family who loves each other so much is Eternal Family's The Family. One of the creators, Cole Cush, describes his work as finding bizarre in the mundane, which is a perfect way to describe this miniseries. I watched this back when it came out in 2021, and the uncanny visuals are unlike anything I've ever seen. I love trippy art, but nowadays, unfortunately, people associate this style with AI. We are living in a terrible timeline, so I had a voice screaming in the back of my head, make sure you can support your claim that this series isn't AI! Especially because information on this project was really hard to come by for some reason, beyond the description crediting the creators and voice actors. I searched and at first I didn't find anything besides the very impressive resumes of the creators, plus the fact that they're both animators and creators of the artist-run streaming service Eternal Family. So I thought we were in the clear until I stumbled across this article that mentions the creators using AI vaguely. I'm not gonna lie, my mind jumped to the worst case scenario, but I didn't want to be a hypocrite because back in 2021-2022, I didn't know the negative impact and just thought this tech would be used for stupid shit posting, so I know people can change once they have more information, just like I did. Also, I didn't even know if what they used was generative. There are tools that have existed forever that are just relabeled AI, and this repackaging is just for investors to throw money at. So maybe that's the case? I reached out to Cole Cush, thinking that getting a response would be a long shot, but instead I got a very lengthy and thorough response, which I really appreciate. Super grateful that he shared this with me and cleared a lot of questions up. So thankfully, all the characters were created by humans. No generative AI in the character designs. Everything you are seeing on screen is human-made. Let me just read a bit of his response. I had the initial idea for the family a few years before making it. For some reason, I was thinking about a Family Guy parody, and the only thing that seemed interesting to me was to make an extremely wholesome show about a family that is truly opening up and expressing their love for each other for the first time. Also, they happen to look like Family Guy characters, but sound nothing like them. I had been working a lot with Uncanny 3D at the time, and so I started creating all the characters in 3D. I think Cinema 4D and DAWs, and doing some vocal tests, but the idea just kind of sat there while I worked on other things to pay the bills. Then in 2020, I had an idea to start a lo-fi original streaming project called Eternal Family, and needed some show ideas, so I decided to try that out. I wrote a short script with my pal Dan Straight, and at the time we were playing around with this iPhone app called Avatarify, which allowed you to control the face of any image with your camera. It looked truly awful, but was making us laugh and was an interesting feel combined with the upsetting 3D design, so we went with it. I believe the app tech was AI powered in some capacity, but that was basically the only AI in the original series aside from a bit of experimental VQJAN visuals in the dream sequence at the end of one of the episodes. So the only thing that was generative AI was this dream sequence. That's actually how I found out that this scene in Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared, one of my favorite TV shows, is also AI generated. And I know you're probably thinking, Athena, how did you not know? I still have to rewire my brain to really question everything I'm seeing, because before 2021, I just appreciated all sorts of trippy art that did look sort of like this. I mean, AI had to train off something. The Avatarify literally stretches the mouth. See, this isn't what I think of when I think of AI. This is like a TikTok filter. It's tracking the movements of the mouth and making it stretch. It's not trying to replace or imitate intricate animation. You could tell there's a sort of filtery effect on the mouths. It just stretches the mouth in all sorts of trippy and grotesque ways. He also goes on to say that his relationship with AI changed. He doesn't use it at all nowadays, not only because of the obvious negative impact, but also because the visuals are just super boring. I figured that their careers took this turn because Dan Straight and Cole Cush made a music video for A$AP Rocky back in 2022, I believe, that had AI generated visuals, but Dan Straight worked with him again in 2026, a music video that just came out in 2026 for A$AP Rocky, and they were very quick to clear up any concerns. No AI. We do not use AI. So it's clear that they're veering away from this tech, as it has kind of turned into a cancer. Not to put words in his mouth, I described it that way. I can't help how I feel. I like my shows made by man. And he also explained to me that Eternal Family has developed into a hidden gem video store vibe, so he's been working to preserve old human-made media. Love that. You know I support that. Everyone say thank you, Cole Cush, for explaining. He did not have to take time out of his day to explain to me, but oh my gosh, it just put my mind and heart at ease because I love the family and I can't wait to talk to you about it if you'll allow me. This series is a lot shorter than Ha Ha You Clowns, and you can watch the whole thing in just 23 minutes. Just by looking at it, you can see what show it's parodying. It is Family Guy, but if they took the theme song seriously. Where are those good old-fashioned values? The visuals are absurd. It's freaky, it makes me queasy. I love it, honestly. I wrote this in my script before I got Cole's email, but I was trying to explain the movement of the mouth. Right here, I wrote, it looks like they took the motion of real faces and put them on static images. Their teeth shrink and stretch. It looks like motion capture, but without a model that can mimic the movement. And that's exactly what it is, and I'm so smart, actually. The opening is of all of them smiling at each other as their eyes dart around the table. Sentimental music plays in the background. Which design makes you the most upset? Me personally, I gotta go with Brian. He has 2 sets of ears, no tail, and a full-blown human ass. He looks like he was cast in the unofficial Cat sequel called, you guessed it, Dogs. Wow. We get a super high-definition shot of some sort of fish dish being stabbed with a fork, followed by some very rich, creamy spaghetti being twirled. Amazing way to start this show, because I am equally mad, disgusted, and hungry looking at this. It looks delicious and nauseating. Do I crave it, or am I gonna vomit? It is an emotional illusion. I don't know how to feel. As the family talks about their appreciation for each other, these synths swell. They frame this sweet exchange as psychological horror. The way the camera sways, the music, as I already mentioned, their shifty eyes, the way the out-of-focus characters turn into static, everything about it gives off the vibe you woke up at 3:47 a.m. and accidentally left Adult Swim on the TV. It's a very specific confusion. You feel like you're hallucinating, but no, this was not made by your sleep-deprived brain. This was made by somebody else on purpose. I love that there's a brief moment where the characters are just as confused as we are.
I really, really appreciate this.
Okay.
And I'm just terrified that it's going to be gone before we know it.
You're not going to be gone that soon. Are you trying to tell us something? Am I supposed to be worried?
It's incredibly real. Vulnerability is oftentimes very uncomfortable. We're taught to stray away from it. But this scene, minus the absurdity, is just a father expressing how much he loves his family and how he wants to spend more time with them. This is the first of many parallels between the family and Ha Ha You Clowns.
Truth is, Tristan, I am scared. I'm scared of this family falling apart.
We're all passing through this life at such a fast speed, and I'm just terrified that it's going to be gone before we know it.
That's such an honest and real feeling. When you love someone and care about them that much, it's scary. Lois talks about how they should all be more grateful, and that is when we finally get Stewie chiming in.
What the hell is even that?
He's still very British, but a completely different flavor of British.
I have a long life ahead of me, and I'm afraid that once Meg and Chris eventually go off to college, we'll grow further apart.
His voice is lower and a lot less musical. His proportions, however, are exactly the same. His football head, how small his face is on this enlarged head, I had to power through that. But when my attention was drawn to his ears, I was taken out, man. Staring at his ears for a moment made me existential. It made me think about Disney's Let's Live Action Everything approach. Because this mega corporation's unoriginality gives off the same terrible feeling as staring at this non-evil Stewie's fucked up ear. Every time Stewie talks, he reminds us of his age. His dialogue can be summed up as, since I'm the youngest, I'm very concerned about insert existential concept an infant would have no knowledge of, such as his family not being here one day. But Chris assures Stewie they'll never be apart because he's taking his baby brother to college. We have my favorite cheesy family thing, which is of course laughing really hard for really long at extremely unfunny shit. This paired with Brian completely being overlooked, I was wheezing.
Well, Stewie, that's not going to happen because I've already decided that I'm taking you with me when I go to college.
I want to come.
Can I come?
I'm holding you to that.
We cut to them on their iconic lilac couch watching a nature documentary together. Meg points out the beauty of a mother's love, and Brian praises Lois for how great of a mother she is to him as well. The extra layer of comedy is, of course, knowing how the original characters are, because it is the exact opposite. As you probably know, the original, less human-looking Brian actually has a huge crush on Lois, and Meg is completely shut down and abused by her family. It's sweet this isn't the case here, because isn't this what we all want? A mother's love? Let's take a look at the comments. Nerfed the hell out of Lois? What? She loves her kids now. What could Brian be talking about? Obviously, the producers of this post live in a cave. Young male fans of The Family Guy see Lois as a hot babe. Check the Rule 34 sites. Honest. Riveting commentary from the lads as usual. Way to digest something fun and shit out the stinkiest take imaginable. I do like that everyone in the comments also noticed that there was a much nicer shut up Meg. It's a good faith bit here that they once again laugh at for an eternity.
We're missing the movie.
Oh, God, I love you guys.
At the end of the day, Lois praises Peter in a very earnest way, but the words sound so strange. I guess it's because it's so idealistic and sappy, but it's also kinda redundant. You got some special powers there, Mr. Superhero. They ramp up the weirdness every scene. Once Peter says, "I love you, Lois," we then see Stewie and Brian listening through their bedroom door, and I felt a sense of deja vu. I'll show off more similar scenes later, but back to Brian and Stewie eavesdropping on the best marriage of all time. When I saw these two brothers embrace for the first time, I jumped out of my skin. I was expecting the worst. I was really scared that at the very last second, they'd go full out classic Family Guy, shock out humor, haha, this familial relationship is weird. I thought they were like making out for a second, but no, it's just a sweet hug, and the only thing upsetting about this is the man shape of Brian. I'm body shaming, and how dare I, honestly. I will make amends. It's a me. Be honest, how many of you shit yourself? No, I kid. I'm a good boy through and through. And I am beautiful. In here. I can't do a full video looking like that. No one would watch, but the sentiment still stands. The second episode opens up with Peter trying to be deep about the weight of responsibility and the value of taking care of something by giving Chris this plant. And much like an actual teen, he's pretty snappy at first.
Yeah, it's a plant that you bought at the hardware store. I mean, what do you expect from it?
Okay, I don't expect you to understand right away.
But eventually, Papa Peter gets through to him, promising a discussion about a family vacation if he can be the sole caretaker of this fern. And how fern is that? The family in the family would have laughed at that for a solid 30 minutes. Then we have the family playing a board game together. We have some lighthearted competitive roasting, but I assure you it's all in good fun. Don't worry. When Chris wins the game right after Meg bragged that she's the best at it, she even says, "Dang it." We love banter. Peter, the Family Guy Griffin, answers the phone, and it's who else but Quagmire, bro. This episode mostly follows that phone call. Despite Quagmire being creepily in the dark and stuck in this cunty pose. This is also how I talk on the phone. It's natural and beautiful. Despite all that, he is also, thankfully, nothing like the Family Guy version. Just for the sake of spelling everything out, the Family Guy's Quagmire is a creep, a sexual predator, a truly evil person. He should run for president.
Shut the hell up, bitch.
Here, in The Family, there is nary a giggity in sight. Instead, we have, as always, true communication and connection. Quagmire thinks he's in love with a girl he met. Peter is over the moon for his friend. He's never heard him talk like this before. And when the topic of sex does come up, he's so shy about it.
I mean, this
Might be a little crass, but I'm a little worried about the bedroom.
I don't mean to be crass. I love this alternate universe. Peter, being the sweet soul he is, gives incredible advice. He talks about the different phases of a relationship and how it strengthens beyond the honeymoon phase, beyond the excitement of getting to know someone. He stares at his wife Lois as he talks about this transcendent bond. And while the comments are raging that they're no longer attracted to Lois, she doesn't care, because this Lois is in a beautiful and fulfilling relationship. They have a beautiful marriage. She doesn't care about your lack of boner. Throughout this whole conversation about investing time in different relationships, we see the characters have Shark Tank on their TV, a show about a different kind of investment. Subtle foreshadowing that the issue of money will come up in episode 3, the series finale. Episode 3 starts and we have a plant update! I know you were all on the edge of your seats wondering if Chris took good care of this plant. He did. Lois is showing Brian and Stewie all the bugs on this plant, and we get this Animal Planet-ass close-up. This is an indoor plant. How are there that many bugs? Ew. Dogs eat bugs, so it shouldn't have surprised me when Brian just stuck out his tongue and wow, look at that human mouth. Super cool. Chris even snaps at him for trying to eat his aphids.
Don't you want me to get rid of them?
No, I'm actually planning to replant it in the backyard where the aphids will attract, like, beneficial insects.
Chris is definitely the snappiest. When Meg comes in asking about the vacation they were supposed to get out of this, Chris very subtly scolds her and feels morally superior because obviously mom and dad are having money troubles. I mean, good God, have you even considered? Have you tried having empathy for once in your life, Meg? Lois goes on to say how the kids shouldn't be worried. That's their job. Huh, where have I heard that one before?
The last thing I want you guys to do is worry. That's my job.
Preston, you're not their mom. We are almost done with the last episode of The Family. After that money talk, we cut to them on vacation and they're reined in. All of them are understandably bummed out, but they once again value each other's company. They can have fun anywhere. The kids discover the mom is an incredible artist. I'm speechless. This clip gives off the same vibe as...
Oh, wow. This is incredible.
I can't believe that kid grew up to be Lois Griffin. And fun fact about the painting Lois did, it is a real painting that was auctioned off. I wish I knew about that. I love memorabilia from silly shit. When Chris takes Brian outside because he's a dog and needs to pee, we all of a sudden hear,
"This is really nice."
Hey guys, you're gonna want to come out here.
Abruptly cutting off Stewie, the music, the fear and urgency in Chris's voice, and the cut to black. Dude, the first time I watched this, my hands covered my eyes, my heart dropped all the way to my asshole. I thought the jig was up. I thought, oh my God, Brian got hit by a car, like last time.
Brian, look out!
But no, it's just a beautiful rainbow, and Chris clearly has a tone problem. He shows his emotions differently, and that's okay, because his heart is in the right place. Also, why was my husband's feelings hurt when I compared my in-laws to Eternal Family's The Family? I made sure to let him know it's not about looks at all, but they just kind of laugh at unfunny stuff, and I love that about them. And I hope they're not watching this video.
Big feelings are okay.
Haha, You Clowns is like if Full House followed 3 meathead sons instead of daughters. Full House also tends to solve problems in one episode. Big problems. DJ's eating disorder, for example, was solved just by the family saying, hey, stop that. Meanwhile, the real emotional turmoil of Haha, You Clowns is bubbling up to the surface and never fully resolved within one episode or within the whole first season. I'd argue that even with the huge setbacks and unresolved anger, it is still very wholesome because the boys are trying. I feel like the TV tropes page for this show does a good job of pointing out the boys' shortcomings, but it's a bit harsh about it. Blatant lies. Tom did not do a good job at raising his boys, as much as the boys would want him, and by extension, the audience, to believe. The boys are all dumb jocks. They all collectively panic at the slightest hint of a problem, and tend to be jerkasses towards those who aren't their father. We've never seen their behavior prior to this very new trauma, so to say he didn't raise them well feels a bit uncharitable. However, they really aren't lying in the Beware the Nice Ones section. Despite being a group of friendly himbos, they have their limits. No blatant lies there. But I think a character can be very flawed, and their effort and how much they care can still be wholesome. Before we get to their best moments, let's address the concerning behaviors. In episode 2, the boys encouraged their dad to dance on the news like the weatherman who went viral. They were enthusiastic about it, but they weren't being as pushy as the dad's coworkers. The coworkers were fully bullying him and putting him on the spot during live television. Not only that, but they were very disappointed in his dance moves. The worst thing the boys did this episode was get really frustrated at their girlfriends who were trying to teach the dad a dance. The pushiest of which is the middle child. Quite literally the pushiest.
Your shoulders, Mr. Campbell.
You look like a chicken.
All right. He's doing his best.
That pat was too strong for my liking. When their dad tripped over the boombox, they were quick to blame the girls for choosing a fast-paced song. It wasn't even that fast-paced. None of them yell, but Preston does this very exasperated, almost talking through his teeth angry voice, complete with little claps. I guess I'm just trying to understand.
Relax.
Just as the dad babies them, they also baby their dad right back. They are overcorrecting and overprotecting to the point where they are less understanding of anyone outside their family. Being more antisocial and snappier is a part of grieving no one wants to acknowledge. Luckily, they don't say anything they can't take back. No name calling, no I hate you. Even when the girls had to leave because a storm was brewing, the boys made sure to say, text us when you're home safe. This isn't to say they're in the clear. This isn't to pat them on the back too hard, like frickin' Tristan did, but I don't think they're too far gone to learn from their mistakes. It's clear they care. The creator of the show, Joe Kappa, says in an interview with Polygon, what I want the audience to understand about the boys is that they're really sweet, but they're boys and they're being influenced subtly around them. They're really into sci-fi action movies that can display a macho take on masculinity, and the way they're sometimes dismissive of their girlfriends, they're really sweet guys, but they're being influenced about how to be a man or a boy in the real world. He goes on to announce in a Reddit Ask Me Anything that we are going to learn a lot more about the girlfriends throughout the series. A real relief, because in shows centering men written by men, this dismissal often isn't an integral part of the plot or a lesson to be learned. It's just how they see women sometimes, so it's nice to hear that reassurance from the creator of Haha You Clowns that the girlfriends will take a more active role in future seasons. Right now, I just call them the girlfriends. I don't think I've heard their names. Is there any girl with a name in the series? Yeah, their dental hygienist, we'll get to it, and the neighbor, who's based on a real person. I don't talk about her at all. Her gags honestly confuse me a bit. Sean Astin of Special Agent Oso fame? The next episode was way more aggressive. Preston lost his bomber jacket. We later find out it was stolen, but for a month he didn't have it and he was raging. He bullied his elderly employee he's usually friends with, and she knows him well enough to point out the exact moment he changed and tells him straight up. He even poked her head. It was awful. This is the most painful moment of the series for me. I hated it. Preston's girlfriend also said he changed, and instead of him responding with, everything's changed, he just mutters this under his breath. You see, Casa Baja's been completely gentrified. When he finally gets his jacket back, it has a bullet hole with blood spattered on it, and they legitimately cover up the bullet hole with a patch. The perfect imagery and symbolism for how they deal with their problems. As the dad is sewing this patch, they reminisce about the significance of this jacket, and it is, of course, tied to their mom, like all things in this show are. Preston makes amends to the woman in his life he snapped at. When he was in his asshole era, he didn't straight up scream, "You're not my real mom," but he might as well have. I need to see Preston with his coworker again, because this episode needs more recovery for me personally. In episode 5, the guys threw a welcome party for their dental hygienist's new baby. The moment they heard she was in labor, they rushed to the hospital. They are so sweet to the mother and child, but they are roasting the ever-living shit out of Jeff, who is the baby's dad and the dental hygienist's husband. It's pretty jarring. They keep doing their dorky giggle, so it's clear they think it's all in good fun, but some truth is sprinkled here and there. His gambling debt for one. I have a theory on why they just fixate on bringing this guy down a peg. But the main focus of the episode is that Duncan, the youngest of the trio, is petrified holding the new child. While he's preparing food for the party, he cuts his thumb and sucks on it like a baby. He is used to being the baby, which is so off-putting given how he looks. But keep in mind, he's only supposed to be about 15 or 16. As always, this show takes it to the next level. Duncan faints as he's holding the kid, and Jeff saves his baby from falling. When Valerie, the dental hygienist, the mom of the newborn, tells Duncan this, she says,
Jeff actually stepped in and saved the day.
That wording. She is surprised. Look at how happy Jeff is to get praise and a kiss on the cheek. Yeah, these two were definitely working through a rough patch, and this lady vented to these teen boys about her husband. Everything they do, whether it's backed by genuine frustration or anger, will always be played off as a joke. The very beginning of episode 7 is the three guys performing at their grandma's nursing home. The fact that these brothers are in a singing trio together really exacerbates a lot of the problems in this dynamic. Duncan feeling overlooked, always forced to sing backup, Tristan not giving a shit, and Preston being the leader as always, taking it far too seriously. As they playfully point out ways they're pissed at each other, they giggle and look like they're about to beat the shit out of each other. Their father snaps and they're back to normal. Okay, that was a lot. I always wondered what the rest of this scene would look like if the dad didn't step in. Would they have fought and hurt each other, but it doesn't count because they're smiling and laughing? In the very first episode, they're worried about being apart to the point where they are seemingly never alone. The boys desperately crave individuality, but they're also scared of it because what if finding themselves means losing their family? It's codependency. It isn't particularly healthy. What I'm saying is they definitely need to be in therapy to unpack all their repressed anger. But what if I told you they are in therapy and they ended up giving therapy to their therapist? And I'm pretty pissed about it. Their usual therapist, Naz, is going on vacation, so this really toxic guy, Justin, was only temporary. But even in their regular sessions, I see red flags. Nothing wrong with family therapy, but these boys need individual therapy as well. Everyone always sees them as a group when it's clear they have their own individual needs. Even when they're talking about what they miss about their mom, they point out that she noticed the little things about each of them. No one else is fulfilling that role of thinking about the boys separately. This alone has an impact, but then we get to Justin of Empowerment. He starts by making a very uncomfortable, objectifying comment about their girlfriends, which makes them obviously very uncomfortable. This dude also relentlessly bullies their dad. Justin has daddy issues and he makes it everyone else's problem. Couldn't be me. He repeatedly texts all of the guys about how much their dad sucks. Justin is a real douchebag. His persistence, his over-attachment, the way he projects his own issues onto them, and how he runs his business, it's all beyond unprofessional. At the same time, the boys represent another extreme. They are so aware of what their dad is sensitive about, to the point where they feel bad expressing any disappointment. He fucks up their usual Thanksgiving meal, but his sons act like they don't care because they don't want to hurt his feelings. It's very thoughtful of them, but not maintainable long term.
Oh, so no turkey this Thanksgiving? Of course, Dad. Meatloaf sounds amazing. We can go to the store with you, Dad.
Even though it's very tense. Like, the first time I watched this episode, I thought they were going to deck Justin in the face. Instead, they teach Justin how to not let his own experience cloud his perception of all fathers. They tend to be the most patient with the people who deserve it the least. You'll see. Even though there are a lot of problems there, this show also isn't shy to point out how the family thrives compared to others. In the second episode that revolves around their dad's job as a meteorologist and his news team fixated on creating a viral moment, there is a tornado warning and he calls his boys. Everyone was making fun of the dad's twister dance move, but it isn't too funny now, huh? That was the deceased mom's rage for real. But anyway, this moment on the phone with his boys ended up getting millions of views. Inspiration porn type shit. One family they cut to is a little boy staring at the TV in awe as his parents fight behind him. Bro, that was me watching Full House when I was younger. I was like, wait a minute, Danny Tanner doesn't threaten to beat the shit out of his girls? Fascinating. I wasn't aware it could be like this.
Justin has daddy issues and he makes it everyone else's problem. Couldn't be me.
Ah, crap. Well, the important thing is we are strong, we are loved.
We are strong. We are loved. We are strong. We are loved. We are strong. We are loved.
When they were on a flight, Duncan's ears popping made him bug out. And it just goes to show how even something this small feels like the end of the world without their mom. Oh, it's like what TV Tropes was saying. It escalates, it's very dramatic, the boys are scared, the dad jumps to his feet while the fasten seatbelt sign is on, scaring the whole flight. He'd do anything for his boys. They're also very physically affectionate, so it's clear they don't fully subscribe to the stereotype of masculinity. It feels like such a small detail to point out, but it's clear they're drawing a lot of attention to it and letting it linger because we don't usually see moments like this a lot in other shows. Speaking of affectionate, what really got me good was them recreating a family photo their mom took of them at the end of episode 5. After celebrating a mother and her new child, they were sentimental over when they brought Duncan home. I'm crying. This is what crying looks like. The best moment that really captured the unnerving way this show looks and sounds is also in this episode. It's when Duncan tries to make the baby laugh by making his gums dry so he could curl his lip up and the lip sticks to the gums. Then the way his lip slowly slides back down with the exact disgusting sound that would make, it makes me cackle and cringe. It's brilliant. In episode 6, the boys are throwing their dad a surprise party. Emphasis on throwing. You'll see. And this is where we meet Papa's strange ex-fraternity. The other guys kept talking sentimentally about how the dad used to go Hulk mode. In response, the dad is stabbing the cake, clearly uncomfortable thinking about who he used to be. And he's especially mortified that his sons are about to learn about the most shameful thing from his past. One of the frat bros, Brewski, from his stupid hair, his stupid mustache, and his stupid personality reminds me of Murderface from Metalocalypse to a T. This dude takes so much pride in being blackout drunk and being thrown off roofs back in the good old days. During the reveal that their dad threw this tiny menace off a roof, it was so quiet and uncomfortable. The music even swelled up to the reveal that he landed on another student. Prior to this, the boys were laughing. When they just heard Brewski was thrown off a roof, they were like, oh, this is hilarious, because consent. He wanted to be thrown off the roof for some reason, but the moment they heard that he landed on somebody just walking by, the boys were mortified. And Brewski even tries to pressure them into throwing him. Dude's a freak, but they have integrity and they refuse.
I'm not my father.
The other frat bros vouched for their dad, saying he did a complete 180 after he met their mom. You know how I feel about the woman fixing men trope, but my headcanon is that he met her, they were casually dating, and maybe she saw his frat house and was like, ew, you live like this? And started distancing herself to the point where he made those changes himself so she can see how serious he is about his own future and their relationship. But who knows, it could be more intense than that. This show doesn't completely veer away from the uncomfortable and morally gray. All we know is that their father felt so bad after injuring that foreign exchange student and accidentally sending him to the hospital that they kept in touch throughout the years, and he learned a lot about Liang's family and culture. While their father made up for his own huge mistakes, the boys extend grace to Brewski, someone they don't owe anything to. They wrote a whole letter expressing concern over his drinking problem, which inspired him to get help. From seeing Brewski in the very beginning making fun of these boys for being easily amused to calling them a derogatory homophobic word, a lot of people have probably given up on this guy, and I don't blame them. But these teen boys, with the power of high school level plucking a definition out of the dictionary ass essay writing, changed this guy's life for the better. It is hilarious and also very, very sweet. That episode that starts with them on the verge of beating each other up in the retirement home gets so off the wall, they get a bacteria-ridden hot tub. This storyline has the most disgusting moments. I was gagging. From their voices holding onto a thread, it sounds so painful, to the close-up fish eye of all of them sweating, to them coughing blood, to the junk floating in the hot tub where they have their mouths open. It is a tough watch. It is burned into my brain. But they kept calling that first hot tub night the best night of their lives, just because they felt their brotherly bonding was on another level. The dialogue is once again adorable, but also disgusting. They are talking about how they're gonna raise their kids and are asking for advice. How could that be weird, Athena? They're choosing to focus specifically on whether to circumcise or not to circumcise. That is the question. Honestly, that conversation alone still isn't anything particularly shocking. It's that they categorize that as the best night of their lives. Wow. To the point where they were in the hospital, still so upset that their dad got rid of the hot tub.
It's a miracle you boys are even alive. I've already lost your mother. I can't go through that again with you boys. Oh, God damn it. Dad, it's gonna be okay.
The dad ended up softening the blow by showing the boys a video of them in the hot tub. This is their most recent cherished memory. And who am I to judge? Actually, someone should. They are terrible judges of character. In the 8th episode, they try to set their dad up with somebody they met in a Call of Duty lobby. As always, their hearts are in the right place, but they approach situations with absolutely no logic or survival skills. This is one of the few times we see their mom try to warn them from the great beyond. One of the more confusing episodes. I still cannot figure out what this lady's deal is, but I still gotta recommend it. Darshan from Boythrob is in this episode. It's a real treat. One of my favorite things about the writing of this show is that so many sentences have a double meaning.
Sometimes when you love something so badly, it's hard to see its flaws.
That's about the hot tub, but it's also most definitely about his sons as well.
It's just that all of our lives we were led to believe one thing, and then just like that, rugs ripped out from underneath our feet.
That was about them being promised a hot tub, but also it's clearly about how they didn't expect things to turn out this way with their mom's unexpected passing. It doesn't take a literary scholar to see this. It's very blatant, which is why them continuing to treat a single symptom each episode, as opposed to the root of the issue, gets increasingly frustrating to watch. But you're rooting for them, so you want to lean into the ignorant, happily ever after of it all as well, until the finale, which really goes to show just how big the conflict and inner turmoil is getting. The entirety of the finale of season 1 is middle child Tristan losing touch with reality. They already admit they use their humor, used loosely, to cope. Hence the name, Ha Ha You Clowns. That name can just as easily be read sarcastically. Oh, ha ha, you clowns. This is taken to a whole other level when Tristan joins an improv group. As expected, he's not very good at it, but he is committed. We see through his eyes, from a first-person perspective, that he is in these scenes. When he creates a scenario, he can see it clearly, including the imaginary leech he put on his dad to body shame him. The dad, who is usually very amused by their shenanigans, immediately notices that this is a problem. The level of escapism is making him less aware, destroying property, hurting people's feelings. All of this escalates to him killing Preston. I thought you said this was a feel-good show! Let me finish! Tristan sees his mom, she is his savior, and as she gets closer, he realizes she is actually his improv teacher, Todd. All of a sudden, he's back on stage. Everything we saw beyond the improv show was in his head. But in the improv mirror, we see Tristan begging to be let out. We see a handprint on the mirror, the same handprint we saw on the she shed in the first episode. His mom sees his pain even when he himself cannot, because he stares at his reflection, scared and trapped, and he cannot stop laughing. So, cute show, right? I mean, yes, but also, Watch the season 2 episodes air and I'm completely wrong about everything. Well, we'll see. Maybe that handprint isn't an affectionate mom. Maybe it is a very malicious poltergeist. I don't know. But back to the heart of both of these shows, even the pleasant exchanges are written in a way that feels so alien, so uncanny and uncomfortable. And with how common it is for humans to get in our own way and overthink basic communication, you'd think pleasant exchanges like this actually were otherworldly. I'm gonna show you my favorite TikTok of all time. Are you ready?
It's the Statue of Liberty.
Yeah?
I'm about to shit my pants.
What do you mean?
I no joke, cried hearing this family laugh. A group of people you love the most bursting into laughter together, it's the best feeling in the world. And somehow there are comments mocking this video. The most perfect video on the internet has haters. Respectfully, how could you possibly mean that respectfully? I think mixing this slice of life sitcom feel with equal parts love and suspense is stupendous. And I think it's really refreshing to focus on a small cast of characters dealing with something personal as opposed to making a more broad critique of society, because often the best way to criticize something that big is to make it personal. Both Haha You Clowns and The Family reach against toxic masculinity in a way that doesn't feel like it's scolding anyone. It's just leading the way. I think shows like this are needed in a world that is so quick to tear others down, especially seeing somebody else have fun. There are just people that are like, how can I destroy the hope and joy they feel? These shows are fun, they're well done, and I want more of them. What do you think? I find it interesting how Bob's Burgers would be closer to this trope if they stuck with their original premise. The cannibal angle may have been a little too dark for looks gross out is actually wholesome, and some would even argue that the style still looks gross, but Bob's Burgers art is meant to grow on you. This is never gonna grow on you. I hope not. As always, if you enjoyed, be sure to subscribe and like the video and hype the video. I still don't know what that does. And also, I'm gonna need you to have a great day. I do demand it after all. Bye!
At the Annecy Film Festival, it was expected that if we were to be getting any new Adventure Time news, it would be the announcement of Fiona and Cake Season 3, as it has yet to be greenlit. A lot of people had already come to the conclusion that it wouldn't be coming due to Fiona and Cake Season 2 not doing as well as and or not being as good as Season 1, but they were also believing this to be the case even more so because the time it took for Season 2 to be announced after Season 1's release was only 3 months, and now despite 8 months passing since Season 2 ended, we have not gotten a Season 3 announcement. It's understandable that people would think this, but Fiona and Cake was actually originally only meant to be 1 season, and after the creators saw how well the series was received, they only then decided to do more. And also, regardless, it still took over 2 years to be made. The quick announcement of Season 2 was only because of the quick success of Season 1. Season 2 didn't have this, and so for it to be greenlit would of course take longer. And whilst it is still possible that it could be greenlit, I actually think that we won't be getting this 3rd season. Not because of how Season 2 was received, but because it was actually the writer's plan all along. Fiona and Cake Season 2 ended with a cliffhanger with Marceline's dad Hudson Abadir appearing in Fiona World and introducing himself to Marshall Lee. This instantly led to the belief that Season 3 would be coming and would probably be centering around the Nightosphere and demon lore, and potentially, but more than likely, through that, Marceline as well. But now, instead of Fiona and Cake Season 3 being announced, a new Adventure Time series is coming out that will be directly about Marceline and Bubblegum. That will follow them as they go on adventures across the farthest reaches of Ooo, whilst encountering familiar faces and new dangers. Also, 2 actors have been revealed to be playing the parts of Marceline's friends from the Nightosphere. All of this makes it seem like this series could be following and or involved with the ending of Fiona and Cake. And now the showrunner of Adventure Time, Fiona and Cake, and now this new series, Bubblegum and Marceline, also stated, continuing in the spirit of Fiona and Cake, I'm excited that the next Adventure Time series will feature 2 more of my favorite characters, Bubblegum and Marceline. It's been a fantastic opportunity to revisit old friends and build onto the world of Adventure Time. Him saying this really makes it seem like Fiona and Cake is officially over, and that this new series is replacing it, but also that it could still be continuing its story in a way. If that is the case, then this new series technically is Fiona and Cake Season 3, just probably now without Fiona and Cake. It seems those 2 story is officially over, even even if they do make a cameo of sorts in this new series. If so, their ending is honestly pretty good. Them seemingly getting their own version of the Land of Ooo to explore and experience adventures and canon events within, it's a relatively good spot to end things. But anyways, let me know what you think the ending of Fiona and Cake Season 2 will actually be a part of Bubblegum and Marceline in the comments down below. As with that said, that is going to be the end of the video, so consider dropping a like and subscribing to the channel, and I'll see y'all in the next one, whenever that is.
Adventure Time might just be the most iconic and greatest show of the 2010s, with a massive story spanning from before time began to thousands of years past modern day. But when did you stop watching? When Finn and Jake obtained the all-powerful Enchiridion from Mount Cragdor? When Ricardio left the Ice King's chest? When they met Billy and fought the Lich? Marceline's song about her
Hey Nintendo, what's going on with
Amiibo!
And I'm not talking about the fact that there's over 900 of them, each with their own little NFC reader chip inside that interacts with your console, and yet somehow they pretty much all mostly do nothing. No, I'm talking about the fact that you, Nintendo, you accidentally created what is one of the coolest gaming concepts of all time, and then never fully figured out what to do with it. Because when these amiibos were revealed back in 2014, my brain immediately went somewhere very different than when Nintendo ended up taking them. Because somehow, 12 years later, we've ended up here with $30 amiibo that looked like they were made in a wax museum during a gas leak. Yeah, which spaghetti-head amiibo are you buying next, Grace or Diana? I mean, either way, slap some Alfredo on those noodles and pour me a glass of 35-year-old wine, because I'm about to complain about some plastic toys for the next 20 minutes.
Looks like you caught me playing with my toys.
Amiibos were revealed at E3 2014 alongside Smash Bros. Wii U, and I distinctly remember hearing these words.
When you touch these Amiibo to the Wii U gamepad controller, you will see these characters come to life in your games in many different ways.
My, at that point, 24-year-old brain exploded with possibilities. I feel like a lot of us had the same thought back then, that Nintendo might do some kind of big Nintendo Universe game using all of these amiibo. It made even more sense because a couple years before that, Skylanders had released, and it was already seeing massive success. And I know Nintendo saw that success, and I know that because they even made Amiibo and Skylander crossover figures. So don't tell me it wasn't possible. And yes, look, I agree with what you guys are saying right now in the comments. This is probably one of the best videos I've ever made. And also, yes, my fit is fire. I understand those things, but it doesn't change the fact that this video is sponsored by Fabletics, which could explain why my fit is fire. You might have noticed in a lot of my videos recently, I've just been dressing better. And that is legitimately because a couple of months ago, I started working with Fabletics and I fell in love with them. Cut to these pants. I put these on to just try them on the other day, and then I ended up wearing them to New York. You can kind of see in my friend Jerry's YouTube short, me in the background wearing this exact outfit. I feel like I'm dressing nice without really having to think about it. And all that to say, this isn't the only outfit I've been wearing from them. In fact, a couple months ago, they did send me a full denim outfit, and I ranted and raved about that because I felt like a rock star. Also to the gym, or I went for a run the other day. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. The other thing I really like is that Fabletics focuses on functionality too, because you've got moisture wicking fabric, stretchy materials, tons of pocket options. Everything feels built to actually be worn and used instead of just looking good in a photo. But also, they look good in a photo. The other thing I really like is the fit of their t-shirts. This is what I raved about last time. If you've never tried them before and you click the link in my description and use my link, New VIP VIP members will get 70 to 80% off. They also have pants starting at $19, shorts starting at $10, and tees for as low as $7 for VIP members. Thanks Fabletics for sponsoring this video. I'll leave links down below. Now let's get back to this very good video where I'm talking about amiibos. Oh, I can't wait. Okay, let me paint you a word picture. I don't know what my editor's gonna do here. Imagine some big Nintendo Dimensions game where you tap in Samus and you unlock the space world and you get to fly around in her ship, and then maybe you tap in Luigi and you spawn in a creepy old mansion and you can land your ship in front of the mansion and then tap in Kirby and just start inhaling all of the ghosts because the only way Kirby solves any problem is by eating it. Just the more amiibo you buy and the more you scan into your game, the bigger the world becomes. And I know that feels like such a pipe dream now. I remember hunting down those silver and gold Marios like they were real silver and gold. Like it was actual Nintendo treasure to me. You know, people were lining up in front of Targets at 7 a.m. before they open, rushing in and running straight to the back of the electronics department to try and get the gold Mario before someone's grandma does. And that was me. That's my story. I remember doing that. I remember lining up at the Target. You might think I was silly to run to the back of the store, but they only had 10 of those suckers. And if you didn't get one, good luck. You had to deal with scalpers online selling them for upwards of $100. Up there, above the top of my game room, I have amiibos that I have been collecting legitimately since 2014. If you look around my game room, you'll probably find an amiibo hiding on every shelf and every corner. And then finally, if you're wondering where all the Zelda ones are, they're over in Zelda Corner, my all-time favorites, because it's quite literally just Zelda figures. Believe it or not, I don't consider myself an amiibo collector. I say that with that many amiibos behind me. We've got the 2 Link amiibos. I'm still looking for Sheik, and Zelda I'm gonna pick up. But what you have to understand is that back then, a lot of us thought that we were collecting something that was gonna become even bigger over time. Like we wanted to have every single one for whatever it was that Nintendo was building towards. Because Nintendo had to be building towards something. I mean, they just had to be. Right? But as we know now, none of that ended up happening. And I believe it's because Nintendo only really had one idea for Amiibo from the beginning, and that was Smash, which made an unbelievable amount of sense at the time. I mean, all the way back even to Nintendo 64 with the first Smash Brothers, the opening cutscene was a toy of Mario coming to life to fight other Nintendo toys. I mean, even in Melee, you could collect hundreds of these trophies, which looked just like Amiibos. And I spent hours as a kid trying to find all of these and then just staring at them and spinning them around and looking at them, which, you know, maybe you consider that to be a waste of time, but I was a kid and we did weird things. Plus, I couldn't afford another game anyway. It was 2001. I just spent all my spare pocket money on Lego Bionicles. So Nintendo taking that concept and turning it into real-life collectible Nintendo figures that you could then scan back into your games and play with them is honestly a brilliant idea. The only issue is, it was the only idea. I will say though, before we move too far along, that even back then when they were revealed, some people did have some immediate issues. Primarily in the reveal trailer, they noted that some of them looked a little cheap and rushed, specifically Link and Moth. But you know what's even funnier than that? They were complaining about this Link. This Link in the reveal trailer. We got an even worse version when it actually came to retail that didn't look like the reveal that people were already complaining about. And there was this giant yellow ugly support stand added, which looked very cheap. Why is it yellow? Did he pee? On this original E3 reveal trailer, Nintendo have turned off the comments. People were nicer 11 years ago. That must have been rough. But for whatever reason, they haven't turned the comments comments off of the trailer that followed, which was the full set of 12 original Amiibo trailer. Those comments are very much still on. As you can expect, there were people complaining, like this guy who said that $12.99 for each Amiibo seemed a little steep, which is hilarious now that we know we're currently living in the $50 Kirby Air Rider timeline. Also, there was this guy just gooning ahead of his time. So Smash Brothers Wii U and Amiibo, I mean, they went together like peanut butter and jelly. But as we moved on from that era, Nintendo entered a new stage with the Amiibos that I like to call the just scan it in to a game and hopefully something will happen era. They just started shoving Amiibo compatibility into any game they could, or object in some cases. The Wolf Link Amiibo summoned an actual AI wolf into your game to fight for you. In Mario Maker, any Amiibo you scanned in would unlock a costume for Mario that represented that character in 8-bit, which is actually really cool. The Splatoon Amiibo unlocked hidden concerts that you could only see with the Amiibo. Breath of the Wild turned the concept of Amiibos into just daily loot boxes. Then in Metroid Dread, they made it so the Metroid Amiibos would lower the difficulty. They would give you extra health tanks or missiles. So I refused to use them because it felt like cheating. And the Cloud and Sephiroth Amiibos do absolutely nothing in Final Fantasy VII Remake because it has no Amiibo support, despite there being 2 Amiibos. And then somehow Nintendo made a cereal box into an Amiibo.
Actually, while we're here, do they have the Mario Amiibo cereal?
Every store I've checked, and by checked I mean one.
Oh, the one store you checked?
The one, and it was out. I cannot believe people are scalping that.
I'm not kidding. This entire cereal box is an Amiibo. This Amiibo expired October 27, 2018. It's stale.
I wasn't planning on saying anything right now because I'm filming B-roll. I never really thought to myself what the cereal box did. They went through all the trouble of making a cereal box Amiibo. And in the game that it is supported in, all you get is a couple coins when you scan it in. I already have 4,069. That's like the point of this video. They went through all of this trouble. It's such a fun idea for a couple of coins.
None of that might feel like revolutionary uses for the toys, but to be fair, anytime Nintendo did try to make an Amiibo use a bit more meaningful, it usually blew up in their face. Like locking Sky Fast Travel in Skyward Sword HD behind the wing loft. Wing loft? Soft loft. Soft loft. Loft wing. Soft wing? Loft wing. Like locking fast travel in Skyward Sword HD behind the Loft Wing Amiibo. Skyward Sword was known notoriously for having a ton of backtracking. So in this HD re-release of the game, Nintendo said, sure, we fixed that if you give us $25 more. And then somehow, Metroid Prime 4 managed to be even weirder than that. Because while you're playing the game in its natural vanilla state, you might notice the eerie silence of nothing that happens out in the desert areas, which is pretty bizarre for a series or video game that is known for its incredible soundtrack and awesome music. Unless, Nintendo said, unless you scan the new Samus Amiibo into the game, which will unlock the radio, adding the music back into the game. And that really rubbed me the wrong way, because it didn't feel like, here's a nice bonus feature. It felt more like, we've removed part of this game so that our Amiibo can have a purpose. They could have at least made it so that any of the previous Metroid Amiibos would do the same thing. That feels like a spit in the face to longtime Metroid fans and collectors that have been supporting this relatively underperforming series over the years, and making it so they didn't have to buy yet another Samus Amiibo just to hear music in the desert. If this doesn't scream, we still have no idea what to do with Amiibos, I don't know what does. All of these different approaches to amiibo functionality felt like Nintendo experimenting in real time, trying to figure out what they were supposed to do with amiibos outside of Smash Brothers. There was only ever one time, I would say, that Nintendo truly attempted a full Toys to Life vision for amiibos. And unfortunately, it was Animal Crossing Amiibo Festival. And I genuinely think that this game scared Nintendo away from ever trying it again. This thing flopped so incredibly hard. Almost immediately after release, I saw this in bargain bins and below fives and in dumpsters out the back of an EB Games. If you haven't played it, here's how it worked. Up to 4 players, each one needed an amiibo to play. Like, you physically needed to have an amiibo to play a character in the game. The game was like Mario Party, without the mini games. So just the board game element. And for the most part, the experience was extremely passive. It kind of just played itself. You rolled the dice and watched things happen. This was the closest Nintendo ever came to fully committing to the Toys to Life idea with Amiibo, and it bombed. But then, from the ashes, in 2018 came Smash Brothers Ultimate. Amiibos were saved. 80 characters, huge reveals, DLC, gaming icons. I mean, this was where Amiibos could finally thrive again, because now Amiibos weren't forcing functionality into a place where it didn't really fit. It was back home doing exactly what they were designed to do.
My girl Peach is in. I don't have one of those.
Go get your mom and get one so you can get in.
Nintendo was really trying to make it seem like you needed an Amiibo to play this game. Also, yes, I feel obligated to mention that is Steve from Stranger Things.
How many children are you friends with?
What's the matter, Mario? It's too much for you?
They became a collectible celebration of each one of these characters that you could scan into the game, and you could fight them, you could train them, and you could watch them come to life. This whole period of Smash Brothers Ultimate was the Amiibo golden age. As bizarre and cool and shocking as it was to see these third-party characters across all of gaming's greatest video games enter into the world of Smash, it was even more crazy to see them become a Nintendo toy. Like, what do you mean we have a Sephiroth Amiibo? All the way from 2018 to 2024, when the final Smash Brothers Ultimate Amiibo released with Sora. Which, that's the craziest one, actually. They have the Sora Amiibo.
I've been looking for this guy for weeks. This is the first time I've actually seen it in person.
And it might never get better than that. And that brings us to 2025. Now we're in the latest modern era of Nintendo, and consequently for this video, Amiibos. I mean, they wrapped up all of those Smash Amiibos, so truly, what is next for Amiibo? Well, apparently anything. All of a sudden, we get random Street Fighter Amiibos. We have Resident Evil, Pragmata. I mean, Street Fighter and Resident Evil, like, I guess I get, but Pragmata, I mean, the game was sick, but that's a brand new IP. And you're just giving it an Amiibo now? Also, this is a side tangent, but I swear, Capcom has some sort of blood pact with Nintendo when it comes to these Amiibos. We have so many Monster Hunter Amiibos. Mega Man got a gold guy. And now all of these, Street Fighter, Pragmata, Resident Evil. And no, I'm not going to mention that one random Shovel Knight Amiibo because it doesn't fit my Capcom narrative. But as much as I like this new Wild West of Amiibo and not knowing what's coming next, it's also left the entire concept feeling a bit soulless for me, because now we have these $30 collectible figures that don't really do anything still, and half of them don't even look good. Diana doesn't look like Diana. Leon looks chopped, and Everybody's hair looks like it's made out of overcooked pasta. And the worst part is the functionality after 12 years has not evolved or changed at all. We're still doing the same tired thing of just scan this amiibo in and get a little cosmetic thingy. These things aren't meaningfully expanding the experience of the games that they come from. They're not changing the gameplay in any sort of interesting way. And at this point, they aren't even releasing alongside the games anymore. I mean, the Resident Evil amiibos come out a full 2 months after the game release. I've already finished the game, good sir. A succulent Chinese meal. I don't know why I was becoming that guy.
A succulent Chinese meal.
So they're failing at being gameplay expansions. They're also failing at being nice-looking collectibles, all the while still charging you a luxury collectible price. $30 for a tiny toy that barely functions and sometimes doesn't even look like the thing it's supposed to look like. And the Street Fighter amiibos might be the funniest example of all of this because they cost, are you ready? And I'm not gonna make you wait for it. Here it comes. $40. That's right. I said 40. Huh? Weren't these things like $12 once? I love Street Fighter as much as the next guy, but I just can't help but feel like this is such an incredibly niche case of amiibo. Because you need to, at launch, buy a Nintendo Switch 2 console. You have to buy a full-priced Switch 2 version of Street Fighter, and then upwards of $160. Succulent Chinese meal?
A succulent Chinese meal?
Get your hand off my penis! I'm getting angry.
Get your hand off my penis!
And what is it that these amiibos do in the game, you might be asking? Well, I Googled it, because I didn't know, because I didn't buy them, because they were $40. And Google said they provide exclusive in-game rewards, including a device wallpaper and a camera frame. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought that said $40. Clearly, I'm having a stroke. Because there's no way. No way. All right, I'm being a little dramatic. The amiibos were really nice quality. They didn't look bad like the Resident Evil ones do, and they were quite large as well. So I guess I get what they were going for with the price, but again, it's so niche that there's no way anybody was going to buy them. And I know that I'm not wrong in that, because they're literally $5 at Best Buy right now. The vibe with amiibo is more like, now just wait a month and see if GameStop throws them out. I mean, it's not a thriving Toys to Life ecosystem anymore. It's a bargain bin dumpster dive late on a Saturday night. Weirdly enough, though, I do have to say that the Kirby Air Rider amiibos might genuinely be the most interesting thing that Nintendo has done with this product in years. Because for once, it wasn't just scan this guy in, you'll get a fish. They actually actively changed the gameplay. The whole gimmick of Air Riders is swapping riders and machines around. So Sakurai created the first modular interchangeable amiibo. You can physically, in real life, remove Kirby from his Warp Star and place him on any other machine. And when I say any other machine, I mean the one other machine that's available. But this is the kind of evolution I have wanted with amiibo since 2014. And the figures themselves are actually really nice. They're much larger than the standard amiibo. The sculpt quality is great. The finish is great. The molds are detailed. It actually feels really premium for once. So what's the problem? You might be asking. They're $50! 55-0. We're such a long stone's throw away from the day of $12 amiibos. And it's not like the original amiibos either, are they? Where it's just one amiibo is a standalone product. This, you kind of have to buy too. So all of a sudden, to get the full Kirby Air Riders experience, now you're up to $170. And that's before any more of these interchangeable Air Rider amiibos come out. You start looking at $200, $300, $400. But I'm not complaining for me. I don't even like the game. I'm complaining for the kids that will never, ever get a chance to do that. Because there is no real world obtainable situation where a kid is getting the full Kirby Air Riders experience. And that's before, by the way, the next 2 Kirby Air Rider amiibos come out 7 months after the game's original release, by the way, and this one is $55 now. I mean, honestly, I wish this guy could see that. He'd have a heart attack. So where does that leave us? With Nintendo still not really knowing what to do with amiibos after making 955 of them. Some of them incredible, some terrible, some genuinely creative, and some that look like they were left on a hot car's dashboard for 6 months. I mean, most of mine are just hanging up here above me as I make this video. They're all just lined up in their boxes unopened, which I think says pretty much everything it needs to. Somewhere along the way, Amiibo stopped feeling like toys that unlocked these new worlds and started feeling more like an expensive shelf decoration. And I think that's why so many people like myself have still, to this day, a weird meant something beyond just filling a spot on a shelf. And for a little while there, I mean, it really felt like Nintendo was building towards that. I still think about how exciting those early days of Amiibos were. I genuinely believed these moments were all leading towards something bigger. And the most frustrating part is I still believe that they could, because Nintendo quite literally have all of the pieces sitting right there. Mario, Zelda, Star Fox, Fire Emblem, Splatoon, Metroid, Pikmin, that one Shovel Knight amiibo. Hundreds and hundreds of characters and worlds all sitting right there just waiting to be connected together. And every once in a while, I get reminded of how cool amiibos are and can be. The modular Kirby Air Riders amiibo, the Universal Studios wristbands, which are actually technically amiibos that work in real life around the Super Nintendo World Park, the My Mario wooden baby blocks that also work as amiibos on Switch 2, even old stale cereal boxes. There are little glimmers and hints to Nintendo remembering what made amiibo exciting in the first place. And maybe that's why I still care about these dumb little toys 12 years later, because the magic of possibilities with them, it's still there. So Nintendo, if you ever do decide to release some big Nintendo Amiibo universe game that connects everything together, you know where I'll be, lining up in front of Target, 7 a.m., getting ready to push my way past any grandma who thinks she's getting my gold Diablo 3 Loot Goblin before me. There actually isn't a gold one, but they did make that. It was $12, and now it's $50. I found out about it while making this video, so I bought one from GameStop. It's gonna be here in 2 days. I don't know why I am the way that I am. Well, here it is. I had no idea this existed until I made the video. I don't know what made me buy it, but the GameStop website did say it came in box, and that was a lie. But thankfully, it was only $50, so I don't know, whatever. I'm just gonna put it here with my other amiibos, and then, I don't know, forget that I have it, and probably never see it ever again. I gotta tell you, I don't know if I've ever walked away from a Direct and thought both these two things at once. One, that was kind of mid and not anywhere near what I expected from a Direct at this point. And two, that was probably the greatest Direct I've ever seen, purely for the end of it. I'm literally gonna cry. I am tingle. I am tingle. My body is tingling. And yeah, it was ruined. It was leaked months ago. We all knew it was coming. It wasn't any big surprise. Ocarina of Time remake, but it was still just so satisfying to see. So immediately we dive into this fully voiceover narrated intro on this gorgeous tapestry, and all of this is new. This is Telltale. This is a sign that's telling us this might be Ocarina of Time again, but it's reimagined. It has new beats. It has new life. Oh my God. The way that it dissolves from that tapestry cartoony Link into this realistic looking young boy Link in the Unreal Engine 5 style of Zelda game that we've been teased by YouTube for the last 10 years. This is giving larger than Nintendo. This is giving larger than Zelda. It's hard to put it to words, and maybe it's just my ineffable excitement. I don't know if that's the word I was looking for. I went on a large rant about this. If you want to go watch it, maybe I can post it as its own thing, because I had so many thoughts that I cannot squeeze into a reaction video right now. I will say that I am a little disappointed we didn't see more for a game that's apparently coming 2026, and in a direct that really didn't give us that much from Nintendo. And I would even say what we did get from Nintendo, nothing really truly looked next gen. Monolith's Xenoblade game, the new Genesis game, we'll get to it, but it looked good. It looked really good, but I don't think anything came even close to the visual style and polish of Mario Kart World, Donkey Kong Bonanza. Like, those games felt like next gen Nintendo. We didn't get any of that until this, and we didn't get to see Hyrule, we didn't get to see a location or a kingdom or any other characters. For such a little snippet, it was disappointing, but the way that my brain can imagine what it looks like is what's exciting here. So the Switch 2 has been out for a whole year already, which is actually when things start getting pretty exciting, because a lot of these third-party companies are starting to ship their really cool accessories. And you know that I love accessories. This is from Belkin. To begin with, we have this really nice quality Switch bag. Not only does it have a ton of space and pockets to keep things like the Belkin battery, which we're gonna get to in a second, phone in here, you can keep your wallet, but of course, your Switch 2. And here we have the Belkin Gaming Charging Grip. This thing is great for a lot of reasons. One, it's completely modular, meaning you can take the Joy-Cons off and the grips stay attached. It's slim fitting, which means it's totally dockable. It's really comfortable, but the coolest feature of it all, take this Belkin battery, snap it to the back, clip it in, and then as Nintendo used to say, you're quite literally playing with power. And with the Switch 2 having the battery life that it has, and so bless you, I can't tell you the rush that I feel when I know that my console is charging itself essentially while I play. Why won't you talk when I hand this thing to you? There you go. Yeah. It's clean, simple, and doesn't feel bulky. And the best part is you can get the charging grip in this really nice olive color, as well as this lilac color. And then you can also, of course, get the bags to match. Belkin's been making tech accessories for over 40 years, and you can tell these were designed by people who actually understand what gamers want out of comfort, portability, battery life. This bag is just super stylish. You can wear it on your front, you can wear it on your back, and you're good to go. There'll be links down below if you want to grab either the bag or the charging grip. I'm gonna get back to the video, because leading up to this, I had theories of what Nintendo were going to do with a remake. I thought it was possible they could do like a Metroid Prime Remastered type thing, where it's the same game beat by beat, but a fully remade from the ground up, new assets, new textures. Because end of the day, this is the greatest game ever made. Ocarina is the greatest game ever made. I truly believe that. That's really hard to beat. Like, it's hard to beat the best. Even when Nintendo's doing it, it's hard to beat the best. So I thought, hey, maybe if you just remade it from the ground up, but made it look better, you'd have the same game. You could fix the controls, maybe tweak the water tempo. But end of the day, and the more I think about that, that's still underwhelming. I mean, that's kind of what the 3DS one was. It doesn't look as good now, but it was the same game. How many times are we going to play the same game? So this idea of reimagining it and remaking it. Think about the first time you ever stepped out into Hyrule Field on the Nintendo 64 and Ocarina of Time, and you instantly realized what you were in for. You know, that giant world to you at the time, the mystery, the intrigue, the not knowing, like, what's that giant mountain over there? What's behind the castle gate? All of that was exciting 20 years ago. Now, if you have that same game, but it might look gorgeous, but you know, it takes like 60 seconds to walk from the edge of the Kakariko village to the gates of the castle. Like, it's not actually a big game, and then everything's behind a load screen. They really have to open it up and make us feel like we're stepping into a magical, mystical world again. And to do that, you need to retell the story, and you need to make it grander, and you need to make it bigger than ever before. Bigger, better, more beautiful, more things to to do, things crammed in, but at its core, at its heart, you're retelling the same story with the same characters. Very similar to what the Final Fantasy VII remakes have tried to do, but in one game and not split across like 3 different games. Also, I'm all over the place. This also leads perfectly into getting a Majora's Mask remake, because back on the 64, it was the same engine and the same Link, just retold in this whole new game, and you could do that again. Unbelievable how excited I am. So yeah, I thought about this when I was watching it, and I didn't know if I was remembering correctly, but he has the whole Triforce on his hand in this scene. I remember him only having a piece of the Triforce. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I don't remember him having it at the very start of the game. Definitely taking some liberties, some changes here, or maybe this is just for the trailer, or maybe this is him sleeping at another point in the game and it's not actually the intro scene of the game. I don't know. Either way, it's definitely conveying that message. But I will say that this leads in to just the most epic and exciting Zelda title card. It's like a movie. Oh, it's unbelievable. The orchestral bum 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 and everything. It feels like we're about to get a look at the Zelda movie, not the Zelda game. Like, again, I keep talking about a next-gen Nintendo experience and larger than life and bigger and better. Nintendo has the mentality here. Like, I know we're only seeing a title screen, a logo, and Link in a bed and some tapestry, but all of it is painting this picture of a game unlike anything Nintendo has given us before, which is only fitting when you're remaking the best game ever made. The way that it doesn't say remake, remastered, it doesn't say anything. It's just, this is The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. I knew we already knew about it, so the wind was taking a bit out of the sails. I would definitely be pissing and pooping my pants right now if I didn't know about this. I've had time to accept this, and I was just waiting to see it. However it'll come together, however it actually looks, the assignment has been understood. We're going to go into the rest of the Direct and some of my favorite things, but it definitely saved the Direct for me. So let's go through the entire Direct now. We started with Rhythm Heaven, which we already knew about and we'd already seen, and it was this pretty lengthy explanation on how it works. And spoiler alert, how it works is you just kind of press a button in time with music. Doesn't really need a big explanation. So this was a pretty big handbrake for me right at the start of the event. Not what I expected to start. I'm gonna be straight up. We already knew about this one. But if we hadn't known about it up until now, sure, that would be a bit more exciting. But we spent like 50 seconds just on this frog screen. 2, 3, now. All right, this sucks. Come on, hurry up. Hurry up. Then we dived into some really big third-party announcements. And I think outside of Ocarina of Time and maybe 1 or 2 other Nintendo things, what this Direct really gave us was some great third-party drops. I am so happy that the Switch 2 is getting this support. It's so cool to see these things coming over. I mean, Onimusha is a brand new game, so this isn't even like a late port. This isn't something that came out a year ago and we've already played somewhere else. This is coming with the game coming out. Then we move into some things that have released before, but like me, you might not have played them. Dragon's Dogma 2. I don't know why I didn't expect this port since Dragon Dogma 1 is on Switch 1. Then it moves into Stellar Blade. I had heard rumors of this. I didn't know what to make of them though, because this is a Sony franchise and property. And I know we got the Lego Horizons game on Switch 2. I just wasn't sure if this would happen. I really enjoy this game. I fully completed it even with the Nier Automata DLC, so I don't really need to play it again, but I'm happy more people will get a chance to. Another look at Orbitals, which, you know, September 3rd for a release date. I think that's a release date drop, which we definitely needed. Excited for that game. Rayman Legends, we already found out about in a previous event, but if you only watch the Nintendo events, this could have been really exciting news. I will say that apparently it has 4K, 60 FPS, and ray tracing, so it looks like a gorgeous port on the system, one of the prettiest ones we've seen. There was a couple more things that we don't really need to talk about. Pocopia DLC. This was my first big pop in this event. I was excited to see this. I've heard rumors of more lands coming. There was data mine of like 5 new lands. This adds an ability to go underwater and build underwater. I saw so many people trying to build underwater and doing tricks to not drown while building these enclosed aquariums and stuff. So this is really cool. And those people probably are a little annoyed that they were ahead of the game when it wasn't so easy to do it. But you can build a whole underwater town, and your Pokemon, your water Pokemon can join you down there. And that is a free update, which is really nice. Pokopia is doing what Animal Crossing should have done, and that's a big expansion pass with constant updates, new areas, new stuff, new things to do. It's adding in this new bubbly basin, which comes with a whole new town. Then there's new features coming in Part 2, and another new town in Part 3. Really exciting, and I can't wait to literally dive back into the game. Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave. I am very excited for this. I believe this is our first real good look at how this game's going to play out and the characters in this game. I'm super excited. I loved Three Houses, and I really felt like Engage took a weird left turn for me. I didn't like the art direction and the gameplay direction and the story direction of Engage, especially after coming from Fire Emblem Three Houses, which felt a lot more like Persona mixed with Fire Emblem. Was a lot more grounded, a lot more gritty, and a lot more, I like the story more. This game looks to be even more grounded, even more what I loved from Three Houses. I am honestly very excited for this Fire Emblem, and I think it's going to be my favorite Fire Emblem. It has to top Three Houses, but I believe that it can do it. The next game threw me through a loop because I actually kind of liked Ninjala on Switch 1. I felt like it was a little bit of a hidden gem. It was a free-to-play battle game in a small arena, and the gameplay was legitimately pretty fun. They're doing Ninjala 2. This is a Switch exclusive. This one's for Switch 2, and they've gone open world, and you can invite 4 people. It's kind of given like Genshin Impact. I don't know if it's free. I assume that it's free. Like the last one, they didn't say. And while the character designs are really good, I felt some of the screenshots of the world was abysmal. Like honestly, just horrifically bad. I mean, look at this screenshot. You have these blurry, low resolution rocks, the horrible grass textures down here. That's honestly giving Sonic Frontiers Switch 1 port, which was bad. Awful draw distances, muted colors. It looks like it's trying to borrow from Breath of the Wild, but it did it wrong. I don't know why everything's so dull. For a game that's designed and built ground up for Switch 2 should really be utilizing the Switch 2's power, and it doesn't look like anything next gen. You compare it to Breath of the Wild or any like Switch 1 game, it looks worse than that. So I don't know what we're doing here with games like this. I don't know why. It's just a really bad look. Here we are trying to convince the non-Nintendo believers and the people that look down on us for playing Switch that the Switch 2 is powerful. It can do games like Resident Evil 9, and we have gorgeous games like Donkey Kong Bonanza, and then you see a brand new 2026 June 9th Direct, and we have this Switch 2 exclusive game. I don't know. I know I'm being really harsh on it. I don't feel like too harsh, but maybe too harsh. I just feel like we need to be doing better at this point. We need to be putting a better foot forward at this point, and we can't be showing stuff like this at a Nintendo Direct next to State of Plays and Xbox Showcase and Summer Game Fest. This can't be what Nintendo is bringing. And I know this was made by Gung Ho, not Nintendo, but it's a Switch 2 exclusive game. People aren't going to care about that. They're just going to look at this and they're going to go, yeah, yep, that's why I play PC games. They added some limited time fun stuff into Donkey Kong Bonanza. I wish it wasn't limited, but it is just a little goofy like asset swap, so it's nothing like really to write home about. And then the Super Nintendo Online and even the Donkey Kong Bonanza game are getting like this NES remix treatment of little challenges that you can complete. And I think they're free as long as you have the game. But I don't know. You get cool cards. Then we get a Jujutsu Kaisen Vampire Hunters. We go back into some more big ports. Unfortunately, a lot of these big ports looked very samey. Lords of the Fallen 2 looks a lot like Dragon's Dogma 2. It looks a lot like the upcoming Dusk Bloods. It looks a little bit like Onimusha. Like a lot of these games are blending together a little bit, and then straight into another one that again looks very samey with Lies of P. However, I will go to bat for Lies of P. It is another Souls-like game. I know there's a lot of those. I legitimately had more fun playing this Souls-like than any other Souls-like other than maybe Elden Ring. Because Elden Ring, I loved the open world. Lies of P is linear again, but it's so fun. It's a bit more forgiving, but the combat, I think, is a lot more hack and slashy and fast-paced. I just really liked it, and I like that it's Pinocchio. The story's really good. The art style is really good. I think this game was up for art direction of the year at the Game of the Year Awards, and I could have seen it winning, honestly. I know a lot of you know this about me. I know I rant and rave about Nintendo a lot, but Devil May Cry is one of my favorite franchises of all time. It's in my top 5. Devil May Cry 1, 2, and 3. And 4 are all on Switch if you want to get caught up. I don't think you necessarily need to, but it would be good if you did before you played 5. And 5, I do believe, is the best one. I mean, it's so good. They really polished it up. I loved the music in it, the art style in it, the new character they added. Everything about this game kind of brings everything Devil May Cry together in a really cool way, highlights all the characters and their personalities in the best way. Crazy fun game. Love these games. Then Monolith shows up. So a big question was, what Xenoblade game are we going to get a definitive edition of? The answer was all 3 of them. Xenoblade 1, 2, and 3 are not only all getting definitive editions with these 4K higher resolutions and textures and everything, they're each all also getting extra content added in. I know people think I hate Xenoblade. I don't. I just don't like Xenoblade 2. But 1 and 3 are some of my favorite JRPGs of all time. I finished 3. I wrote a whole script, and I never made a video. I still have the script. Kind of wish. Maybe now's the chance. I don't know. I loved 3. I adored 3. I cried in 3. So I'm excited for these to come over. I actually never ended up playing the DLC for 3, so this is a perfect chance for me to do that. And then they revealed the new Xenoblade. I knew there was going to be a new one. I had a feeling it was going to be at this event. I was really excited to see what Monolith was going to do with the Switch 2's hardware, because notoriously they were gods on the Switch 1, that their games were the best looking games on the system, and they helped Nintendo develop all of their games because they're so good at making beautiful looking games. So I wanted to see what they could do on Switch 2. And I said this on my podcast, but I didn't think it was going to be a 4th game or an installment in the Chronicles series, because it wrapped up so perfectly at the end of 3. So starting fresh with a whole new story on the Switch 2 made a lot of sense to me. I said that it would be Xenoblade something, and it ended up being Xenoblade Genesis, which I think is a sick name. Now, I like the look of the characters. I like the look of the story. They've gone a lot more weighted and real with these characters. They look likable, you know. I'm excited to learn about them. And also, I think it's a female protagonist for the first time in a Xenoblade game, which is really cool. Yeah, so I love all of that. The only thing I was a little surprised by is, again, like, we've seen what Xenoblade can do on the Switch 1, what Monolith can do with the graphics on Switch 1, just mind-blowing. I'm not sure this is what I expected when I was really building up. I want to see Monolith take on a Switch 2 game, because the graphics, at least in the open areas and in the world, they look weirdly undetailed and kind of cel-shaded, which is, I think, a new direction for their art style. And don't get me wrong, again, a lot of what I'm seeing right now looks gorgeous. These particle effects, these characters, everything looks really fantastic. The eye details, the glimmer in the eyes of the characters, there's a lot to like. But then we get this shot, and it's just like, it's not giving Xenoblade, it's not giving Monolith. Biggest thing for me is just the cliff and the assets in the distance. They all look like a cartoony cel-shaded look. They all have this big, thick black outline around them. I'm just a little confused by these big cel-shaded mountains in the background. I'm sure performance-wise, this is going to run better, probably hold a higher resolution and frame rate target than those other games did, but that was kind of the trade-off we all accepted when we played those Xenoblade games. Yeah, the resolution kind of took a hit. The frames were obviously locked at 30, but we had these gorgeous games on the Switch, whereas this looks like maybe they're trying something different, and I'm just not really seeing the Monolith approach in some of these screenshots. Again, I don't want to be a hater, and we've barely seen anything of the game, but I think you can see what I mean here with these like weirdly cel-shaded mountains and assets. And that's coming 2027, so it has time to cook. We also knew we were getting a new Switch Sports because of leaks and rumors. It's a resort game, which Nintendo, they love walking back the same beats. They love paying homage to things they've done in the past. We had Wii Sports and then Wii Sports Resort. We had Switch Sports and now we have Switch Sports Resort, which my biggest complaint with Switch Sports 1 was lack of games. There was like 6 games, I think, and then they promised more over time, but it took so long. It took over a year before we got like the first new mini game added in. This one looks like it's launching with like 10 games, a bunch of variety. They're really fully like diving into the resort aspect with flying around the resort, which I believe you could do back in the day as well. Bowling is back, tennis is back. They even have Thumb War, which was an incredibly awkward like 3 minutes of the direct at the end here. Cut to my reaction. What if the rest of the direct is just thumb wrestling? What if the next 25 minutes
they broke free.
is just this?
Let's try this. Oh, we bumped thumbs.
I'd love it, honestly.
Oh, go, go, go. Hold it. Oh, they broke free again. You have to keep them pinned. No, wait.
Cut to when I was hyping this direct up 30 minutes ago. Whew. I don't even want to be here right now.
I was worried for
I don't even want to be on camera right now. This is the best direct we've ever had. End this! End my suffering! I really felt like that was never gonna end. RuneScape is on Switch. Hello Kitty Land is on Switch. They did a bit of a sizzle reel here with some games. Oh, there's a free demo of Star Fox right now on the eShop. I really hope I get a chance to check that out in between uploading this video to Beat 'em Ups and going live on the Nintendo podcast tonight, because I'm doing a podcast tonight to cover the Treehouse and a lot of things I don't have time to cover in this video. So I'll leave links down below and a pinned chat and in the description for my podcast tonight if you want to come out and check it live. This, I don't know what Final Fantasy game this is, but visually it looks phenomenal. I know it's the 2D, HD, 3D art style, but some of these shots and some of the 3D shots they've done are really cool looking. There's a Dragon Quest game that looks like a Pokemon game. I'm not sure if we've done this before. I can't remember. There's so many Dragon Quest spin-offs. Then we finally saw more Duskbloods, kind of. I would say this also is getting a bit comical at this point and adding to some people's frustration with directs and these events. I mean, we had this revealed probably way too early to help sell the console to us that FromSoft was going to be making a game exclusively. Because again, here we have, it's like finally more Duskbloods, and that was it. And we still don't have a release date. I mean, it does say that they're doing a closed network test sometime, still no date, just sometime in summer. This feels a little disappointing. Now, again, I don't like being negative, but I'm going to be a little negative to Splatoon here, just in the sense of looking for more from Nintendo right now, looking for those next-gen experiences and wanting to see a really banger direct that competes with the other events that we had and really showcases to the industry what we're playing with now, what power we're playing with. And Splatoon Raiders is really, to me, giving a Switch 1 game that at some point in development became a Switch 2 game, which is a lot of the Switch 2 exclusives we already have. That's the story for pretty much all of them. I mean, it was for Mario Kart and Donkey Kong, but those ended up looking gorgeous still. This game looks fun. Don't get me wrong, I'm excited to play it. I'm excited for another take on Splatoon, and I do think the gameplay looks interesting, and I'm legitimately excited to pick it up. Visually, it looks ugly. This is one of our first good looks at it, and you have this tree with these moldy, unrendered asset leaves on it. You have whatever is happening here. Again, it looks like Sonic Frontiers grass, just a smattering of like real assets pasted on top of like a mush of throw-up green. It's not building a pretty picture to me, and it's very muted. And I know they're going for like a wasteland look, but it's all just very muted. The water doesn't look very good dripping in here. This is like a Switch 1 water splash. I know I'm the worst at this. I know when Pokemon ZA got revealed, I nitpicked the windows, but it is things like this that I pay attention to and throws me out of the experience a little bit when I'm kind of hoping for more from Nintendo at this point. This is a Switch 2 game, not a Switch 1 game, so why is it looking like a Switch 1 game? I just want everything from them right now to be looking like it's utilizing the hardware, to be looking like a Pixar or Disney movie level of quality. I think Splatoon is one of their breakout hit IPs, and it deserves the same love and quality that Mario Kart World and Donkey Kong Bonanza did. It's one of those things where, like Pokemon ZA and those Pokemon games, the main characters and the Pokemon, they stick out like a sore thumb because they look so good. They're full of so much color. They're full of so much life. And then the world around them looks so bleak. You have this really nice looking character designs and flowy animations. The main character is so colorful and poppy. And then you just have the world around it, which they don't look like they belong in. But that's just me being nitpicky about the visuals and kind of wanting to see more and be wowed by Nintendo and its console at this point. The game itself, as I said, does look fun, and I will be checking it out. One of my biggest wants of third-party stuff was Metaphor. Made sense. We have all the Persona games. This is the same creators. It's Atlus. I played Metaphor for like 10, 15 hours on my PlayStation, and I just didn't get sunk into it because for the most part, I love playing Atlus games. I love playing these Persona-like games on a handheld. The first time I ever played one was on my Vita. I played Persona 4 Golden, and I put like 100 hours into it, maybe more. And you can do that feasibly on a handheld because you can take it places. You can sit with your family in the living room and watch TV with them while you're playing games. You can move around, you know. I don't like the idea of if I start this game on my PlayStation, I know I'm going to spend 100 hours on my couch. It's like, that's too much. That's too much not touching grass for me. I need it to be a little bit more mobile, a little bit more pick up and play. And it's just perfect on Switch 2. I was really hoping it would happen because I want to give the game another chance. I've heard such great things, and I do really want to love it. You know, we talk about this Direct feeling slow and feeling mid. You know, we're getting towards the end of it now, and we had to sit through some Minecraft, which I know it's Minecraft, but like my 8-year-old godson plays Minecraft a lot, and I don't think he would even see or understand a Switch 2 version being different. Prove me wrong in the comments section. I think the game already looked fine, is what I'm saying. It's Minecraft. I think we got a second sizzle reel after this, which had games like another new Tomb Raider coming over, which is great. We're getting so many Tomb Raiders. Metal Gear Collection 2. Then, and my audio dropped out during this part, which was the worst part for it to drop out. Okay, before that, we got Final Fantasy Online, which I don't know if you guys want to play with me. We could stream it. I wouldn't mind trying. We went into Kingdom Hearts. Now, I didn't expect where this was going. I did expect to get the 1, 2, and 3 and whatever point whatever comes along with it as an actual collection that ran locally on the system. I think right now it's I don't know if there's a physical. I hope there's a physical, but either way, it's not cloud. It's not streaming. It's actually native, which it should have been in the first place. I mean, 1 and 2 were PlayStation 2 games. What are we talking about here? A cool thing they did, even though it affects literally no one, I'm sure, that if you did buy those cloud versions, they're letting you import your data over from those into this new one. That's actually really nice and considerate that they did that. They didn't have to do that, and I'm sure they've only done that for about 5 people because who played the cloud versions? But either way, those 3 games coming to Switch 2, October 8. Awesome. About now, my sound cut out while I was streaming, and I was trying to fix it frantically. And while that happened, this happened. Oh, that's cool.
A bundle with all 3 compilations. Kingdom Hearts Collection.
This is mind-blowing to me. So I'm not 100% in with following the leaks and whatever is happening with Kingdom Hearts. I'm not in that realm. But I don't think we've seen this trailer. I could be wrong. I think Nintendo got like a first look at Kingdom Hearts 4 here, along with an announcement that it's coming day and date with the rest of on the Switch 2, which is incredible. Also, it looks phenomenal. I keep saying, and even right now in this reaction, that I want to see some things that's pushing the Switch 2 a bit more, that looks next gen on the Switch 2 a bit more. This is that in spades, but just to get this in-depth look at the combat and some more Kingdom Hearts 4 that people have been dying to see in a direct. Like, that's where we get this, in a direct? Incredible. This might be the biggest thing other than Ocarina. Like, I don't know. I mean, maybe not to a diehard Nintendo fan. They might prefer things like Xenoblade. But this, I think, is just so cool. I would love to see more third-party things getting revealed in a direct. I've never seen this before, and I've been excited for this, and I'm getting shown it in a direct. That's the kind of hype I'm looking for. And then we go into the Zelda thing, and then Devin Pritchard says a little bit, which is nice to finally hear from her. And then it dives into all the Treehouse stuff, which again, I'm going to talk about in my podcast tonight if anything interesting comes out of that. And I do have so many more thoughts that I just don't even have time to get into right now. You know, I just don't think that this event was what I expected from Nintendo at this point. The June-July directs are usually the biggest that they do. I feel like this wasn't one of their best directs, and hopefully that just means that they're saving some stuff for September, and we can do this whole thing again and expect and hope more from the September direct or whenever the next one is. For me, right now, I really just wanted to confidently say, hey, Nintendo won this whole season, right? Their event was the best, and that makes sense because they're in the best position right now to win. I don't know if I can confidently say they won. It was probably just about on par with everything else, I think. It doesn't matter who won, we all won. We're all winners here because we have a brand new Ocarina of Time. I would love to know what you guys think of this event. Leave the comment down below and like the video if you liked it. Remember, I'm going to have that podcast later tonight. I'll leave links down below for that. I'm so excited. I can't believe that we're going to get to play a brand new Zelda game, a brand new Ocarina before the end of the year. I'll definitely put together a big crazy stream for that and play it with all you guys here on the channel. So look out for that later in the year. I have more videos coming this year. I have more videos coming this week, so stay tuned. I love you all, and I'll see you in the next one. Crazy day.
You think playing Tears of the Kingdom was overwhelming? I never even reviewed Breath of the Wild, so we're starting from scratch here. Nintendo as a company are creative, innovative, and not bound to many of the restrictions that other game studios have to face these days. Name me one other company that's allowed to have endless decades of development time on single projects while also allowing their main bad guy to be in charge. Hello. You don't see Square Enix taking orders from Daddy Sorry, although...
did you not just see me take out that gnarly beast?
Maybe they should. Breath of the Wild had 5 years to cook. And as a result of Nintendo pouring their hearts into the development time, gamers get this delicious, creamy, hot soup of an experience that the gamers just get to... I don't know what I'm doing. And just savor every single last drop of. And they've done that since release, and they'll continue to do that for years into the future. And to summarize what could easily be a, I don't know, let's just take a guess, 3-hour, 20-minute, and 42-second YouTube review, Breath of the Wild was, if not one of, the greatest video game ever made, and absolutely my favorite. Almost everybody could agree it was the best game ever made, and there was no beating it. Almost everybody could agree. There was one guy that disagreed. Tears of the Kingdom also had a 5-year development time, but using Breath of the Wild as its base, it was able to build upon it and improve upon every element in every single conceivable way. Tears of the Kingdom, more like Tears of the Kingdom. The land of Hyrule, the sky above, and the caverns below. Echo. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. I'm an idiot. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. I've always wanted to do that. each offering dynamic exploration, creativity, and I swear to God, this is the last distraction before I save Hyrule. It's just that I gotta help this Korra kid get to his friend on the other side of this river and then build a needlessly overcomplicated structure for him, and then that is it. I'll get back on track after I check out that cave over there, because I really need more of those frog gems for the weird guy to snack on, and a bunch more of the bright gems for the diamond poopers. That makes sense to anyone else?
You're an idiot. You're an idiot.
When Nintendo created Breath of the Wild, they wanted players to experience a sense of freedom, to go anywhere they wanted right from the start. There was no wrong direction. There was no wrong way to play. You could take a stick straight to Ganon's front door and fight him with the power of God and anime on your side, and no one was gonna stop you. There was no need for experience points or leveling up. The entire world was your playground to level up any way you wanted. If something's too hard, forget about it. Screw that guy. Go do something else and come back later when you're stronger or more skilled. Or after you campfire glitch the Master Sword because you saw a YouTube guy do it once. Nintendo didn't just add an open world to Zelda. It defined what an open world could be.
Unlike other game franchises that just slap in an open world and hope for the best.
It's like Domino's adding wings to their menu. I mean, you guys can barely make a pizza. But then on the other hand, Wingstop got them garlic palms. Tears of the Kingdom will never tell you that you can't do something. Rather, it will always encourage you to try and then allow it to happen, no matter how insane it seems. In so many ways, Breath of the Wild influenced so many great games to come. Elden Ring being one of them, and it's also regarded as one of the best games ever made, by myself included, and its version of an open world echoes of Breath of the Wild. And with Tears of the Kingdom, Nintendo wanted to take that open world of Zelda and double it. But sadly, they failed. They tripled it, my guy. Leading up to launch, promotional material told us that we were heading up into the sky with new floating platforms appearing over Hyrule. This was exciting and helped quell some fears that this game might just be $70 of DLC. However, Nintendo are Pokemon masters at waving one hand over here, but then doing something sneaky down here under the table. Because while we all thought they were playing a Blue Eyes White Dragon, which is still pretty cool, they were actually assembling a freaking whole Exodius right under our noses. The depths below doubling the size of Hyrule, with the map being a 1-for-1 scale with the land above. I can't tell you, I can't explain to you what it feels like that first time you plummet into the depths, into the darkness below. The pitch black emptiness filled with unknown horrors, secrets, and booty cheeks that you can dive into, by the way. I don't know if you knew that. I didn't, I don't know. I didn't try it. I saw it online. I wasn't looking. Tears has 3 main layers with seamless transitioning between them. It's absolutely breathtaking and pushes this 6-year-old dusty console to its limits. The ability to not fall down to the depths of a cave. Well, actually, that's what I'm about to say. The ability to stand at the highest point of the game and 10-point perfect dive all the way down to the lowest stanky depths with seamless transitioning is not only just super fun to do, but also showcases the absolute limitless freedom you have to explore this version of Hyrule any way you want. Speaking of diving headfirst into the unknown, I think I did just that. I'm a little ahead of myself. There's a lot to talk about before we get here. So let's back it up. Tears of the Kingdom begins in the depths. Oh, we're back here again. I guess we didn't back it up very far. Immediately starting you underneath Hyrule Castle, with Link and Zelda searching for this mysterious gloom that's been spilling on out and giving people a serious case of Ganon 19. We learn so much about the entire story in just the first few moments, but we don't understand the depth to it all yet. Pun intended. That idea of the soundtrack in Breath of the Wild being more abstract sounds and noises, and Miyamoto flicking his cheek and making that wet drip sound, you know, that kind of stuff. To highlight that sporadic and free-flowing exploration is once again improved upon here. This early part of the game featuring these slow and twisted, stretched synthwave chords playing at such an uneasy pace, implying that something might happen, but you're not sure, you don't know, but you can't fully at ease yourself, just in case something does happen. I'm scared. Daddy, sorry. As you begin that final descent towards pure evil, the music begins to grow as they add more and more layers of synth, and then they introduce these sporadic piano keys that start building and building and building and overwhelming the space until silence.
What is that?
Even though it's short-lived, these moments of walking around Zelda, they're not only awesome as a fan, but they're also so important for the storytelling. Link is Zelda's appointed protector. It's literally his one job, and it's our job too in these early moments of the game. We take on this responsibility and ultimately fail, as Link struggles to reach out for her and then barely manages to even survive himself. And then this mummy just crushes Link, breaking him down to his weakest state, destroying the Master Sword and his right arm in the process. But I mean, joke's on the mummy, I guess. Link's left-handed, so that wouldn't even faze him. What's that? Oh no. Oh yeah, all of this acts as a way of resetting the player's progression. Sure, I'll give you that. So that a new game can be played, but it's all done in such a way that adds weight to the story. The game doesn't just take the Master Sword away and say, oh man, well, wouldn't you know, Link got all hopped up on Moo Moo milk and forgot where he put the darn thing. Yeah, rather, it showcases how weak and fragile the Master Sword was against this thing. Link, at his strongest, couldn't beat this guy at his weakest.
Blade that shatters so easily against my power cannot save you from me.
That's why they showed you his hearts, that he had them all. This is the most complete version of Link, and you may as well throw a T in front of that, because compared to this guy, he's a twink. Maybe if this Link had this Link's delts. What was Twilight Princess Link benching? The story in Tears of the Kingdom is not only the best we've seen in a Zelda game, but also the saddest. I mean, Tears of the Kingdom, more like Tears of the Kingdom. Tears of the Kingdom follows almost exactly the same story beats as Breath of the Wild, but again, does them all better. You know, hit up a few shrines, collect your powers, descend to Hyrule below, visit the 4 regions, make new besties, beat the big baddie, and then head to the Winchester, grab a pint, and wait for this whole thing to blow over. Yeah, except not that quickly, because every element is far more ambitious. It really does feel like Tears of the Kingdom is the Breath of the Wild the developers wanted to make, but they were held back by the PU. Also, you know, time. I know it had 5 years of development, but really, it feels like it had 10 years of total development. Man, I gotta say, if this is what Nintendo can do with a decade of development time, then Metroid Prime 4 has to be looking insane. You guys are still making that, right? Right? All right, let's talk about the abilities. This time around, Link gets Splat, Swoop, Sticky, and If We Could Turn Back Time. Each of these abilities give Link god-like powers. No, I'm not kidding. It turns you into actual Jesus Christ.
Always look on the light side of life.
No, I'm serious. Even Ascend It wasn't actually originally a planned ability for the game. It was a developer debug tool they used while building Tears of the Kingdom. They used it to leave caves quickly, and it was a cheat that they would use while making the game, and they decided, why not just give that to the player, because cheating is fun in video games. Big distinction. And that was the inspiration that led to how the rest of the game could be played. So just cheat. It doesn't matter. Who cares?
Nobody cares. Nice hat.
Every puzzle, every shrine, you won't get caught. Nobody's looking. Nintendo wants you to do it. They're begging you. Cheat on us. They say, well, don't like go to PlayStation or Xbox, you know, stay here on Nintendo. But as long as you're here, adultery, baby. As long as you get to the end goal, the game will always give you that satisfying Zelda fanfare sound, which means you did it right. No matter how you did it, we don't want to know how you did it. Don't tell us, but you did it. There is no wrong way to play Tears of the Kingdom, because cheating is fun. It always has been. And I think this is a sign that it is high time that we have to go back to the days of when cheating was not only allowed in video games, but was encouraged. Whether we're talking about literal cheat codes on my old Windows 95 cheese yellow PC build, where I used to put Big Daddy into my Age of Empires to get a friggin' car with rocket launchers, which is funny now that I'm looking at this because it's so similar to what I'm actually doing in Breath of the Wild. Or like in The Sims, where I would type in Motherlode and I would make all the money so quickly, which people are also doing in Zelda. But I would do that, and then I would build the best house, my dream house, and then I would make all my Sims shower and then delete the shower. Don't judge me, I was like 12. Or not even literal cheat codes. What about when you outsmart the game? Like, it never feels better than when you're playing Mario Kart and you take a jump off Rainbow Road where you're not supposed to, but you stick the landing anyway and find that shortcut to get you in first place. Or there was, I used to, when I was a kid, I loved playing the Star Wars Phantom Menace game, but I think I was like 9, and some of the levels were really hard. There was one platforming part in Gungan City I could never do. So I found this really great hack where I would just cry and my dad would do it. My point is, cheating in games is fun. Nintendo has even given us these tools before in their games. You remember Mario 3? It blew my freaking brain that first time I found the flute. I found it on my own, on accident, and it lets you skip whole levels. And I was like, this has been here the whole time? I've been going through all the levels like a idiot, like a pleb? And this guy knew about it the first time he ever played the game, huh? Also, the first time the game was ever revealed, I call cat. There's a certain level of hubris that I think a developer needs to let go of when they design a game like this. Every little section in Breath of the Wild has puzzles to solve, and they kind of leave around tools for you to do them, and any other video game you would have to use those tools. Those were the tools you were given, do the puzzle, you pissant. But not in this game, baby. Like, take this one part of it's like in the Wind Temple, no spoilers, in the Wind Temple. There's this thing, it's got to spin around and it'll open that gate. Now, here's what I did. Here's what my big brain did. I got a stone slab, I stuck it on there, and then I had a fan in my inventory that I had brought from like earlier in the game, not even this temple. I just stuck it on there, turned it on, spun it around. Bob's your uncle. I hope not. That'd be really weird, but it worked. And that's not really even the right way of doing it. I could have just used Tullen to do his wind gust, and that would have done it too. But I've seen people just spin it around manually and then use recall to make it do it on its own, and then that works too. It doesn't matter which way you solve it, and you want to know why it doesn't matter? Because of this. As a longtime Zelda fan, or a fan of any video game series, we all grew up with these fanfare sounds in our games. You know, whether it's Final Fantasy, Pokemon, heckin' Kirby, Bubsy 3D. These sounds growing up were like a nurturing parent that was telling us we did a good job, you know, giving us a delicious, fresh baked chocolate chip cookie every time we did the right thing that we were supposed to do. These sounds raised us and embedded in our frontal lobes this sensation that we were doing the right thing. It's funny now getting that sound in Zelda because when we used to get it, it was always for doing the right thing, for solving the puzzle in the way the developers intended. But now, getting it all these years later, it's like that same nurturing parent being there and congratulating us on our successes, but at the same time, allowing us to spread our wings and do it our way. Sometimes make our own mistakes, but eventually we get there and they're proud of us. This sound reinforces that whatever we did to get here, it was the right thing to do because at least we're here. So again, it's that hubris of the developer that needs to take a back seat. Entire puzzles and areas of this game might be completely skipped by most players finding a way to cheat their way through. And other games would yell at you and get mad, and they would be like, no, your mother slaved over that eggplant casserole for like 5 years. You're gonna eat it. Sit down, shut up, stuff it in. Nintendo's like, nah, dog, just throw it out. You don't want it. Why would you eat it? You know, we'll go to Wingstop later, get some garlic palms. Nintendo's like the cool dad. The abilities, I swear, are almost always there to just help you cheat. Recall can just reverse the flow of time on anything always, and you can use it to your advantage in so many countless ways, and not just when you accidentally drop something off a cliff and want to look at it to bring it back. Even though, have you seen the draw distance on this? You can drop things from the sky essentially down to the ground and still pinpoint get it back. It's crazy. Ultra Hand is magnesis, sorry? Diabetes if the entire world was metal. I like the element. But it has an added bonus where you can group everything together. Like everything in the world, you can just super glue. And I mean anything. Like I have a pen, I have an apple. Apple pen.
Dance time.
I'm 150 hours into this game, and I still have just as much fun crazy glue sticking things together as I did the very first time I just two platforms together. Once you add in all the Zonai devices, and there's so many, we'll talk about them later, found around the world, and then gotcha ball giant gumball machines, and these are crazy, by the way. They're so satisfying to throw like 5 massive Zonai charges into and then watch everything spill out, and it's so satisfying. It even breaks the frame rates, which is weirdly not even by design one of the most oddly satisfying things in the game, to know that I got so much stuff the game is breaking. I mean, you can build bridges, boats, cars, scaffolding, pod races, frickin' Hell in a Cell death cages, gun dams, more like gun damn. It is up to you how crazy or not crazy you get with the building. I mean, you don't have to do it at all, you know. Some players don't, but then other people build 16-wheelers and just hit the open road. I'm gonna ride it all night long. And again, this was Nintendo listening and watching and feeding off of their players. Some people built entire careers off of the back of Breath of the Wild. Whether it was, you know, trying to cheat their way through the game or building wacky flying platforms out of the very limited resources that they had available to them. Nintendo saw people not only enjoying their game for what it was, but enjoying their game for what it could be. So you know what they did? They said, hey, you want to build things in Zelda? Well, now you can. You want to glitch your way through the game to the end? Well, here's a tool that we used to do that. They said, hey, you want your weapons to stop breaking? Well, Well, we can't do that, but we will give you Fuse, which extends the life of the weapons at least. Also, it makes them crazy strong, and you can fuse anything with anything. You don't believe me? Watch this video about it.
I have a pen. I have a pen. Long pen.
Speaking of the fuse ability, I fully believe that had to have added at least a year to the total development time. Anything being able to be fused to your sword, shield, or bow, and each having different abilities and effects that all work cohesively together. I mean, this is even crazier levels than Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and how every character have these crazy movesets, and they all somehow work together, and they don't break the game.
At the start of my playthrough, I'll admit, it was a lot of just fusing pointy long stick to other pointy long stick to make extra long, extra pointy stick, which, to be fair, might have just been me overcompensating.
Later, I realized that, yeah, you know all that really cool loot that enemies drop when they die? Oh, you can fuse that to your weapons, and more often than not, it'll make a really cool new sick thing. Like when I got this lizard enemy. I can never pronounce his name. When you kill him and you get his like horn, it turns your spear into like a scythe. Ha! I mean, it's even more cool because I literally took this thing's life with my bare hands. I ripped its head and stuck it onto my... It's so cool, and I'll use it for the next 2 fights before it breaks. Thank you for your worthy sacrifice, you creature. He'll be fine. He'll be back next Blood Moon. Minecarts on shields to rail grind. What is this? Jet set radio bombs on shields to get insane height. Rivali's Gale Fu. You can keep your Gale, Rival. You can put Team Rockets on shields if you want to be blasting off again. If you put a gem on a shield, it'll make elemental explosions. A Death Ray Beam. There's probably so many more things there's definitely so many more things I don't know about. And that players will be discovering for forever to come. And that's before we even get to arrows. You stick an eyeball on an arrow, it'll heat-seek homing missile onto enemies. Lemons can shock your enemies. You can put muddle bud things on your and then the enemy will get all confused and will attack other enemies for you. You can even fuse a steak to an arrow and make a meat missile. And it doesn't really do anything except slap your enemies in the face with protein. But I mean, it's humiliating. No one wants to get pistol whipped with another man's meat missile. You'll be fusing so many things to arrows. You'll constantly be scourging around enemy camps and breaking crates and looking behind the couch and under the fridge with just one more arrow. I swear arrows have become the rarest and most valuable commodity in this game. It's like the only thing I'll spend money on. Just give me another freaking arrow, man. Please, I'm jonesing. Hundreds of different kinds of items, from enemy drops to just things you find around the world. It just creates endless possibilities for your playstyle and how you interact with the world. And it also gives items so much more value. I mean, before, like, enemy parts were just trade bait for me. You know, I wasn't good at cooking with them, and all I would really do is sell them for money, or I guess give them to Kilton so that I could get this freaking sick armor set. Why can't you upgrade this, Nintendo? But now, with items having a certain amount of damage attributed to it, that makes them super useful in combat, too. It also gives me so much more reason to want to fight enemies or hunt down certain types, because I want to rip out their eyeballs and their rib cages, because Link is a savage now and Daddy needs his balls. The bigger and stronger the enemies, the better the drop materials. So the Lynels, they're not just a fun, exciting fight anymore, they're also serious weapon buffers. There's nothing more barbaric than killing an enemy and getting his heart still beating hard and attaching it to a club, and then finding another enemy and beating him with it. And yes, that was a heart joke, like beating. Eat your heart out. That was another one. But then, that's not even all of it, because you get the final ability. Oh, yeah. There's a fifth ability. I know, that's the kind of the first real spoiler in the video. There's going to be spoilers. The game's been out for like a month. Get over it. I'm sorry. There's going to be some, and this is one, the auto build. I grossly underestimated how useful auto build was going to be. And I underutilized it for most of my playthrough too. Because at first I was like, oh, cool, this is awesome. So now I can like build something and it saves in a log, and then I can rebuild it whenever I want, as long as I have the materials on hand. It will just stick it all together for me. That's really handy, because if I don't have a spare 45 minutes to build a whole 16-wheeler, but I start getting that itch to go trucking, what am I gonna do? So yeah, I thought it was handy. Handy? You idiot, I said to myself 100 hours later. It's not just handy, it's really handy. Because you don't have to have the stuff. You don't have to have the stuff. I thought you had to have the stuff. You don't. You can pay in Zonite to fabricate it out of thin air like a 3D printer. If you ever get stuck in a cave because the ceiling's too high, you build your instant scaffolding out of nothing, you climb it, and then you ascend out. Boom, bam, thank you, ma'am. And that's only just one way I can think right now of cheating in this game. There's so many ways to cheat. I'm surprised the game's not endorsed by Tiger Woods. Don't get me wrong. I loved the abilities in Breath of the Wild. Oh, look at them. I love them. Oh, cute. I'd send them a Valentine's Day card for sure. But they're nothing compared to the abilities in Tears of the Kingdom. Because, like, the Freezy Water, Cryonis, whatever, that one, it froze water. Great, cool. But you couldn't magnesis it or, like, interact with it in any way. You couldn't freeze time on it. Like, why would you? It doesn't make any sense. But in this game, you can, like, Ultra Hand up something and move it all around and then let go and then recall time on that, and it'll follow the path that you moved it around. And then while it's doing that, you can recall up through it and then jump off of it using it as a moving, floating platform. You can fuse all these abilities together, pun definitely intended, to solve puzzles in all these unique and creative and fun ways. Whether it's to platform a puzzle, defeat enemies, or just destroy Korok lives. I mean, look at this. I did this one. I put a rocket on him. There he goes. I call it a Korocket. He's dead now. These abilities are so well thought out in their design, their application in the world, and how they work with each other. Even their placement on the selection wheel. Ascend is up. Ultra Hand is on the right because you use Link's right arm. Fuse is down because you're typically always looking down at the thing you want to fuse. And then mind-bogglingly, left is recall, as in going left, as in backwards on a timeline. Every element of this game is so meticulous, well thought out, incredibly designed. It is a masterpiece. Overwhelming. That's, I think, the main adjective I have seen used to describe Tears of the Kingdom by the general public.
See ya!
It's definitely accurate. I, for example, am overwhelmed right now, just finding somewhere to start talking about what you actually do in this game. It's kind of a little bit of everything, everywhere, all at once. When revisiting Hyrule, Aonuma said that they wanted to create something new, but also something similar to Breath of the Wild, because a lot of things in that game were already exactly how they should be. And that the idea of discovering new things in a familiar setting was exciting for them and should excite new players, and it does. I mean, for some players, a little bit too much. Is that a penis? From the start of the game, everything is new. The characters, the abilities, the items, the music, the setting. I mean, everything is yellow now, with really only the most basic gameplay elements remaining the same. You got the physics, the cooking, and destroying the ozone layer.
But to be fair, now even those are different because Link hums these cute little Zelda songs while he cooks. And you can make frickin' pizza. Not to mention that now the trees are going down without a fight.
I loved exploring the first Great Sky Island at the beginning of the game. It was such a perfect way of reintroducing the game to both new and old players. Once again, doing something that Nintendo has mastered in teaching the player how to play without actually having to tell them anything. Because other than roughly pointing you in the right direction occasionally, this game doesn't hold your hand at all, and yet you just figure it out. And if you're wondering, at the start of the game being so similar to the start of Breath of the Wild, did it feel repetitive at all? I didn't notice because I was too busy doing this. So after you spend a few hours up here in the sky revisiting the Temple of Time, there are so many Easter eggs, nods, direct references to other Zelda games in Tears of the Kingdom. I lost count, and the Temple of Time has been in a bunch of Zelda games, but specifically Ocarina of Time, my favorite Zelda game. But more so than that, this is what it looked like on Ocarina. It's the same.
Oh, wow.
It's the same. Oh, there's so many things are back. You got likes are back. You got bomb flowers are back. Ganondorf even looks like Ocarina's Ganondorf and does the whole kneeling before the king thing. And King Rauru, by the way, you remember the Sage of Light from Ocarina? Guess what that guy's name is? Heckin' Rauru. And I'm about to lay on a beach and chase pigs right now. Like, I am... Sorry, anyway, once you're done up here in the sky, you put the Master Sword onto a pedestal and you send it back through time to Zelda, and then you kind of yell at her, hey, send back a sports almanac, but she doesn't hear you, so I guess you're not getting rich. Which is a shame because rupees are a real issue in this game. I played for 150 hours and I have like 3. I can't afford anything. I'm broke. I saved Hyrule and I'm broke. Why will no one give me money? Right after you send the Master Sword back, this happens, which... After finishing the game, I now realize how cheeky this is, Nintendo. You son of a bitch. Then you jump down to the sky and you fall
down to the land of
Hyrule, and it
never ceased to amaze me
how seamless this transition is. And the draw distance is insane for the Switch. I mean, as you're falling, you can see all the way from the Gerudo Desert to frickin' Goron Mountain. And it's all crystal clear. There's no loading screen or anything. As you fall towards the ground at breakneck speeds. As a longtime Zelda fan, this makes me happy because I know it's what they wanted from Skyward Sword. You could dive out of the clouds to the ground below. But due to the limitation of the Wii U balance board, the developers weren't able to achieve this seamless descent. So you could only dive at these specific points. But now, you got the full thing, baby. It all comes back around. It's moments like these that really make me feel like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are the Zelda games that we've just been waiting to get. That Nintendo has been slowly, in bits and pieces, making across the years. And now we finally get to mesh all of the Zelda puzzle pieces together, and you get Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. I mean, it's not even new news that Nintendo have been pushing their consoles to the limit with what is kind of an open world. Look at Wind Waker, for example. That also had a large open world with no load screens. At least, you know, I didn't see them because I was a little kid and I didn't understand how games work. And I only learned later that the reason why traveling the ocean was so heckin' slow is because the game was loading the next part of the game while you were sailing. I mean, I wasn't smart. I mean, I was a kid. When I was a kid, I thought if I ate a watermelon seed, a watermelon might grow inside me and I'd die. So, you know, I'm lucky I finished high school. Just like that, you're back, baby. The old stomping grounds. Now, in the first order of business, where are those great fairies? I want to make sure they still have those big personalities. What I love about the first time you land on Hyrule is it's familiar, but as we talked about, very different. And Nintendo were really smart about doing this. The second you even land on the grass of Hyrule, you already have a ton of things in your inventory that you've never had before, like all these wacky Zonai devices, as well as a bunch of other items and weapons, the brand new abilities, a sudden need for a manicure. Not to mention all the sky islands you'll see floating above with debris falling everywhere, a new blank canvas of a world map, and a large sense of adventure for both returning and new players. A brand new adventure is about to begin.
Now, where have you been?
So, I mean, are we like dead set on finding Zelda? I'm not asking for any specific reason. I'm just saying that Link has options. Yeah, it follows a very similar structure, but this time around, Tears of the Kingdom feels like way more full of a game. For starters, NPC characters are scattered everywhere, and they'll have side missions, recipes, juicy goss. I mean, even the most least important NPC, I'm sorry to upset you, you're not important. But even the least important NPCs will still comment on the time of day or even the weather, which helps make the entire world feel so much more alive. There's literally like 57,000, I counted them. Don't pester me, I promise. Caves and nooks and crannies to explore. And I've always hated the expression nooks and crannies because it sounds like that part between everybody's leg at the top. It's like a nook and a cranny. And then you got the shrines and the puzzles, the challenges, the mini games, the Koroks to abuse relentlessly. It's like the main thing that everybody just agrees is okay to do in this game. Hang them up on a cross, burn them at the altar. You guys are sick. That's my one, actually. I did that one. Pretty proud of that. It's impossible to take a step in any direction without getting distracted, either by the game or by yourself deciding it's time to just build a jet plane for some reason. See you later.
Oh my God! The sense of discovery is unlike anything I've ever experienced in a video game before.
I mean, I had so many preconceived notions on how to play Breath of the Wild, and I had to shed so many of those as I played Tears of the Kingdom. And the more Tears-brained I became, the better my experience was for it. I mean, this is me building a platform on day one to solve a puzzle, as opposed to me solving something now. And every player is going to play this game so differently. And I think the best example of that is, and this is brilliant by Nintendo, just looking at the sign guy. This guy is so stupidly unassuming with his dumb little haircut, but he is a perfect representation of the game as a whole. How does each player mush their gooey, squishy little brain meats into each one of his sign puzzles? No two players' structures for any one puzzle is going to ever look the same. And it showcases perfectly that one way or another, everybody is going to be able to beat this game.
That is the fastest anyone has ever done it. I don't care what you say.
It's just their version of beating the game might look like this, or like this, or like whatever that is, or none of it at all. Because at the end of the day, you don't even have to give this guy a moment of your time. You can completely ignore him and still have a great experience finishing the game. I mean, you would be sadistic to leave this poor little guy out cold and alone and shivering and holding up his sign with that stupid haircut. And if I could give one more great example, take a look at the Flux Construct battles. This enemy is designed perfectly for Tears of the Kingdom because you can use all of your abilities on him in different ways. Ascend, you can start grabbing his little pieces and throwing them away. You can even use Recall on him in moments. There's so many different ways to approach this battle with the abilities and your items and your weapons. And then at the end of the battle, you even get to use Fuse on this thing that it drops, which I think we can all agree to pretend isn't his spiky schlong. Because I mean, what else is it? All the other enemies drop body parts. This is something he had on him. Ribbed for her pleasure. And even the familiar story beats feel anything but familiar at times, because they're all amplified. Specifically so, this time we have temples, which act like old school Zelda dungeons, even complete with big badass boss battles at the end. And I know I keep drawing parallels to Ocarina, but tell me that some of these bad guys don't look like Ocarina bad guys, or just classic Zelda enemies in general. My fandom is on fire. When Breath of the Wild released, a lot of people complained that there wasn't dungeons, which, I mean, boo-hoo. We also didn't have Tingle, and I'm pretty sure that guy isn't allowed for 5 miles of a school zone, so I mean, we can take and leave some things, you know? But people hated the Divine Beasts. The Divine Beasts, they said, more like the please redesign beasts. Good one. You guys that said that. Yeah, I didn't miss the dungeons, though. And it's because I saw it like this. In Breath of the Wild, that game was so open-ended. You could beat it any way you wanted, in any order you wanted. Whereas old school Zelda dungeons were so strict and linear, to their own detriment at times, looking at you, the water temple. Maybe if that was a little less linear, we all wouldn't have got stuck underwater for hours on end. Often with old Zelda dungeons, you also had to get a specific item from them, like the hookshot or the boomerang, in order to solve the dungeon, and then you need that item for the next dungeon. So you always got to do it in a very specific order, and that completely contrasts and goes against what Nintendo were trying to create with Breath of the Wild. And that is where the idea of Divine Beasts came in. These larger puzzles you could solve in any order with whatever items you have on hand. You know, not so much a dungeon, and also, I will admit, not so much fun. They were okay. But now, in Tears of the Kingdom, with all these new Zonai devices and wacky abilities, Nintendo found a way to merge these ideas, to fuse them, as it was. How many times can I use the fuse joke? Not so much giving us classic old school strict dungeons, but rather these more open temples that is like a giant puzzle with puzzle pieces lying everywhere over the ground. But Nintendo were like, yeah, you don't have to pick up the puzzle pieces. You can kind of just mush your own pieces into the puzzle. As long as you do it, it's fine. Have fun. It's like they handed us a 500-piece Lego set and said, just use Connects, Mega Blocks, and Beyblades. I don't care. Just make it work somehow. Let them rip. Like, when I visited the Fire Temple, the last gong, I couldn't find a way into the stupid towers, a big tower, and I think I was supposed to get in near the top somehow because I saw layers to it and it was at the bottom, but I couldn't figure it out for like an hour. I was looking everywhere, and then I finally had this dumb thought. A dumb thought that shouldn't work, that wouldn't have worked in any other game. But I got one of those fire hydrant things and started spitting all over the lava and like created rocks that I stepped on, and I joined them together and made a platform, and then I got underneath the tower and I zipped up through it and just got the gong and walked out of the room. And that is one of those moments I will remember about this game forever, and it's just how I broke it. Every single aspect of this game has been improved over the last, even something as simple as stables. In the last game, they were just a place to pick up and drop off your horse. But now, there is multiple side quests to be found at each stable, as well as a larger ongoing side quest that encourages you to visit every single stable. And at every stable, you'll also find a bunch of characters, wells you can spelunk down and find things under, dogs that you just can't pet. I don't know why you still can't pet them. It is a big flaw, Nintendo, that needs fixing. You can even earn pony points now at stables that you can use to unlock rewards. And the first time you visit a stable, they give you all your old horses for the last game, which means, oh my god, Blueby! I thought you died! Blueby! Stables weren't even an element of the game that I would think about before, and now they've become such a focal point and one of my favorite parts of the game. It also encourages me to use my horse a little more, because now with all the Zonai devices, I can just build my own air bike. Or, I mean, I really could just build my own horse, you know? Blueby doesn't let me climb on inside and go for a ride. Huh? Okay. Yeah, no, I heard it. Flying around in an airship that you built yourself would be fun in any game. But the fact that it's Zelda makes the contrast so much more exciting. Like, yeah, driving 80 miles an hour on a freeway might feel pretty normal, but you do it in a school zone and you really get that rush. And don't get me started on some of the wacky things that you guys are building online. It's like we're not even playing the same game half the time. Building is specifically helpful in the depths where you can't bring your horse, and believe me, I've tried. It's brilliant that in a game where they added building, they also gave you a whole area of the map that requires you to do so. The ground is covered in gloom that'll sap your health, which encourages you to get around in other creative ways, like building a 4x4 or a truck or I don't know, whatever your little stupid brain comes up with.
You know, Minecraft is the #1 selling third-party Switch game, so I wouldn't be surprised if Nintendo took a lot of inspiration from them, mine for materials and fight creepy creepers.
There's a lot to discover down here in the depths. Activating a light route will light up the area like the 4th of July, and for every light route, there's an equivalent shrine above, which not only makes them easy to find, but my God, there's so many of them. Almost every point of interest above, there's something to find hidden underneath, which really helps make these two worlds feel connected. And that's before we even get up into the sky. There isn't all that much going on up in the sky. I managed to knock most of it out in a day or two, but I will say, there is no wasted space. Every single island will have something going on and most likely be worth the trip. One of my favorite things is finding the old maps, which will then send you back downstairs looking for rarer loot.
I spent so much time in the sky and underground that on the rare occasion I actually came out for air and stepped foot on the land of Hyrule, I remembered, oh yeah, there's a whole game out here. Oh, but I didn't kill the frog thing. God damn it.
I have heard so many people say Breath of the Wild wasn't really for me, but Tears of the Kingdom is incredible. And even I, as a huge fan of Breath of the Wild, have to admit it's gonna be a little tough to go back to that game ever again. It's because it's like this game, but less. There's just like so much less. Like the difference between me and Bob. And I'm not saying it makes Breath of the Wild look bad. It could never. That's still a 10 out of 10 game. It's just that Tears is genre-defying. It's elevated the video game industry and games as a whole. It's unironically created its own tier in the kingdom of Zelda games, not diminishing the efforts of its predecessors, but setting a new standard for the franchise. It is impossible not to have fun while playing, to not feel smart every time you solve a puzzle. Whether it's something small, like realizing that you can block rain to set something on fire, or something fun, like making a platform and using the physics to launch yourself into oblivion. Trapping NPCs in dead boxes, or figuring out difficult shrines before you end up like that one guy in the Resident Evil movie, or hijacking a Yiga plane. You know what? I don't have a good example for that one. This game has so much content, and you are free to do as much of it or as little of it as you want. But however much you do, you can do it all your way. And yes, I said dude. The amount of Zonai devices Nintendo gave us to mess around with in this game is out of control. They really said, hey, how can we give as many tools as possible to the players to break this fucking game? There's literally a platform that just hovers wherever you want it to go. In a game that so many of the puzzles need platforming, they just gave you a platform. Really? And look at the sign guys. Sign guys? More like, why even try, guy? Oh, I probably shouldn't make a joke about cheating and try guys. You can take 2 of these platforms and like 10-year-old me in my kitchen playing hot lava on a couple of stools. You can just rotate one after the other and keep hopping along to wherever you want to go until you smack your head into the kitchen counter. Wings, fans, rockets, balloons. Nintendo said, hey, you guys want to fly in this game? Well, then fly. Fools. I mean, sure, some of these items write themselves and they're a little obvious, but then you have ones like the stabilizer, which can really only come from Nintendo playtesting their games from hour on end and realizing that, hey, this might actually help keep some of the wacky, stupid things people create standing upright. Like, it helps when building motorcycles, which, yeah, you can make motorcycles in this game. You don't even need to pay $20 for the DLC. Nintendo just said, you can do it! And then you got all the killing things, all the death things, like the freeze and the fire and the beams and the rockets that you can use to create massive mechs and killing machines. And you guys really need to go outside and touch some grass. Although some of you literally made lawnmowers to cut the grass. Why? It's like, well, I mean, you could farm for rice, which that's actually really smart. And it doesn't stop there. You got batteries, bombs, mirrors, springs, cooking pots. I mean, and almost all of this can be fused to your weapons or your shields, or and the most impressive of all of it to me is just the simple, unassuming steering stick. You know, it doesn't really do anything on its own, but no matter what you build or what you build on or with, you stick this stick somewhere on it, and it will control everything that's attached. This allows you to turn anything into a car, bike, plane, and I mean anything. Once again, this game will never tell you no. Like, maybe it should sometimes, like you probably shouldn't turn a Korok into a dirt bike, but if you really wanted to, you can. Now, I'm not really someone to look a gift horse in the mouth, but if I was to complain about something in this game, it'd have to be these guys. After completing each temple, the sages will give you a new Infinity Stone for your gauntlet, so you could raise higher. And that allows their spirit forms to follow you around, everywhere, all the time, and grant you powers. Powers like you got in the first game, but all these ones are like suckier versions of those. Sorry. They're also just a giant pain in the colossal ass to try and use.
Give me an ability, anyone, any one of you. Give me an ability. Please, anyone!
I mean, I'm 150 hours in, and you can't tell me that Sidon's ability is borderline useless. Just what's even the point, my guy? Deactivate it, and he'll give you a bubble shield, which can take 1 hit of damage. But you lose it after a short period of time of not using it, or after attacking. It just spritz them in the face with water. I'd go out in my backyard and splash my dog with more powerful jets of water from our garden hose sprinkler. Also, to activate any of their abilities, you have to run up to them and give them a super secret Boy Scouts handshake before they'll allow you to use it. Which is super impractical, because during fights, they're either dick deep in enemies or just nowhere to be seen. Or all grouped up together in a little Mighty Ducks huddle, and you gotta run up to them and just spam A and play the Russian roulette of which ability will I get, and probably not the right one. Thanks, Sidon, for spitting on me again. I do like Tullen's ability a lot. I mean, when I'm flying around, he'll just snap to my back and gust blow me towards where I'm going. It's like a speed boost. It's awesome. Just remember to put Tullen away before you're picking up any good loot. Otherwise, you'll just blow it all to Kingdom Come. I will say that they're all great in a fight. I like having them all out alongside me. I mean, Tullen will headshot like an absolute champ, so it's worth having them all, even if it's at the cost of about 5 frames per sage. I mean, that's honestly probably my only complaint in this otherwise near perfect experience, you know. Well, that and maybe the loot. If I was to get real nitpicky, the loot feels like a real issue. Every single chest either has a decayed weapon or another shield or bow that I just don't need and can't fit. That's what I get? You know what I'd have a lot of? Opals. This game just throws opals at you like that Tic Tacs. Opals are the true treasure in this game.
My God, I'm sick of doing a lot of work for nothing.
And if you don't believe me, there's actually a side mission called True Treasure that gives you an opal as a reward. Actually, it gives you 2 opals.
Look, I have no reason to sit here and just rehash the entire story other than to gush over it. So let's do that.
It was incredible with twists and turns, so turny and twisty, even Cheeto the Cheetah would be impressed.
Whoa, I'ma need a minute.
Nintendo have really outdone themselves. I can't believe this is the same company that in the last 25 years, the only big story development with Mario is seeing his stinky little grippers in the sand. Tears of the Kingdom story is as deeply layered as the world itself. From Link's standpoint, Zelda never even left. She was right there from the moment he failed to save her. And Zelda's story in this game is so sorrowful. Like, it's just so sad. The tears of the kingdom are literally her tears, because the poor girl. She had to live through a war again, see multiple people she cared about perish, then turn herself into this dragon in the most painful and shocking Zelda cutscene we've ever been given, and then just left to mindlessly roam the skies of Hyrule for supposedly hundreds, thousands of years, just crying up there. Oh, and all the while with the Master Sword embedded into her skull as she heals it, and also embeds it with light energy to make it stronger than it ever was before. Because yeah, the Master Sword is a canon Super Saiyan now, and this, again, adds to that weight in the story I was talking about. When I said even Ganondorf in his most weakest form could destroy the Master Sword like it was nothing. And now we know that it's been waiting years for Link to find it and use it in the face of pure evil a second time. Oh. And also my legs and my brain and my arms and my butt, they all turned to mush when Master Kohga, who, by the way, I love that they're back in this game. He has such a great arc. I didn't know I needed more Master Kohga in the sequel, but I did. Also, the original person to fall down a chasm. You find him, and he tells you where Ganon is, and it's like, of course, yeah, of course he's under Hyrule Castle. Of course he is. But on top of that, wait a second, how long has he been there for? Because leading up to the release of the game, we were all wondering if you could go straight to Ganon. That was a big question, and Nintendo never talked about it. And then I started playing the game, and no one told me that I could go beat Ganon. They would, like, go to the 4 regions. But Pura didn't say anything. This guy didn't say anything. That guy said nothing. That guy's a damn tight-lipped loser. The whole time, he's just... And my first thought then was, wait, So you could just rush Ganon, but then the whole story is about the Master Sword and giving it to Zelda and her sacrificing herself. So wouldn't it be really silly to go beat Ganon with like a stick and the power of God and anime, like I said earlier, and not even use the Master Sword? But then I remember she comes to you at the end of the fight. She comes to your aid. So if you didn't have the Master Sword, you sure as shit do now. And then at the end, when Link wakes up falling and he sees Zelda hurtling down towards the ground, he realizes this is his chance to do what he couldn't before, to save her, to dive after her and catch her. So without even thinking, like the hero he is, he charges forward, reaching out to her, trying to do what he failed to do before. And then we get this shot that mirrors the same shot from the start of the game, but before, but there was nothing but darkness and despair. Now there's a blinding, overwhelming light.
This one goes out to that one girl that I'll always try to save, Princess Zelda. Zelda, I'm a fool, but with your tear we'll beat this ghoul. Zelda, understand, I'm gonna find you, this is not the end. Zelda, 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 I'll find you. Oh.
Well, you know, after I've completed every single side quest and also found the Tingle outfit, I'm a busy guy.
Zelda, 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 I'll find you. Oh. Yana, Bo, Queen Sonya, Anna, King Raru. 1,000 mobs of moblins couldn't keep me from you. Princess Zelda at the end of the line. I swear I'll find. Oh, Zelda. Oh, Zelda. Oh, Zelda. Oh, Zelda. 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 Oh, Zelda. 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 Oh, Zelda.
Then, after 30 years of silence, Link finally opens his mouth and says,
My name is Jeff. Zelda Tears of the Kingdom has taught us many things. That video games can still surprise us. The correct pronunciation of
Chasm. A lot of people kept calling this a chasm. Not really sure where that came from.
and that despite the video game industry so eager to churn out the yearly blockbuster one after another, sometimes it pays to slow down and take your time. As the great Miyamoto once said, the game will be ready when it's ready, or something like that. I don't remember. My hope is that more games take inspiration from Tears of the Kingdom. More games that take off the training wheels and allow players to play the game the way they want, but without asking why are we trying to play that way, or punishing us for trying to play a way that maybe wasn't intended, because sometimes cheating is fun.
Oh, Zelda! Oh, Zelda! Oh, Zelda! Oh, Zelda! 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 Oh, Zelda! 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 Oh, Zelda!
I am 32 years old. Still a reminder there for myself.
There's no audio again.
Okay, hold on. I got you. Unmute the second. The second's muted. There it is.
Oh, there we go.
There you go. There you go. There you go.
Okay. Hold on, we're gonna run it back.
You want to run the intro again? Hold on. Let's run the intro again. I'm gonna go off screen.
Okay.
All right, go for it.
All right. Oh, why is it not working?
Oh no.
This is
Oh,
not...
don't worry. If you cut when it starts, it'll roll the intro automatically.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not working.
Okay. Don't worry. So go out of studio mode.
Like here?
This button.
Oh, here.
Yep. Now go back.
Okay.
Here, go to pre-stream, and then we'll go to intro again.
Okay.
We're running it back.
One more time.
One more time.
You promised it the last time.
You got it. Hey guys, and welcome to GT Live. GT Live on a beautiful Friday. 4th day of the week, Friday. Hope all of you are thriving. I know I am. Can you roll the intro again? I'm kidding. I hope all of you are doing really well. I know I am, because I'm back here with Bestie Bree.
Hi.
Over on the chat and over on tech. And we are here for the bonus stream that was supposed to happen last week. Okay, this was the initial Scary Game Friday that was going to happen last week before Wednesday's stream broke.
Yeah.
And then we had to move Trees Hate You, that was on Wednesday, to Friday. And this stream is carrying over to this week so that we could give you that bonus piece of stream and make sure that it doesn't get lost. Because, my friends, it is 4th of July weekend here, which means that the lovely folks over at Theorist have a 3-day weekend, which is super cool and fun. Well, I don't know why I'm leaning forward like this. I shouldn't have run. I'm out of breath. Oh gosh. So we have a long weekend this week, right? So that means that we are probably going to be 2 streams this week anyhow. And I couldn't let that happen. No. Not here. Not here. Now. So here we are. We are going to Chica's secret party. We got an invite to Chica's secret party. We're going to go in there and then play perhaps another Scary Game demo that we have on the list, just so we have more of a kind of classic GT Live length sort of video going on, okay? So it's going to be a cool and fun time. And then after this live stream ends, I have to finish filming an episode for you, a not live episode. That's going to be going out within the next few days. I can't give you an exact timeline on that. I think originally I wanted it to be tomorrow, but then this episode got so like, y'all, it's a little bit indescribable. Okay, I'm really excited about this one. I hope you all love it too. I just wanted to put a little extra TLC into it, a little extra time and effort, so that this video could be as good as it's going to be. I legitimately can't wait. Transparently, I have not been this excited about a video in a very long time. And I'm kind of yapping everyone's ear off around me about this video. So Bree helped me take the thumbnail for it a couple days ago. Y'all, my shoulders are sore. My shoulders are sore, y'all. I am not exaggerating, okay? It's been such a fun time. And it's going to be the first of potentially a series. I'm branding it as like the beginning of a quest, you know? Like the start of a journey, a little adventure, you know? Like a 3-act sort of situation, you know what I mean? Hamlet, it's 5 acts, technically. But, y'all, very excited for it. So, essentially, there's going to be 3 to 4 GT Live uploads this week. Hopefully. If you don't see it this weekend, you'll see it very early next week. But keep your eyes out. That's not going to impact stream schedule per se. It's just going to be an extra little here you go bonus. And I'm so excited for y'all to see it. Oh, I'm so excited. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. Anyway. Technically. I was shouting when the puppet hand was closed, which means ventriloquism of the puppet and not the puppeteer. How lovely. Bree, how are you doing today, friend? You're already cozy over there with your blanket?
Got my blanket. The air conditioning is on in here.
Is it on?
It is on. I'm feeling it.
How can you send some to me? You know I just like threw myself on this couch, but it feels rather toasty.
Yeah,
you know?
I'm chilling, literally.
I'm like a, you know, level 3 in a toaster right now. Toaster oven, air fryer.
Man, no, I'm excited for Scary Games Friday on a Thursday.
What's Thursday?
Listen, it's Friday in my heart, okay?
We don't stream on Thursday, Brie.
Yeah.
We only stream on Friday. So it's Friday.
It's Friday.
If we're streaming, that means it's Friday.
Yeah.
4th day of the week, it's Friday.
Exactly. I totally did that on purpose.
Yeah. No, because you knew the philosophy of GT Live.
Yeah.
We stream Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not Wednesday, is it? No. Is it Monday? No.
Nope.
No, it's not. It's the 3rd stream, so it's Friday. Just saying. I love that. Let's redefine the week based on GT Live. I think it's important enough to do that, right? We have enough like gravitational pull where we can define the calendar, you know. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Woo! Ow, my shoulders are sore.
Oh no.
Oh my gosh. Y'all, I'm gonna be so buff. I'm gonna pick up cars. I'm gonna flip them over, okay? Woo! Woo! Anyone know any good shoulder stretches that won't cause me injury? Let me know in the chat. Don't let me know in the chat. Let me look it up, okay?
Also, speaking of chat, hi to ID's Fantasy in the chat.
Hey, ID. Welcome in. Welcome to Chica's secret party. Glad you got the invite. Glad to see a friend here. Goodness me. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us. Bree, I know that you were all involved in the backstory behind this Chica's secret party hoax. Because it was a hoax, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what book it was. It was one of those like Ultimate guides that came out recently.
Right.
And there was a page or 2 or 3 in there about Chica's secret party.
Okay.
And it had all the details about what the game was about, how to beat it.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone was like, wait a minute, this game never came out. But there was like actual screenshots of it in the book. So everyone's like, did it exist? Is it coming soon? Who knows?
Right. So Chica's secret party teased in this book.
Yes.
Screenshots of it. But as far as we know, it doesn't actually exist.
No, there's like no official game for it.
So someone came out with a fan game of Chica's secret party. And we're going to be playing that today.
Yep.
Is that right? Did I get it?
Perfect.
Okay. Amazing. Amazing. Well, all of you got your invites. Okay. You RSVP'd yes to Chica's secret party, and she's ordered enough pizza for all of us. Okay. So before it gets cold, let us hop, skip, and jump right into it. Okay. Let's go to Chica's secret party. Let's do it. All right. I would love if we went full screen. Hello? All right, well, maybe that's not a thing for us. Oh, hello.
This stream is just going amazingly.
It's fine. I just opened the drivers. It wasn't anything crazy.
Okay.
You're fine though. Appreciate it. Here, why don't you go to picture in picture?
Yep.
Yeah. And then if you wanted to like crop it, you can hold down Alt and then just like drag the boundaries on it.
I see. Okay.
Yeah. So it's no big rush. It's Chica's new party. It's a new party. It's a new day. It's a new sleigh.
Yeah.
Okay. Scary Game Friday.
Scary Game Friday.
It's a new Friday. We made a new Friday. Okay. Look, life is a journey, okay? Don't worry about it. All right. Beautiful. Great work, Bree. Booyah. We're skating. We're skating. Is this... Whoa. Okay, hold on. We were having a Midnight Motorist moment, and now we're not. So everyone calm down. Pick up. Okay? Pick up. Pick up. Yes. Yes, please.
Something I've been doing for a few years. Applying to Artist Alley, trying to get my first ever booth. something I've not been doing for a few years, making merch that could fill an Artist Alley booth. Howdy hey, I'm Ray, and I'll be hosting my first ever Artist Alley booth at 2026's Lightbox Expo this October. I got accepted for a booth, but now I don't know what to wear. I have to start planning my very first catalog. Come along, please give me some feedback. Help me out. For starters, I realized we already have a good amount of existing stock on hand. Anything that's listed on our website, we will most certainly have at our booth. So Prism Art Books Volume 1 and 2, the Prism and Gay marker pins, the Apollo standee. The only thing that we won't have at the table is, of course, the digital sketchbook PDFs, because those don't exist in the tangible realm. I also have a bunch of old stock still. I've got a few posters left over, pre-reboot Prism. From that signing that I did a while ago. Those could be sold now if you want unused designs. I have these like cat dresses other magical girls. I don't really know what material they printed this on though, and they're all kind of rolled up, so I'm gonna have to unroll those. They're textured. We've got bunch of pins, gingerbud pins, and like my electric type Eevee on some strawberry pins. There's the lenticular Volceron prints. Got a bunch of those left. Come on out. Yes. Wow. Wow. And also, so like there's all the rolled up ones, there's more in here, and this box here of my standee. My standee! So those are the easiest things we're guaranteed. Takes no extra work to put these at our booth, aside from shipping them from our fulfillment warehouse to Pasadena for the expo. Next best thing would be pieces that take minimal extra work, because I'm really busy all the time lately. So I have here this folder of artwork that I've done in the past that I think could be repurposed into prints or stickers or something of the sort now. Like my Project Voltage designs, I think would make pretty good prints. Probably mini prints, just because I fuck with those more than larger prints. You guys will have to tell me how you feel about print sizes. But drawing the artwork is only half of the job. The other half is actually printing it out. Which brings us to today's sponsor, Milanote. Since there's so much organization involved in running an Artist Alley booth, I really wanted to try and narrow things down in terms of what I wanted to make and how I wanted to make it. And this time, I wanted to try doing it myself. In the past, I've only ever ordered prints and stickers online through online printing companies, but I know a lot of artists who do Artist Alley professionally, and they have their own printers and sticker cutters and all that cool stuff. It's something I've wanted to try for a while now. But I had no idea how to get started, so I enlisted Caden in doing some research, and lo and behold, our very own Izzy Bellbeeps prints and cuts their own stickers. They recommended a handful of brands for us to look into. Caden made the entire pros and cons list covering each one. Oh, forgive my pronunciation on these. The Lineae PixCut was a real strong contender, since it can cut and print its own stickers. 2 for 1, baby. The problem is it only prints up to 4 by 7 inches. Womp womp. The Silhouette Cameo was also looking real pretty for the price tag, but upon further inspection, it looks like it can be a little inaccurate sometimes. One of the nice things about Milanote is you can embed videos directly into your boards, so I was able to watch reviews of the products all in one spot to see just how well they cut. And so, after a lot of back and forth, we decided the Sister Juliet would be the best investment for our Artist Alley escapades. Congratulations, Miss Juliet. You will be mother to many a future sticker. Which brings us to the printers. Okay, so apparently there's a pretty tangible difference in the inkjet printers and the laserjet printers. Do you know the difference? Neither did I, but according to Google, an inkjet printer uses liquid ink, while a laserjet printer uses dry powder, also called toner, to print things. This is important because inkjet printers are said to be more vibrant and better at blending colors, which y'all know I love me a saturated color palette. But I also love a sparkle. And because laserjet printers use toners, they're actually ideal for applying holographic and gold foil to your prints. It works like this. When the toner is exposed to heat, the little plastic particles melt and become sticky, allowing the foil to adhere to the printer paper. Pretty cool, right? Still, my work uses such vibrant colors that I feel like I had to prioritize it over the sparkle. That left me with two options, the Canon Pixma versus the Epson EcoTank. For those of you in the know, the Canon Pixma has been a really popular choice amongst fellow artist alliers in the last decade. It can print up to 13 by 19 inches. It's got easy refill ink cartridges, and it's super affordable. This thing's been going strong for over 10 freaking years. I can see why people like it. That being said, I still opted for the Epson EcoTank. It doubles as a scanner and it's cartridge free, meaning I can just replace the ink directly without plastic waste. The ink is said to last longer as well, so even if it's more costly up front, I feel like I'm gonna get more bang for my buck in the long run. And so now that we've got our supplies, it is time to pick the artwork. So like I said, we gotta pick what we're printing. We're starting in this repurposed stuff. Art that I have already drawn, I think it could be suited to prints. You know, I've got all of these, like, the beginnings of the Johto Pokedex that I thought, you know, these could make cool stickers. I could even potentially make more starters to go with these. I don't know. A little Nuzray thing. I don't know if we still got any Nuzray fans in the building, but maybe this could make, like, a cute bookmark or something. Some old Skitties and Eevees that could make cute stickers. I already found the Voltron prints. I already found those, but I don't know. Maybe we do something else with Voltron. We've got all of these cute little evolutions that I did, and then also their human versions. Would you guys want little prints of the human versions or stickers or something? I don't know. Let me know. Got some Neopet stuff here. These are 2 failed art contest entries. Neither of them got in, but don't they look beautiful? Don't they look beautiful? Don't you want a spooky Yuri lady bookmark? All of the Eevee Neopets I did. I don't know if these are super appealing. I just think they're kind of cute. Maybe we could do something with these Mikus from Miku Miku Beam. I thought the Sanrio collection, it would be really cute to like put these on business cards, you know, double-sided business cards so they look like actual Amiibo cards. I don't know what the process of putting an NFC tag in something would be like, and I don't even know if it's legal, so I don't know if these could be working ones, but you could own one, perhaps. Of all the Cookie Run fan art that I did last year, these are the ones that I think look the most presentable as a final product. I don't necessarily know what we could do with these, but I like them. And then I've tiny little Shadow Milk and Pure Vanilla and little kimonos. I think they're cute. Those could be sticklers. Back to the main page, we also have, these are just some general ideas. So like, these are screenshots from animatics that I've done. This one for Shadow Milk and this one for Jax. I like Jax. I don't know if you guys noticed. But just like, I think that these screenshots are like a little bit iconic, especially the Aishite ones. I feel like these ate the house down. I feel like these could be made into prints. Again, I kind of lean towards mini prints. Let me know what you guys think if you would want these full size. I just need to like color and render them and everything. And then these 2, I think maybe these are presented like horizontal. I think especially this one with the peeling could be vertical perhaps. And I considered grabbing a screenshot from like the Lusamine animatic, but I think it's been too long for that one. I need to actually remake that one day, someday, maybe. And then I've got some general character stickers over here. I tried to pick characters that like both I am interested in and that I think, you know, have some sort of tie to my channel. So of course I've got my little mascot. I've got 3 of the main Prism characters. You guys aren't getting too many Prism characters just because I'm still working on designs. But at least 3 of them. I got Shadow Milk, Pure Vanilla, Jax Ribbit Pomni, Lusamine, Firestar Scourge. And then I was also thinking, I should put another little list. I could make some like channel relevant ones. So like Scoopable Sir. That was like a certified quote moment, right? Perhaps bitches be non-binary. People liked that one. Add a title. Channel quote stickers. Ooh. You guys have any quotes you would want as a sticker? I don't know. Let me know. And then that brings us to like the completely brand new stuff. So first of all, when I think about the kinds of things that I want to buy in an artist alley, I'm always very sketchbooking and scrapbooking pilled. So I really like sticker sheets, especially if there's like a theme to them. I tried to go with a color theme, and instead of going for the full like Roy G. Biv, because that seemed like a bit big in scope, I settled for doing CMYK instead. You know, that's just 4 colors, and also I really like CMYK. I was thinking, at first I was just gonna do like completely random items that fit those colors. And then I ended up kind of breaking it into 2 groups. I'm like, I could do some Magical Girl CMYK. This one does not have a sketch yet, but I've like organized them with like the yellow, the blue, the magenta, the black Magical Girls, and their color coordinated weapons. And then the one that I do have some sketches for, I've got some Neopets ones. I don't know how well these would do necessarily. People like nostalgia, right? But also, look at all those items, so cutie pie. I still need to like, these are my sketches for the sheets. Eek, zoom in. I still need to like rearrange them a little bit so that they're a bit more evenly spaced, but I feel like these are really cute. These are something that I would want to get and something that I would get a lot of use out of. So that's what I'm thinking with those. And then the last one, which I would really love some feedback on, I wanted to do tigers. I feel like I've made that such a big part of my thing, you know, is I'm the tiger guy. So I wanted to do tigers. I was thinking that because they've got all those stripes that they'd be perfect for like pride merch. I know they're not lions. They can't be pride lions, but they could be pride tigers. I did consider making the transgender flag one, like a lion, as a funny little bit, but I'm not doing it. I am so conflicted on what sort of pose to go for. So these are just like sketches, just concept sketches of just a couple flags to start with, just to give me a point to get some feedback on. I made 4 variations. So there's like this top left one where they're showing off more of their back. I'm just trying to make sure that we can definitely like see those stripes in there. There's this bottom left one where they're kind of like forming a circle with their body. I just thought that's kind of fun. I tried to like put the pride flags as they exist in the stripes of the tail, but sometimes it's a little weird. Like, I don't know, is it a little weird, but like we like it maybe? I've also got like just regular headshots, not the most exciting for sure, but a little less busy, perhaps. I feel like they're probably going to be a shoo-in for last place. And then also, bottom right, we've got these little chibi ones. Just nice and simple. What are you guys feeling on these? Are you feeling like the little chibi ones? Are you feeling like the circly ones? What's the vibe? Help me with the vibe. That is going to be it. Thanks again to Milanote for sponsoring. Check them out for free in the description below. Again, if there's any like artwork that I've done before that you didn't see on here that you're like, wait, but I would buy that, feel free to let me know. Any sort of like quotes or anything you want to see turned into a sticker, let me know. I'll do my best. Again, this is going to be for Lightbox Expo 2026 in October. We're going to be doing our booth, and also we're going to be doing Drag and Draw again. So you could please come out to join us for that. It's going to be super fun. We'll try and get an actual video of it this time. We'll do our best. But all that aside, thank you guys so much for watching. And as always, thank you so much to our patrons. $2 a month gets you access to everything that we post. $5 a month gets you access to the Prism stuff that we're working on behind the scenes. $10 a month gets your name at the end of my videos, just like this. Hope you're all having a great day, and I'll see you later. Bye!
I choose you, person who will watch this video multiple times over uninterrupted. Please, 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 please. So, Pokemon is a franchise that is so unavoidably large that I feel like explaining it to you would almost qualify as insulting. But for these, statistically speaking, 2 people that don't know what I'm talking about, Pokemon is a franchise that started with 2 video games, Pokemon Red and Green, which released in Japan on February 27th, 1996. In it, you play a young protagonist attempting to catch various pocket monsters or Pokemon and raise them to battle against other Pokemon trainers to ultimately become the Pokemon master of your region. And since then, it has evolved into something that can only be described as inescapable. TV shows, movies, plush, trading cards, stores, theme parks, clothing, body spray, costumes that may or may not make you look sexy sexy as hell, you are looking at peak male form, beloved viewers. All adding up to Pokemon currently being the largest media franchise in the world, having made over $115 billion in revenue. When it comes to pop culture, Pokemon is Big Daddy, and Big Daddy has a way of shifting said culture every time it makes a move. And naturally, when you have this widespread of an impact with every step you take, inevitably, you're gonna cause a couple earthquakes. Which leads us to today's video. Hi, my name is Blake. A lot of y'all think my name is Jake. It's not. Ask Professor Oak. I've told him it's Blake every single time. Although he does still ask me every time we run into each other if I'm a boy or a girl. Androgynous Queen. Like my other War Crimes videos, today I will be guiding you through 7 stories of absolute debauchery in the Pokemon community. But before I begin, we do have a few disclaimers. 1, a lot of people when I announced this video on my community tab were expecting this to be my first multi-hour project on my channel. And while unfortunately I cannot deliver on my first multi-hour project, I can deliver on this being my first multi-video project. See, normally when I post on my community tab asking for leads for my War Crimes videos, I usually get between like 500 and 700 comments. But when I ask for leads for this video, I received almost 3,000. I knew y'all were wanting this video, but I just didn't know how much. Meaning that there are far too many top-tier offenses to be able to put into a single video without it taking over 6 months to make, and mama needs to be able to pay her rent. So to put this all into simpler terms, welcome to part 1. Meaning that if you notice a glaring hole of a story that I have not covered in this video, put it in the comments because Diva, I'm not done. 2, for those of you with a discerning eye, yes, I am back in my old middle school to film this video. I'm back in Texas for my sister's wedding and once again needed a whiteboard. So shout out to my mom, Queen Donna, for letting me use my old middle school again, and shout out to Brenna. By the time this video goes up, she'll be married, so congratulations, you gorgeous Diva. Everyone tell her congratulations in the comments. And finally, number 3, I can all but guarantee there is not a single piece of documented Pokemon-related drama that has not been covered in excruciating detail on YouTube already. So if I make a small mistake and say something like Politoed only has 3 moles on his ass instead of the canonical 4, just be nice about it in the comments. Think of this as an interactive video. So with all of that out of the way, sit back, relax, grab a jelly-filled donut, and let's start with where it all began. So like I mentioned at the beginning of this video, after Pokemon's release, it eventually became a staple in the zeitgeist of basically the world. But what I neglected to mention was how quickly it became the cultural titan we now know. Pokemon's Western impact began in September of 1998, when both the anime and Pokemon Red and Blue came to North America in the same month. And you know how in 2021, Driver's License by Olivia Rodrigo was the only song you were allowed to hear on the radio? Pokemon was like that, but on crack. Mounds and mounds of 1980s crack. Even though it didn't come out until September of that year, by the end of 1998, a term had already been coined. Pokemania. Lines outside stores for anything related to Pokemon. TV shows already making parodies of the franchise. And of course, the evergreen tale that you have a hit series on your hands, Concerned Parents.
In my opinion, parents should not let their kids watch Pokemon, play Pokemon, buy Pokemon cards, have anything whatsoever to do with Pokemon.
In a 1999 edition of TV Guide, Ask Your Parents, I'm not here to explain that to you, Pokemon was described as, quote, the Microsoft of kitty obsessions, towering darkly over all that came before, from Pog to Mutant Ninja Turtles, really aging myself knowing these references right now, to a quaint activity known as playing outside with something called a ball. The term touch grass has always existed for those with the ears to hear. Now, unfortunately for Pokemon, at the same time that it was gaining popularity, a hit new craze was sweeping the West, known as the Satanic Panic. Originating from the 1980s book Michelle Remembers, the Satanic Panic was basically this widespread theory that pretty much anything and everything that was popular was trying to brainwash children in order to abduct them for satanic rituals. Everybody always wants that 90s sound back in pop music, but when I start reading the Bible in reverse over a synth drum, suddenly I'm the problem. Whatever. But you guessed it, Pokemon was not immune to these accusations, and Lord, did some people run with it.
Pokemon world is a world of the demonic, of the satanic. But while you might not take it quite seriously, I assure you that demons take it quite seriously. Satan takes it quite seriously. Your children need to know there's a devil, and he hates them, and he wants to ruin their lives.
That same pastor would later go on to embezzle money from his church for painkillers, by the way. I guess the Holy Spirit alone just wasn't enough for him. But that pastor was not alone in this mindset. By the end of 1999, many churches had outright banned Pokemon, thinking it was a gateway drug to the occult. But how could people even think that about these adorable little creatures? How could you look this innocent Vaporeon in the face and think of anything even remotely deviant? Well, minus that one thing, but we're gonna get to it, don't worry. Well, I guess slightly to their credit, Pokemon did feature things such as ghost types, channelers, psychic powers, and worst of all, Evolution, oh. But if that does not convince you, then maybe this website from the 2000s called fillthevoid.org will. Many children believe they have power at their fingertips. The power to give commands. This is magic, and it is a very destructive power that will lead only into Satan's trap. And beloved viewers, I hate to tell you this, but it only escalates from here. In August of 1999, Grace Fellowship Church in Colorado held a demonstration to children ages 6 to 12. This demonstration included burning of collectible Pokemon trading cards with a blowtorch, the pastor swinging a sword with a 30-inch blade to strike a plastic Pokemon action figure laid on a table, and that pastor's 9-year-old son tearing the limbs and head off his own Pokemon doll. According to one account, the kids during the ceremony would chant things such as burn it, chop it up, chop it up. A bit morbid, but I can't deny the theatricality. Very Music Man of them. There's also a 9-page think piece written about Pokemon in this website that is still alive and chronically stuck in 2003, whose notable quotes include, "Of course, evolution is an anti-biblical science fiction concept with no more truth to it than Tinkerbell." Strong start, strong start. "We also have the disturbing idea of gathering these little monsters to empower yourself. This is the main point of the game. Thus, the entire game is a metaphor, perhaps more, for demonization. It is possible, though not provable, that many of these weird, cuddly creatures are actually named after demons. Most of the names seem harmless, but why take the risk? Look at Pokemon called Abra, an ancient magic term. This monster evolves into Kadabra. Get it? Abracadabra. And then literally have never seen that word used before. Good for him. Into Alakazam, another magic incantation. But what might be worse than all of that combined, Pokemon was accused of being horny. All Pokemon characters are either headstrong, stubborn, quibbling, self-centered, vindictive, obnoxious, hormonal, sexually preoccupied, evil, thieving, cross-dressing characters, and are definitely not role models." I mean, honestly, slay. "The devil laughs with indescribable joy every time you or your child get involved in Pokemon." The hysteria had gotten so strong that eventually the Vatican itself had to get involved ahead of the Pokemon movie release in the year 2000. That year, Sat 2000, a TV station ran by the Vatican, gave its blessing to the Pokemon franchise, citing it as full of inventive imagination and based on ties of intense friendship. This was especially noble for the Vatican to do because at the time, Italian officials were terrified that the literal mafia was going to get involved in Pokemon, flooding the streets with counterfeit trading cards because they were so hard to get at the time. Again, Pokemania was insane. You just had to be there. Now, did this divine intervention convince all the naysayers that Pokemon is officially a blessed franchise? Absolutely not. There's always going to be fearmongers. Like this one in 2016 who claimed ISIS will use Pokemon Go to murder innocent Christians and spawn demons, says radio host Pastor. I've always thought that gay people have a tendency to be a bit dramatic sometimes, but they do not hold a candle to pastors in the entertainment field. But unfortunately for God's bravest warriors, they were not able to fight off the brainchild of Satan. Pokemon continues to grow and now 30 years later is bigger than ever. My streaming co-host Luis actually helped me research and write this particular story in the video, and I wanted to share with you the headcanon that he has, which is, quote, "Game Freak designed Murkrow in Gen 2 specifically to spite these people." And I just think that's glorious. So now that we finished our first story, like every Warcrimes video, I like to do a small minigame between each story to mix things up a little bit. In this game, I love to play God and decide where the offending participants in today's video will go once they meet their maker. Which of course reintroduces us to the Grafterlife. As you can see, the Grafterlife is your standard XY graph where we will be placing the participants in different quadrants and different spots within said quadrants. On the Y-axis, we have our standard heaven to hell. The Catholics have been making stories about this for years, baby. And on our X-axis, we'll be going from camp to dead serious, the two opposites in my opinion. And starting with our example for dead serious, today I have chosen the car scene from Obsession. I'm not gonna spoil it, most of you have seen the movie anyway, but just know if you haven't, that scene in that movie, dead serious. And our choice of the day for an example of camp is none other than the novel Model Land by Tyra Banks. The amount of information about this book that has been shown to me against my will by social media over the past 2 weeks has been life-changing. It's not that it's bad. It's that it's so bad that I can't stop thinking about it. Everything about this book bleeds camp, down to the song that Tyra Banks made specifically for it.
Hey, it's Tyra me, running in the NY street.
So as you can see, we now have our 4 quadrants: Camp Heaven, Camp Hell, Dead Serious Heaven, and Dead Serious Hell. So starting with our first story, ironically, Camp Heaven. Nobody was hurt, it was just funny as f. Now, Pokemon may have caught a satanic accusation or two, but you know what's absolutely heavenly? The sponsor of today's video, Vapor Epitaphs by Rowan Alexandria Bennett. All right, my divas, so here's the deal. So about a year ago, Rowan sponsored this channel for her transcendered sci-fi novel, The Kindest Embrace a Firm Enough Can Suffocate. And because so many of you bought that book and loved it, she's back on the channel with her new novel, Vapor Epitaphs. Only this time we thought it'd be fun for you to hear from the author herself, so I interviewed Rowan, and here's some highlights. Well, hi, Rowan.
Hello.
I am so excited you came back to this channel. Thank you so much for being a sponsor. It means the world to me and my followers who loved your last book.
Oh, that's so sweet. Yeah, fan first, sponsor second.
Why don't you just give us a quick little elevator pitch? Who are you and what do they need to know about Vapor Epitaphs?
I'm Rowan. I am a therapist based out of California here. I focus on gender affirming care, so trans people like myself. I'm also an author. I write books to frankly help trans people feel less alone. So when the last evacuation shuttle from the dying Earth leaves and our hero Cress realizes she's alone, what does she do? She has to survive long enough to figure out how to keep the memories, the stories, the dreams of the people on the doomed planet alive. That's her whole goal. And there's a lovely T for T romance along the way. It is sci-fi. It's like post-apocalyptic sci-fi. It's set in a world that's dying about 200 years from now.
Vapor Epitaphs is now available for purchase. Check out the link in my description to get a fantastic story and support a wonderful author and friend of the channel. But of course, I couldn't finish our call without a very important question. What's your favorite Pokemon?
I was extremely happy when my favorite Pokemon won your Diva tournament.
No way, Milotic?
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Rowan. I'm so excited for you, for this book, and for everybody who's going to get to partake in reading it. Say goodbye to the audience, Rowan. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you again so much, Rowan, for sponsoring this video. You will forever be a trans icon. Kind of like the main character in our next story. Happy Pride! Sorry I'm a few days late, although very gay culture of me to be late. So as we all know, Pokemon is a fairly wholesome game. Ignore the entire premise of this video. So naturally, when a game is wholesome, lighthearted, and relatively simple to beat, you're going to get competitive players microanalyzing the game to the point where they will inevitably meet an early grave. But lucky for these players, they do have an oasis known as Pokemon VGC. Pokemon VGC, which stands for Video Game Championships, is Nintendo and the Pokemon Company's official tournament circuit for the mainline Pokemon video games. When you're thinking of competitive Pokemon, you're most likely thinking of this. And when someone starts to research and learn about VGC tournaments, one of the names that you will undoubtedly run into is Wolf Glick. Wolf Glick for Pokemon tournament enthusiasts is kind of like Serena Williams for tennis watchers, Lionel Messi for soccer fans, Carly Rae Jepsen for me. I really, really like Carly Rae Jepsen. Wolf is the definition of a renowned VGC player. He's the two-time national champion, the two-time international champion, and the 2016 world champion. To a lot of players, this man's word is scripture. His theory crafting on team composition has frequently affected the meta of VGC. In full transparency, I am by no means an aficionado on anything related to VGC. I just think Lapras is pretty. But as previously stated, I am a friend of Carly, and this particular Wolf story breached containment and even reached my side of the Pokemon community, which apparently is the majority of the Pokemon community. Dear God, is it fruity. So it's April of 2024 at the Orlando Regional Pokemon VGC Tournament. Wolf has made it all the way to the finals and is now about to face his final opponent, Neil Patel. Now, this match was already gonna get a little bit of extra attention, seeing as how it was the finals of the tournament, and by this point in time, Wolf had already made a name for himself in the Pokemon community. But it also got a little bit of extra attention for certainly not a good reason, because right before this matchup, a Discord message from Neil had unearthed and been posted on Twitter, stating, "To be honest, I support gay and lesbian, but I will never support people changing their gender. That's mental illness in my opinion. I would never voice that opinion though."
You need to leave!
And as previously stated, no matter what blue check bots on Twitter tell you, Pokemon has a disproportionately enormous queer audience. Like even a month ago, the Pokemon Company approved Pikachu making an appearance on the Culture Awards, the gayest award show in Hollywood. So you can imagine how well this went over by many a Gardevoir enthusiast. And just like that, before the match even began, Wolf had the pressure of not only himself wanting to win this match, but the pressure of the entire Pokemon queer community wanting him to absolutely dogwalk Neil. And boy, oh boy, was it an acrylic nail biter. In a best-of-3 style final, Wolf and Neil had each clinched one victory, and it was down to the final round. I'll spare you some of the details, but if you want a full recap of this final round, please go check out this video by the YouTuber Cecilily. She is both a friend and wonderful colleague of mine in this YouTube space and deserves all the eyes in the world on her tremendous work. But basically, the match comes down to Neil's Urshifu versus Wolf's Amoonguss. Now, 9 times out of 10, this would be considered a super easy win for Neil. Urshifu is an extremely powerful offensive Pokemon, and Amoonguss was being used on Wolf's team as a defensive support. But there was a small chance for this Pokemon. You see, Amoonguss has an ability called Spore, which has a 100% chance of putting an enemy Pokemon to sleep. So in theory, if Urshifu stays asleep for 3 rounds, the best case scenario for Spore, Amoonguss just might have enough time to get Urshifu's health down to 0. And after a few rounds of this, it looks like it's actually gonna work. Urshifu got put to sleep, and Amoonguss got it all the way down to 6 health. If it can just stay asleep for 1 more round, Wolf wins the tournament. If not, it'll wake up, use close combat, which is almost for sure going to wipe out Amoonguss in 1 round, and Neil wins. And beloved viewers, what happens but the worst case scenario?
Will it wake up again? This is the turn that will decide your Orlando Regional Champion!
Yes, the bipedal bear does in fact wake up and uses close combat, so unfortunately, all is lost. And
it is the Urshifu close combat! It's not Amoonguss! It holds on! It holds.
Sometimes life follows Shakespearean comedies to the T, and it just lights my heart ablaze. Somehow the spirit of Marsha P. Johnson took over Amoonguss and said, this is more than a Pokemon tournament. This is a statement, and I will live to make that statement. Our favorite little mushroom held on with just a sliver of health and was able to sludge bomb Wolf into a regional victory. Oh. And the reception was glorious. Memes, articles, videos. With that single sludge bomb, Amoonguss was thrust almost immediately into trans icon status in the Pokemon community, to the point where Wolf himself has acknowledged and even joked about the trans icon title. Before researching this video, I literally thought that Amoonguss was canonically trans because of how much people were talking about it. Like, there's literally a trans Pokemon in the game, but my brain, when I hear trans Pokemon, still thinks of Amoonguss. And as a little extra victory, Neil did eventually post an apology for the people hurt by his message, apologizing for his transphobia and saying that he was leaving the Pokemon community as well as YouTube and would be focusing in the future on counseling and working on himself and his mental health. And I'm not trans, so it's not exactly my place to accept or refuse this apology, and everyone's entitled to their own opinion about the situation anyway, but if there's one thing I hope you all take away from this story, it's mess with trans, catch these hands. And that, my friends, is how you get yourself into dead serious heaven, a very rare afterlife to achieve in these videos. God, we truly love to see a trans icon transition into greatness. Now, if you'll excuse me, it's time to transition into the next story. Sorry, I couldn't come up with a better segue than that. So as we all know by now, the Pokemon anime was basically an instant success. And with that success comes a lot of eyes on it. A lot of young, susceptible eyes in the case of Pokemon. And you would think that would make the creators of the anime more on their guard to avoid any and all controversy. And to their credit, they certainly tried. For 17 episodes. Oh, but boy, did they fail. In the first 38 episodes of the anime, 4 of those episodes are banned. It has a 10.5% ban rate up until this point. So I figured for this section, why not bring back the Dance Moms style pyramid, showcasing the most iconic banned episodes in the series.
JoJo! Have you learned nothing?
And before I present these, I would like it to be known that these are ranked by how much I knew about them before researching. That is the only deciding factor. The only deciding factor, okay? I say this because I don't want people thinking I'm ranking this by severity of mistake and fighting in the comments on if it's worse to be racist or to send a bunch of kids to the hospital. Unfortunately, that is relevant for this pyramid. Starting with the racism part, at number 6, we have the banned Jinx episodes. See, the Jinx we know today is a purple-skinned ice-type diva who your gay friend that weighs under 120 pounds is undoubtedly obsessed with. That's not a joke, by the way. Ask that twink right now and he'll confirm. But Jinx back in the day used to have pitch black skin and more exaggerated features, so she looked a lot more like the old Facebook photos of like 20% of politicians on Halloween for some reason. But to put it in more explicit terms, a lot of articles and viewers felt that the Pokemon bore a striking resemblance to the blackface actors from over a century ago. So before her redesign, Jinx was the main character in approximately 4 episodes of Pokemon, particularly the one called Holiday Hijinks. But seeing as she was such a pivotal character in this story, the episode was all but wiped from the Pokemon Company's online footprint. There is no racism in Pokemon, there is no war in Ba Sing Se. Those 3 other episodes would also be cut for the same reason, and future episodes would have Jinx's cameos edited out. And because of this controversy, to this day, Jinx has very rarely appeared in the anime. And you would think this would have been a learning lesson. But you'd be so wrong, because they would go on to make the same mistake many, many years later. See, March 1st, 2018 marked the release of episode 64 of Pokemon Sun and Moon, entitled Ash and Passimian, A Touchdown of Friendship, which aired in Japan and literally nowhere else. Because in this episode, Ash decided it would be a great idea to disguise himself as a Passimian and... Ash, I simply cannot defend you on this one. If the shooters come, the shooters come. And interestingly enough, the shooters did come for Ash in episode 35 entitled The Legend of Dratini. This episode aired on November 25th, 1997 in Japan, and again, literally nowhere else. Because in this episode, Ash and the gang are challenged by Team Rocket to see who can catch the most Pokemon in the famous Safari Zone. During that time, at one point in the episode, Kaiser, the owner of the Safari Zone, points a gun directly at Ash Ketchum's head. See, in Japan, this would be considered outrageous and funny because of how rare gun violence is there. In America, well... So when 4Kids got this episode to dub, which we know they received because their PokeRap edit uses some of the footage, they immediately turned it down, and to this day, there has never been an English dub of this episode. And this posed a particular problem because this is the episode where Ash famously catches 30 Tauros in order to win the competition, and 4Kids just skipped it. So for many a child, they were left wondering how the f did Ash get 30 Tauros? And coming in at number 4, we have surprise, the exact same episode 34, The Legend of Dratini. Because in this exact same episode, Team Rocket interrogates Kaiser in order to get the location of the Dratini they're looking for in the Safari Zone. But the artist styled Meowth in a way that many considered to be very similar to that one dictator that Kanye was really into for a while there. And just like that, we have officially hit our war criminal quota for the video, making this officially not clickbait. I can't stop winning! But you know what they say, ban my episode once, shame on you. Ban my episode twice, I undoubtedly need to take a class on geopolitics. And speaking of geopolitics, our next entry is episode 19, Tentacool and Tentacruel. In this episode, a hotel is being built in the ocean, disturbing the local sea life. And in response, a plethora of Tentacool and Tentacruel start attacking the nearby boats and construction workers. One thing leads to another, and eventually one of the Tentacool evolve into a massive Tentacruel and start attacking the local city. In fact, one of those shots is used in the iconic original intro of Pokemon. Now, while this episode aired in 1998, a few years later, a fairly important date in American history would make itself known.
9/11.
Yes, on September 11th, 2001, the terrorist organization Al-Qaeda would attack the World Trade Center, causing them to collapse. And if you weren't around, or for that matter, even born yet to experience post-9/11 America, people were on edge for years. Like, people make jokes about it now, sure, it's been 25 years, that's bound to happen. But for the first decade or so, if you even alluded to this without the highest form of respect, it was considered a major taboo.
It does help to talk about September 11th. Even though it was a year ago, it seems like it happened yesterday.
If you had heard me last year, that's all I would have been talking about.
So you can imagine why showing a city having its buildings toppled over would be an episode of a children's cartoon that everyone agreed would be best to just avoid for a bit. So the episode was pulled from 4Kids and would not make a reappearance until years later on Cartoon Network, only to be pulled again in 2005 after Hurricane Katrina, because it also showcases a town being flooded. God, this episode cannot catch a break. So this was episode 19, but what if I told you that episode 18 was also banned? Because that's exactly what happened to the iconic episode Beauty and the Beach. In this episode, Misty joins a beach beauty contest which involves wearing swimsuits. Team Rocket is hired to interfere with this competition, and James cross-dresses attempting to win. And to the shock of probably no one who's ever watched the series, oh my god, did this diva commit. Because James goes the extra mile and dons an inflatable chest piece and bikini. And frankly, at the end of the day, fierce is fierce, honey. I hope people weren't expecting coffee in this video because that body is tea. But unsurprisingly, because of the cross-dressing and the fondling being shown towards James honker-donkers, and because everyone's a f***ing coward, there I said it, the episode was initially banned in America. Originally, this was considered a lost episode, but with some editing slash deboobing, it would go on to later air with an English dub. The episode aired only twice on WB and has zero mention of it on Pokemon.com. They really said James cover up. And I guess I get it. At the end of the day, it is a kid's show. But if someone could please recreate James cutting the f*** out in drag, please film it and please tag me. Apparently in the original Japanese, there's also a scene where an older man tells Misty that he's looking forward to her in 8 years because she's 10 years old. In the English dub, he just tells her that she reminds him of his wife, but dear God, between this and the gun episode, when it rains, it pours in that writer's room. But nothing could prepare them for the backlash they would receive from episode 38, Cyber Soldier Porygon. When I say this episode is infamous, I mean infamous. There is almost no way you don't already know this story, but if you are that rare case, then buckle the f up. So in this episode, Team Rocket puts a computer virus in the Pokemon transfer system that's used at Pokemon centers. This was being done in order for them to steal Pokemon that were being transferred between the centers. So Ash and the team go into cyberspace and fight off Team Rocket and eventually win the day. Now in earlier seasons, the usual way that Ash would win against Team Rocket is for his Pikachu to use a massive electrical attack, and this episode was no exception. But between the setting they drew for cyberspace and Pikachu's attack, It was the perfect storm. See, an estimated 1 in 4,000 people suffer from PSE, or photosensitive epilepsy. And people with PSE are at risk of going into seizures when subjected to bright strobing lights. This is why you typically see warnings not to sit too close to the TV and to watch it in a brightly lit room for animated shows. And what happens in this episode is literally the reason the warning exists. See, this cyberspace was animated in a way where blue and red lights were flickering at a rate of 12 hertz over a 24 frames per second show. So couple that with Pikachu's electric attack, and they accidentally created a strobe effect that stayed on screen for over 4 seconds at one point. And those famous 4 seconds would go on to be known as the Pokemon shock. Of the 4.6 million people watching this in Japan, 685 children had to be sent to the hospital, 2 of which had to stay there for over 2 weeks. It actually holds the Guinness World Record for most photosensitive epileptic seizures caused by a TV show. What can I say? My goat just keeps grabbing titles. So because of this incident, obviously the episode is banned worldwide, but it's also officially considered non-existent for any marketing outside of Japan. There are no seizures in Ba Sing Se. The Pokemon anime also went on hold for 4 months, and Porygon Z and Porygon 2 have never made an appearance in the anime because of this exact episode. But on a personal note, I would also like to request that you get off my girl Porygon's back. Porygon is always the one associated with this incident, even though Porygon didn't do shit. Pikachu is the one doing all the flashy moves, but they couldn't do anything to punish Pikachu because Pikachu's the cover girl. And the Pokemon Company even agrees with me. In September of 2020, the English International Pokemon Twitter page posted, Porygon did nothing wrong. They said, might I suggest you don't f with my sis. I don't like the optics of Blake put the seizure episode into camp, so dead serious hell you go. Now, much like these banned episodes, what if I told you there was a banned Pokemon who would have a field day in a Call of Duty lobby? So Pokemon has always been the type of game that likes to keep up with the times, excluding certain graphical things that people have definite opinions on, but we're gonna say that for another video. In Heart Gold and Soul Silver, they gave us the Pokewalker after Tamagotchis had a huge renaissance. Most recently, we got Pokopia after everyone realized that only 95% of video games had the ability to farm crops. But before any of that, Pokemon had one specific gimmick built into Diamond and Pearl for a singular Pokemon, Chatot. So Gen 4 was the first Pokemon game for the Nintendo DS. And back in this era, if you wanted Nintendo to promote the out of your game, you were going to go along with their gimmicks. The ones for the DS specifically being the dual screen, the touchpad, and most importantly for this one, the microphone. Like how Nintendogs would make you use the microphone to call over your stupid dog that would never come over. But I digress. The makers of Diamond and Pearl decided that the DS microphone would be used with their Pokemon Chatot via its move Chatter. Chatter was a move that would deal damage to the opposing Pokemon and also give it a percentage chance of being confused. But the gimmick was that they allowed you to use a soundbite of your voice to attach to the move where every time it was used, the soundbite would play. And because Pokemon knows their fans so well, depending on how loud you were in the soundbite, it would increase the move's chance of causing confusion. If you were a shy little ooh-woo cinnamon roll basking in the warmth of your MacBook screen scrolling through Tumblr at 3:30 a.m., you had a 1% chance of causing confusion. But if you were a theater kid who equated yelling with good acting, your soundbite would have a 31% chance of confusing the Pokemon. Now, clearly, this already made Chatter extremely memorable, a move that changes based on your input and puts a little bit of yourself into the game. But this move would go on to make an even bigger impression because it made Chatot the first non-legendary Pokemon to ever be banned from competitive play. See, in Pokemon VGC, every season, there is a list of Pokemon that are not allowed to be used. Usually, these Pokemon are banned because they're either too powerful or they're too difficult to attain. And Chatot was fairly easy to catch, so it simply must have been too powerful of a Pokemon to compete, right? Well, in Chatot's case, it's actually a secret third thing. You probably know where this is going already, but just in case, I'm going to spell it out for you. See, we know now that Chatter uses a personalized soundbite, but what I neglected to mention is that it would take any soundbite. Any soundbite. So I'm sure you could imagine the shock and awe from children who would play against somebody using Chatot and it comes to the field like so. Pikachu, I choose you! Not very original, but okay. Pika-Pee, I'm Pikachu, let's go, or whatever. I choose you, Chatot! What's up, you f***ing loser? How long did it take you to get off your prolapse asshole to play this b****ass, fat-ass, loser-ass Pokemon? I'm just gonna start saying slurs now. Okay, realistically, I think you got like 1 second max to record your soundbite. But I do like to envision a world where there's no time limit and every time Chatter is used, they have to sit through that. But even with only 1 second to record, that was plenty of time for people to say certain words that would immediately get me deplatformed on YouTube. And understandably so. More like Chad Todd, am I right? Says the most divorced man you've ever met. So in order to avoid Pokemon tournaments turning into Slur City, Chatot was eventually banned in both 2011 and 2013, making it the first Pokemon to ever be bi-sistered. But after a quick fix and probably probably a ukulele apology video somewhere along the way. Chatter was changed to a 100% confusion chance and removed any and all sonic input from the player. This meant Chatot was allowed back into the official Pokemon tournaments and would go on to be used literally almost never. At the end of the day, it's just a pretty bird with not very good stats. At least that's what my competitive friends tell me. Again, I'm not very educated on this side of Pokemon. I guess it's up to debate as to whether Chatot has the pass, but no matter what, it's funny as hell. Now, Chatot might have hurt people's feelings with its words, but it could have been much worse. It could have hurt people with devastating physical injuries, like the culprit of our next section. So question to everyone watching this video. When you hear the phrase Pokemon on your phone, what is the first game that comes to mind? That's right, Pokemon Unite, the best MOBA ever made if you truly hate yourself. Just kidding, a lot of people don't even know that game exists. I'm obviously talking about Hillary Clinton's favorite app.
Pokemon Go.
Yes, Pokemon Go came out on July 6, 2016, and there were a few more people playing it than just Hillary. In just 2 months after its release, Pokemon Go had been downloaded over 500 million times. And because of how Pokemon Go works, going to real-life locations to catch various types of Pokemon, this was not only a phenomenon you could see through numbers, you could see it simply by going outside, the natural predator of the average Pokemon fan. People in Taiwan stopping traffic to catch a Snorlax, New Yorkers abandoning their cars for a chance at owning a Vaporeon. And because of this influx of human interaction and sense of community, for many a person, the summer of 2016 is considered peak human existence. Well, that and the fact that it was the last summer before Trump decided to become a global menace.
Pokemon go to the polls.
But I can confirm this Pokemon Go craze. Hell, I was part of it. That summer, I was at an opera program with 0 cell signal. So half of us after rehearsals would drive 20 minutes into town just to wander around a gas station parking lot at 9:30 p.m. trying to catch Pokemon. We could have been killed. Which leads to the topic of this section of the video. You see, the problem with playing a game outside is that sometimes outside is mean. Some areas of your town are statistically more dangerous than others. Some roads should not be crossed without extreme attention. And some Pokemon fans you never want to meet in real life, or even worse, piss off. And those are just a few examples from the very real and very still up website known as PokemonGoDeathTracker.com. This website acts as a database of documented occurrences of injury, death, violence, and extreme coincidences, all brought about by Pokemon Go, with links to articles discussing said occurrences. And since this is easily one of the most insane websites to ever cross my path, I figured what better way to make use of it than to compile a list of the wildest things I saw on it. So introducing to you the 10 most insane Pokemon Go related incidents that I can monetizationally discuss on YouTube. Now, out of respect to the people involved in these stories, I'm not covering any deaths because, frankly, I didn't want to kill the comedic vibe of this video. But honestly, most of those just involve people walking into traffic while playing Pokemon Go, or even worse, playing Pokemon Go while driving in traffic. But if you want to dive into more of those, the website is in my description, so have fun, I guess. But anyway, let us begin. Starting off with number 10, we have Pokemon Go streamer mugged live on Twitch. Self-explanatory, while playing Pokemon Go around town, the streamer RickyBot was punched in the face and robbed in Central Park at 12:30 a.m. while trying to get a Snorlax. And I don't blame him for not knowing this, but I'm just going to treat this like a learning experience for anybody that might be interested in living in New York one day. It is common knowledge among any resident there, do not go into Central Park after sundown. This was inevitable. And what's even worse than that is that this stream was RickyBot's 9th stream ever. Although, to be fair, I do know many a Twitch streamer that would gladly take a punch to the face to have their channel blow up like this, so I guess good on you, Ricky, for that. Coming in at number 9, we have Pokemon Go player bit by real snake in North Texas Park. Self-explanatory, but I do adore that they had to put in the words real snake as if people were going to assume an Ekans did it or something. And at number 8, we have Pokemon Go leads man with warrant to police. Yes, within the first 2 weeks of Pokemon Go existing, a man by the name of William Wilcox rode his bike to the local police department of his town in Michigan because the department's flagpole was a designated gym. Many of the cops on duty recognized him immediately as being on their wanted list for breaking and entering and failure to appear in court, and he was immediately arrested. Listen, Pokemon fans have been self-reporting for ages, but this really brings it to a whole new level. Next up, and I hope I get all the words right, Angry Church Seagull keeps attacking me and all I want to do is play Pokemon Go, says Devin Man, which is made even funnier when you read the tagline under the title, which says, quote, Jonathan has been told his balding head could be to blame for the winged assaults. I've heard of kicking someone while they're down, but I don't think I've ever experienced curb stomping someone while they're down. Coming in at number 6, we have Wyoming teen playing new Pokemon game on phone discovers body. While searching for a Pokestop, a 19-year-old accidentally stumbled upon a dead body floating in the Wyoming River. And I hate to break it to y'all, but Gotta Catch 'Em All does in fact include catching trauma. God forbid somebody be a completionist. Also hilarious that they didn't use a picture of Pokemon Go. Like, research is your literal one job. And coming in at number 5, we have Pokemon Go players fall off 90-foot ocean bluff. Apparently there was a fence that literally literally said, do not go past this. The cliff here is unstable. And they just went past it because they wanted the Pokemon on the other side. Glad they're okay, but they are really not helping the stereotype that Pokemon fans cannot read. Coming in at number 4, we have 3 men knifed after fight breaks out over popular mobile game in City Park. Apparently, they were literally Pokemon Go rivals. I'm glad everyone's okay, but also the idea of Ash and Gary knifing it out in a public park is admittedly hilarious to me. Coming in at number 3, we have man has leg amputated after falling onto railway tracks while playing Pokemon Go. Self-explanatory. Sorry, dude. Moving on. So a lot of these are admittedly kind of brutal, so I wanted to end on 2 more positive ones. So here's just some weird coincidences that were also on that website. Coming in at number 2, we have famous spot turned Pokemon Go hotspot reports 0 deaths so far in 2017. In Japan, there is a popular natural landmark called Tojinbo, and because of the landmark's layout, it unfortunately became a very popular location for taking your own life. But because Pokemon Go decided that this would be a hotspot for catching Pokemon, it literally was always crowded. So because it was so crowded and lacked any opportunity for isolation, there were literally 0 deaths reported by the time this article came out in April of 2017. I know it's really dark, but the idea of being unable to do it because there's too many Pokemon fans around being loud and obnoxious is unfortunately really funny. And finally, we have Pokemon Go helps find missing man with dementia. Yes, in April of 2018, a Pokemon Go player by the name of Allison Hines ran into the missing Homer Howard while doing her daily Pokestop check in a park in Kentucky. While walking by, she waved at him, but noticed almost immediately that he seemed distressed. So she started talking with him, only to realize that he had been missing from his family in Ohio for over 24 hours. After this interaction, Homer was reunited with his family, and they even took the time to take a cute little photo together. Again, gotta catch them all does mean all, even missing family sometimes. Also, Ash has some fierce competition now. He can't even catch a Pidgey. These stories kind of run the gamut of severity, so I think I'm gonna put it in neutral hell. I think that feels right. Except for these 2 precious little angels. Serious heaven you go. I love them so much. I love this story so much. So while these stories might have been a bit morbid, at least this is the last time in this video we have to talk about anybody receiving bodily harm because of Pokemon. Except it's not. So hey Diva, you know how the pandemic ruined everything? Like ruined everything to the point where it's been mentioned in multiple entries of my war crime series? Well, guess what, beloved viewer? That era of human history is also the reason you can't even look at a pack of Pokemon cards in Walmart without getting your arm gnawed off by a 35-year-old man attempting to support his 3 kids with said pack. Unless you've been living under a rock, I think most people have become privy to the fact that Pokemon card collecting has become a hobby that is both expensive and dangerous. And why is that? Why is a 30-year-old card game suddenly the it girl all over again? Well, allow me to take you back in time to 6 years ago. You see, in March of 2020, when the pandemic hit, everyone was staying in their houses. Or at least the decent ones were. And of the people stuck in their houses, a large portion of them were millennials. And millennials, for reasons I am not qualified enough to discuss, besides the fact that I am one, have an exceptionally large tendency for nostalgia. This is why you'll commonly hear someone in their 30s say something like, music was better in the 2010s, even though it was literally all just this. And if there is one thing that millennials are overwhelmingly nostalgic about, it's Pokemon, particularly Pokemon cards. You see, in the 90s when the cards first came to North America, we all had them. I still have a box of them at my parents' house here in Texas. Side note, do not come to my parents' house attempting to get them. I do not care how long you've been supporting this channel. I will come at you with a bat. So between the boredom of being stuck at home, the baseline nostalgia, and the influx of money coming from government stimulus checks and unemployment, more and more people were slowly but surely starting to buy Pokemon cards as a hobby. Now, from what I've read, it seems like this has pretty innocent origins. It was genuinely just for the love of the game. But the problem began to make itself known when this increase in purchases started to raise the value of Pokemon cards, particularly the vintage ones. You know, the ones that nostalgic millennials wanted the most. And all of this, mind you, is coupled with the fact that the pandemic caused a massive economic downturn, one that we are still seeing the waves of today. And historically speaking, during times of economic uncertainty, a lot of people have a tendency to run to the big 3: drugs, alcohol, and the topic of today's conversation, gambling. See, for some reason, and I am notoriously not a gambler, so this has never made sense to me, a lot of people think that the best thing to do when you have no money is to risk whatever money you have left. And people can do this through standard gambling, such as casinos and sports betting, white-collar gambling, such as crypto, NFTs, and day trading, or you could do what I like to call uwu gambling, which is almost exclusively blind boxes, more blind boxes, and oh my god, so many blind boxes. Which leads us to the original blind boxes, trading card packs. Because of the rise in value of Pokemon cards, many a person saw this as their get-out-of-jail-free card from an unforgiving economy if they could just find the right card. And while this increasingly toxic ecosystem was slowly bubbling under the surface in the Pokemon community, the final catalyst that would launch it into the pestilence we know today would be none other than the pestilence of YouTube, Logan Paul. For those of you that don't know who Logan Paul is, I'll give you a quick crash course because any opportunity I get to rip on this chronic tourist, I will take in a heartbeat. Logan Paul is an ex-Vine star turned social media celebrity turned professional highball scam artist turned Lunchables competitor turned highly detested wrestler. Famously, one of his biggest scandals is that during a vlog of him terrorizing the people of Japan by visiting Japan, he went through their forest and found a dead body, filmed it, and posted it onto YouTube for his millions of child viewers to see. But because of his prolonged fame and because sometimes life is just so very, very unfair, Logan has survived his literal dozens of controversies and has amassed a net worth of over $100 million. So in October of 2020, because this man only likes things when lots and lots of other people like them, he decided to start filming himself opening Pokemon cards, starting with his first video entitled, "I bought a $200,000 box of Pokemon cards," which to date has over 10 million views. And from the success of that video, it absolutely snowballed. Streams of him opening the cards, videos of him opening increasingly expensive boxes, to the point where he eventually bought a PSA 10 perfect condition Pikachu Illustrator card, of which there are less than 50 credited to exist, to the tune of $4 million, along with the PSA 9 Pikachu Illustrator card he had already purchased for $1.275 million, meaning that his purchase came to a grand total of $5,275,000. His inevitable downfall one day is going to rival a Greek tragedy. His hubris is just so palpable. It should also be noted that this broke a Guinness World Record for the most expensive Pokemon card purchase in a private sale, which he filmed and immediately followed with,
"This is the coolest thing ever, but it's even cooler that you, yes, you at home, can own this card with me." Right into the plug. Right.
Clap if you think she should suffer.
Yes, because the grift literally never, ever ends. Logan came up with a plan to own 49% of the Illustrator card and allow various amounts of the remaining 51% of it to be purchased. And this would be done via his new business, Liquid Marketplace, a company that had over $2.7 million worth of investments put into it before abruptly shutting down due to an investigation by the Ontario Securities Commission and scamming a bunch of people out of their money. I don't really have time to get into all of it, but just know that Logan Paul is like the Mozart of scam artists on YouTube. But eventually, Logan would go on to sell this Pikachu Illustrator card in February of this year for $16.5 million. And during this 6-year journey, many a person would take inspiration and start getting into uwu gambling themselves. People have been making YouTube and Twitch channels solely based around opening card packs, which to their credit, kind of brilliant. You're already gonna have a chance of making money from the cards that you pull, but on top of that, you're now gonna make money from the ad revenue from people that like to watch this for some reason. It's not really my cup of tea, but I'm not gonna judge, I suppose. Although you are into gambling, just so you know, you're into gambling. And don't get me wrong, most things are fine in moderation. If you want to play a hand of blackjack or buy a Labubu, in the grand scheme of things, that's relatively harmless. But where I do start to have a problem with all of this is when it starts getting hostile, and it's hostile for the same reason that a view like this at the Ariana Grande tour is $800. Scalpers. There are countless videos of people harassing each other outside of stores waiting in line for Pokemon cards, reports of people stealing thousands of dollars worth of Pokemon cards like this story from literally 2 days ago, literal physical violence from people trying to get the most cards from a store, to the point where stores are beginning to remove trading card vending machines because they've become a hotspot for physical altercations. And unfortunately, in rare cases, it gets even more violent. In April this year in Santiago, Chile, 2 suspects were arrested for selling rare Pokemon cards online just a few days after a 20-year-old woman who had those exact same cards had gone missing and has still not been found. I think I speak for everyone watching this video when I say I hope for her safe return, or at the very least closure for her family. I am so sorry that people can be so horrible. And while this part might not be the saddest, what's the most pathetic is that now there's a bunch of kids that can't get Pokemon cards. And even if they can find available cards, half the time they're unaffordable because you've got stores like GameStop charging over triple the MSRP because of the high demand. And all of this is because Rick, the 45-year-old, who probably doesn't give money to homeless people because he sees it as a free handout, is hoping that the Pokemon Company will pull him out of his lower middle class fate. And what's even more infuriating is that Rick probably doesn't even know how to play the card game. Like, I swear to God, if you're at least 14 years old, you should have to play a round of the game to prove that you know how it works before you're even allowed to buy a pack. Like, I know the word tourist gets thrown around so much now that it's kind of lost all meaning, but in this situation, this is peak tourism. Even from the source himself, Logan Paul has moved on from Pokemon cards now to manga. His big new collection fad is first editions of manga like One Piece, a series that he has been proven to know nothing about. So how does this resolve? Honestly, it hasn't yet, and it won't until this bubble inevitably bursts and Logan Paul faces a single consequence for any of the scams he's ever done. But until then, I'm going to optimistically hope that the next cards to blow up are the ones based on the 2003 anime Zatch Bell, because at least that came with a little book. I get that it's a fun hobby for most, but when you start throwing throwing punches, you're gonna end up here, sorry to say. Now, before we get to our final story, and I am so sorry for what that's about to be, I wanted to add in a few stories to the afterlife that wouldn't warrant a full section, but are still worthy of note. So my lovely divas, let us commence the lightning round. First, Mr. Mime is Ash's dad. This is a long-running fan theory that since we've never seen Ash's dad in the anime, and his mom spends so much time with her Mr. Mime, we can only assume comedically that this is Ash's dad. And while this has definitely been disproven over time, that's not going to stop Pokemon fans because they can't read. Incredible, amazing, show-stopping, never change. Love this theory. We'll ride with it until I die. And speaking of Pokemon fans being unable to read, that is the next entry in our lightning round. This long-standing stereotype of the Pokemon community stems from the many, many times that a Pokemon fan has critiqued a game, only to be immediately disproven by dialogue in the exact same game they're critiquing.
Thank you for teaching me all the letters. Now I can, what did you call it? Read?
Will never not be funny, will never not entertain me. Next up is the hashtag heard around the world. Pokemon tried to make a hashtag for their upcoming series, Pokemon Masters EX, and when put into a hashtag, it reads as Pokemon Master Sex. Funny, funny, funny. Camp, camp, camp. Next up, the Jelly Donut dub. In a 4Kids English dub of Pokemon, at one point, Brock pulls out a bunch of rice balls and
These donuts are great. Jelly-filled are my favorite.
This is one of the longest standing jokes in the Pokemon community, and it holds a very special place in my heart. And also a special place in hell. I can't believe the writers of this show thought we were all that stupid. Next up, we have the canonically trans Pokemon. So basically, because of a coding error in Pokemon Ruby, Azurill has a 75% chance of being female, while its evolution, Marill, has a 50% chance. Meaning that if you evolve a female Azurill into a Marill, you have a 30% chance of it becoming male. Trans icon! Pokemon said Happy Pride Month before half the politicians we have, so good on them. And finally, we have a personal story, my first Pokemon. I've told this story before on this channel, but if there was ever a time to tell it again, it's now. Ruby was my first Pokemon game, and Torchic was my first Pokemon ever. And since I was 8 years old, and I saw that it was a fire type, I thought the most appropriate name for this Torchic would be Flamer. The call was coming from inside the house at such a young age. So that covers all our lightning round topics. I didn't want to do too many because I figured I'm probably going to do another video, so why waste them all in the first one? And I figured that since we've covered a lot of the bottom of the barrel of this community today, why not highlight some of the positive influences as well? So here's a quick list of Pokemon creators I've collaborated with and or enjoy watching that I think you should have on your radar. Delicious James is a duo that's had me on their channel multiple times for Pokemon-themed games. The Girly Pop Games host Pokemon competitions in a drag race style format. Cecilily creates masterful video essays, many of which focusing on both Pokemon and the queer experience. Real Shiny Stone is your go-to creator for all Pokemon edits of the brain rot variety.
Yes, Queen Skinny Legend Versace boots the house down.
Well, guess what, Mimi?
Koi J's Pokopia builds are some of the most committed I've ever seen. I actually built a Taco Bell with him and was blown away at the attention to detail. Robbie For Short hosts various Pokemon-style game shows. Fawn literally invented the girly pop lock. If you like watching Nuzlocke, you're gonna love this. Bieber Koifish is a master of all things board game related and has used his art skills to integrate Pokemon into his games that he hosts for various YouTubers. And finally, Michael Lors has been streaming his Tomodachi Life playthrough and created an entire island of Pokemon-styled Miis. Shout out to these fantastic creators, and just like that, this video is now complete. We have no more stories left to tell. Oh, fuck. I am so sorry for the story I am about to tell. Here, I'm just gonna put these on, you'll be happier. Content warning, content warning, content warning. I know how some of you react to this story. I put it at the end of the video for a reason. You have been warned. So in the Pokemon community, there is a famous set of 5 words. 5 words that are so viscerally hated in the community of Pocket Monster enthusiasts that just uttering these 5 words will send a non-negligible amount of them into a vitriolic spiral. This is not a joke. Do not test the waters on this. You could get mierdered. And these 5 words, viewers, you've been warned. If you made it to this point, this is your own fault. These 5 words are, hey guys, did you know? To many, this is a fairly innocuous way to start a sentence. To those that know what I'm referencing, them's fatten words. Because these 5 words are the start of the most famous copy pasta in Pokemon history. Literally the Pokemon equivalent of, what the fuck did you just say to me, you little For a quick mise-en-scène, the copy pasta features Pokemon number 134 from Generation 1, Vaporeon. Easily one of the most popular evolutions and a personal personal favorite Pokemon of mine, as you can tell from this plushie, who will never hear the words I am uttering right now. So popular, in fact, that on December 4th, 2018, an anonymous user made a post on the VP Pokemon board of 4chan. And I could paraphrase the post, I could imply, but I feel like the only thing that could truly do it justice is to read it to you with some mild censoring. I cannot emphasize this enough. You have been warned. I am going to read this on camera. Apologies in advance to all of my viewers and all of my future employment opportunities. Hey guys, did you know that in terms of male human and female Pokemon breed, Beyonce, Vaporeon is the most compatible Pokemon for humans? Not only are they in the field egg group, which is mostly comprised of mammals, Vaporeon are an average of 3 feet 3 inches tall and 63.9 pounds. This means they're large enough to be able to handle human diva. And with their impressive base stats for HP and access to acid armor, you can be RuPaul with one. Due to their mostly water-based biology, there's no doubt in my mind that in Ariana, Vaporeon would be incredibly wet. Wendy Williams. So wet, Wendy Williams, that you could easily have sex slay with one for hours without getting sore. They can also learn the moves Attract, Baby Doll Eyes, Captivate, Charm, and Tail Whip, along with not having fur to hide Newtonian physics. So it'd be incredibly easy for one to get you in the mood. With their abilities Water Absorb and Hydration, they can easily recover from fatigue with enough water. No other Pokemon comes close to this level of compatibility. Also, fun fact, if you pull out enough, you can make your Vaporeon turn white. Vaporeon is literally built for human diva. Ungodly defense stat plus high HP pool plus acid armor means it can take Karl Marx all day, all shapes and sizes, and still Karl Marx for more. It just occurred to me that while writing this, I never actually said these words out loud, and now that it's happened, I do feel like my soul is slightly more hollow than a few minutes ago. Originally, this post didn't make a lot of waves, aside from what I can assume were a few aggressive side-eyes from other users, but it would receive a renaissance 4 months later, starting in April 2019 on the subreddit Unwholesome Memes, where an image of the text was posted in full. It would then be posted on r/dankmemes 10 days later with this edit of Dr. Phil. From there, it would make its occasional rounds, popping up here and there to a few unsuspecting victims. But 8 months later, on December 16th, 2019, a mere 9 days before Christmas, the VTuber Arcada Cutie would post a video reciting the copypasta word for word on YouTube in a cute anime-style voice which would go on to receive 1.2 million views at the time of recording this video.
Hey guys, did you know?
And from there on, this grouping of words would spread like wildfire. Popular online creators reacting to the cursed text, edits to the actual anime referencing the 4chan material. Anti-memes attempting to make it even slightly wholesome.
Hey guys, did you know that in terms of water-based Pokemon, Vaporeon is the most cool?
Fan art after fan art after fan art that I cannot show even a pixel of if I want to make any ad revenue from this video. All I'll say about it is that it's extremely ironic that the Pokedex number for Vaporeon has the number 34 in it. There's literally an entry on the song lyric analysis website Genius of the Vaporeon copypasta, which has a user correction on the line about turning Vaporeon white, which states there is no evidence of this in the game or series. Listen, if you're gonna actually something, you might as well do it for the good of humanity. And worst of all, and I do mean worst of all, there are videos attempting to scientifically debunk that Vaporeon is the best Pokemon for guaranteeing your spot in hell. And to their credit, those in glass houses probably shouldn't be throwing stones, because Lord knows there are hours of video evidence of me thirsting over Machoke in Pokopia streams. But in my defense, at the very least, Machoke is bipedal, okay? I think many a person can hear me out on this. But believe me when I say, almost no one will hear you out if you are a Vaporeon copypasta defender. And I will say, I don't think this is that big of a deal, because I do genuinely believe that most people are just committing to a bit. I'm about to get so many Sweet Summer Child comments in this video. But genuinely, truly, genuinely, cannot emphasize this enough. Even referencing this copypasta in the simplest, smallest forms will send some people into a frenzy. I think it's mostly because they've just heard it so many times that they're frankly sick of it, and I do understand that. But there does come a point where a Pokemon starts to look too similar to like a dog or a cat that I could understand the genuine concern that some people have towards people interested in this copypasta. And I can't speak for anybody. I don't know the purpose behind every single person using this copypasta, but for the sake of your mental health, when in doubt, just assume it's a joke. I promise it will save you so much time and effort. Alrighty, we can take these headphones off now and you can remain in blissful ignorance, something that none of you can say now. I'm putting this here as an example. You have to stop being proud of using this. And just like that, we have finished another Grafter Life. I'm not shocked in the least of how many were camped because it's Pokemon, but nevertheless, I am still satisfied. Thank you so much for watching this video. Once again, my name is Blake. If you enjoyed this video, please make sure to like, comment, share, subscribe, notification bell, all that good stuff. Otherwise, no part 2 for you. I'm not gonna threaten that. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do a part 2. Speaking of, if there's any stories you really desperately want me to cover, please put it in the comments. I am looking for new leads as we speak. If you want to keep hearing my ramblings, I also stream on Twitch and YouTube Live and post edited VODs on that YouTube Live channel. I also have a podcast, Keep Me Young, where me and my co-host Heather try to keep each other culturally relevant by discussing pop culture topics. Check it out. It's a lot of fun. And thank you again to Rowan for sponsoring this video and for your remarkable book. Please check it out in the description. And of course, like every video, we have to end it with what have we learned? I think the moral of the story is that we have now learned that if you are a Pokemon enthusiast, you are most likely going to Pokemon Go to hell. You shall not pass. Wait, wrong IP. Don't leave, don't leave, don't leave. So, World of Warcraft is one of those games that has such a widespread impact that I feel like it's like one of those mesothelioma ads. If you or a loved one has been affected by World of Warcraft, and that's likely the case for everybody watching this video, including me. Hi, I'm Blake. A lot of y'all think my name is Jake. It's not. That's not even my name in World of Warcraft. It's Jasperwin. Yes, in hindsight, I'm aware it's a bit fruity. So World of Warcraft released on November 23rd, 2004 by Blizzard Entertainment. Yes, that Blizzard, we'll get into it, don't worry. The game tells the story of two rival factions, the Horde and the Alliance, and their constant struggle for power against each other and various forces of nature and deities. Players can pick various races and classes and go on to play in one of the world's biggest sandboxes, making friends, fighting bosses, and exploring the massive world of Azeroth. And its global impact truly cannot be overstated. Player numbers, celebrity commercials. It had a dedicated South Park episode.
Looks like you're about to get pwned.
And most importantly for this video, I started playing it in 2008 and would go on to continue playing it for over a decade. To this day, it is my most committed relationship I have ever been in. It's kind of an insane thing to say for a YouTuber who makes a lot of videos about video games, but there are so many gaming references from 2008 to 2018 that I simply do not get because I was too busy playing World of Warcraft. This was my game, which is why I am so excited to take on this video. I know it's slightly off-brand from my typical Nintendo and cozy style games that I cover, but I figured I'd follow YouTube's golden rule. If you're passionate about it, they will come. Also, I'm covering Pokemon War Crimes next. Worry not, I will be 100% on brand very soon. And let me just say right here, right now, as corrupt as the cozy game communities can be, compared to the World of Warcraft community, they look like Doctors Without Borders. So I would love to present these stories to you via my typical format of the whiteboard in my New York apartment. Only I'm not in my New York apartment. So yeah, I'm in Texas right now, and in a panic, I was trying to figure out how the hell I was gonna get a whiteboard to present this video until the obvious answer hit me. Blake, Diva, your mom still works at the school you attended. So today's whiteboard is brought to you by the very middle school that I attended when I started playing World of Warcraft. Full circle moment, baby. So I am beyond excited to present what is basically going to become a love letter to my childhood self. So without further ado, let us begin. I mean, there was literally no way I could start with anything else. This is the WoW event. It has a Wikipedia entry. So I know it's like super obnoxious to be that World of Warcraft fan that says, WoW did it first. But you remember that global pandemic we had about 6 years ago? Yeah, WoW did it first. Also, quick warning, this is gonna be a little bit longer of a section because I have to explain some key details about World of Warcraft during it. But after that, all the stories following it will make a lot more sense. So it's September 13th of 2005, and World of Warcraft is really starting to get its footing as a juggernaut in the online gaming space. And on this day, Blizzard released patch 1.7.0, Rise of the Blood God. Period, Howard. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. Administration joke on the first story. Strong start, Jennings. Strong start. Well, with this patch came an iconic new raid called Zul'Gurub. Now, raids are kind of like massive dungeons, but for groups of 10 to 40 people to fight really hard bosses in an attempt to get the best gear in the game. For many, this is the ultimate selling point of World of Warcraft. Now, Zul'Gurub is a 20-player raid where you and your comrades battle through an ancient troll city to eventually fight the blood god of Gurubashi, Hakar the Soulflare. If I had ever said any of those words out loud when I was attending this school, I would have have had a timeshare in one of these lockers. Now, Hakkar has this ability to put a debuff on a player, basically an illness, just roll with me here, called Corrupted Blood. And Corrupted Blood, sorry to go full turbo nerd on you here, but like it's a World of Warcraft video, are we really shocked? Would cause 263 to 337 damage every 2 seconds for a maximum of 10 seconds, and would also spread to other players who were standing in close proximity to an infected person. Now, obviously, the intent here was to make players focus on positioning and for the healers to test if they could actually out-heal the damage that was being put out. This, of course, translates to they were checking if the healers were gay enough, because it does give you an innate advantage in World of Warcraft. I'm sorry, I do not make the rules. Now, this debuff was supposed to only last about 10 seconds or until Hakkar was defeated. But the problem was, player characters were not the only ones who could get this debuff. See, in World of Warcraft, there's two classes, Hunters and Warlocks, who have combat pets. Think like Paris Hilton if her dog Harajuku, government name, I am not making this up, had a Glock that could help Paris in a street fight. See, these combat pets could also get the exact same Corrupted Blood debuff. And if a Hunter or Warlock dismissed their pet while they had the Corrupted Blood debuff, that debuff would be put on pause and then would continue its duration when the pet was resummoned. So one day, by complete accident, a Hunter let their pet out with the Corrupted Blood debuff, and all hell broke loose. See, World of Warcraft was only around a year old at this point, but it was still extremely popular at this point. So in major cities on popular servers, there was no way you would not be around at least 5 other characters at any given moment. And this debuff came from a final boss in a raid intended for max level characters that had just come out. Most people didn't know what this debuff did or why it was damaging them. And famously, World of Warcraft players at the time were still very new to MMO mechanics. You'll find out more examples of this later. So naturally, when they saw their characters start to take damage out of nowhere, they panicked and ran and started to spread the debuff even further. And keep in mind, this debuff would kill a max level character with great gear in around 30 seconds. So a new player just walking into a major city for the first time, all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, was killed instantly. That's right, 12-year-old Billy, this is a man's game, grow the f*** up. But where this debuff really hit its pinnacle was when people made the unfortunate discovery that Corrupted Blood could also affect non-player characters, aka NPCs. And in World of Warcraft, NPCs either evade damage or heal it back so fast that they can't die, because most of them provide a good or a service to players that if they could not provide it because they were dead, it would break the game. So what really kept Corrupted Blood alive in major cities is that clusters of NPCs would start handing it off to each other and being immortal, so it became a veritable hot zone for any players walking by that would catch the debuff. The major cities were basically becoming Puerto Vallarta, Mexico in 2021 when gays over COVID decided they didn't care if they spread or caught the virus anymore. Unfortunately, with gay rights, you do occasionally also get gay wrongs. So before long, Corrupted Blood was everywhere. It only took a few hours for every major city and every major server to be absolutely infested with it. Corrupted Blood was the new it girl, baby. Corpses were everywhere in the city, often being described as the streets being paved with bones. And dying cost you 10% of your armor's endurance every time you resurrected, so people were going broke for this, trying to repair it. And the economy was tanking because half of the auctioneers at any given moment had the disease. And sooner than anyone could have guessed, players started finding their respective roles during this global catastrophe. Healers started to create designated sections in cities where they could heal players through the disease or resurrect players who had died. Players without the disease were being quarantined in an attempt to get the diseased players to die out as a hard reset. Snake oil salesmen would claim that they had amulets that protected against the disease. Girl boss. Low-level characters would stand outside towns to warn others not to go in. Some players ran off to level in less populated wilderness areas. Similar, of course, to the rich families in the Upper East Side that fled to upstate New York during COVID. And the worst of them all you can probably predict, but I'll help you out. See, we have a popular game with thousands of people playing it at the same time who, unfortunately in this situation, all have free will. So naturally and statistically, we are going to get the worst people to ever live. So once it became common knowledge how this disease was being spread throughout the game, it should not come to any shock to you that many a basement dweller found this very, very funny and wanted it to keep happening. So they would go to the raid, get as many of their pets to get the debuff as possible, go back to a major city, and basically participate in the video game equivalent of bioterrorism. Meaning that the first story in this video has officially made its title not clickbait. Now, looking at this through a 2026 lens, it's really not that big of a deal. Obviously, it's going to get patched and fixed, so you might as well have fun while it's happening, you know? But in 2005, the general public was not that well acquainted with internet culture, and we also live in a much more irony-pilled zeitgeist than we did 20 years ago. So trolling back in 2005 was less frequent and much more personal. And the thing is, people at the time genuinely thought this was going to be the end of World of Warcraft. The game had only been out for a year. For most people, this was their first MMO. They didn't know if it could be fixed. They thought they were in a sandbox that had been irreparably pissed in. So with all of that context, I can confidently say that these people were assholes. Funny but assholes nonetheless. And I'm not alone in saying this. Back in the day on the WoW forums, people were comparing these griefers to Typhoid Mary, bioterrorism queen. So it just kept getting worse. The game was becoming unplayable. How were the developers going to fix this? That's the best part. They literally couldn't. After a week of trying out solutions like quarantining players and soft resetting servers, they eventually had to do a hard reset back to the moment in the game right before Corrupted Blood was introduced. And then 2 weeks later, on October 8th, Blizzard introduced patch 1.8.0, which made pets immune to the Corrupted Blood debuff. So the 3 weeks of hell was over, but good God, did it leave a lasting impression. The Corrupted Blood event is frequently cited in academic papers, epidemiological studies, and articles as a textbook case for modeling human behavior during a pandemic. Because this is one of the rare situations where they got to study actual human reaction to a situation like this instead of models in a simulation. And did this help to better prepare epidemiologists in a situation like, I don't know, COVID 15 years later? Probably, but it didn't matter because you didn't listen. So congratulations, people who refused to stay in their house in 2020. You are no better than the level 12 rogue who started flailing the second they took damage and killed 6 other people in the process. The event was even referenced in other games such as Star Wars The Old Republic and in future expansions of World of Warcraft. Right before their Wrath of the Lich King expansion in a pre-patch, they added a disease similar to Corrupted Blood, but this time players would become zombies and could spread it to other players. I thoroughly remember this pre-patch because when I participated and turned some bitch-ass mage into a zombie, they tried to report me and get my account banned. So hopefully, Mage, you ended up being a big enough World of Warcraft fan that you would inevitably end up watching this video, so I can say on my platform for everyone to see, right here, buddy, right here. So now that we're done with our first video, I'd like to go back to a fun little minigame I like to do between the stories to spice things up, you know? And I do believe we have found a viewer favorite, so I am bringing back to the stage the Grafterlife. And the Grafterlife, of course, was made to find out where each of the participating members in these stories would go should they meet their demise. Starting off on our y-axis, we of course have it ranging from heaven to hell, a Catholic standard. And on the x-axis, we of course have it going from camp to dead serious. But who are our examples today? Well, starting off in camp, we of course have Glee, specifically the Gaga episode. This episode of Glee was happening around the same time of World of Warcraft's peak popularity, so I figured it's kind of apropos, you know? Plus, I just love Glee. I love Glee so very, very much. It's so stupid and I love it with every inch of my body. And for dead serious, we have Don't Make Any Unnecessary Journeys.
Don't make unnecessary journeys. Don't take risks on treacherous roads. And don't swim in the sea.
I mean, self-explanatory. That diva meant business. So solidifying what our options are, we have Camp Heaven, Camp Hell, Dead Serious Heaven, and Dead Serious Hell. And starting off with our first story, we have a tasteful Camp Hell. I'm sorry, it was funny. I know it was devastating, whatever. It was funny. Now, the Corrupted Blood event may have caused a lot of people to drop dead, but you know what's drop dead gorgeous? This outfit, diva. Ooh. Ooh, this video is sponsored by Fabletics, by the way. Oh, sorry, didn't see you there. I was too busy strutting my tuchus off in this new outfit from the sponsor of this video, Fabletics. Fabletics is a clothing brand with quality products that are made to move and built to keep up. These products are built for wherever your day may go. Whether that's at the gym in their breathable, quick, dry shorts, a comfy day in their warm sweats, a quick little fashion show by the pool, or to a nice dinner in their super comfortable day wear. Personally, as of a few weeks ago, I've been trying to get into better shape, as you can tell by the fact that I'm filming this on a walking pad as we speak. But I've also been using that walking pad during my streams lately, and guess what I've been wearing? I have loved wearing the clothes that Fabletics sent me because I love how light they feel when I'm working out, how comfortable they feel when I want to dress up a little bit, like in this very video, or if I want to just lounge around the house. And a personal favorite of mine is the lining in their athletic shorts. Not only does it keep me from chafing when I walk for really long periods of time, but it also keeps everything hidden. And how can I prove that? Well, I'm literally wearing red underwear under these shorts right now. Now that's fab. And you can be fab too, and at a discount. New VIP members get 70 to 80% off their first order. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now with the link in my description and get moving in your cute new outfit, diva. Thank you so much to Fabletics for sponsoring this video and for giving me a brand new wardrobe. Now let's get back to it. Now we've talked a lot about Corrupted Blood, but you know what's worse than Corrupted Blood? That's right, corrupted people. Oh, that is such a good transition, Blake. You're gonna get a Pulitzer. Would you believe me if I said it's actually worse than the title makes it sound? So you remember when I mentioned that griefing in video games had a little bit more emotional impact back in the day? Well, get ready for a story that would be sociopathic even by today's standards. So on March 3rd of 2006, a player by the name of Yanawa posted on the World of Warcraft forums stating, on Tuesday, February 28th, Illidan lost not only a good mage, but a good person. For those who knew her, Fei Jin was one of the nicest people you could ever meet. On Tuesday, she suffered from a stroke and passed away later that night. I'm making this post basically to inform everyone that might have knew her. Also tomorrow at 5:30 server time, March 4th, we will have an in-game memorial for her so that her friends can pay their respects. We will be having it at the Frostfire Hot Springs in Winter Spring because she loved to fish in the game. She liked the sound of water. It was calming for her. And she loved snow. If you would like to come show your respects, please do. Thanks everyone. We're planning some cool stuff and we're going to make a video of it to show her family. If you know the rest of this story, that last sentence really hurts. So naturally, plenty of people attended this funeral, lining up in an orderly fashion and paying their respects to Fei Jin when it was their turn. A very beautiful moment, and frankly, extremely out of character for the average World of Warcraft player. But what followed was a moment that was extremely in character for the average World of Warcraft player. Because what I have neglected to tell you up to this point is that Illidan is a PvP server. And Yanoa knew this too, which is why at the end of their post, they say, "So I would appreciate it if nobody comes to mess things up." And beloved viewers, I hate to tell you that that last sentence was unfortunately the Chekhov's gun of this story, because an opposing guild on the opposite faction named Serenity Now took it upon themselves to devise a plan to make this funeral, frankly, anything but serene. Now here I should probably explain, I'm sorry, there is a lot of terminology to explain about World of Warcraft. It's like a whole thing, you know? A guild is basically a long-standing group of people that share a common goal in World of Warcraft. Usually that goal is to have a solidified raid group to take on bosses every single week, but for this story, just think of it as like a massive club. See, at this time, Serenity Now was already a notorious guild. They had a 5-man group that, by their own admission, infamously terrorized players who were trying to get to raids every single week. And raids take hours to complete even when you get to them, mind you, so this is further carving away at their precious free time. So when this opportunity presented itself, the guild gathered over 20 people and right before 5:30 server time, headed for the Frostfire Hot Springs. Now I could wax prose to you at the sheer carnage that would happen at this funeral, but luckily it was documented in a very famous World of Warcraft video entitled Serenity Now Funeral Crash. And you, beloved viewer, are about to bear witness to what might be the first ever video game event to secure someone's place in hell. Yes, in a video ranging from 3 to 15 frames per second, you can watch the members of Serenity Now murder countless amounts of grieving World of Warcraft players, all to the tune of Scatman. And I begrudgingly tell you, beloved viewer, that is not even the worst part. See, a friend of Fei Jin's logged into her character so it could be present at the funeral as a way of representing her spirit also being there. So naturally, this was the first character they slaughtered. Listen, I'm not saying it's not funny, I'm just saying it's really bad, okay? Once again, I tell you, by early internet standards, when most people didn't realize how bad Strangers Online could be, this was alert the church elders levels of blasphemy. But also, I guess no one should be shocked, because at the very beginning of the video, we find out it is from Women Shouldn't Vote Productions. The male loneliness epidemic has never been strong enough. And arguably the worst part is this is one of the most popular World of Warcraft videos in existence. If people were going to attempt to immortalize WoW in a similar fashion to the Pyramids of Giza, this story would easily take the second or third biggest pyramid, no contest. Between the original video and its multiple re-uploads, it has amassed millions upon millions of views. When I asked my community tab for World of Warcraft leads, this was one of the most highly requested stories, as if I didn't already know about it for the past 2 decades. And luckily, we're still not done, because on August 21st, 2009, on the Ask Me Anything subreddit, one of the leaders of the Serenity Now Guild was taking questions about this funeral crash. Throughout the plethora of questions he received, we found out a few key factors. 1, he and the rest of his guild did not regret a lick of it and felt that it was very in character from their previous shenanigans. 2, he gave us a detailed body count, so as you can tell from the numbers, he absolutely dog-walked that funeral. I don't like how that sounds coming out of my mouth now that I'm hearing it out loud. 3, he said he would never do this to a real-life funeral. Yay, I guess. And also would like to remind everyone that in the real world, more often than not, people do not host funerals at an active war zone. 4, they did it because they knew this was the opportunity of a lifetime, grim as it may be, and they couldn't pass it up. And 5, a lot of people started playing World of Warcraft because of this video. I cannot emphasize enough how irreparably warped the average World of Warcraft player is. And listen, at the end of the day, putting together a funeral for your friend is beautiful enough. I'm sure her spirit was touched regardless of the brutal outcome. So to anyone watching this, if you ever feel guilty that you took a piece of gear that somebody else wanted, or you steal a kill from a friend, just remember this. At least you didn't kill a bunch of people at a funeral and then double down about how fun it was. Yeah, it was bad. Now, I'm sure a few of you were probably thinking during this story, wow, hosting a funeral for a real person in a game? Sounds like they invest way too much into World of Warcraft. So you're about to find out why this story was tame, actually. So in my last War Crimes video about The Sims, I decided to add in a few minigames to kind of mix it up a little bit, you know? One of which being the Abby Lee Miller style pyramid to rank the worst Sims packs. And that did seem to be a hit if I do say so myself. So seeing as I am both 1, a big sellout, and 2, an even bigger Dance Moms fan, I figure why not bring it back, baby? So you know how I mentioned that World of Warcraft is a very well-known game? I probably should have mentioned one of the main reasons that it's so well known. Because obviously it's recognized because it's played by a bunch of people, but it's also recognized for a much darker reason. See, World of Warcraft has a bit of a reputation for, how do I put this lightly, ruining lives to an unprecedented level. My mom even knew about this. I had to beg her for 2 years to let me play this game. And luckily, I had 2 very involved parents, shout out to Queen Donna, but had they not been on my case so hard, I guarantee I would be nowhere near where I am now because that game was so fun. So with that introduction out of the way, I welcome you to the pyramid of increasingly sad and unsettling World of Warcraft addiction stories. Now we'll start at the bottom with our more positive and funny stories, and ending at the top with our story that I guarantee will probably make you look into the mirror and question what humanity is all about. But I guess it wouldn't be a good deep dive if it didn't make you do that at least a little, right? Starting at the bottom, we have World of Warcraft helps Game of Thrones star escape drug addiction. Christian Nairn, the actor that plays Hodor in Game of Thrones, wrote a book entitled Beyond the Throne: Epic Journeys, Enduring Friendships, and Surprising Tales. And in this book, he recounts how World of Warcraft was so all-encompassing that it literally helped him overcome a drug addiction. After a particularly bad experience with narcotics, Nairn went into Ireland's Mourne Mountains and played World of Warcraft, quote, from dawn till dusk while he detoxed. He claims he's in a better place now because the game has changed a lot in the sense that you don't have to give up your entire life to experience everything, but he does claim that at the time, this level of commitment was exactly what he needed. So this one ended well, but let me reiterate to get my point across. A literal drug addict was more addicted to World of Warcraft than drugs. Next up on the pyramid, we have my high school friend's Mage. So the cool thing about me having played World of Warcraft for a decade is that I actually have my own stories to bring to this video. And one of the stories that is stuck in my brain is how a friend of mine from high school temporarily dropped out of college to become the best mage on our server. I will say, even at 17 years of age, he was a very good raid leader. If you could get paid for it, I guarantee he'd be rolling in it. One of his most frequently used catchphrases while raiding was, "God damn it, Blake," because I literally didn't know what I was doing. I was just there for a good time. Until I decided to play a healer and was really good at it. I'm telling you, it's in our blood. We didn't really keep up, but if I recall, I think he did end up going back to college and then ended up being number 5 of the mages in our server. And frankly, I'm glad he didn't hit number 1 because I do think it would have just made it worse. But also no judgment. He's a really good guy. He just got caught up in a game that, like I said previously, is more addictive than literal drugs. It literally could have been any one of us. I was just too busy being petrified by the sudden realization at the time that I liked kissing men. And now we are on to a viewer submission, which states, vague I know, but could you talk about the addiction aspect? My dad almost set our house on fire because he went to play World of Warcraft while making mac and cheese. Self-explanatory, moving on. I hope your dad's all right, buddy. And up next on our pyramid, we have the WoW affair. And once again, we have a story that I get to tell from firsthand experience, so buckle up. So I've already explained to you my friend that tried to be the best mage on our server. Well, before he was a raid leader, we had a different raid leader. He was a warrior, I believe in his 40s, and he spoke in a very blunt, deadpan manner. So as you can imagine, 16-year-old me was terrified of him. I spoke in an entire 1 time on voice chat during a raid where I asked a question about an upcoming boss. And that warrior responded in a way to make me feel stupid, and I never spoke again. I always claimed that my mic was broken. There was also another member in this guild who was a mage, and get this, a woman. Well, the warrior had a soft side, specifically when talking to this mage who had a husband and kids. And while this sweet diva was so kind to me and everybody else in the guild, I would be lying if I didn't say she was at least a little bit flattered by the soft side of the warrior. And to make a long story short, I, at the ripe age of 15, was watching an emotional affair occur right before my very eyes as I was trying to attack a dragon for a small chance at slightly better gear for my hunter. Now, the rest of the details are a little hazy because I stopped playing as much when I went to college, but if memory serves me correctly, somebody told me at one point that they did visit each other in person, and I'm almost certain that the mage got divorced. So there you go, kids. Sometimes WoW can ruin your life without even playing it. Sometimes your mom will just get seduced by a warrior who's kind of a dick and you can't do anything about it. Talk about an immersive game. Moving up on the list, we have the prime example of WoW addiction. An article from The Guardian in 2011 tells the story of Ryan Van Cleef. Kind of ironic because Van Cleef is actually a really famous boss in World of Warcraft, but I digress. Ryan was a university professor with a wife and kids and would play World of Warcraft before classes at the start of the day. Ryan claims this game gave him a sense of control that he appeared to long for in his real life. Now, Ryan did already have a history of video game addiction, having missed his child's ultrasound around for a game of Madden, but when the supple siren of World of Warcraft called, his addiction went into turbo drive. To keep the story short, basically Ryan played World of Warcraft for 60 hours a week, got laid off from his job, paid for 2 extra WoW subscriptions, and bought in-game currency under a secret PayPal account so his wife would not find out, and would get belligerently angry anytime anything in the real world interrupted his time in World of Warcraft. Keep in mind, this article was from 2011, and even in the article itself, there are debates as to whether video game addiction was real at the time. Meanwhile, there's literally Reddit threads of people asking how addictive WoW was, and people responding in the comments with, and I quote, "Have you tried heroin?" And what finally got Ryan to fight against his WoW addiction was standing on a bridge in New Year's of 2007 and considering pulling a Javert in Les Mis. That night, Ryan went home and deleted World of Warcraft and never played it again, eventually getting a new job and rebuilding his relationship with his family, who at this point literally hated him. So all's well that ends well, but dear God, viewers watching this, please never let it get to this. And at the top of the pyramid, we have what I like to call the WoW arrest. So right before World of Warcraft was going to get its first expansion, the Burning Crusade, players could participate in the final raid of the base game, Naxxramas. And this raid at the time was notoriously difficult. The majority of players never saw the end of it before the next expansion. And while I was doing research on WoW addiction, a certain Reddit post asking for almost the exact same thing crossed my path. And in that thread by a now deleted user, they claim that during an Naxxramas raid, a former guildmate got so frustrated that they kept losing that he started punching the walls, ripped the monitor off his computer, and threw it out of a 2-story apartment building and had the cops called on him by his understandably terrified wife. Now here's the best and worst part. Removing a monitor from a computer does not take away the computer's capabilities. So you guessed it, his mic was still hot, meaning that his guild heard everything, including what would eventually turn into domestic violence. And allegedly, the cops show up, he claims that he is going to end his life, and he gets put into a psych ward with a divorce on the way. And unsurprisingly, the guild inevitably disbands, but I feel like that's a smaller blow here. So what did the Redditor have to say after all of this? I hated him because he claimed bear tanks were garbage, even though I tanked all of MC and ZG with no issues, so f*** him, but even I felt sorry for him and his wife. Unfortunately, I do have to respect this level of pettiness. What can I say? I'm gonna go very serious slight hell. For a lot of these people, this was just a bad circumstance, except for the ones that knew what they did. So while a lot of people in this pyramid had to deal with their inner demons, what about the players in the game that had to deal with outer demons, particularly ones that are 60 feet tall and kind of a hear me out? So in the land of Azeroth, there is an area known as the Tainted Scar. I'm sure there's an STD joke somewhere in there, but out of respect for my beloved viewers, I'm going to show discretion. And in the base game of World of Warcraft in 2005, there was a world boss that would roam the Tainted Scar known as Lord Kazak. Now, Kazak holds some important loot that can help max level players become as powerful as they can be. And with good loot comes higher boss difficulty, because Lord Kazak was considered a raid difficulty level boss, only it was out in the open world roaming around, so in theory, it could attack anybody that crosses its gaze. Now, I might be giving him a little bit too much credit. The fight itself is not very difficult if you're max level and bringing a sizable group, but in theory, if you were, say, a level 5 warrior and you were starting out in a major city like Stormwind, for example, where you're supposed to be safe from any harm, you would get, what's the professional term for it? F***ing steamrolled. Now, luckily, the Tainted Scar is miles away from Stormwind, so a situation like that would simply never happen. It happened. Oh, dear God, did it happen? The majority of the information I'm going to tell you comes from a video by Captain Grimm entitled "The Day a Demon Lord Wiped Out Everyone." It is very well told and exceptionally animated, so I cannot recommend watching it enough after this video. So one fine day on March 6th, 2005, a top horde raiding guild hatched an idea. What if we brought a world boss into the Alliance's biggest city? Just to be quirky, you know, have a little fun. See, in the early days of World of Warcraft, there were some enemies where you, in theory, could have them follow you indefinitely as long as you stayed in their range and you kept damaging them. This technique is known as kiting because it resembles the running action you take when you're starting to fly a kite. I played this game for over a decade and it just clicked in my brain why it's called that. I like to claim I'm smart, but I'm also pretty stupid, you know what I mean? At the time, there were only 3 world bosses in the game, so they picked Lord Kazak because he was by far the easiest to bring to Stormwind. So they attacked Kazak and slowly but surely kited him through the Badlands, then Swamp of Sorrows, then Deadwind Pass, then Duskwood, into the Elwynn Forest where Stormwind resided. Also, keep in mind, most of the zones that they went through were leveling zones for newer players. So imagine the surprise of people who up until this point had mostly been fighting variations on boars and wolves to see this running past their screen. So they got Kazakh to Stormwind, and he immediately started assaulting anyone in his very wide range. And I can't say whether this was planned or not, but they could not have picked a worse boss to bring to a major city full of low-level characters, because Kazakh has an ability called Capture Soul, and Capture Soul heals Kazakh for 70,000 damage each time an enemy of his is killed. Pair that with his Shadow Bolt volley ability, which deals 800 to 1,000 damage to anyone within range of him, and you've got what the professionals would call an immortal son of a bitch. But that's not all. Oh no, that's not all. Kazakh, after 3 minutes of combat, would go into Supreme mode, which would make him spam these Shadow Bolts in rapid succession. Now, obviously, Kazakh doesn't have infinite range. If you just stay far enough away from him, he won't attack you. Simple as that, right? But the problem, of course, is the indomitable spirit of the average World of Warcraft player, even if they're a level 5 warrior. New players had never seen anything like this before, so obviously they were gonna walk on up and take a quick peek, and then inevitably heal him for another 70,000 health. But what's even worse is that Kazakh would also attack city guard NPCs. So the guards would attack back, die, respawn, attack him again, and keep healing him in an infinite loop regardless of if players participated or not. So Diva, it got bad. As if almost an omen for the Corrupted Blood event that would happen a few months later, the bodies in Stormwind started to pile up big time. They even tried to bring Kazakh to the most powerful NPC in the city, High Lord Bolvar Fordragon. But apparently he would mostly just sit there and watch you and your allies all be, once again, steamrolled. So how does this resolve? Did our brave warriors assemble their top tacticians and save the city? Absolutely not. Do you know how bad the average World of Warcraft player was in 2005? No, eventually Blizzard just had to send in a game master and reset the entire server. But the story does not end there, because I neglected to mention that the majority of players that experienced this traumatizing event that killed hundreds of players thought it was f***ing awesome. So almost immediately, everyone started doing it again, to the point where Blizzard had to add into patch 1.12 a maximum following distance for every world boss in the game. But to their credit, Blizzard was aware how much people loved this event, eventually adding similar ones in future patches, one of which being almost a direct homage to the day Kazakh invaded Stormwind. Now that is just good old-fashioned fun, and as an avid WoW veteran, anything that kills a noob is a good thing in my book. Now let me just say, this story did not shock me in the least. You brought a pecked-out lord to a party and everybody had a great time. Surprise! And speaking of lustful frivolity, God, I'm getting good at this. Now, so far in this video, we've already established that World of Warcraft is for the adventure seekers and the spare time havers, to put it nicely. But Blank, what about us perverts, you ask while opening your 4th private search tab? Well, fret not, because in the World of Warcraft, I have both a server and a location for you. So allow me to give you a step-by-step guide on how to get there. When you start the game, you're going to pick a role-playing server called Moonguard. You will then want to pick a human because they start out in the Elwyn Forest. And right in the center of the Elwyn Forest, there is a little building called the Lion's Pride Inn. Now, it should be stated that the actions that take place in this inn have occurred since 2009. No one knows how it started, but it has never stopped. Because if you go into this inn at any given time of day, your eyes will be subjected to a swarm of people just standing there. Blake, that's so dull. Why are they all just standing there? Well, my naive little pervert, it's about time that I introduce you to World of Warcraft's private messaging feature called Whispering. You see, while this merely looks like a group of people having a mannequin off, what's going on under the table could get me demonetized faster than if I just posted porn. Because the Lion's Pride Inn on the Moonguard server is the go-to location in World of Warcraft for erotic roleplay. Described by one player on the World of Warcraft forums as at best a strip club and at worst, a sex dungeon. Now, I always knew about Moonguard, but I never checked it out myself until I was made aware of an add-on for this game that makes that room of people come alive. And that add-on is called My Roleplay, which allows you to create a detailed character description for the entire world to see. So naturally, I had to do some investigative journalism because lucky for me, World of Warcraft is free for characters under level 20. So I downloaded the add-on, made a human rogue named Like to Smooch, hauled my ass to the Lion's Pride Inn, and documented what all I saw in a mere 20 minutes of exploring. So I would like to present my findings in what I call my top 10 list of increasingly wild things I saw in Moonguard that I'm allowed to show without being demonetized. Starting out at number 10 on our list, we have Moth Guy. This was from a wolfman or worgen that I ran into that self-describes as having small moths littered about his fur, popping in and out between tufts. And of course, at the top of his personality traits, we have loves moths. I do wonder if adding the moths into the mix makes this polyamory, but honestly, I'm not sure if I want to know the answer to that. Up next, we have a fair maiden whose headline description reads, "Pretty faces with eager mouths to the front line. Only feminine presenting humans and elves need apply." Clearly a chaperone fan. Great taste, queen. Up next, and it's getting a little dicier here, we have Huge Horse Cock. Gives you their full product from the jump. Technically, a great elevator pitch. And next up on our list, we have I do not eat cats. You know who you are. I cannot tell you just how desperately I want to know who you is. I should also mention at this point that most of the descriptions I read had all of their characters between 6 and 8 feet tall. It doesn't really pertain to anything, but I just thought you'd like to know that. Up next, a short and sweet one, we have All His, which understandably made me curious as to who His is, until I looked up and realized she was filleting His in front of the lobby fireplace for the world and God to see. And speaking of fellatio, coming in at number 5, we have Diva giving head in Stairwell, which already iconic enough. I got to see her escort him up the stairs before going into the act, but the best part was when they stood there for like 2 seconds, and I'm guessing that he paid her the gold that she asked for, and she logged off. Next up at number 4, we have Pretty Hung for a Small Guy, Body and Cock reference. We knew what it meant, King. You didn't have to add the brackets. It's okay. Coming in at number 3, we have The Photographer, whose description reads, whisper to interact, scouting new talent, camera in hand, which on brand, he did have a camera in hand and started facing it towards me when I was reading his description. I think I'm technically a cam girl in the game now. Coming in at number 2, and arguably our most demonetizable entry, we have Back from a Gnome, and her cock is even more sweatier than before. Be a good girl and drool for your mistress. Trans wrongs, trans very, very wrongs. Even the grammar. Like, what do you mean more sweatier? And coming in at number 1, purely because of the slap in the face it gave me when I read it, we have Looking to be a Good Piggy Oink Oink, who only further secured their number 1 spot when they noticed that I was reading their profile and whispered me, I hope you like what you see, oink oink. Slight hell because of some of the descriptions, but full camp. These people were committed to the bit, damn it. Now, while many of these were vile, at least they were fictional and or consensual, unlike the behaviors of a certain company who owns World of Warcraft. Hellfire, you know what to do. So quick content warning before we begin. This is by far the most serious chapter in this video. I'm not gonna go into super explicit detail because I don't find it necessary for this kind of video, but if you wanna skip ahead, I do have this chapter. No hard feelings, I'm gonna end on a lighter story, I swear. So sexism in World of Warcraft is kind of like air in the real world. Objectively, it's kind of just there. The stereotype of basement-rotting man freaking out because a woman is playing a game is most often associated with World of Warcraft. A long-standing joke in the community is that the word girl actually stands for guy in real life. World of Warcraft was a cornerstone in the meme of men's armor versus women's armor in fantasy and role-playing games. And if that is not enough to convince you of what the culture was like at this time, allow me to give you the ultimate example. In a 2010 panel at BlizzCon, a female fan decided to ask a question to the all-male panel, and I'm just gonna roll the clip for you.
I love the fact that you have a lot of very strong female characters. However, I was wondering if we could have some that don't look like they've stepped out of a Victoria's Secrets catalog.
Wait. Which catalog would you like them to step out of?
Ophelia, and we want to vary our female characters, absolutely. So yeah, we'll pick different catalogs.
My eyes could not roll farther back into my head without getting an aneurysm. I would also like you to take note of the cheers from female fans, followed by the much louder boos from male fans. This was just expected behavior from WoW fans at the time. And it's not like the women outside of BlizzCon were getting much support either. God knows what these type of men did to the Gamergate girl. Hell, in 2021, 11 years later, Blizzard's workforce was still 80% male. And speaking of 2021, in that year, Activision Blizzard would face one of its biggest controversies to date, entitled California Department of Fair Employment and Housing versus Activision Blizzard. You see, following a 2-year investigation, the DFEH alleged that the company fostered a frat boy culture, where female employees experienced harassment, unequal pay, and workplace retaliation. And would you like some specific examples? Fantastic, because the DFEH brought some receipts. Some of the workplace atrocities include male employees playing video games during work hours while delegating their job to women employees, engaging in sexual banter and making advances toward female colleagues, and joking about prominent executives and creators at the company allegedly engaging in blatant sexual harassment without repercussions. Cube crawls where male employees went from cubicle to cubicle, drinking heavily and making inappropriate advances towards female employees. Nicknaming an employee's suite they used during BlizzCon the Cosby Suite. A woman employee reportedly ending her life after employees shared nude photos of her at a company holiday party. The Human Resources Department allegedly not keeping reports of sexual harassment confidential, leading to victims being denied promotions and being first in line for layoffs. Women of color being paid less. Women being denied promotions for fear from executives that they might get pregnant. And being kicked out of lactation rooms by male colleagues who wanted to meet in the room. So naturally, after this news surfaced, a wave of WoW fans started to cancel their subscriptions in retaliation. So how does this resolve? Well, on December 15th, 2023, Activision Blizzard came to a settlement to the tune of approximately $54 million to settle claims of gender discrimination. They would also bring in outside consultants to help with the pay and promotion processes for women that remained at the company. And in, you guessed it, another federal lawsuit, the company also paid $18 million to resolve allegations of sexual harassment, pregnancy discrimination, and retaliation. Blizzard would also go on to be acquired by Microsoft, and during this transition, the CEO, Bobby Kotick, would resign, which, let me tell you, there were plenty of people thrilled by this information, including somebody in my comments from my community tab who said, "Put Bobby Kotick in The Hague." Now, most of the people named in this lawsuit, including some that were on this very panel, did end up leaving the company, but unfortunately there was never any massive upheaval. But worry not, Blizzard did learn their lesson and let us know quite publicly. Before the settlement, Blizzard also, in an act that I can only describe as the pinnacle of altruism, decided to change all the paintings in the game with scantily clad women into fruit. But they also kept in the game the model that one of the paintings was inspired by. I hate to generalize, but that is one of the most Madden enthusiast man resolutions they could have possibly come up with. So what have we learned from this section? I think the moral is that if you notice one of your coworkers calling their hotel room the Cosby Suite, call the cops. Serious hell, moving on, serious hell. Now, as you can tell, we've had some pretty polarizing stories, and luckily we have one more remaining. But before we do that, as is tradition, I would love to go through a lightning round of shorter stories that did not make the cut but are still worthy of note. So without further ado, let's ride. Starting off, we have the PETA Seal Clubbing protest. In 2009, PETA hosted an event in WoW in order to protest Canada's excessive seal clubbing. In this event, they would gather a bunch of people and continuously kill horde NPCs that were constantly attacking seals. I mean, I guess their hearts were in the right place, but also I feel like they could have used their time more productively, especially considering you had to be level 70 to go to the event. Next up, we have anal in group chat. Basically, in WoW, there is a long-standing tradition in chat to put the word anal before an item or move that matches it well. Things like anal torment, anal shatter, anal exhilaration, anal backdoor job, anal consumption, anal tower plower. Remember, straight guys, it's not gay if you laugh about it. Next up on our list, we have Leroy Jenkins. This is easily the most popular meme to ever come from World of Warcraft. Basically, it's a YouTube video of a warrior in a raid that's about to get started, and they are planning how they are going to go about fighting the next room. And then Leroy runs in screaming, "All right, chums, I'm ready, guys. Let's do this. Leroy Jenkins!"
Oh my god, he just ran in.
And disrupts the entire raid, and finishes with an apology saying,
"Leroy, you were just stupid as hell."
At least I have chicken. Although the crime of this is that we found out later that it was completely staged.
You really think someone would do that? Just go on the internet and tell lies?
Listen, I still love the video, but how dare you play with my gullible 15-year-old brain? Next up is Steve Bannon owned a World of Warcraft gold farming business. Yes, before Steve Bannon became the monster he is today, look it up, he was a monster in a much different way because he would make his money by illegally selling gold in World of Warcraft. And if you know anything about gold farming in World of Warcraft, you know usually the practices are not very ethically done. Cannot tell you how exciting it feels to put Steve Bannon in hell. Ugh, such a good day for me. Next up is League of Legends. So the game Dota originally started as a mod from Warcraft 3, and League of Legends was inspired by Dota, therefore vicariously, League of Legends happened because of Warcraft. And serious hell you go. Where else was I going to put it? Next up, we have Barney Beekeeper the Rogue. I'll fill you in on more of it in the next section, but just know right now that there is a title in World of Warcraft called the Scarab Lord, which is really, really hard to get. Well, the YouTuber Barney64 wanted this title as well, and she even documented it in an entire YouTube series, which is fantastic, by the way. Oh my god, I cannot recommend it enough. So while people are trying to finish their quest lines to get the Scarab Lord title, there's also a realm-wide event happening where people have to gather materials. And once they finish gathering those materials, the quest for Scarab Lord begins to close. But in one of the parts of these videos, Barney bought as many resources as possible in order to delay the gong from being rung as long as possible, so then Barney could become a Scarab Lord. And did it work? Looks like you're gonna have to watch the video to find out. Love you, Barney. Your videos inspired me to be a better scriptwriter. Next up is Greatest Freakout Ever. In what is probably one of the oldest viral videos on YouTube, a kid has a tantrum in his room, going so far as to mimic shoving a remote up his ass. We find out that freakout is because his World of Warcraft membership was canceled. That is culture, baby. Had this video not occurred, I might not be doing this today. Next up is the Warlock Tier 9.2 set. So a few years ago, this gear set was released for Warlocks, and it looks inconspicuous enough until you turn around. Because if you look at it from the back, it looks like it's from a certain triple letter collective that I'm hoping everybody watching this video does not like. But luckily, Blizzard fixed their mistake pretty quick, and they added some more details on the back to make it not look so much like that. I'll consider it a redemption story just so we have an excuse to have something in serious heaven. And finally, my personal favorite story. World of Warcraft was not as hard as we remembered. You see, before WoW Classic came out, there were so many OG WoW players that were like, you have no idea how easy you have it. We had it so hard back then. Every boss was so much harder than the ones you fight today. And when Classic came out and people got to max level and started fighting the final bosses in this game, they started to realize they're not hard at all. It turns out it wasn't that the bosses were hard, it's that we were all really bad at video games in 2005. Ultimate camp heaven. Hubris will never not be the best plot device to ever exist. And now, beloved viewers, we are left with but one story. A story of the ultimate betrayal. So in 2019, to the cheer of fans everywhere, Blizzard released World of Warcraft Classic, which is essentially just the base game repackaged, but starting from square one so players could know what it was like to experience the launch day in 2004. Now, to many, this just means they get to relive the adventure, or they get to experience something they missed out on originally. But for a select sweaty few, this meant they had another shot at becoming a Scarab Lord. See, becoming a Scarab Lord in World of Warcraft is a gargantuan task, requiring you to coordinate with dozens of other players for only you alone to get the title. The opportunity presents itself in a later patch in World of Warcraft Classic called the Gates of Ahn'Qiraj. And these gates in question only open after a realm-wide collective event where people have to gather unfathomable amounts of resources. Once this collective effort is complete, a gong appears which can be rung by a player holding the Scepter of the Shifting Sands. And the Scepter can only be acquired after a borderline abusively long quest chain. And once someone rings that gong, everyone else in the realm only has 10 hours to acquire their own Scepter and ring the gong to also become a Scarab Lord. Even on the biggest servers, with thousands and thousands of other players, you can expect approximately 50 Scarab Lords. This is one of the biggest metaphorical dick swings in the game. And with that, I introduce you to our anti-hero, Tiny Violin. See, Tiny Violin is a player who also had this goal of becoming Scarab Lord, building up connections and trying to make as much of a name for himself as possible so people would be inclined to help him on his journey. Now, he claims he had secured a spot for the Scarab Lord title, along with the mount that came with it, but the other people in his realm screwed him out of it. And this was Tiny Violin's Joker moment. He made over 10 World of Warcraft accounts on the opposite faction in order to aid with removing people's world buffs, which are basically just stat boosts that people have to acquire every week before a raid, but they take hours and so much traveling to get.
This is what happens, okay? You're gonna cry too much, and I'm fucking psychopath. And yes, I will get 9 accounts and PvP the fuck out of everyone on the server.
And it did not take long for Tiny Violin to become notorious on his server, getting a reputation as a terminal griefer. Now, around the same time, the World of Warcraft Classic Hardcore add-on was starting to gain popularity. This is the final concept I have to explain for this video. I'm so sorry. I know I've been dragging you through the mud with yapping about this stuff, but you kind of have to for everything to make sense, you know? Now, the Hardcore add-on is basically the same as the regular gameplay in World of Warcraft Classic, only one difference. When your character dies, it cannot resurrect. You have to delete it. Death is permanent. This add-on was not made by Blizzard, it was made by fans, but if you wanted to use it, you had to follow their very stringent policies. So Tiny Violin makes a hardcore character, levels them up, and eventually ends up in a guild called HC Elite. Now, the people in this guild knew that Tiny Violin had a reputation on this server, but slowly and surely began to trust him more and more. And that is because he raided with these people for over a year, dedicating 15 to 20 hours a week with them. He even befriended some of these guild members in real life, playing other games with them outside of WoW. But Tiny Violin claims that he began to see corruption within this guild. Things like being biased on who gets gear, or even cheating against the hardcore rules. So in various interviews with World of Warcraft creators, Tiny Violin claims that it was time for a quote-unquote Judgment Day. So HC Elite begins to make more and more raid progress with the help of Tiny Violin, eventually making it to Naxxramas. And like previously stated, Naxxramas is one of the most difficult raids ever brought to WoW. And lest we forget, in Hardcore, none of the characters in this raid can die, or they will have to be Deletion Grande from their account. This has to be done with perfect execution. And on July 11th of 2023, an event would occur in Naxxramas that could be described as anything but perfectly executed. Unless you're Tiny Violin. Allegedly, before this event would occur, Tiny Violin told people in the guild that he respected to not go on this raid. You know, the World of Warcraft equivalent of that kid that tells you don't go to school tomorrow, so judge that as you may. But on the day of the event, HC Elite made it all the way to the 4 Horsemen boss fight. I'll spare you the details, but all you have to know is that during this fight, there is a mechanic where all 4 of the Horsemen have to be completely separated from each other. So the raid has to split up and send them into 4 separate corners, otherwise there will be multiple debuffs stacked on the players and they will almost instantly die. So Tiny Violin saw an opportunity. And dear God, Diva, did he take it. He drags one horseman over to another, and just like that, the bomb went off. On that infamous day, Tiny Violin purposefully had 35 people lose their characters, each character having over 1,000 hours invested into them.
Oh, fuck. Was that the wrong corner?
Can you just do
that?
And because this happened in 2023, this story almost immediately spread like wildfire. People were calling Tiny Violin the Osama bin Laden of the hardcore community, making that the second time Osama bin Laden's been brought up in one of my war crime videos, but I guess that makes sense. Now, funny enough, for a few of the deceased guild members, this was honestly a relief. They had sunk so many hours into this game that for a few of them, it felt like their chains had finally been broken. This game definitely has the potential to be a very abusive relationship, but I think you kind of figured that out by now from what we've already talked about in this video. But some guild members, lucky enough, had their deaths appealed from the people that run this add-on in their Discord, which was all well and good until people started to put 2 and 2 together that a lot of the members of the appeals committee were people that were in the raid that got wiped out. So a lot of people were understandably super pissed because there were a lot of appeals in the past that had been turned down that were arguably more understandable than this. And allegedly, people from that guild that streamed that also had their deaths appealed would ban anybody that ever mentioned the event in their chat. So I guess maybe to a degree, Tiny Violin had a point. Am I bad for saying that? Honestly, let me know in the comments whose side you're on. I'm actually really curious to see how my audience would respond to this situation. So how does this resolve? Honestly, like how most game drama resolves, Blizzard's official hardcore servers came out, and after that, nobody gave a shit anymore of what happened in the hardcore add-on world. It's bad, don't get me wrong, but the fact that it was a multi-year plan in the making, I have to respect it. And just like that, we have another Grafter Life. Actually, a really nice even spread. Y'all did a really good job, except for y'all, you know what you did. Thank you so much for watching this video. Once again, my name is Blake. If you enjoyed it, please make sure to like, comment, share, subscribe, notification bell, all that good stuff. Otherwise, I might do to you what this person did, or this person did, or this person did, or this person. If you'd like to watch more of me, I also stream on Twitch and YouTube Live at least once a week, and I also do edited VODs on the YouTube Live channel, so go check it out. I also have a podcast called Keep Me Young, where me and my co-host Heather try to keep each other culturally relevant by discussing whatever's popular that week. Hopefully, we won't come off as super 30 to y'all, even though we are super 30. And before we end this video, I think we do have to ponder, what did we learn? I think the moral of the story is that if you play World of Warcraft, then wow, you're going to hell.
Link, wake up! I said wake up, Twink!
My name is Blake, and I haven't been a twink since COVID.
Twink, you must make a video about the ridiculous, if not sometimes really funny scandals of the Zelda community.
And why would I do that, Zelda?
Because you love making these types of videos. Also ad revenue.
Okay, fair point. But how would I get these scandals?
Considering when you Google I love Zelda community Reddit, the first result is interacting with the community low-key killed my love for the series. I think you'll be fine.
Okay, fair point. Let's do this. Honey, you got a big storm coming. So The Legend of Zelda is a game where if you don't know it, welcome to society. I hope the rock you lived under was super comfortable. But for a quick refresher, The Legend of Zelda is one of the most influential RPGs in literally human history. At its core, the game revolves around our hero, Twink, Link, as he saves the Diva Princess herself, Zelda, from the clutches of the various forms of the evil and, more often than not, devastatingly hot, Ganon. The original Zelda was made in 1986 by Nintendo's cover boy himself, Shigeru Miyamoto. And since then, Zelda has become a staple in Nintendo's library, having over a dozen titles made that may or may not be connected, but canon lore is connected, but has also been disproven multiple times, and if you make a YouTube video on it, you're guaranteed like 1 million views, but that is not this video. This video acts as a time capsule for all the drama, scandals, fan wars, funerals, yes, there's a funeral, stick around, and sociopathic tendencies of the Zelda fandom throughout the years. For anyone new here, hi, I'm Blake. A lot of y'all think my name is Jake. It's not. See, I got a prop this time. That means the video's good. A few weeks ago, I posted a similar video about Stardew Valley, and y'all were so supportive of it that it literally tipped me over to 500,000 subscribers. Thank you so much. So I figured let's whip out the printer, do the research, buy a hoodie that is now officially tax deductible, and dive right into some devastating, diabolical, delicious drama. I mean, if you know, you know. We had to start with this. So the year is 2023. Breath of the Wild has now been out for 6 years after smashing countless sales records and selling over 34 million copies for a console exclusive. For my pop girlies, this is like Taylor Swift becoming a billionaire purely from music sales instead of doing, like, I don't know, gambling ads. Genuinely, why is this a thing now? Do you seriously need more money? But with every smash hit comes a few breakout stars. Friends had Jennifer Aniston, The Hunger Games had Jennifer Lawrence, various other movies had various other Jennifers, and Breath of the Wild had their very own Jennifer, and his name was Sidon. So when you go to Zora's Domain, one of the 4 major quest zones, you are immediately introduced to this 9'5", peck-maxing, gammed up, literal prince with a smile that would make Mussolini himself question his ways. So during this leg of the game, you spend a lot of time with Sidon, talking to him, solving problems with him, riding him in the water like it's SeaWorld before, you know, that happened. And because it's Zelda, you've already got an established fan base of creative, artsy people that love a narrative. So my STEM majors watching this video, please do the math for us. What happens when you take game plus popularity times anthropomorphized shark? That's right, you get... Beloved viewers, I know in my videos I use a lot of flashy, hyperbolic language, but I am being dead ass. My ass has never been more dead when I say I do not think we were prepared for the Pandora's box that was about to be unleashed of side link content. Cutesy, romantic, Link in his Gerudo outfit. There's a lot of this one. And for a lot of players, it went beyond shipping Link with Sidon. They were shipping themselves with Sidon. And honestly, I could not even imagine being that parasocial about a game. Oh, that's right, I can. So a few years later, the game's sequel, Tears of the Kingdom, comes out, and everyone is elated, because guess what? Daddy's back! In one of the official trailers, his portion is literally the most replayed section of the video. People were over the moon to see Sidon again, so at their first given opportunity, they run to Zora's Domain to go see their boyfriend, and who the f*** is this diva?
Who the f*** are you?
Who the f*** are you?
I asked you first.
I asked you second.
Surprise, Sidon has a fiance. And you find this out in arguably the way imaginable. In front of a literal statue of you riding Sidon, this girl boss has the audacity to say, I am Prince Sidon's, oh, forgive me, I am your best friend's fiance.
I could take your mans if I want to. Won't feel lucky for you, I don't want to.
If there was ever a day that my place in heaven was tested, it was that f***ing day. Now, admittedly, it is an arranged marriage, but Sidon at one point in the game does say that he truly does love her, and the knife in my heart just goes a little deeper. And I was not alone in this. To say that fans were a little upset about this exposition would be like describing World War II as a rough week for humanity. It's one thing to be parasocial, it is an entirely different thing to be paraseething, so those Sidon simps got to work. Videos ranting about Yona being a homewrecker, memes calling her the real enemy, a literal Polygon article followed by a TikTok from them pretending to JFK her. And the worst part is I am no better. In one of my previous videos, I called Yona a homewrecker and sent her to my imaginary prison called Guantanamo Slay. She still lives there in my brain. Now, of course, when a fandom gets a little too untouched grass about things, it does find a way to self-correct. There are plenty of posts defending Yona and saying that people are being freaks and they need to calm down. 2 Taylor references already in this video. I've got to pump the brakes. She's gonna copyright strike me. It's her favorite hobby. And I do feel like both sides as a whole were just having fun with it, but we are at an impasse. One side is saying she's in the way, the other side is saying that y'all need to back off. So how does this conflict resolve? Well, it's a fan war, it's not gonna, but I do believe that the best option is secret choice number 3. You see, in Tears of the Kingdom, Yona hands you your Zora armor after repairing it. And in canon Zelda lore, when a Zora princess, like Yona, intends to marry, they present their betrothed with Zora armor. Alexa, play 3 by Britney Spears. Yes, our love is not yet lost, fellow losers like me. Congratulations, beloved viewers. You are now all poly and in a relationship with 2 icons of Zora royalty. And will there be naysayers? Probably, but I can't hear them because I've got 2 baddies nibbling at my ears. Suck it. Just kidding. I'm taken. So now that our first scandal is done, what Blake Jennings war crime video is complete without a little minigame between the stories? So bringing back to the stage, say it with me, which afterlife are the offending participators getting? We've done a tier list, we've done a scale, so I figure why not whip out that y-axis, baby? So introducing the Afterlife Graph, or as I like to call it, the Grafterlife. So for our y-axis, we have a very basic heaven to hell. Easy enough to understand. We all have a little bit of Catholic guilt in us, and I'm not even Catholic. And for our x-axis, I decided to go with camp factor. Was the crime theatrical enough that I'm gonna think it's funny and be okay with it? With our highest level of camp, of course, being Trixie Mattel, specifically before Drag Race All-Stars. She's a legend now, but back then she had blue contacts, no money, and a dream. And something about that combination was so authentically hungry for success that you could easily make a musical out of it. She probably will. And then I kept rattling my brain over what is the opposite of camp. What lacks any self-awareness, has zero charisma, and is literally dehydrated of comedic timing. And then it hit me. It was so obvious. Elon Musk. Easy target, I know, but when I ask you to think of somebody who is the cardinal antithesis of a drag queen, I dare you to think of anybody but Elon. So now we have our quadrants. Camp Heaven, you did nothing wrong. Camp Hell, evil, but funny, so I'll allow it. Elon Musk Hell, not funny, just evil. And Elon Musk Heaven. I will not be using this one. Those two words do not go together. So starting off with Yona in Camp Hell. I'll admit it was bad, but damn if it wasn't funny. My divas, is holiday shopping making you so indecisive that you feel like this? Well, then allow me to introduce you to the sponsor of this video, Holtzkern. Holtzkern is an Austrian watch and jewelry brand for men, women, and everyone in between. I see you, 8% of my audience. All of their products are made from natural materials to make sure that you have the most unique and high quality purchase. And all of their products are manufactured in small quantities to make sure that they're all created ethically and responsibly. Holtzkern actually let me pick a few products to try out, so I ended up going with this necklace and my personal favorite, this stunning wooden watch. I love this thing. And how can I prove that? Oh, well, I guess I can't. Except that I can because I've worn it for the past 2 videos. If my outfit has even a hint of brown, guess what is going on this wrist? I actually had a little bit left on the gift card after those 2 purchases, so guess what my mom Queen Donna is sporting? Necklace Queen. They also come with absolutely gorgeous packaging. All of my products came in a beautiful wooden box wrapped in a luscious green gift box. Easy for gift wrapping, and I still use these to hold my products when I'm not wearing them. And for my holiday shoppers, all orders made before December 19th are guaranteed to arrive by Christmas Day. The products also come with a 2-year guarantee and ship in 3 to 5 business days. And to quote them directly, if you're in the US, don't worry, we've already handled the customs fees for you. Clock that too, Holtzkern. They so get it. Full transparency, I absolutely love promoting products that I know I'm going to be using long after I showcase them on this channel. I stand by my statement that I adore this watch. You will be seeing me wearing this long after this video. I'm probably gonna be sporting the necklace as more of a going out accessory, but hey, if you collab with me, you'll see it. So if Holtzkern sounds like the right brand for you or a loved one this holiday season, please make sure to check the link in my description and use code Jennings to get 15% off your purchase for their Christmas campaign. Thank you again so much to Holtzkern for sponsoring this video. Now let's get back to it. So if anybody watching was a 90s kid, God, please let that be true. I cannot be unk yet. I do way too much skincare for that. You're probably aware of the sheer terror that parents and politicians alike felt for video games at the time. I alluded to this before in my Animal Crossing War Crimes video, but basically a lot of parents will always find a way to blame their shitty kids on anybody but themselves. They've just now switched from video games to, you know, underpaid teachers. But in 1994, this video game equivalent of the Satanic Panic led to the creation of the ever-beloved ESA rating system. For those not in the know, it's that little M in the corner of Grand Theft Auto that you ignore before buying it for your middle schooler who is about to learn what the going rate is for an LA prostitute. But sure, the gays are corrupting kids. Again, anything but themselves. But this pushback did lead to Nintendo of America enacting stricter policies. So even the most chronically clinched WASP mom would be okay with getting her kids a Nintendo game for Christmas. And these content policies can be found in the deliciously campy 1994 book, Parents' Guide to Video Games by Steven Schwartz. No, not that one. In these policies, Nintendo of America promised that it would not publish games which reflect ethnic, religious, nationalistic, or sexual stereotypes of language. This includes symbols that are related to any type of racial, religious, nationalistic, or ethnic group, such as crosses, pentagrams, God, gods, Roman mythological gods are acceptable, Satan, hell, or Buddha. And they say there's only 2 genders. And this is all fine except for one teeny, tiny, vaguely Catholic issue. The Legend of Zelda's geographic location of Hyrule was essentially a Christian nation up to this point. Link uses a book of magic that in the original Japanese is called the Bible, and the firepower gained from this book is strongly implied to be the Holy Spirit. Oh, Jesus is a biscuit. There is even official artwork of Link kneeling at the cross to pray and weep for Jesus. So Ocarina of Time comes out in 1998 and greatly expands upon Hyrule's religion, introducing us to the 3 ass goddesses that we know today. So these goddesses kind of put a band-aid on the issue, but did that stop this game from alluding to more real-life religion? Would it be a major part of this video if I said yes? Absolutely not. Now, for no reason at all, allow me to introduce you to the Fire Temple. This is the second temple that you visit in Ocarina of Time, introducing new enemies, new puzzles, and a new little ditty playing in the background. Now, the kids whose parents had $60 of 1998 money to spare, that's almost $120 in 2025 money, by the way. I know Switch games are expensive, but believe me, we've had it worse. These lucky, affluent little babies had the opportunity to purchase the limited edition golden cartridge of the game. And in that golden cartridge was either the 1.0 or 1.1 version of the game that had the original music for the Fire Temple. At the risk of referencing her again, for my pop girlies, this is the equivalent of the original Taylor Swift debut album where she still sings, "You're gay!" Okay, Blake, you've built up this chant long enough. What's the big deal? Diva, that's a Muslim chant. The game company that just promised to not have any real-life religious imagery in it just released an extremely popular game with a chant in it that roughly translates to, "I bear witness that there is no God but Allah." Inshallah, Link beats the Fire Temple. So how did this happen? Well, a popular theory is that the composer of the game, Koji Kondo, picked it at random from a CD he had called Voice Spectral Volume 1. And in his defense, the tracks on this CD have been used in so many games. Here's a quick list. So he heard the track on it called Track 76. 76! Is that how you kill the joke? Will the joke finally die if I keep doing it wrong? And he probably simply thought, this is rad, and put it in the game. Now, you may think, oh my God, the Christians threw a fit and they caved to Islamophobia. Girl, do you think 90s evangelical Christians were gonna even notice that? They were too busy falling for cults at this point. And others may think it was due to a massive outcry from the Muslim population, but babes, for the first time in this series, I am here to de-escalate the drama. They literally just removed it on their own accord for two main reasons. One, it did go against their own policies that they created. And two, under certain schools of thought, this chant could fall under the definition of haram because it is being played alongside other sources of noise. The cartridges with version 1.2 on it that had revised Fire Temple music were made on November 12th, 1998, literally 9 days before the official launch of the game. So basically, Nintendo tried to proactively change this in order to have as little people hearing this music as possible. They pulled the all-reliable YouTuber who's been around for 10 years and starts privating their older videos, see you in 5 years. But in the end, it unfortunately caused sort of a Streisand effect. In the act of trying to cover up this mistake, it brought more attention to that mistake, which makes complete sense. If Billy's version of the game sounds one way and Kevin sounds another, they're gonna ask why. Also, Kevin won't stop talking about the 5 pillars of Islam. I'd say more heaven than camp. Everybody makes mistakes. So fast forward to the year 2000, the Legend of Zelda franchise is riding high. Ocarina of Time came out 2 years ago and is already being heralded as one of the greatest games of all time, a title that it still holds to this day. Ignore that one. The direct sequel, Majora's Mask, has just come out this year, and a non-negligible amount of fans are Majora's meh about it, and frankly, I don't blame them. The entire game is built around a countdown timer, and if you know the average gamer at any point in human history, you would know why this is grounds for disaster. So Zelda fans were hungry for a proper sequel to Ocarina of Time. Now, at the same time, it is worth noting that we are rapidly approaching the peak of the console wars. And up until now, it had mostly been Nintendo versus the Sega Genesis. But in the new millennium, Sony had made her debut, and Diva, she was winning. The PS1 had sold over 100 million units, and it snatched developers that were previously Nintendo exclusives like Square Enix, and the PS2 was about to come in even hotter. And a very important thing to remember in 2000 is that the name of the game was He Who Is Most Edgy Is Most Cool. This is how we ended up with cultural bombshells like Linkin Park, My Immortal, Shane Dawson. So baby girl Nintendo, with dark edgy hits such as Pikmin, Animal Crossing, and Luigi's Mansion, was starting to get the reputation that it was a kiddie console. Oh, that is so gonna be my drag name. For example, here is a 1998 cutting-edge, very nuanced opinion on Nintendo gamers. It's been a known fact that N64 owners are gay. Now you are all anticipating the arrival of the gayest N64 game of all, Zelda 64. You N64 drones are welcome to this gay game. Coming soon, another gay game. Ally. Now they did try to fight that reputation with this edgy ad. Meanwhile, in the corner of this ad, you can see that the oldest rating they have in their entire game library at this point is T for teen. And this all, of course, was compounded with the fact that Sony was starting to utilize voice acting, questionable as it may be.
It is cheaper to buy vegetables here.
And Nintendo was simply not taking advantage of voiced characters. Something we definitely are not still talking about in 2025. So during the 2000 Nintendo Space World, that's the old Nintendo Direct for anybody who doesn't remember 9/11, Nintendo released a tech demo to preview their new upcoming system, the GameCube, which included footage of a very Ocarina of Time looking adult Link engaging with Ganondorf in a sword fight. No, not that way. And the audience was pretty happy about it.
Oh my god.
So problem solved. There's a new Zelda game coming out in about a year, and it looks super dark and mature and...
The legend is back.
Oh my god, they made Link look like a saturated middle schooler. So that footage was never intended to be a game. It was just to showcase the capabilities of the GameCube. Meanwhile, the next game was going to be Zelda The Wind Waker. I know nowadays we talk a lot about how mean people are online, but you don't know ball until you see early 2000s internet game forums. These people had no filter, and they were pissed. Why does Link look like a girl? Link looks like a 2-year-old freak. This sucks. Damn. The new Zelda looks great. For me to poop on. That's a disgrace to the world of fighting. God, they just don't hate like they used to. This was not for engagement bait back in the day, okay? This was for sport. So the line was drawn. You were either excited about an upcoming Zelda game, or you were going to switch alliances, buy that PS2, and go on to have extremely productive conversations about women in a Call of Duty lobby. It got to the point where kids were being shunned at school for being GameCube owners. That's right, kids. Screw braces or glasses or being in gymnastics for 8 years. You were about to be bullied because you owned a Nintendo console. In an interview, Miyamoto himself was asked about the decision of the graphics, to which he responded, "Just play the game without thinking too much about the visuals. It'll be a lot more fun." He's a better person than me. If I had gotten this kind of backlash after working so hard in a game, I would have told all of you to practice your balance beam routine on the edge of a building. In that same interview, he goes on to talk about how he was shocked at the perception of this game being seen as childish, and the interviewer has the gall to ask if the next Zelda game will go back to the old visual style when this game hasn't even been released yet. Now, time has been very kind to The Wind Waker. People eventually really warmed up to this art style, to the point that it actually has a higher user score than Breath of the Wild on Metacritic. And Toon Link, as he would go on to be called, would be showcased in many future Zelda games. The Minish Cap, Phantom Hourglass, Four Swords, no, not those swords. And this introduces us to a very common theme you're going to see in this video, which I like to call rage regret. People hate on something, it stands the test of time, people then go on to love said thing, and then go into a TikTok comment section and in an act of Machiavellian theater comment, "I actually never hated it." So how did they turn this all around? Well, as basically an apology, Nintendo would go on to release The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess, their darkest and most mature Zelda game to this day, and was deemed the true sequel to Ocarina of Time. They literally were planning on making a Wind Waker 2, but then said, "F it, we're gonna give the Zelda universe a nicotine addiction and an absent father. We're going in." And if I have not yet convinced you just how much people were yearning for an adult-looking Zelda game, let me put it this way. This meme, which I guarantee you have seen before as a reaction on social media, originally comes from a candid photo of 4 guys reacting to the announcement of Twilight Princess. I simply do not trust Whimsy haters. Sorry about it. So with all this hype around Twilight Princess, I'm sure people were just excited to get the game and go home and play it and have a great time. And wait, what's that? So picking up where we left off, in 2004, arising from the ashes of butthurt turbo nerds and relatively lower sales, comes the new Zelda game, Twilight Princess. And if you still are not convinced just how much people wanted this, here is footage of the debut of the announcement trailer at E3. The primal energy of this audience. If this had been an Ethel Cain concert, a third of them would have passed out. I mentioned this in the last section, but this game, relative to the other Zelda games, was dark. Compared to The Wind Waker, this was the cousin at the Thanksgiving dinner table that has a red bandana and a lot of undocumented income that you know to never ask about. The title of the game, Twilight Princess, was announced a year later too. Mixed reviews, but overall it stood strong. Twilight Princess, it just seems weird, like some tween girl movie title or something. But the wolf thing is awesome. What? Was that Stephanie Meyer? Twilight came out literally 5 months after this post. Another trailer was released in 2006 where, to the joyous cries of asthmatics everywhere, it was rated T for teen. To the post-Wind Waker Zelda fan, this was basically at the level of finding your dad's dirty magazines that he keeps hidden from your mom, but she knows. She just doesn't really like your dad enough to care. And the switch was immediate. If you were getting bullied before for liking Zelda, you were now getting bullied for not liking Zelda. There was a lot of bullying happening in 2006. You just had to be there. Twilight Princess was already being heralded as the greatest game of all time before it was even released. And I can personally attest, as somebody who was in 7th grade at the time, Tensions were high. This is a small side tangent, but it is absolutely vital to understand the bloodbath that would occur. So something I've neglected to mention up until now is that Twilight Princess was going to be released in tandem with the Nintendo Wii. If you weren't there, think about how hard it was to get the PS5, now quadruple that, and put it in a pre-2008 economy where most middle-class families could afford it. That's how hard it was to get the Wii. My mom, Queen Donna forever may she reign, got me a Wii for Christmas only because she went to the local Toys R Us daily until a worker finally tipped her off of a shipment coming the next day. She then sat out front of that Toys R Us at 5 in the morning until a manager came by and said, "We don't have any Wiis, please go home," to which my mom responded, "Could you just at least check, please?" She knew before the management of that store that they had received 5 Nintendo Wiis that morning. She also convinced me that year that Santa had brought it. She is such a good person. If I had gone through all that trouble to get something for my kid, there is no way in f***ing hell Santa was gonna get credit for that. So I told you that story just to drive my point that people were bloodthirsty for any information regarding the Nintendo Wii or Zelda Twilight Princess. So November 17th, 2006 comes around. We are 2 days away from the release of Twilight Princess, and the early access reviews start rolling in. Famitsu, 38 out of 40. IGN, 9.5, even daring to start the review with Ocarina, your time is up. But a review from one company would rise above them all in sheer infamy. GameSpot. In the GameSpot review, the journalist talks about how the game is fantastic, but mentions that it has some issues with the Wii controls and the music choices and lack of voice acting felt dated. And that journalist's name? Jeff Gersman, a GameSpot employee since 1994. And Jeff, poor Jeff, gave The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess an 8.8 out of 10. Now, 8.8 is still a great score, and the game literally just came out the day that review was released, so surely people are gonna go home and check for themselves if it actually was right. Now, why were people so mad? They hadn't even played the game yet. Oh, Diva, that did not matter. What mattered is what the game represented. It was salvation for people who had been fighting for years defending Zelda, Nintendo, Miyamoto, and on top of all of this, gaming nerds were still considered mega outcasts at this point in time. They needed something, and this was that something. Any score for this that was lower than perfection was considered treason. This game was their queen, and God help anyone who dared to disrespect their queen. And if I still have not drilled into you just how toxic people were on internet forums back in the day, one of the responses to this review was, and I quote, "The reviewer the game." How sad. This is one of the more mild reviews, mind you. I'm telling you, people were not nicer on the internet back then, you just weren't on it as much. Oh, but they did not stop there. Why would you think they'd stop there? They demanded Jeff be fired from GameSpot, sent him threats of the terminal variety, even going so far as to mass vandalize his Wikipedia page. All of these edits you see on this page, most of which consisting of the most vile combination of words you would ever see in your life, took place in a matter of 5 minutes. Admittedly, there is one edit that I think is very funny, where they deleted his entire wiki entry and just put, "Hates good games." He was body shamed, called anti-Nintendo, accused of being paid off by Sony and Microsoft to review bomb the game with a 8.8. But Jeff's career would go on to survive 8.8 Gate, although he did get fired the next year from being editor-in-chief under suspicious circumstances, which ironically might have to do with him giving a different game a low score after they paid to heavily advertise on the website. But in all honesty, this video is long enough. We do not have time for that. And the worst part is, as time went on, the general public would grow to agree that Twilight Princess leans more towards an 8.8 than a 10. Rage regret, recurring theme, told ya, I'm a writer, baby. You know what they always say, kids will be kids. And grown men will also be kids. But are we shocked? Listen, those comments were some of the most vile things I've ever read, but the theater of it all, it 8.8. So the year is 2022, and by this point in the video, we all know Breath of the Wild was a smash hit. And seeing as we live in the era of sequel hell, of course a bunch of people are expecting that there's going to be a follow-up for this game. And of course they were gonna deliver. If you have a hit on your hand, you're gonna make another one. This video is an example of that. Thanks for that, by the way. I really appreciate the support. So on September 12th, Nintendo holds their regularly scheduled announcement event, Nintendo Direct. And at the end of this Direct, they are going to announce the title of the long-awaited sequel, Tears of the Kingdom. And it is set up to be a massive success. The trailer itself is gorgeous. The fans are frothing at the mouth for any info on it. The Queen died. The Queen died. So here is the section of the story that I like to call... On September 8th, 2022, at 3:11 p.m., Queen Elizabeth II passes away at the age of 96. Afterlife Queen, leaving behind a legacy that will outlive all of us and a PR nightmare for Nintendo. Could you imagine having to announce the title of your game called Tears of the Kingdom after this? That'd be like if Miley announced her new album, Miley Cyrus and Her Dead Pets, at an adoption shelter. So it's never actually been officially stated if the title was the reason for this, but out of respect for the 10-day national mourning that occurred after the Queen's passing, Nintendo's UK branch pulled the direct and it did not air until October 3rd, nearly a month after the rest of us got to see it. And girl, you and I both know the fandom clocked it. And I'm sure many people think that it's not that big of a deal and they could have just posted the direct anyway, but to those people, I challenge you with this. The next time one of your relatives gets laid off and announces it to the family, check in with yourself and ask, would now be the exact perfect time to announce my new game, I Hate Unemployed People, Stop Being Lazy? One of the funniest stories to cross my path in a decade, and I am so serious. So we are flashing back to the summer of 2013. The online video game discussion forum GameFAQs is hosting its 9th annual site-wide popularity contest, where they will determine who is the most beloved character among all the game franchises that year. Think like the US Open, but wearing deodorant is grounds for immediate disqualification. Like, that's such low-hanging fruit. And normally I would agree, but once again, you have to understand what game forums were like pre-2016 before the Switch came out. Gaming discussion wasn't for everyone. You were handed a GameFAQs membership after you hit your 10th mile of Naruto running in your high school hallways. Nerd representation at this time was basically just Jordan Pruitt's On the Outside Looking In, which had a music video where Disney still said no uglies, no fatties. Apologies for the detailed mise-en-scène, but you have to understand the environment we're working with here. This was unfiltered uber nerd territory. Also, just a heads up for this story, I'm about to go into a level of detail previously unseen on this channel. One, because it's basically theater, and two, because I have reason to believe that no YouTube video has ever covered this story, and it will be a cold day in hell before I let this literal online civil war become lost media. So up until this point, the Zelda fandom had basically daddy-doned the entire GameFAQs community, which is really saying something because GameFAQs at this time was the it girl. GameFAQs for gamers was like Tumblr for Super Hulk fans, and if you understood what I just said, then it's time to start integrating those hip stretches into your daily routine, girl. You'll thank me later. Link won this popularity contest so many times that the competition's wiki has a legitimate article entitled Law, Link Always Wins, which at this point had only been broken a couple times. Once by Cloud because of Kingdom Hearts just coming out, and another by the L Block from Tetris because, and I quote, "It was funny, and it was a joke everyone was in on." Lesbians stay winning, what can I say? But a new bombshell would enter the villa to proclaim, "Come on, Mamaru, I'ma snatch the crown." Draven. So about a year before, Draven was introduced to League of Legends, a game that I both long and fear to cover. That's not a joke, by the way. If I ever cover this game and I stop making videos immediately afterwards, they got me, girl. And Draven almost immediately became a major meme in the community. I'm not exactly sure why, I didn't do any research on that part, but I like to believe it's because he looks like if you put all the members of Imagine Dragons in a blender. Brick Queen. League was also approaching its peak in popularity. The League of Legends subreddit at this point had 350,000 subscribers, and at any given moment there were 12,000 people using it. It's also worth noting that GameFAQs at this point in time leaned more towards old school gamers, so people who didn't exactly see League as their cup of cyanide. So when Draven entered the contest for the first time and was about to lose the very first round, all it took was a single post on that super popular subreddit and these sweaty League players all band together. Oh, and band together they did. The GameFAQs admin actually later shared the origin sites of all the votes that were coming in, and 45% of traffic came from Reddit and League of Legends forums. So congratulations, Draven, he won the first round by a pretty solid margin. So Draven's next match had him going up against Mega Man X, and people assumed this was going to be a dog walking because Mega Man X always scored in the top 10. But in what can only be described as a Deus Ex Machina, at the time of that vote, League of Legends servers were down and they had nothing better to do. So after he won that round, it basically became a meme in the League community, and they were committed to this bid. And the ultimate test was about to be handed to Draven, as his next round would be against Commander Shepard from Mass Effect and the Golden Boy himself, Link. And it was at this point, Zelda fans saw Draven coming from the horizon and were like,
"Who the f are you?"
Welcome to the League of Draven.
Now, it's at this point I should mention how I got this story because it was never suggested to me by any of my viewers. Luckily enough, my streaming co-host Luis, go check those channels out if you're a real one, was on these forums and watched it happen in real time. So he knew exactly where to look, used the Wayback Machine, and got us some evidence. At one point, there were multiple threads being posted every minute on the contest forum page, which normally only had around 200 active users. So this is an insane turnout rate. They were posting like the rent depended on it. And even against God's chosen Twink, Draven was actually winning by 6,100 votes at his peak. But nobody puts Twink in a corner. Unless that Twink was asking for it by a large man, I suppose. But honestly, this fight had no room for Toxic H-Gap Yowie. Link was steadily making his comeback after a plethora of pleads from many a Zelda fan to get other communities to vote for him. They said, Pokemon, go to the polls. But in honestly Shakespearean levels of dramatic irony. As the scales were about to tip for our favorite they-them lesbian, GameFAQs crashed for 95 minutes. Downtime was affected from 12:16 p.m. to 1:51 p.m., a total of 95 minutes in which there was 1,680 votes cast. Of those 1,680 votes, 55.84% were for Link and 27.56% were for Draven. And in the end, Draven won by 765 votes. 7-6! I'm not kidding, I will not rest until that joke dies. Now this, of course, led to a lot of backlash from the Link lovers, saying stop the vote, hold a rematch, even going so far as baselessly claiming that GameFAQs crashed because of a DDoS attack from Draven fans. Quick computer science lesson for those of you that have loved ones that you see regularly. A DDoS attack is basically this. So naturally after this, Link fans were praying for the downfall of Draven at every turn of this event. But the goateed goat grabbed his little phallic swords and clawed his way to the grand final. Draven versus Snake versus Samus. Oh, but don't you worry your pretty little head, those Link fans were not done. They recruited to the point that it was basically the entirety of the GameFAQs community versus League fans, escalating to the point where everyone just decided that Snake should be the victor, even going as far as to recruit Jennifer Hale, the voice actor for Samus, to tweet in favor of voting for Snake when her own character was in the competition. Not done though, not done though, it gets better. Even the voice of Snake himself, David Hayter, threw his hat in the ring, tweeting, "Seriously, who in the hell is Draven? Sounds like a draggy crow." Which was then retweeted by Hideo Kojima, the creator of Metal Gear Solid. And do you want to know how I found that infamous deleted tweet? Luis, by sheer miracle, found it in a screenshot of a DM with David Hayter where the tweet is faded in the background. God, I miss when celebrities ran their own Twitter accounts. Like, where else am I gonna see Rita Ora claim she was hacked because not enough people retweeted her to have her drop a new song? So obviously things have gotten a little messy, but the peak pettiest moment, in my opinion, was when an admin from GameFAQs walked on over to the subreddit of League of Legends and asked the admin staff if they could ban any posts that were rallying for Draven to win the competition, which the GameFAQs admin then claimed was actually his wife doing this without him knowing because, quote, "My wife loves Solid Snake." Girl me when I lie. Again, see Rita Ora hacked tweet. And in the end, Draven won by a landslide, leaving a bitter taste in the mouths of Link fans everywhere and therefore most of GameFAQs. So how does this resolve? Well, time would prove that the Draven love was kind of just a trend. He flopped so hard in the next contest that he lost to Amaterasu from Okami. And Link would go on to win the final popularity contest that GameFAQs would ever host in 2018. They, them lesbians always get their lick back. As a theater kid, committing to the bit is something I will always respect. So you know how in the last section I facetiously called Link a they-them lesbian? Yeah, there's some people online that really don't like when you do that. Fair warning for any knuckle-dragging, Thanksgiving dinner-ruining losers that have somehow made it this far in a Blake Jennings video. This story is going to involve trans people, existing. I know that's very scary, but I promise you and I are gonna make it through together. So it's November of 2023, and Nintendo has decided to drop a little announcement. They are currently working on a live-action Zelda movie, something that I am tentatively excited about. And of course, this is received with raucous applause from the fandom. And what does a fandom do best? That's right, fan casting. People are immediately on the hunt to figure out who would be their ideal Link and Zelda, when suddenly, in early 2025, all eyes are on a particular red carpet photo of the actor Hunter Schafer. In it, she is wearing a stunning green dress and elf ears, and it made people think, huh, this photo's popping a little Zelda-y, and it spreads like wildfire. I even mentioned it in my other Zelda video. But a small detail that I left out until now is that Hunter Schafer is a trans woman. Like, why does that even matter? First of all, based. But secondly, in the big ol' year of 2025, do I really need to spell it out? Naturally, there was an abundance of outspoken opponents to this. I'll go into detail more about that in a second, but for now, just picture this. On July 16th, 2025, Miyamoto himself announces the cast for the new Zelda movie. Playing Link would be Benjamin Evan Ainsworth, and playing Zelda would be Bo Bragason. And honestly, I think this is a great choice. If it wasn't gonna be Hunter, I'm glad that it went to two relatively unknown actors so we can really dive into the story and watch two careers potentially skyrocket. And from what I've seen, most Hunter Schafer fans agree with me. But of course, every time a bigot thinks they've won, they shamelessly monetize it for everything it's worth. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not naive, it's the internet. Of course, there were some people that were probably mad about it and others that were making some jokes about it. But of course, they had to take this small discourse and sensationalize it, claiming things like Zelda fans were outraged that Hunter didn't get cast. cast, and hashtag Not My Zelda was going viral. And would you like to know how I know that that hashtag was sensationalized? Because I went on Twitter and scrolled through the hashtag myself and saw that there are more people making fun of it than using it sincerely. But like death and taxes, lazy, unedited YouTube slop is inevitable.
I don't know why these people are so hyper-focused on taking roles away from real biological women.
I'm sorry, did I miss the part in the game where Zelda thanks Link for saving her by whipping out her cisgender coochie? God, sometimes I wonder how easy the failed YouTuber to right-wing grift pipeline really is. Like, you could be a millionaire and not have to work anywhere near as hard for it. Like, there's people busting their ass 40 hours a week in a job that they hate just to barely pay rent. Meanwhile, do you think these pick-me's do anything other than sit down at their desk and say trans people bad for 12 minutes and press post? No. Because that's all it takes. It's like jingling keys for them. And don't worry, this was not only being covered by content factory channels that were churning out 2 videos a day. Oh, no. This was also being covered by much larger, much greasier channels. I'm gonna keep it classy and not name names, but whatever channels you thought of, yes, it's them. And a lot of these creators were claiming that casting Hunter as Zelda would cause an unwanted loss of sales. But putting aside the fact that these people believe that the majority of the Zelda fandom shares their opinion on trans people, did everyone just forget what f***ing acting is? Stanley Tucci, a straight man in real life, has kissed more men on film than I have in my entire real life. But am I mad about that? No, I'm mad about the fact that he hasn't kissed me. So maybe, just maybe, if we criticized art for the sake of art and not in an attempt to get more sales from people who need ChatGPT to tell them what a metaphor is, this wouldn't even be a debate. And the most infuriating part of this entire debate is that most people didn't even want Hunter Schafer as Zelda because she's trans. They wanted Hunter Schafer as Zelda because she looks like Zelda. So beloved viewer, unfortunately this does not have a clean-cut ending. Bigots will always find a way to throw out their empathy for a check. But if you remember one thing from this video, please let it be this. They are not the majority, they are not the future, and most importantly for this video, they are a bunch of drama-hungry titty babies that threw a tantrum over a fan cast that was never even under consideration by Nintendo. So hold on hope and please support this actress when the movie comes out. It's going to be such an exciting opportunity for her. And anybody that is supporting her for the wrong reasons, I simply ask you this. Do not Sydney Sweeney her. I cannot mentally handle another Jeans ad discourse. They'd never cast a trans person as Zelda. Cast yourself in the role of somebody who makes a quality video for once, nerd. So now that we have one story left, I figure what better time to honor the stories that didn't quite make the cut but are still of note. It's time for the lightning round. First, smoochin' time. In the Zelda CDI, there is an infamous scene, and I'm just gonna let it play for you.
Phew.
Zelda!
Link!
Oh boy, smooching time!
I remember reading a comment that said this is the reason Link will never talk. Next, Link's vagina bones. Another famous moment that I can let the video do the talking for me.
Is there any reason on why Nintendo gave Link a vagina bones? Fellas, is it gay to have a pelvis?
I don't know if they were a bigot so much as they were an idiot, and honestly, idiots are kind of funny. Next, TransLink. So TransLink is a European bus company, and apparently people decided to boycott it a few years ago, and the hashtag TransLink started making its rounds on Twitter, leaving a lot of Zelda fans very confused and even more so hopeful. One day Link will be they, them. One day, damn it. Next, the original Mirror Shield. The same issue as the Fire Temple. Apparently they didn't learn their lesson and accidentally left an Islamic crescent and star on the shield. Nintendo, I can only keep defending you for so long, girl. Next, Reggie says Link is hot. So Reggie used to be president of Nintendo America, and in a famous interview, he did say,
Is Link hot to you?
Link is hot. I gotta say, Link is hot.
Right there. What? He's right. Next, Ganon Band. In the original Zelda, they literally misspelled Ganon, giving him 2 N's instead of 1. And in the community, it basically became a catch-all response if somebody messed up something about the game. They were basically saying, F you, noob. Honestly, it could be worse. If we didn't have know-it-alls, then nerd culture would cease to exist. Next, Been Drowned. It's basically a creepypasta about a cursed, used copy of Majora's Mask, but it got so popular that kids were legitimately terrified to buy used games for a while after that. Listen, if it stopped even one kid from selling their game to GameStop for 3 cents, then honestly, it was a net positive. Next, Suavemente. This meme originated from a YouTube channel called Terminal Montage, which if anybody from that team is watching this video, please know I'm available for any voice acting purposes that you may need. I did a single line in Team 4-star, okay? I'm qualified. But the hilarious crime of this is that at one point, people thought that there was a leak of Tears of the Kingdom, and when people downloaded it, they got a face full of
Suavemente, bésame que quiero sentir tus labios besándome otra vez suavemente, bésame que...
Incredible, the Lord's work. Hire me. Next, Special Delivery. So in Breath of the Wild, there's a quest called Special Delivery where you help this very young-looking little fish diva find her long-lost love, and you reunite her only to discover that this is her man. It's honestly too low to fit in the shot, sorry. And finally, That One Animator. That One Animator is a very talented animator on TikTok. And he posted this TikTok of a Zelda model he made. And does something seem a little off to you in that TikTok? Like the amount of comments in it? I wonder what those comments said. Yeah, they wanted him to make explicit content. They think he's gonna be like their Jesus if it happens. I mean, it's pretty rude of them, but it's also pretty funny. Apologies in advance because there is no way I'm making it out of this story looking like a good person. It's too funny. So in Breath of the Wild, there are these creatures in it called Koroks. They've existed in other Zelda games before, but this time, these little freaks had a very specific purpose. When you find them or you finish their various puzzles, they gift you with a Korok seed, which are these little golden droplets that can be turned into the character Hestu for inventory upgrades. Smash, okay, yes, smash, there you go. Are we happy? We all knew it. Now, if you want to stretch that weapon inventocy out to the max, I'm not particularly proud of that line, but I'm gonna keep it. You would need 441 Korok seeds to max out your inventory space. But Nintendo knows its fan base, which is, say it with me, OCD-ridden softies with a tendency to hyperfixate on escapist media, especially when said media takes place in a world that looks exactly like a Ghibli enthusiast's wet dream. So naturally, like moths to a flame, a lot of people want to 100% this game. And in order to do so, you, the player, get to take on the exciting opportunity of looking for 900 Korok seeds. For reference, here is a map of all the locations of the Korok seeds. No, you are not looking at a pointless painting. Those are all Korok seeds that you have to find, some of which have puzzles. So while going on this game's interpretation of the Odyssey, some people started to wonder, what exactly is a Korok seed? Well, after finally completing this voluntary masochist journey, these poor vagabonds had their answer. After turning in your 900th Korok seed to Daddy Hestu, he gives you... Did you guess golden shit? Surely you guessed golden shit. And here is the best part. It's worthless. And now looking back, these poor victims have finally realized what Korok seeds are. They're turds. You were helping these little bastards out, and in response, they shit in their hand and gave it to you. So considering the amount of hours that this took to complete, you can imagine the sheer vitriol these people had for the entire Korok race. And the worst part is, Koroks in the game don't take damage. You couldn't even get revenge. The worst you could do is like drop a rock on them. That is until May 12th, 2023, the release of Tears of the Kingdom. In the sequel, there is a new character feature called the Ultra Hand. With the Ultra Hand, you could now grab objects, attach them together, and even attach special devices that would make them mobile. Fans, rockets, wings, carts, balloons, wheels, springs, etc. And joyous day, the Koroks are back with a sickening new twist. A lot of the Koroks now have missions to return them to their friend who's kind of nearby, but you have to cross like a lake or a cliff or something like that. And in order to fulfill this request, you, the player, have to take advantage of the fact that the Korok is now wearing a backpack that counts as a movable object. I sure wonder how that turned out. In what can only be described as the Industrial Revolution of gaming, these people found the most creative ways imaginable to basically make their own CIA detention and interrogation programs. Also colloquially known as torture sites. Ironically, while looking into this, I even came across a video called Tears of the War Crimes, showcasing, you guessed it, more Korok torture. But that, unfortunately, is not where the story ends. On May 14th, 2023, a new subreddit is created. The Korok Space Program. The Korok Space Program is a fan-made organization whose sole purpose is to find as many creative ways to launch Koroks as high into the stratosphere as possible. The game had not even been out for a week, mind you. There was an article written about this on May 16th, 4 days after the game came out. But time was clearly not a limiting factor. These people took the suffering of the Koroks and cranked it up to an 11. One of the highlights for me was seeing that somebody built a functional plane holding 40 Koroks that he airdropped from maximum height. I genuinely do not think it is hyperbolic of me to say that actual war criminals would be impressed. And I would dare say that there is a non-negligible amount of people that bought this game solely for the purpose of doing this. They said, girl, Ganon can wait. I have to recreate the space race. But how does this final story resolve? Honestly, probably with half of them going to MIT. I lived in Boston for 5 years, and let me tell you, that is a breeding ground for brilliant sociopaths. Listen, it wasn't great, but they had a point. And just like that, we have finished another War Crimes video. It is 2 in the morning, and I've been standing for 7.5 hours. Thank you so much for watching this. My name is Blake. If you enjoyed it, please make sure to like, comment, share, subscribe, and hit that notification bell so you never miss when I post a new video. And if you have it in your heart, please support this video as much as possible. I adore making these, and I already have a list of all the different ones I want to try to cover. And thank you again to Holtzkern for sponsoring this video. Love this watch. And another huge shout out to Luis. Any of these stories that seemed uncharacteristically well researched, yeah, that was him. If you like watching streaming, please make sure to follow me on Twitch and YouTube Live. I try to stream at least once a week. And I also have a podcast. If you have somehow decided that you have not yet had enough of my yappy, whiny voice, we have a new episode every Monday. But of course, we cannot finish this video without deciding what have we learned from this. I think the moral of the story is that wearing a belt around your stomach will give you reflux for the entirety of a filming process. Never, ever do it again, Blake. No, you're not late. We just started. We're just starting. Smash his skateboard. No. So no Luis. So no Luis. Okay. See, everything looks kind of familiar, right? We have our posters that are the same, and we have the windows that we just put in. Oh, looks like we have some people that want to move in, though. And oh, I got a wreath last night, and I made some flowers. That's new. That is admittedly new. That's admittedly new. Venomoth is here now. He's new. He's new. Oh, my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Water! I need water! I'm all dried out. Oop.
Squirting contest! Let's see who can squirt the farthest.
Exactly. I came all this way, but now I don't think I can go any further. What? What's that? Was that water gun? Did you do that? Thank you so much. You saved me. I promise I'll make it up to you. Let's be friends. Period. Period. Oh my God, this stream's already off to a great start. We got cellos. I love jazz. Oh my God. Also, Atusa and Lazy Dolly twice. Thank you for the subs. Oh my God. Let's go, Blaggets. Thank you so much, y'all. I really appreciate it. If you got a gift to sub from Lazy Dolly, also make sure to say thank you. Yay! Oh my God. I love it. And what? In 2013, Tomodachi Life made its debut, and ever since then, gay and/or neurodivergent people have been unequivocally and abhorrently loud about it. So much so that 13 years later, Nintendo finally released its sequel, Tomodachi Life Living the Dream. For my ignorant divas wondering what the hell I'm talking about, Tomodachi Life is a social simulation game where you make characters, help them grow, and watch them interact with each other in increasingly unhinged and quirky ways. They are so crazy, truly cannot take them anywhere. If you're even a moderate watcher of this channel, your Instagram and TikTok feeds are probably flooded with the hilarious and most likely morally bankrupt interactions people have been having in this game.
Do you feel like talking about clapping your booty cheeks?
And if there is one thing I know about marketing, baby, that's the sign of a hit. So Tomodachi Life is the talk of the town, the new it girl, if you will. But like Pokopia, I think it's time we ask the ultimate question. Does this it girl have what it takes to be a certified mother? Does Tomodachi Life Living the Dream slay? For anyone new here, hi, I'm Blake. A lot of y'all think my name is Jake. It's not. Jake is actually my straight evil counterpart in this game. More on that later. Like last time, I'll be using highlights of my streams of Tomodachi Life to paint a picture of what you can expect when playing this game. But unlike last time, at the time of recording this, it is officially my birthday! Birthday queen. Yes, mankind, you have been subjected to me for yet another year. You are welcome, or sorry, depending on who's hearing this. And all I ask is that you watch this video to completion and maybe watch it 1 or 2 more times as a little birthday treat for me. Or go follow and watch my stream channels. Either would be a wonderful present. Thank you. Now, for the sake of consistency, I decided it would be very couth of me to reuse the Pokopia Slay Review's 5 categories. Category 1, Best Judies. What kind of characters can we expect from this game? And would I like to queen out with them? Or would I buy them an Uber to send them home and then cancel that order halfway through so they have to walk the rest of the way? Category 2, Let's Have a Kiki. Gleecast version featuring Turkey Lurkey time. What's the social scene like? What can I expect in a typical interaction? Can I recreate a scenario where Sarah Jessica Parker and Leah Michelle sing about turkeys and voguing? Spoiler alert, you absolutely can. Category 3, Bring It to the Runway. Does this game step its Tomodachi up in terms of design, fashion, and aesthetics? Category 4, Whimsy Maxed. Plain and simple, diva. Is the game fun? In 2026, the average human being feels like this 30% of the time. If there is anything that can Nummiana Grande, the Painiana Grande, then Signiana Grande me up. Ariana Grande. Category 5, Slay Factor. Like last time, this is for any leftover features that couldn't be compartmentalized into the other 4 categories, but are still worthy of note. So with all of that out of the way, divas, Let's ride. Hello, my divas. I'd just like to take a quick second to thank the sponsor of this video that I cannot stop playing. It combines simulation management, a hand-drawn art style, and creature collecting. The second I started playing this, I knew I had to alert my divas. And the name of that game is Lumi Master, an adventure through a pastel fairy tale world. And I know my viewers are obsessed with pastels, okay? Don't lie to me. I can see your Tumblr accounts through this screen. At the start, you choose a Lumi from water, fire, or grass. Just a light tap from your glammed out little finger, and suddenly you are strutting through rainforests, deserts, and volcanoes, where you will randomly encounter hundreds of weird and wonderful Lumis, each with their own unique design. And speaking of Lumis, oh my god, you are not ready for the level of cuteness. Look at these designs. This should be illegal. It is so cute. You can then take these cute creatures to challenge Lumi experts all over the world. You want to talk about diva boots? I have been wearing my diva boots out from all the places I've gone to try to become the Lumi master. And catching Lumis, ridiculously easy. And honestly, I prefer it this way because when it comes to creature collecting games, I am a full-on filthy casual. Endless grinding is simply not for me. Sorry, I practice self-care. High encounter rates, super simple capture mechanics. Every time you get a color variant, it comes out with max stats. Oh my god, I'm in love. This game is so thoughtful. It might as well have asked me out on a candlelit dinner. And I would say yes. But Blake, what if I want to share my Lumis? Does Lumi Master let me trade with other traders in an open marketplace? Yes, class suck up. Why are you answering the question within the question? You already knew they have that. So check out Lumi Masters today with the link in my description. Global registration is now open and early access is now available in the UK, Singapore, Malaysia, and the Philippines. Thank you so much to Lumi Masters for sponsoring this video. Now let's get back to it. Category 1, Best Judies. So how does Tomodachi Life Living the Dream hold up when it comes to having fun and exciting characters? Well, that's literally its entire shtick, so I would hope good. Branding Queen. See, the characters in this game are what you make of it. There is not a single person on that screen that is not a me that you create. So the customization options are limitless. But are they slay? Well, that is up to you, my beloved diva watching this, because you can create basically anyone. Your best Judy can literally be the best Judy, aka Judy Garland. Gay people love her. I mean, hell, people have put me in their island. Thanks for that, by the way. It does my ego real good to see that. Like, genuinely, I do not know why Nintendo ever tried to phase out Miis, because everyone is obsessed with these little freaks. And the juxtaposition of this massive variety of characters brings about limitless capabilities for comedy. And that is because you control everything about these Miis. Which leads to the introduction of the overarching example that I will be using throughout this video to showcase the game's features, which is of course my island entitled
Take Him to Dinner Island.
So all my gameplay so far has been streamed on my YouTube live channel and Twitch, and I've been posting an edited series of it on my YouTube live channel, so check it out while we're still in the early episodes. And I decided to make my own reality show akin to Love Island, but the island is entirely comprised of men that I would allow to call me the F-slur if it meant that I could take them to dinner, along with some healthy competition, hence the name Take Him to Dinner Island. And let me tell you, just seeing some of these characters share a bench is enough to ruin me. As a small sample size of the types of Miis you can create in this game, allow me to show you my island's current cast of characters. Our main bachelor being me, of course. I really said, y'all mind if a white boy gets a little Spanish? Look at that shimmer in his eyes. He is about to be so disappointed. My main target's contestants, that's probably a better word for it, which are Steve Kornacki, the hottest news correspondent to ever live, Abel the Table from Date Everything,
And his name is John C.
and my number one choice. You all know who it is. Now, coming onto this island as competition to bag these men are Luis, my stream co-host, who we gave a Cunty Bob Queen, my social media evil alter ego, Jake Blinnings, our protagonist from Pokopia Slay Reviews, which is, of course, Hatsune Joku, Cigarette-chan, a non-binary sentient box of cigarettes, which we made because this stamp looks like a cigarette box, so we gave it anime eyes and called it a day, and Lobotomina, a teeny tiny diva who got a full frontal lobotomy at Claire's for free with her $30 purchase. Economic Queen. So we'll use Lobotomina as an example for how much you can personalize the Anagranta. I promise I'll stop. How much you can personalize a character. So for Lobotomina, we gave her white hair for trauma, a high pony for cuttiness. Oh! That is the cuttiest ponytail I've ever seen in my life. Traumatized but nevertheless slay queen. Eyes far apart and unfocused. Teeny, because why not? Mouth agape but blissful because of, you know, the newfound lack of emotions, and of course, the cherry on top, a stamp which we painted to look like a hole from the procedure. But in Tomodachi Life, visual appearance is the tip of the iceberg. You also get to edit La Voce, which is extremely important considering the entire game is voiced by the Miis. So for Lobotomina, we made her voice lower and monotone with a hint of inflection as a sort of ghost of her former self.
It's nice to meet you.
But we're still not done because now we get to assign her a personality. Miis are given a scale for movement, speech, energy, thinking, and overall vibe. So naturally, for a lobotomized diva, movement slow as hell, baby. Speech, honest. Energy, flat as baby. I'm feeling like it's chill, right? Yeah. Overall, very normal because we got a surgery for that. And finally, we get to personalize their identity. Now, in the previous Tomodachi Life game, the biggest qualm among the general audience was that you could not have same-sex attraction. But let me tell you, this time they more than listened to the cries of the begrudged homosexual, because Wokadachi Life living the dream is alive and well, baby. We have options for the genders we are attracted to, multiple, what gender we identify as, and separately from that, what pronouns we prefer. Do you know how woke it is to have those two categories be separate? The day that was announced, the fanfare of elated normal people and angry weird people was so glorious that I dare say an angel got its wings. Now, because we're at these settings, I feel it is important that I tell you one of two rules that I have set for Take Him to Dinner Island, which is all characters will be attracted to all genders or lack thereof. So Lobotomina, you are taking everyone to dinner. And even once your character's been made, you can continue to unlock further customization with things such as how they greet, how they stand, how they walk, like how I made Lobotomina walk like a robot. And that was just one character, a microcosm of an almost limitless character creation experience. And if there is one thing I know divas love, it's spending hours upon hours on character creation when they could be filing their taxes. Now with freedom comes, of course, a bit of controversy. Currently, there is a bit of online discourse as to whether you should fill your island with people you don't know or people you do know, like friends and family. People on the people you don't know side are saying that you shouldn't add people that you know without their consent. And people on the friends and family side are saying that people on the other side don't have friends or family. And to this debate, I choose the side of who gives a f. Personally, I do think it is more funny for me to try to seduce a sentient box of cigarettes than my old friend from middle school, Josh. But even if I wanted to add Josh, Josh is never gonna know. It's a single-player game, and nothing visually explicit happens. It's truly not that deep. So for Category 1 Best Judies, I am giving Tomodachi Life 5 silhouettes of RuPaul barely lifting her arm in the later seasons. I should remind you that Slay Reviews does not have a mathematically quantifiable scoring system. Category 2, Let's Have a Kiki, Gleecast version featuring Turkey Lurkey Time. Diva, I'm gonna cut to the chase. Interactions are the bread and butter of this game. Friendships, dating, awkward moments, potential cult behavior focused on a singular obscure item.
All praise the chick.
Praise.
You truly never know what you're gonna get on this damn island. And the best part is you can tell how each of these characters feel about one another at any given moment, even though it does get a little complicated sometimes. For reference, here is what a typical relationship chart looks like on any given Tomodachi Life island.
You don't have to be afraid to put your dream in action.
So as you can tell, there is a lot of opportunity for interaction. But do those interactions slay? Well, I am here to tell you that absolutely the interactions are boundlessly and explicitly slay-worthy. Emphasis on explicit. Now, first, we do have to start with the bad news. Unfortunately, there is no online play in this game.
You need to leave.
Yes, Tomodachi Life is exclusively a single-player experience aside from local play where you can exchange Miis and items. But my disappointment was quick to change after I found out why there is no online play. Tomodachi Life Living the Dream has, and I am saying this under no uncertain terms, zero filter. You can make these Miis say anything. Human Shrek and I got along after talking about clapping booty cheeks. Luis got familiar with Human Shrek after discussing ouch. I gave Shrek a personalized dessert entitled Blake's Ass for fairly easy to imply reasons. Demonetization avoidance queen. If you can think it, they can say it. And in 2026, that is one of the most refreshing game features I could ever ask for. IGN literally gave this game a 7 because of its lack of online features. But if the trade-off is this, then that is why this game is getting an 11 in my book. And ironically, if anything, it's made the game more social. You see, any screenshots taken of Tomodachi Life in the Switch 2 are not allowed to be shared for the exact same reason. So because of that, I have seen tweet after tweet of people taking photos on their phone of their TV screen. The early 2000s are back, baby. But not the low-res jeans part, because I'd look terrible. So now we know about the real-life interactions that have come about from this game. But what about the in-game interactions? Well, I will say a lot of this game is observation-based. I remember reading somewhere that somebody said this is less of a Sims clone and more of a glorified sea monkey tank. As the player, you do have some control, but at the end of the day, it is up to the Miis to see how the interaction goes, and that is where the fun happens, baby. And this leads us to the second and final rule that I placed on Take Him to Dinner Island, which is all interactions will not be interfered with by production, aka me, unless absolutely necessary. Allow me to show you just how little you play God compared to what you think you will with my prime example. Luis.
I do love the wit and charm lights up the room because it makes me sound like a victim in a documentary.
See, I added my stream co-host Luis since he'll be here for most of the streams, and he's a fan favorite from my Miitopia streams, where we once again gave him a Bob Queen Part 2. But unfortunately, how do I put this? You know how Hugh Morris in the Tomodachi Life trailer got every piece of ass on that island? Well, that was Luis on my island, almost immediately.
No! This can't, no! No!
Why is this man rizzing the entire island?
I get the feeling that Bobby on a bottom has a crush on me.
Happy birthday!
And the worst part is, Luis ruined my plans for Take Him to Dinner Island almost immediately in the worst way possible, because after poor Lobotomina asked out Luis, not me!
The one who truly loves Luis. Is he?
No.
Right there.
No.
Well, the one who truly, deeply loves.
I'd love to go out with you.
I can't do this. On the very first stream of the full game of Tomodachi Life, where I wanted to bang every man I could on that island, I was immediately ball and chained. And Lobotomina is now in a depressive state.
I'm so lonely.
We broke her. So as of recording this, Luis and I are happily a couple, which I am trying my damnedest to sway into breaking up. But luckily, I can dampen the blow a little bit with the personalized interactions that they allow you to have, such as giving each other nicknames.
My prison, you look great too.
How dare you?
And once again, I cannot emphasize enough that all of this happened over the course of a few hours, during which multiple other social arcs were happening. So for Category 2, Let's Have a Kiki Glee Cast version featuring Turkey Lurkey time, I am giving Tomodachi Life 3 Tyra fake passing outs on America's Next Top Model. Category 3, Bring It to the Runway. Now divas, girl bosses, Maxinistas, She-EOs, Slay Maxers, Gagions.
Right back, hey, right back.
We all know Slay Reviews is not complete without the most important part of a book, the cover. Ignore what your parents told you. Sure, the game's fun. Sure, it has limitless potential, but that doesn't matter if the game is not pretty. Does Tomodachi Life's mug slay? Well, fear not my shallow icons, because this game is absolutely looks-maxing, and it doesn't even have to hammer its face in for it. That trend was weird as hell. As we discussed before, you have a lot of options for your Mii's hair, face, etc., etc., but we did not dive as heavily into the ultimate customization, which is the face paint. Now, a bit of a mise-en-scène. Before this game was out, Miitopia was sort of the holy grail of Mii customization, because it introduced the makeup option where you could really highly customize your Mii's face. But let me tell you, this face paint ability blows that poor bitch out of the water. Now, for people who are not as good at visual art, this may come off as a downgrade at first because Miitopia had a much easier barrier of entry, but it does also come with stamps of pre-made designs, so you can still make things like the lovely Cigarette-chan with little to no art skills. Love wins! But if you do have some art skills, and ideally a stylist, the possibilities are borderline copyright infringement levels of deep. Oh, sorry, I think it's been like over a minute since I talked in Slay, so here we go. The Possibilitinas have leveled their pussy up, boots house down, mother, for your life, for your nerve, for the gods hunty. The game has only been out for a week, and I have already seen Mii's with a level of detail that can only be described as the gamer equivalent of the Sistine Chapel. Anime characters, video game icons, popular memes, real-life people. I would not be shocked if this game became one of the few that have inadvertently gotten a streamer a celebrity likeness lawsuit, and I would simply be gagged because that is iconic. But like they always say on Drag Race, what good is a mug without the garment to match? They've literally never said that. Once you add your third Mii to the island, the closed store is unlocked and you get to shop to your heart's content. Or more realistically, your wallet's content, because you get broke fast in this game. Any Mii can wear any outfit in any combination. And the options vary from maxing girl boss who has definitely stepped on a man in stilettos all the way to average Steven Universe enthusiast. And there's new outfits and sales every day, incentivizing you to check in daily to maximize your TJ Maxinista fantasy. Later in the game, you'll also unlock the ability to design your own outfits. So fret not that Paris Hilton Stop Being Poor shirt is right around the corner for you to rock gorge. Island customization works similarly, with fun pre-built structures as well as customizable buildings later on. And from personal experience, I will say that island development is robust without feeling overwhelming. Amazing tools such as size options and the paint bucket make it quick and easy. Take note, Animal Crossing, you difficult for the sake of being difficult ass b****. I'm bitter because my island still looks like shit. And outside of the gameplay itself, the character shading and color scheme in this game is wonderful. It focuses primarily on jewel tone colors that blend so well together and add so much personality to an already exciting universe. Rainbows fix everything. Well, maybe not your personal life, but you get what I mean. So for Category 3, Bring It to the Runway, I'm giving Tomodachi Life 2 Tim Gunn Make It Works. Category 4, Whimsy Maxed. And now we come to what, in my opinion, is the most important category in this video, because all of the things I previously discussed would mean nothing if it cannot answer this simple question. Is the game fun? Now, from my experience so far, absolutely yes, but is it slay? Well, and I cannot emphasize this enough, yes. When it comes to the concept of whimsy, Tomodachi Life is the literal gaming messiah. It was present during the writings of the ancient texts of how to successfully execute whimsical behaviors. The cutscenes, the mini-games, the items, the text-to-speech voices.
I've always wanted to give pro cranking that hard a shot. Maybe one day we can do it together.
Everything about this game was made under the premise of, okay guys, hear me out. You know it would be absolutely stupid, and it worked. Call me Cassie from Euphoria because I've never been happier. I think about this game all the time. Even after the demo, I was hooked. Those few hours in the demo was all it took to turn Pokopia from my hyperfixation to that game I'll play, I guess, while I wait for Tomodachi Life to come out. Those poor Pokemon I still have living in bushes, they're never gonna get out. Now, this is probably my most subjective section in this video, because the fun of Tomodachi Life is what you make of it. It's like a dollhouse. A Barbie doll is not fun for a child on its own. It's fun when they get to take it out of the box and play with it and come up with fun stories. Or just play with its hair for hours on end, but that part might be autobiographical. If you're only going into this game thinking about what it can do for you, baby, you're only getting half the story. But if you're the kind of person who likes to make up stories about strangers you see on the street, or if you like to have imaginary one-sided arguments with your ex from 10 years ago in the shower at an alarmingly frequent rate, I think you're gonna find something special in this game. Take, for example, Lobotomina, who had just been rejected by Luis. I decided it was my civic duty to set Miss No Frontal Lobe up with somebody as soon as possible to help her get over it. And I figured it would just make sense that a no-thoughts, just high pony diva would lean on a substance after a heartbreak. So enter Cigarette-chan.
What's going on here? Am I falling for Nicotina?
Yes! So now they are on the verge of a blissful romantic life and will undoubtedly have the most depressing baby the world has ever seen. And that's just a story that the game hands you. If you look between the lines, there's even more to unpack. Like how Human Shrek during the demo had a dream where he was using a weak-looking elastic rope. So he got an elastic rope, which he then started staring at for hours on end, inviting people over to stare at it with him, and even preaching the gospel of said weak-looking elastic rope.
He's their prophet! He's the prophet of the rope! Of the weak elastic rope.
Some might say these were just quirky behaviors. Others with the eyes to see know that my island now has a death cult.
Simply wonderful.
Oh, I think he's gonna do it. And then Human
I'm
Shrek,
playing
let
on
me
nightmare
guess.
Mode, okay.
Shrek, wake up! Shrek, wake up! Human Shrek, wake up! We left him alone too long! Oh! It's a miracle! Oh.
He was practicing. He was practicing.
These kind of moments are happening all the time on your island, so I can confidently say that I have not been bored for a minute. So for category 4, Whimsy Maxed, I give Tomodachi Life 4 gluttonously long video essays because God knows y'all love those. Category 5, Slay Factor. Like last time, Slay Factor acts as a sort of lightning round of things I liked in this game that don't necessarily warrant their own sections. So let's go ahead and get this highly concentrated section started. First, and this is purely going by vibes, I cannot prove this, I swear to God, the game knows what you want to do with characters. It's probably just coincidences, but it's been so many at this point that I swear to God this game has sentience. Steve Kornacki is my go-to news anchor on my island. We set Lobotomina on a vacation and she took Cigarette-chan without us asking and they had barely interacted. Abel doesn't like talking about himself to an annoying extent, just like in Date Everything. On his first day on the island, Luis had headphones available for purchase to match his Swanine PNG.
Yes! Oh, he loves it!
Again, purely vibes, but if this game's got a little magic in it, then honestly, bonus points. Mies dress as little angels when you pick upgrades, and I just think that's neat. Biblical Slay. You can give your Mies little pets, which you can customize, meaning that a certain homophobic dog is going to make its way to my island one day. From my experiences so far, there is no such thing as a mistake. Buildings are easy to move. You can re-edit characters. Underwhelming social interaction results can be repaired. So my happy accident crew, do not worry because you can Bob Ross the shit out of this game. Seasonal items show up for purchase, like these cherry blossoms, which remind me of the Animal Crossing event. Hopefully without that f***ass bunny this time. The news station can give you recaps of what's happening on your island. And that's what you missed on Glee. House exteriors and interiors are extremely well detailed, and I personally love the architecture of the combined houses where your Mies live together. I would absolutely live there, but also I am a millennial, so I guess any house would be a victory at this point. From what I've seen, this game has a lot more black hairstyle options than most Nintendo games have ever had.
That's a twist out. Why is there a wash and go on my
screen.
The ones I've seen, in my opinion, absolutely slay, but feel free to take my thin Anglo-Saxon hair having opinion with a grain of salt. I truly take no offense. Decide for yourself, it's okay. And the most important feature, in my opinion, is that this game is perfect for streamers. It's literally a make-your-own reality show game with lovable and sometimes deeply hateable characters that you and your audience will grow to adore. I literally have already received fan art of Lobotomina, and people are now requesting that I make a plush of her for merch. Icons are being made in real time. Also, no plush yet, but I did make my characters into buttons and stickers in my merch store if anyone is interested. And it's perfect for streamer schedules. The game, in my opinion, is at its peak when you take time between gameplay sessions to let it breathe and come back and see what's happened while you were gone. The game doesn't even let you time skip. It is literally telling you that it is a marathon and not a sprint. And on that note, this game is bringing out the titans of creativity in streaming, and they are bringing their A game to these islands. GH Coffee, Will Jinkies, Michael Lors, Koi J, Fawn, Ian Watson, Jorge, me. Right? Like also me, right? Me. Right? So as you can tell, the purse of features in Tomodachi Life is both large and heavy. So for category 5 Slay Factor, I am giving Tomodachi Life Living the Dream 6 cunty purses. So there we have it. 5 categories leading us to our final question. Does Tomodachi Life Living the Dream slay? Well, women, gays, and occasional straight man in STEM, I know it's been known to happen from time to time. Get your pins out because it is time once again for some Galgebra. So combining the scores of our various categories, we have 5 RuPaul poses, 3 Tyra passouts, 2 Make It Works, 4 video essays, and 6 cunty purses, totaling to a combined score of 20. 20 was also the amount of months that Manon was in Cat's Eye before the announcement of her hiatus in February of this year. RIP to this diva, I already miss her so very, very much, but also she's an it girl, like she'll be fine. So Tomodachi Life Living the Dream equals 20 equals Manon equals slay. Therefore, we can determine based on the transitive property of mother mathematics, emphasis on trans, that Tomodachi Life Living the Dream gets a certified slay. Wow, the loud gay man likes the loud gay game. Alert the church elders, this is unprecedented information. But in all seriousness, Tomodachi Life comes at a time where I think we frankly need it more than ever. The Dadaist movement of chaotic, unhinged humor emerged from World War I during a time of economic uncertainty as an anti-bourgeois sentiment. And currently, things are not great economically, so we are seeing this pattern again. But unfortunately this time, people seem to be gravitating towards AI slop videos for its nonsensical, sometimes incomprehensible narratives like AI Fruit Love Island. So as someone who detests what these videos stand for, it is so refreshing to see something made by man that captures that air of frivolity and, dare the white millennials say it, randomness that I think times like this call for. I'm optimistic, it probably won't always feel this way, but for now, the world's on fire, diva. Have a little fun, quirk the f out, because I dare say there is nothing more slay than to look doomerism in the face and nevertheless queen out. Thank you so much for watching this video. Once again, my name is Blake. If you enjoyed it, please make sure to like, comment, share, subscribe, notification bell, all that good stuff. Otherwise, I will revoke your Slay card. This is my second Slay reviews. I have the authority now. Also, once again, it is my birthday, so as a quick present, you could watch the video again, or you could follow my stream channels. Really, either or. I will love either one. You can also check out my Take Him to Dinner Island series on my YouTube live channel. We're just about to release episode 2, so what better time to jump on the bandwagon? I also have a podcast called Keep Me Young, where me and my co-host Heather try to keep each other culturally relevant in a time where it's very hard to do that in your 30s, so if you want to check that out, please do so. And just like every video, we cannot leave until we find out what have we learned in this installment of Slay Reviews. I think the moral is if you see this bobbed out entity on your island, run, because you're about to be robbed of any potential love interest you could have ever had a chance at having. On December 16th, 1773, in Boston, Massachusetts, the Sons of Liberty, in an act of protest, dumped over 92,000 pounds of tea into the Boston Harbor. This act would later be called the Boston Tea Party, which would then lead to the American Revolution of 1776. And it is rumored that to this day, if you go to that harbor and listen very carefully, you can hear the utterings of the ghosts of protesters past, whispering the words, okay, hear me out. This tea chest has kind of got a fat ass. Hear me outs in video games are a little bit like the sun. Necessary for survival, but if you look a little too long, your retinas will begin to sizzle. But I am willing to take that risk because I love ad revenue. Anyway, moving on. For anyone new here, hi, I'm Blake. A lot of y'all think my name is Jake. It's not, but I guess if all of you stopped calling me Jake, then I'd have to find a new intro for my videos, so carry on, you media illiterate divas. Now, it's been about 8 months since the last time I did a video like this, so like usual, I went to my YouTube community tab and I asked which video game characters are you currently attracted to, and Boy, you missed this series, didn't you? 6,000 comments, which once again means I better see 6,000 comments under this video if you want to play the game, finish the game. And those comments were painstakingly sifted through by my stream co-host Luis. Go watch my streams. So shout out to Luis because he put together a list of 40 or so characters from your suggestions for me to react blindly to. So class, we're back in session. Now, class, as always, we will be taking your horny suggestions and ranking them based on the American education standard of grading, which is, of course, A through F. I know in 2026, the words American and education feel a bit paradoxical, but I ask in these trying times that you suspend your disbelief over the course of this video. So without further ado, let us begin. Hello, my divas. I'd just like to take a quick second to thank the sponsor of this video, Opera GX, the web browser, not the art form. Both great, though. Bestie, I'm gonna call it like it is. You're watching a YouTube video, you probably use the internet a lot, so why not make browsing a little more fun with Opera GX? Opera GX is one of the most popular browsers out there with unmatched levels of customization. You can add custom mods for clicking sounds, keyboard sounds, splash screens, icons, animated wallpapers. You can even customize the GX icon. Think of the possibilities. I'm actually asking you to do that, by the way. There's a very good chance you're more creative than me. Oh, but the fun does not stop there. Opera GX also comes with practical features for you, one of which being a free VPN, so if you feel like treating yourself to a bed rot day, you can now take that day international, baby. Opera GX also comes with a video pop-out feature, so if you want to multitask or feel like that company-wide mandatory Zoom meeting is starting to sound a lot like not your problem, you're good to go. And I don't want to hear any excuses like, oh, but this other browser has all my bookmarks and passwords saved, because Opera GX comes with a quick import feature, which can transfer all of that over from that browser to Opera GX, so what's your excuse now? I'm waiting. So take your browsing experience to the next level and download Opera GX with the link in my description today. Thank you so much to Opera GX for sponsoring this video. Now let's get back to it. All right, and our first suggestion appears to be Hugh Morris from Tomodachi Life. Oh my God, Daddy's home, home for me. For those of you not in the know, Hugh Morris is a central figure in the trailer for the upcoming Tomodachi Life game that comes out in just a few weeks. I am literally so excited that it is an active effort to prevent myself from pissing my pants in anticipation. And let me tell you something right now, that little freak runs that in town. Hugh is getting ass everywhere they go. Hugh's pronouns are whim-z, and I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. It works. It worked. It would work. I would fold. Hugh is not even my type, but the level of charisma that is emitted from this sexual being is palpable. If a man is willing to do this pose in front of you and pull it off, that is a raw level of confidence. This man is meant to bear children and bring on a future generation. I'm sorry. This? Sex on legs. Sex on legs, baby. What a way to start, class. Bravo, I am proud of you. Hugh, you are going straight to A, baby. Also, I may be doing a video on your game in just a few weeks, so check it out. All right, who do we have next? The monster from Iron Lung. Any hole's a goal, I suppose. I'm gonna be completely honest with y'all. It looks like if a fleshlight gained sentience and started paying taxes. I like the attempt that they put little extensions around the edge, like make it, you know? Like, horrible, terrifying entity, but put a little in it, you know, a little There are teeth. I'm not afraid to say it. There's teeth. But I do believe that that jaw is unhinging enough where I don't think that's gonna be a problem, baby. Like, don't go all the way in. Like, I don't want my torso stabbed by the teeth, but like, you know, I think we can avoid that. We can go in like 95% of the way. Hey, a 95's an A. Now, while that's an A, I feel like this is probably a B for me. I love the confidence. I just don't see myself going to Red Lobster with this monster, personally. I just feel like it's bad optics. Oh, there's extra stuff. When I first saw that, I thought you were referring to Markiplier. Okay, so that changes things. I feel bad saying this because this is a real person, but Markiplier is leading towards human Shrek territory. I think we've got like 2 more years left before he's going full bear mode, and I'm so ready for that. I'm so sorry, Markiplier. You'll never see this. It's fine. All right, who's up next? Not even the DS, the stylist, the little stylist. She said my waist is getting too teeny. I'm such a teeny little stylist. Good for her, and good for her. Obligatory viewing. All right, what we got here?
But Nintendo 3DS comes with an extending stylus. Hello, little stylus.
Hello, Mario.
I fear the voice changed things for me. I fear that the stylus is now doing something for me, and I didn't expect that. But hello, little stylus, indeed. Mario had a point. Listen, great voice, a high-selling product, extendable. That's all I look for in a man, really. So that's a pretty easy one, unfortunately, to everybody watching. Little stylus, you're going in A, baby. All right, who do we have? Video killed the Radio Star dancer from Just Dance 3. A proper lad. A tasteful gentleman. That's a nice suit. That is a 2-piece, 3-piece? Are those pants too? Yeah, that's a 3-piece suit. Good for him. I do like that he's wearing sneakers with it. Put your sneakers on.
Put your sneakers on.
And to his credit, he did say that basically what we're gonna do is dance. He does look encouraging. That is a very soft smile that says that he's gonna support you. If you were in Mom Talk from the Mormon Wives, if you watch that, do video game players also watch Mormon Wives? Is that just me? Am I quirky? Ugh. I feel like he would support your journey to go full-time while he supports the kids at home. Also, again, the sneakers with the 3-piece suit gives me the vibe that he's good in bed. There's something footloose and fancy-free about that tells me that he's gonna rock my absolute world. Although on the other side of that coin, it does give a little bit of Glee vibes. So bonus points for me. I hate that this is going really well so far, but I'm gonna put this in B. I'm sorry, it's really good. It's really good. This would work for me. All right, next up we have Scissors from Paper Mario Origami King. Lesbians make some noise. Oh, a comment. Okay. Very specific, but the scissors from Paper Mario, the Origami King, not only does he have 2 massive blades for scissoring, okay, I won't even put the rest of the comment here. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough, Luis, fair enough. Also, I don't know what scissors pronouns are in the actual canon of the game, but for me, not in my world. Not in the world I'm living in. That is a she with trimmed nails, a Steven Universe button on her backpack, and a dream. Also, maybe some Doc Martens in the closet that she's just not wearing today, but she's just letting the dogs out today. She's letting them breathe. So I'm gonna put this in C, not because I think it's bad, but because I think I don't deserve it. I'm not gonna co-opt this space of lesbians. I'm not gonna take this from them. Let them have this. This is beautiful. Let them have it. Lesbians deserve everything. All right, next up we have Professor Tangrowth from Pokemon Pokopia. That's a bear. That is a bear. This is what Markiplier... Listen, he's large, he's hairy, he's a little dumb. Lock me away, swallow the key, among other things. And more importantly, this man gave me absolute power over all things from the jump. He was like, hey Diva, you're God now. Hot, hot, hot. Also, he has an absolute obsession with humans. So if I show up in his life, I'm never paying for dinner a day in my life. I built an Olive Garden in Pokopia. He's taking me to that. I know he is. And we're gonna have a lovely, beautiful time. We're gonna have endless soup, salad, breadsticks, and his ass. So I feel like Professor Tangrowth is more like marriage material as opposed to like sexy. So I'm gonna put him in B. All right, next up we have a woman. Chakra from Hollow Knight Silksong. Let's hear it for women. Let's hear it for women. She said, hey Diva, here's a bunch of maps made of paper. And you know what cuts paper? See 2 entries prior. Now, I have used this bit quite a lot on my channel, but it has been a minute since I've said it, so I hope you give me a little bit of grace when I say that if I don't put this into A, the lesbians are going to have my address on a billboard in Times Square. And they would have every right to do that. I completely understand why they would do that. So I'm putting it in A. Congratulations to you, Miss Diva icon herself, Miss Map Queen. All right, next up we have animatronic Daisy Duck from Epic Mickey. Oh, her waist is shrinking. Oh, where is it? You can't even see it. She doesn't have one. Oh, Five Nights at Freddy's impact on society has been a net negative. Exhibit A. Okay, yes, and she has no waist. I feel like one counteracts the other. This is like if Five Nights at Freddy's had a baby with Nier Automata, and that baby from birth slayed. Slayby. See, look, she's even got the mic to your face in that second image. She's like, am I not serving? I'm waiting. So this is lovely. It's safe. I'm gonna put it in C for I cannot see that waist, Diva. All right, next up we have, oh God, not the Wii Fit board. I've shown this before on my channel, I think. I can't remember what in, but I did have a Wii Fit board and it called me fat. I was a child, I was 4'3". There was no way my weight was in the triple digits. And this Wii Fit board still said, hey, fatty bombati, you might wanna like cut off a few of the cookies every now and then when you're at the playground. Sorry to say. Like, okay, Tyra, Jesus. Youngins, I know that you all were watching America's Next Top Model during the pandemic, and they made a whole documentary about how absolutely shocking it was culturally to see people so blatantly call each other fat. Well, guess what? That was a microcosm. This was everywhere. Movies, magazines, our literal video game systems were calling us lardos. So I think I can understand why back then people were so blatantly calling each other fat with no repercussions. That man at the bottom is $1.50 max, and I guarantee they're saying you need to cut some, okay? Like you need to stop eating. Stop eating.
Stop eating! That's why you're fat!
This board may lack sentience, but it still has just enough to fat shame in this day and age. So I'm going to put this into F tier, and I'm going to try my damnedest to suppress that memory for the rest of my days. Moving on. Wait, who is this diva? She's not even using the board. and it would still call her fat. All right, who's up next? Water cooler from Deltarune. Babby. Who's Babby? Wait, am I Babby? Okay, maybe you're speaking my language, water cooler. Maybe I'm hearing you out. I do like this edit in the second image. I feel like it's calm. I feel like it wouldn't raise a fuss by a lot of things. It would keep me hydrated too, which I love to be hydrated. Ignore the fact that this is filled with C4 right now, which is technically considered pre-workout. I'm going to have a panic attack in my sleep tonight, and it's worth it. I feel like this is a situational smash. Like me currently, I'm good. But me after like 5 or 6 Long Island iced teas after a bender of a night, this is my husband. This is going to keep me alive. I'm going to see this at the altar if that's what it takes. So maybe we can meet in the middle here. Maybe I'll give you a C for see you whenever I have another hangover inevitably in my life. All right, who's up next? Henry Stickmin from Henry Stickmin Games. A business owner, I see. Y'all, Henry Stickmin stands, Stickies, I'm assuming that's your fandom name. You're gonna be disappointed, but this is a twink. He's also hitting the well actually pose, and like, I'm good. I don't need that in my life. I also don't like the implications of the word chomper being in the bottom left corner there. I don't need that. Don't need teeth. Don't need teeth. Also, the sad face in the background makes it look like he's doing an ad for a depression medication, like those ones where they're covering up the face, you know? I also feel like he's one of those people that's not transparent with his mental health. Like, I'm not gonna find out what's his deal until like 2 years deep when I have no choice but to at least try to stick around. Ugh. I'm good. I'm tired. I'm old. I can't do that anymore. Like, no one owes you their diagnosis, but it certainly helps explain a lot when you're confused as to why your boyfriend. So for self-preservation purposes, I'd probably want to put this in F. But there is that slightly toxic part of me from my past that wants to be like, hey, find out if he's actually going to be mean. See if you can fix him, you know? So I might put him in D, actually. Do as I say, not as I do. All right, who's next? Scylla from Hades 2. Woo! I'm every woman. That's probably how she auditioned for the game, I'm gonna be completely honest. And she was right, she's every woman. Listen, she's mean, she's aggressive, she's abrasive, she gave me hell the first time I tried to fight her, but you know what redeems any of that? Pigtails and a beautiful voice. That's all you need. That's it, end of sentence, that's the formula. She also appears to have a bunch of floating pearls around her. I know what you are. This is simply Ariana Grande after an intense nuclear fallout. Mutation, more like muslation. Now we come to the dilemma of, I don't think I want to smash her, I think I want to queen out with her. And that is a distinct difference. Would I take her to a Slater concert? Absolutely, I get so Gatha tequila. Would I, however, take her to a Red Lobster for endless Cheddar Bay biscuits? I don't think so, because unfortunately, that is the only kind of biscuit I enjoy. So this is purely for logistical purposes, but I'm going to put her in D. I'm so sorry. Slay on Diva. D for Diva. All right, next up we have Minos Prime from Ultra Kill. Oh. Someone wore their dancer belt to the fight today, I see. There is something to be said about a beautiful pair of pecs that also come with childbearing hips. I'm gonna get that man pregnant. I'm sorry, I'll say it. I also feel like at a very minimum, those are Swarovski crystals above his head. Sign me up. I don't even need a 401k after this. I can't tell if those are snakes or tasteful bangles on his arms, but honestly, fierce is fierce, honey. So yeah, I think that's a B. I'm not like a wooga about that, but like, it's good. Oh, that is a massive hole in his face. I didn't see that before. Although I fear it would be like a hot dog in a hallway situation. Like, I don't think I'm getting anything out of this. I have to be realistic about this. I'm not that confident. All right, next up we have Apollo from Animal Crossing. Let me tell you, that is download trade. That is DL trade if I've ever seen it. That man is on Grindr and he is mean about it. And you don't care. Because let me tell you a fun story about DL Straightman, and he knows it in this very photo. They have the asses of gods and they never use them for anything. What a karmic waste to be handed a biological Maserati back there and lacking a license to drive. Like, what are you showing off, Apollo? What are you showing off? You're a top. You're a militant top. You're not doing anything with that. It's one of those things where like he knows he's hot, so he's never had to work a day in his life, so he's awful in the moment. It's weird faces, it's uncomfortable grunting, he's not talking the entire time, he's barely kissing you. So I see through your ruse, Apollo. I see through your ruse. Great up front, in the moment, absolutely upsetting. So D, next up we have Queen Sectonia from Kirby Triple Deluxe. Wait, deflowered. Who is this diva? I know I said earlier that biscuits aren't really my thing, but when I see a woman dual wield, it does get my goat a little bit. I see the vision. She said, I'm gonna show up to the function and I'm gonna fight, but I am gonna have the c***iest eyeliner you've ever seen. I don't think the wings are particularly practical because there's a bunch of holes in them, but it's fashion. End of sentence, and that's all that matters. Now, Miss Deflowered, I'm gonna have to go on that date at gunpoint. And there still is that tiny toxic part of me that's like, mother may I. Again, As I say, not as I do. So yeah, I fully see the vision here. Little Miss B gets the B. All right, up next we have Muffet from Undertale. Oh, is it like a spider girl? Okay, so here's the thing about spiders. Perks. Fat ass. End of list. Sorry, I respect the pigtails. Love the outfit. Beautiful gowns. Beautiful gowns. I love that she comes to the function with tea. But again, I'm gonna queen out with her. I'm gonna gal pal with her. I'm not taking this to dinner. I do have respect for the bisexual webs in the background, though. I do think that this is probably leaning towards a bisexual fandom. That's just the vibe I'm picking up here. So maybe out of respect for the bisexuals, I'll put you in B for bisexual. And moving on, I don't want to look at spiders anymore. Bye. All right, next up we have Dr. Harley Sawyer from Poppy Playtime. Doctor, you say? Okay, so robotic, cold to the touch, understandable. Doctor, a little raggedy looking, not keeping up with his clothes, not washing them very well, unfortunately. Doctor, one eye, that of course is symbolism for I have a lot of money, because I'm a doctor. So yeah, I'm just gonna have to listen to my heart with this one. And my heart is saying, that is a doctor, Blake, you stupid dumbass. Do not flub this opportunity. Put him in A. All right, next up we have, ooh, perfect chaos from Sonic Adventure. Ooh, the lesbian Ocean has come to play and she has arms this time, mother. Listen, I do understand that this is dragon adjacent in the sense that I feel like, what would you do in this situation? Like, how would you actually follow through if given this opportunity? But I do also have to consider the undeniable fact that the indomitable lesbian spirit will find a way. Is she 100 feet tall? Sure. Is she gonna consume anything in her way? Possibly. Is a lesbian gonna find a way? You know the answer to that, it's yes. Nevertheless, she persisted to go to town on that Oshussy. So it's none of my business, so I'm gonna put it in C and go on my merry way, but lesbians, eat up, baby. See, look at that eye. Cat's Eye fan confirmed, lesbian. All right, who is up next? Wizrobe from Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. Oh, these oh my god. Listen, far be it from me to judge a demon twink for his daily activities, but my god, at what cost? This is like when you're in that situation where you hang out with your gay friends and you're going to like a parade or like a group setting or something together, and then one of them is like, hey, can I bring my other gay friend, Dennis? His only personality traits are that he's skinny and really, really mean. That is the face of somebody who gives you life advice that you did not ask for. And it's terrible advice at that. Do not tell him any of your shortcomings in your relationship. He will tell everyone. And when confronted about doing this, he will say, yes, I did. I'm so quirky. Dennis, you are a life ruiner and you can skip your little fancy ass right to hell, F. All right, who's up next? Audrey from Look Outside. Okay, I dare say this was for attention. I don't think you actually feel anything about this. I'm sorry, I don't mean to kink deny, but I'm kink denying today. Like, yeah, they're from Look Outside because you're constantly looking outside to see if anybody's looking at you. I'm literally trying to find something to hear out about this. There's nothing. The mouth is toothy, the legs are too short, it's boxy, it's got a lot of eyes. It's a lot of eyes. I mean, the eyes are rainbow, slay, but I also don't think I'm gonna like something just because it's gay. You're better than that, Jennings. Grow up. Like, I'm sorry, I genuinely am trying to hear you out, but it looks like if you gave a Pokedex herpes. That's not fun for anyone. They don't have that kind of medicine in the Pokemon world. No one in Pokemon world's getting herpes. Although I guess there is the Pokevirus, which is desirable for Pokemon players. I don't know. All my Pokemon have all attack moves, so like, I'm no expert here. Anyway, I tried. I don't see anything. Correct me if I'm wrong in the comments. I'll hear you out there, but I had to put this in F. I'm so sorry, Audrey lovers. All right, next up we have Sonar from Dispatch. Okay, I can play with this a little bit. I hear this. I've said this before, but I have to go into this particular character with a lot of grace and understanding, because if I say anything bad about this, I'm pissing off two fandoms, furries and Moist Critical fans. Both relatively chill, but if you do find a way to piss them off, which can be fairly rare, oh my god, the rapture would be easier. Just send it in. When playing Dispatch, I did choose to keep him on my team at the behest of my entire chat when I was streaming this. And that really is saying something, because do you know what it takes for my chat, which has a disproportionately large amount of lesbians in it, to pick Sonar over this diva? That is something that goes beyond the level of love that we as humans are able to comprehend. This is something deeper. It's primal. It's godlike, really. Plus, he's tall and makes a joke about eating twinks. So this twink, 15 years ago, is going to put him into A. Next up we have... Gobble 'em up, girl. It is Miss Pac-Man's turn. She said, I don't need contour. I am round and you're welcome. I do also find it rather slay that somewhere along the lines, canonically, in the board of directors for Sega, There was a meeting that went something kind of like, all right, everybody, we've had our success with Pac-Man. What a great job all around. Now, what is our next step to make even more money? Make it okay, meeting's done. We can all go home. Congratulations, everybody. Everything about her is just so wonderful. She's lashed out. She is rocking those 301s. She's got a red lip liner. She is diva boots. And she's timeless. She's a lady for all ages, just like me, except for anybody under 30. Don't touch me. I also like the expression she's giving. Her eyes are telling me, yeah, I'm the main character, but I'm not gonna make a big deal about it, you guys. Like, look at those ghosts. They are captivated by her in this image, especially little Miss Pink in the bottom. She said, oh, I see it. It's shaped. So yeah, Miss Pac-Man, that is B for diva boots. All right, next up, we have the king of all cosmos from Katamari. Oh. What is this flavor? Oh, we are bringing fine dining to this establishment today, and I am so, so grateful. I'm the little Miss Girl in the bottom left over there. I'm her. She said, oh, I'm ever so happy. He bought me this pearl necklace today, and he's going to give me another pearl necklace tonight. Oh my God, prison play. I mean, an enormous man with absolute power, and he's not afraid to put a little hip in it. Absolutely. Also, a character from Katamari does set my millennial heart ablaze, and it is deeply, deeply millennial, which you guys remind me of all the time. I do get the stray comment every now and then of like, this guy's humor is so millennial. But yes, I was born in 1994. What do you want from me? I'm not gonna hello fellow kids my way into micro niche internet obscure celebrity. I have a little bit of self-worth, contrary to what you might see in this video. So yes, rant aside, A, absolutely all the way A. All right, next up we have Halsin from Baldur's Gate 3. Someone sedate me! To hear out Halsin is to have a heart and eyes and to be pure of soul and to know what it is to feel joy and to know it when it is presented in front of you, especially when it has titties like that. This is like if Human Shrek and John Cena came together and were like, add a little hair to it. What, I'm gonna say no? If you want me, I'm yours. Against the curse, against the absolute, anything. Just say the word. The word. I'm saying the word. This is one of those hear me outs where I'm gonna have to move on quickly. Otherwise, I'm never gonna get this video done because I'm just gonna be sitting on this all night. Oh no, I'm just thinking about sitting on it all night. Anyway, A, moving on. A. Oh, they specifically want the bear version. Also the bedroom eyes. You know what? I take him at his highs and lows. A, still, I stand by it. All right, next up we have Guillotina from Eugenics. Oh, he's large. I mean, he's a cat, sure, but like if a guy was built like this, I think we're gonna do just fine. Those thick eyebrows tell quite a tale too, I'll tell you that much. That's a man. I mean, at the end of the day, it is a cat, so like, I'm not gonna go through this right now, but if we do get a Shrek 2 transformation, yeah, hell yeah, A. But for now, C for cat. All right, next up is Hero Prinny from Prinny. Can I really be a hero? It depends. It looks like you're a hero to some people that are suggesting this. I'm getting a vibe here that Prinny might be asexual. I'm feeling like his sexuality is leave me alone and let me do my job, okay? I feel like he means a lot to D&D enthusiasts who probably have a low credit score. Those are always the ones that pick Rogue. But I feel in the sense of practicality that I'm getting sort of you're not gonna look at me whenever we're doing it. You're gonna want the lights off, and I just don't think that's fun for either of us, really. Like, you don't wanna be here, and now I don't wanna be here because I feel that you don't wanna be here. I feel like he's the kind to make out with you just to get you to shut up, which, listen, been on the recipient end of that. I get it. I got to make out. No complaints here. But you do go home with a slightly smaller sense of pride than when you came into the situation. And then you end up being a YouTuber who makes videos like this. Hey, how are you? So if I could go back and tell past me to change his ways, I wouldn't change a thing. I actually love making these videos, but I think morally I should tell him to stop, so I'm gonna put him in D. All right, who's up next? Skull Cavern Big Slime from Stardew Valley. Oh, he's got a cake in him. He's got a cake on him. That's a fat ass on that slime. Ooh. Listen, I made this mistake before in a video where I underestimated the ability of people to be attracted to slime. So now I know that the kink exists. I'm not making that mistake again, but I do wonder, what do you do with it? Actually, no, I don't need to know that. Ignorance is bliss in some situations, and I think this is one of them. So to avoid knowing what this is about against my will, I'm going to put this into B, just because I like Stardew Valley. There's a win. Work, queers. All right, next we have Gigantamax Grimmsnarl. This man is getting a one-way ticket to my Pokopia Olive Garden, followed by my Pokopia Gay Bar. You really should be watching my streams. I promise we're having a lot of fun there. Listen, haha, Blake likes a Pokemon. Yeah. Yeah, he's got a Chris Evans waist and triple D titties. Oh, so cringe. Blake likes a Pokemon. Grow up, you would too. He is also a fairy type. He is fair game, so batter the f up. If you think I'm not gonna be nibbling on those giant ass ears, you are dead wrong. My jaw just popped, okay? That's how important this is to me. So yeah, A, okay? I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Yup, yup, yup.
Yup, 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 yup. Yup.
All right, next up we have Silent Salt Cookie from Cookie Run. Well, you know, we had to have one from there every time. It's kind of a standard at this point. That's going in the thumbnail. Clickbait. Ooh. I mean, listen, this is kind of the Lich King from World of Warcraft if he knew what poppers were, so good for him and good for me later on. Oh, the face reveal. Is this not that face of that egg that runs with the heels on TikTok? I sound so old describing this, but you know what I'm talking about. So that does mean there's a little fruit in that too, so he's fair game, good to know. He appears to be knighted, which means he probably owns land, which is actually richer than Dr. Money in 2026, so sign me up. Also, I have to say, I know it's a plume, but it is giving high ponytail. And I think Slay Factor does actually help a little bit in this situation. So I am gonna look like a slut in this episode, but I'm gonna have to put another A on this list. All right, next up is the Warden from Minecraft. Oh. Big boy. All right, SZA, hit it. I do appreciate that he's giving the face of how I feel internally when I look at like half of the Hear Me Out suggestions that you guys send. Just dismay to the point of questioning, well, is it all worth it? Is it all worth it? The answer is barely. I do appreciate that he has little souls in him in the second image. Very representative for the impreg community, a very underserved niche. I will say it, this is the Arbiter of Death before I go into the afterlife, which based on this image is not a very good one. Do I at least get to kiss him? Can I have a fun ride on the way down? So yeah, actually this is not that bad of an option, although I do feel that I've had better options today and I should be grading on probably a bell curve. So based on the other ones, I'm gonna put it into C. All right, who's up? Dragon from Dragon Raid, okay. We couldn't even name the dragons this time, it's just Dragon. You guys really think that your first 4 on the floor dragon that's making it into A is just gonna be a generic Dragon TM? I'm good. I'm good. His sexy board game version. Luis, this is literally just generic Dragon round 2 from the previous round 1 right there on the same page. This is just RuneScape login page generic levels of Dragon. I'm sorry, y'all are going to have to do a lot better than that. Now, that being said, the first one is kind of cute, so I could see a little bit of a cute factor playing into this, so I will put it into D for Dragon. And also for Don't Play With Me, I'm not going to put something in A unless you give me a little more chutzpah, okay? All right, next up we have Nights from Nights into Dreams. Oh, little gay boy 45 is back.
Little gay boy 45, little gay boy 45, little gay boy 45.
Go over and touch Nights, you'll see what I mean. Yeah, you wish. I'll bet a lot of you wish. Oh, quick Google search. Nights is officially genderless and androgynous. Oh, okay. We're adding a little more Slay Factor into the mix than I was not aware of your game, Nights. Thank you, my whimsy maxing deity. That's gender neutral. And fantastic form, by the way. Abby Lee Miller would be so impressed. You would get into the Joffrey Ballet School. So much like Knight's gender, I too am neutral about this personally. So I'm gonna put this into C. All right, next up we have the defect from Slay the Spire. I feel like we're getting a little bit more non-binary T here, which is valid. Eureka O'Hara, however many years ago. An automaton eternally modifying itself to survive. Okay, trans. I will say, to get a little too serious in this stupid video, I do feel a sense of camaraderie in 2026 with something that entitles itself The Defect. Okay, queer. This is millennial self-hating gay. Just kidding, I do like myself. Jake Blennings, however. So yeah, I'm not really sure if I could like date The Defect, but I do feel like I could queen out with The Defect. I could take him out for a little Panela vodka. We're gonna have a good time. Put him in B. Next up, we have, oh, my past lover. The hobo from Dialtown. I guess people are really into characters with TV heads. Listen. It takes a lot of bravery to say this, but there is something about this kind of body type when you see it in person that you're just like, you know what? Yeah, actually, yeah. This is so normal. This is so normal that I want it. You don't see this body type anymore on TV. You don't see this in movies. Marvel ruined this, okay? So when you see this, it's actually a little bit more rare in media. So it makes it kind of hot, I'm sorry. Like, Wolverine ripped doesn't do anything for me. This does. This is ruffling my jimmies. I sounded so old saying that. Also, I've played the game a little bit. I played it a couple videos ago. I know that this is God. I'm gonna hook up with the deity. Sorry, I love power. Actually, I don't love having power. I love hooking up with power because then it's not my responsibility when they make mistakes and I can just leave. And that's called being a girl boss. A. Right, next up we have Watcher from Horizon Zero Dawn. Okay, so I feel like if we all lived in the Toy Story universe, this is what the Rose toy would turn into when the humans aren't looking. A demented sentence, I know, but what? I'm the bad person? You suggested this. Now, I will say, this second image is exactly how twinks react in a gay bar when an unclaimed top walks into the bar. So slay a little bit, I guess. That is ally. But unfortunately, this is really not doing it for me, so I'm gonna have to put it into D. I'm so very sorry for people with very specific tastes. Right, next up, we have Jetpack Guy from Club Penguin Island. Oh, wait. Okay, wait. I was ready to judge, but then I saw, like, it just kind of kept getting better. Man, put some panties on him in the third one, and whew. I don't know. I could see a divorce coming anytime now in my future with this penguin. We're not lasting, but I am into it. Like, don't get me wrong, this penguin is emotionally unavailable. But sometimes emotionally unavailable can be on the menu and can be mighty tasty. It's like when you go to In-N-Out for a burger, because you're not wanting something that has a lot of flavor. You want something extremely neutral. You don't want your palate like super excited, but you want just enough to feel good. And I think that's what this penguin would do for me. I'm gonna be completely honest. Emotionally, very bland. Physically, put some spice on it, baby. So yeah, easy peasy lemon beezy. I don't deserve a channel. All right, next up is Princess Shroob from Mario and Luigi Partners in Time. Beautiful gowns, beautiful gowns. I applaud her waist, Snatchiana Dupree. She's got her hair in a ass bun. Her second form, the hair's looking a little more ass adjacent. It's a thick ass though, so good for her. I do feel like image number 2 is why this got picked, and I do feel like this is veering towards a certain type of whimsy that I don't participate in myself, nor do I fully understand. So I'm going to have to plead the fifth on that and say that I don't have an opinion on it. There we go. Everybody wins. Except for God. So yeah, I don't know. Image 1 just kind of looks like if Princess Peach got really into nicotine, so I'm gonna have to just put her into F, I think. I don't know. Crack is whack. That's not nicotine, Blake. All right, next up we have Captain Cuttlefish from Splatoon. Oh, we finally get some Splatoon representation in here. I have had people begging me to talk about Splatoon. I don't know what that's about. I like Splatoon. I've played Splatoon. I don't get why it's gay. I get why it's trans though. So when it comes to the sexiness of old men, there is a spectrum here. I do lie on that spectrum, but I don't think it's towards this side. We have Big Daddy side and we have Peepaw side. This is veering more towards Peepaw. I am not a Peepaw gay, personally. Peepaw, more like Pee-Naw. No, thank you. He also does have a certain fear in his eyes that makes me believe that he does not have a very solid retirement plan already set out for him. Some might say that's shallow. So I'm going to put him in F. Anyway, continuing. All right, next we have the Sphinx from Dragon's Dogma 2. Okay, I fear that my vocabulary is not robust enough to say explicitly why I feel this way, but I do get the vibe that this feels like Nicki Minaj in 2026. To me, this is exactly what Nicki Minaj looked like when she walked onto that stage for Turning Point USA and said that men should be men. A little cracked out, Satan behind the eyes, a little bit more dull of a color scheme than we're used to. Like, look at this first image and tell me this is not the face of somebody who's asking you what your pronouns are before you go into a bathroom. Just a freak. Just a freak. I hate to get political, but also the Sphinx did it first. I can't help it. This is the face of somebody who asks you about your genitals unprovoked. So if you go, you would make a fantastic correspondent on Fox News. Have a lovely day. And for our final entry, we have Persona 5 UI? The user interface. Oh, we're just putting it in anything. We're just putting it in anything, huh? Oh my God. Okay, to their credit, this does look like if a serial killer's letter written with newspaper cutouts, slide. There's levels, there's multitudes. Something that I think is very important that we hold internally in 2026. This UI would be able to have a nuanced conversation about a hot topic in today's world. Something I don't think all of you today could proudly say. Well, maybe y'all are watching. I mean, you probably get it, but you know, those other ones, whoever they are, I hope they watch my channel too, actually. I'd love to blow up this year. So yeah, I do kind of see the vision here. This is like if a hot topic got a master's degree in psychology, so virtually useless. But in terms of optics, pretty iconic. We also do have to consider the impact that this thing has on gay people. In terms of video game logic, this is like Charlie XCX, who absolutely would be an A on a Hear Me Out. Are you kidding me? So yeah, if the video game user interface equivalent of Charlie XCX is on this list, that user interface is going into A. Congratulations, big day for you, Persona 5. Tell your friends. Well, class, would you look at that? Another day of grading your Hear Me Outs in the books. And once again, it is a lot of A's. I understand if you need to slut shame the teacher had it coming. The teacher absolutely had it coming. I fear that I've become numb to a lot of these too. Like, I'm getting so many more A's than I used to, and I think that y'all are warping me, and maybe that's for the best. Maybe I'm lightening up, Or maybe I'm just gonna be unhireable after these videos are out. But that is a problem for another day. Until then, thank you so much for watching this video. My name is Blake. If you enjoyed it, please make sure to like, comment, share, subscribe, notification bell, all that good stuff. If not, I will never hear you out. I will kink shame you until the day you die, and then I will go to your gravesite and I will inscribe the word freak on your tomb. Actually, I feel like that's kind of iconic. I might need to reconsider the punishment here. I also try to stream multiple times a week on both Twitch and YouTube Live, so if that tickles your fancy, perhaps you could hear me out and go follow me on one or both of those things. Don't you dare kink shame me about this, go follow it. I also have a weekly podcast called Keep Me Young, where me and my fellow aging millennial co-host Heather try to keep each other culturally relevant by discussing all types of pop culture issues, so go check that out too. And of course, before we leave, we do have to ask the pivotal question, which is, what did we learn today? I think the moral of the story is, why kink shame when you can kink same? Unless it's a dragon. You are never gonna get me on the f***ing dragons. But do I want to f that building? That is definitely gonna be the intro of this video. Class, against my better judgment, I am back to hear you out. Why can't I quit you? Hear me out, so you know them, you love them. Maybe a little too much, you little freaks. But since Halloween cometh, I decided to ask which scary characters make you I can't finish that sentence, I'm gonna get demonetized. You get the joke, you get the joke. I asked the audience, and boy, did you deliver. And yet again, I took the liberty to grade them myself. Hi, I'm Professor Blake. A lot of y'all think my name is Jake. It's not. Well, at least we've already established that I'm gay, so that's a start. And once again, I would like to thank friend of the channel, Louise, for curating a list based on your responses so I can react to them blindly. And fearfully based on the previous videos, so we'll see what happens. But enough banter, let's get started. Tastes like gay little ghost brains, I love it. All right, starting off with number 1, the thing from Addams Family. I knew. It's the pagan holiday, so why wouldn't they be little pagans? Now, you may think I'm going to take the low-hanging fruit on this. And I will. You're only getting handies. You're only getting handies the rest of your life. Is that really what you want? You are not showing the judges versatility in this. Although that being said, that limp wrist is thick and hairy, so mayhaps I could partaketh in a singular thing for the rest of my life. Ooh. What led me to these choices in life? I will say, I do appreciate the absolute atrophy of the wrist muscles in the first image. He's very much saying, that is where I keep my poppers, baby. And don't think I don't see your little bedazzled box, Mr. Sentient Gay Boy hand. But yeah, the hand having a foot fetish in the second one, first of all, comedy. I will say that is camp. Second of all, though, I can't believe that we are kink shaming a sentient hand in the Big 25. Like, if I told you that that's what this year would become, would you believe me? Don't answer that question. I know the answer is yes. So yeah, it's freaky, but I don't know if it's gonna be like groundbreakingly freaky. I just remembered a second option of what you could do with this hand. Never mind. So it's more versatile than I thought, so I'm going to give it a tasteful B. All right, who have we got next? Twink Jack Skellington, Scully J. Graves from Twisted Wonderland. Ooh, this just said, hey, let's give the character designer crack right before their session. He is the first character in all of Twist to have a blushing expression, and not only that, he kisses the main characters, especially with you receiving multiple kisses from him. Was that sentence supposed to mean anything to me? I have a Roth IRA, okay? I unfortunately feel that I'm going to have to age myself here because I just don't get this. It's just a twink. It's just a twink. Like, what am I supposed to hear out? If I wanted to hear out this take, I would just go to the Instagram comment section of any twink wearing a Speedo. You will find a plethora of recent divorcee 45-year-old men who just came out. It's a really, really big problem. It actually happens all the time. I'm sure I'm missing something here. I'm sure there's a scene where he, like, I don't know, lapses or something like that. I probably shouldn't put that in the video. But from what I'm getting from this alone, I'm bored. I'm bored. So yeah, sorry, Twink, F tier, yawn. Probably made a bunch of enemies from the jump. Let's go, Diva. All right, next up is, ooh! Speaking of Diva! Aunt Gladys from Weapons. That's what I want to hear. That's my topical babies right there. We are staying cultural up in this. When I tell you, this woman could have chose any wig in the world, and she said, I'm gonna be a little redhead. Ate that. Ate that. Like, everything she does is camp, okay? For starters, making those kids beeline out of those houses. Comedy. Second, the way she queened out about those gay boys' house before ending their lives. HGTV wishes. Down to the way she was taken from this earth, being torn apart by middle schoolers. A very constant fear of my own, if I'm being honest. Easiest day of my life. I see you little gay people in my comment section, and I applaud you. All right, who's up next? The House from Monster House. I mean, he's got a pretty sizable mouth on him, I will say that. Is the house a he? It's like an object. Maybe they, them. Maybe a they, them. Spooky for Republicans. Wait, doesn't Monster House also have like that gay jock? Which, if we're talking about Hear Me Out, I would, wait. Okay, cool. If we're talking about Hear Me Outs, oh, I'm gonna climb that like a tree. But besides the point, the sexy house, I will say, a very inviting mouth. A little toothy for my liking, but I'm pretty sure that he could work around that. He's been around a long time. He knows how to avoid the chompers. Like they, you made the house non-binary. Respect the pronouns you gave them. Because I do see a softness in the window eyes that say that my dad wasn't very nice to me, but that does make me a very good lover. So yeah, I feel like this is a proof is in the pudding situation where I'm gonna have to test the waters a little bit. So I'm going to play it safe and say C. All right, who's up next? Oh, Jack from Animal Crossing. Oh, my Tinder queers in my audience have made themselves known. Stand up, my little Tumblr obsessed cinnamon rolls. This is your moment. Okay, I don't want to sound like the biggest prude in the world, but I am praying that this is a choice from one of my asexual rat followers, because looking at this second image, if you want to do anything more than patty cake with this thing, I'm concerned. Like, I get it, every character in Animal Crossing is timeless and above the table and it's like fine, perfectly legal, blah, blah. But you're telling me that you saw this little cutie patoot and you said, raw next question? Prison! So I'm giving this benefit of the doubt. I'm going to give it a C because I think that while half of you were saying this in an asexual rat way, lovingly, loving little asexual rats, I think the other half is saying it in a war criminal sort of way, and I can't condone that. Hello, my divas. I'd just like to take a quick second to thank the sponsor of this video, Uncommon Goods. Uncommon Goods is a curated online marketplace known for original, handmade, and meaningful gifts. They partner with independent artists and small businesses to provide a wide variety of high-quality, often customizable products that stand out from traditional retail. And with holiday season very quickly approaching, what better time to look for something unique for your loved ones that you normally wouldn't find in your local stores? For example, I have a very good friend in my life who loves cats. So I got them these little kitty measuring spoons and these handmade kitty desk pets. Unfortunately, that means I will not be allowed to name the kitties since they will not be mine, but I am really gonna vouch for this one to be named Tiffany. Like, this just is a Tiffany, right? And with every purchase you make at Uncommon Goods, they give $1 back to a nonprofit of your choice. To date, they have donated over $3 million. Giving Queen. On a personal note, full transparency, I love getting sponsors like this. It's cute gifts, you help small businesses, and it supports nonprofits. Truly a holiday miracle. So Diva, go ahead and get some of that holiday shopping done early. Use the link in my description to visit Uncommon Goods and get 15% off your next gift. Thank you again so much to Uncommon Goods for your sponsorship. Now let's get back to the video. All right, next up, the boiled one from the boiled one phenomenon. You know what? Wrap it up. Bring the rapture. Bring the rapture. We don't deserve it. We don't deserve Earth anymore. It's fine. Bring it. There is no way. There is no way that you meant this. There is no way you're saying this with your chest. I will not kink shame, but I will kink deny. What? In what world? In what world? Although, based on the second image, he is given a little hip. He said, I will destroy everything. The wrath of Beelzebub could not stop me. Anyway, bam! I will say, upon further inspection, maybe with a little bit more of foundation, maybe a little bit less use of Adderall, like those eyes are popping, I think we can maybe make something work here. I think I'm kind of feeling the fantasy, the boiled fantasy, the fantasy. Now, my only question is, where is its boilacy? How are we actually making this work? If I'm gonna hear you out, I need to also kind of see you out, because I'm not visioning this very well. So yeah, until I see what this thing exactly is popping in the club and where that thing might be on its anatomy, I'm going to give it a tasteful C. All right, who's up next? Killer Donuts from Attack of the Killer Donuts. I think I'm starting to see why the right wing hates us. Also, what is this first image? Why is this giving girl on the couch with 5 guys behind her? What's happening? Also, I love how it is not any particular killer donut. It is all of the killer donuts. They said, I'm a who cares? You can't shame me. It's 2025. And they're right. I do applaud that. I will say it does look like its entire offense comes from mouth-related attacks.
How you eat pussy like that?
I will say, I do appreciate the sexual tension of this second image between these two donuts. Definitely lesbians, am I right? Like, I would say I wish a man would look at me like this, but I just know there's not a man out there that can. I just know they don't have it within them to look at me like these donuts look at each other. I also hope I don't get in trouble for this particular donut on screen because it's given a little bit Magic School Bus.
Girl, that's a booty house.
So yeah, I don't know. I don't mean to yuck your yum, but I just like one donut I can mentally handle. This entire cacophony of them, that's like a lot. I'm tired. I don't even like that with humans. Like that's just, it's too much. It's too competitive in my mind. So I'm gonna say D. D for donut. Invite me to the donut orgy. Getting ad revenue for saying something like that honestly does feel like a crime sometimes, I'm gonna be honest. All right, who's up? Jack and Stein from Deltarune. Jack and Stein, I hardly know Stein. Although if Stein looks like Steve Kornacki, no introductions needed, let's go, baby. Okay, so 2 things immediately come to mind. First, those. Second, that. Why did the creators of Deltarune say, we only have a limited amount of pixels we can put on screen per character, but we are going to reserve 1,500 of those pixels for Jack and Stein's big fat ass? I mean, I'm a simple man. Y'all know this by now. It's a large man, so I'm in. I'm in. End of sentence. Although I will keep talking. I need you to have sex with me. Like that vein on that hand, he is gripping you for dear life when it starts. But he's also kind and shy. Oh! Ow! Gentle Giant, that is my man. Look at the calves even. Like he can sit on that thing. You know what? I'm not gonna finish that sentence. I'm just gonna put him in A and we're gonna carry on. I love being employed. Ooh. All right, who's up next? The Spirit Halloween. 'Tis the season to be degenerates. Let's go. This is what I'm trying to play today, baby. Let's go. We are cooking with gas. Listen, a venture capitalist, if I've ever seen one, if I didn't use my own closet for a certain amount of days, I'm sure I would come home, see that sign above it, and see a bunch of people in there shopping for the copyright safe costume midweek. This is a real image, by the way. I also think that this second image is exactly what certain politicians think that teachers look like that they send their kids to. They're like, ooh, be trans, read 1984. So from one teacher to another, A, baby, you get an A. All right, who is up? Death Barber Chair from Sweeney Todd. All right, my little gay people, who did this? Who did this? Demon Barber of Fleet Street, more like Meat Street, am I right, ladies? Okay, you know what? Cut the jokes. Why do you want to f*** a chair? I guess truly anything to get a gig, my BFA weaponizers, am I right? I will say I do kind of appreciate that narrative, right? I feel like it's like if the casting couch had a nicotine addiction. It's kind of like if JD Vance were a casting director. It's like, you want to get this role? You better f*** that chair. And I gotta say, there's probably at least 100 thirsty twinks in a mile radius from me as I say this sentence who are wearing jazz flats ready to take on this role, and they will do it in a heartbeat. They will f*** that chair. And I mean, they've definitely done worse. Have you ever heard of a high school outreach tour? Worse than hell. 9th ring of hell minimum. So yeah, I'm gonna give these theater twinks a break because they've earned it, I think. It's the holidays. B. All right, who do we have next? 2 from Kirby 64, the Crystal Shards. Is 2 like his government name, or what are we working with here? Okay, to 2's credit, T. Yana Dupree, Eleganza, Tongue Pop, etc., gay things. But here's the thing. What is the size of the halo, and what is the size of the little peg on the bottom? One of these has to fit something, or we're not having a good time. And I gotta say, the singular bloody tear coming from the eye, a little dramatic. I don't think this is somebody that I could have like a casual hookup with. I'm pretty sure that like the stakes are high. So purely for practicality purposes, D, I'm so sorry. All right, who's it next? Lady Glitter Sparkles from the Trolls movie. Is this what they think gay people look like? Is this why we get treated the way we do? I gotta be completely honest. The pronouns journey that this thing has probably went on would make the Odyssey look like a kiddie book. That being said, Miss Thing landed in the right spot. That wig is eating. She said, human hair, bob, primary colors, your fave could never. Oh, and the heels. You know she hits a split like no one's business. Like that is a coochie slammer of a split. I gotta be honest, I was a little hesitant at first, but that is truly a mother. I'm sorry, A. A, I'm giving a diva her praise when she deserves it. All right, who is up next? Mothman. I kind of get it. Like, sure, menacing wings, predatory posture, eyes that look directly into your soul. But he's got great legs. Like, I don't know, if this thing showed up on the first date with a bouquet for me, I'm gonna give him the second date. Sue me. And this second image has abs and a hairy chest. Like, check, I'm done, I'm good. What's your boyfriend doing? He probably doesn't even have his LinkedIn updated. So yeah, call me easy breezy beautiful cover girl, but I'm giving this A, baby. All right, who have we got? Summer Ween Trickster, Gravity Falls. Ween Trickster sounds like my nickname in college. Ooh. What am I saying? I was a virgin through all of college. And that just makes sense, right? Like, doesn't that just explain everything? The worm face is admittedly concerning. Like, God, dear God, I am so happy that I'm gay because I would never pass the girlfriend test of would you still love me if I was a worm? Because I would say no immediately. I wouldn't stay with you if your credit score was too low. If you were a worm, so yeah, admittedly that does knock a few points off of your score. I'm so sorry, Summer Ween Trickster B. All right, who we got next? Benny from Halloween Town. Once again, the BFA having twinks have to find a second job for income. Listen, Benny walks so your musical theater twink Uber Eats driver could fly. And I gotta say, based on that bone structure, that was a man. That jawline, ooh, glass cutting, baby. Like, sorry to take the low-hanging fruit, but we're boning Benny. We're boning Benny. And let me tell you something, Benny is a class act, okay? Like, he's just a skeleton. We all know what it looks like anyway, but he's still wearing clothes. He's still wearing clothes. Checkmate thirst trap TikTokers, okay? You will never have a fraction of what Benny has, okay? Grow up. Like, you think Benny would be one of those cooking influencers on TikTok that basically like fucks a piece of meat before he cooks it? Absolutely not. So yeah, Benny, for the sake of culture, honestly, I'm putting you an A. All right, who is next? Funtime Foxy from Five Nights at Freddy's. Well, if you're gonna pick one, I guess at least you pick the cunty one. This second image, though. Guys, take your girlfriend swimming on the first date. God, I feel like I just got a Rainbow Six Siege membership just for saying that. So I'm not well-versed in FNAF lore because I was born in 1994, but is it called Funtime Foxy for that reason? Does Five Nights at Freddy's take a psychosexual twist by like the third or fourth game? Is that what this is about? Do the kids long for their own Saltburn? Do the kids yearn for their innocent story turning incredibly, incredibly dark? Also to Fox News, before you take this out of context, here's my audience demographics. This was a joke. Most of my audience is not children. Love that I lived long enough to see cancel culture go to the right side instead. Now, what a world! So yeah, but I also don't want to get sold. So, C. All right, who is up? Red guy from Don't Hug Me, I'm scared. Oh, God, his mouth. It was great before the mouth. It was great before the mouth. I mean, he's tall, redhead, a rarity, eyes looking in different directions, a true himbo. But God, the teeth with no lips on top of them. God, we get it, you're white. Although I guess there must be something to that mouth because everybody I know who has this particular smile is married by 25 at the absolute latest. So there's gotta be something in the water there. So this might be a situation of like, keep the face weave constantly in front. But if we can do that, I think we can make this work. B. All right, who's up next? Crow Mauler from Fear and Hunger. I said what I said. Listen, call me Le Seraphim because baby, I'm easy. When you have a torso like that, I don't care what your head looks like. I don't care what one of your arms look like. You have another hand. That's all we need. Those loose-fitting pants too. Oh, you know he was a frat guy. You know he's piping down. Is he probably terrifying in the game? Absolutely. Is he 6'4"? Is he 6'4"? That's the more important question. Look, sorry that your favorite little yapper on YouTube, that's probably pretty bold of me to say, I'm probably not your favorite, is meeting a couple stereotypes, okay? Sorry that I see a torso like that, and it's like jingling keys in front of a baby. I am kicking my feet, I am clapping my hands, I am giggling, ha ha, he he he, until the cows come home. Sure, the character designers just said we put a crow on Chris Evans' head and took his shirt off. I think I've made my case. A. All right, who is next? The cat from K-pop Demon. Oh my God, what the f is this? No, that's not the full image. I needed the mic so you could hear the silence that is coming from me. Although devious as that image may be, it once again does have a beautiful torso. But fan art aside, to the credit of the cat, it is very himbo-ish, I will give it that. Although the crow does seem to be kind of dumb with its ass, you know? Like, I feel like this cat is not giving you a good time long term. So I feel like marriage material, probably not. But this second image cat, he's getting a night. He's getting a night. God, do you remember when I used to fight furry allegations? So yeah, fan art A, cat C. I'm gonna meet you in the middle and say B. All right, next up is Nowhere King from Centaur World. I don't know how to say anything in response to this without getting Republican accusations. Like, sure, you're valid, but you can only be so valid, okay? Like, if I give you this inch, it's gonna be like if you give a mouse a cookie. If I give you this, what will you throw at me next? Although that being said, second image looks like he holds a PhD in literature, and I gotta tell you, read me a bedtime story any single night, sir. I'm down. I'm so eepy all of a sudden, ooh. And a beautiful full head of hair. More than I can say for myself. Turkey! See you soon, maybe, baby. Again, I don't want to kink shame, but I'm a little kink thrown off. I call me a prude. Like, you throw a spider thorax in there, I'm not feeling it. I'm oogie. It's oogie. Although, why does this horse in this image not give a f? He's like, God, if I had a nickel. So yeah, again, I don't want to catch the male podcaster accusations, but I feel like for the first image, I gotta give it an F. I'm sorry. Although, admittedly, I do now have a podcast, so maybe that's rubbing off on me. And that's why I think women... All right, who is up next? A 17,000th new kink I wasn't aware of has hit the Blake Jennings YouTube channel. Gothic architecture. Just say your best friend was your English teacher in high school. Like, let's wrap it up, okay? Like, we get it. You read one book on Poseworks and called it a day. Now you put on a purple lip every single day and make it everybody else's problem. Kind of I will give you that. Now, to your credit, Gothic architecture eats, but do I want to fuck that building? That is definitely going to be the intro of this video. I will say these little side thingies over here in the second image are very much giving like a burlesque leg. It's like, ooh. Like, to their credit, a very prime example of Gothic architecture is Notre Dame. And Notre Dame, I would say, is the sugar baby of the buildings. Like, Notre Dame really did say, oh no, I burned down. Could I please have $1 billion? And they did it. And they did it in like a day. And there were a lot of people that disagreed with that, and they thought that the money could go to better causes. And I don't disagree with that, but I will say I aspire to this level of getting that bag. You work, Diva. So you know what? I was being a bit of a hard ass about this, but upon further inspection, I'm gonna give this a B. B for building. Ooh. Innovative comedy, that's what you follow me for, the top-notch jokes, baby. All right, next up we have Affogato Cookie from Super Mario, just kidding, it's Cookie Run Kingdom again. Even Louis said, we're tired. Imagine how tired we are, Cookie Run Kingdom fandom. That being said, Cookie Run Kingdom for this diva, oh my God. She said, I may have a swoop bang, but I work too f***ing long on this eyeliner for you to not see it. The eye is going in front of the hair. Also, a lady who puts her hair in a bun and loves the color purple. Lesbian. Wait, never mind. This is a Cookie character, and its colors are white, purple, and black. I know what you are. She's kind of giving that one evil diva from Power Rangers who was like, I may suck at my job, but I will serve every single time I show up on that screen, and you will eat it up. And she was right. I ate it up every single time. I was such a little gay boy, and I had no idea till I was 13. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like this encouragement is probably like putting a vape in the hands of a nicotine addict, but I'm still going to give it an A. I can't deny the attitude. All right, next up is Lady Dimitrescu Dragon Form from Resident Evil Village. She was right there. She was right there, and you chose the dragon. I suppose this is my fault. I expressed an opinion online sincerely, and I've paid for it ever since. I said that I don't understand dragon f***ers. I will never understand dragon f***ers. Logistically speaking, it simply does not work. And nevertheless, they show up in spades every time to defend their honor. And there's passion there. Credit where credit is due, there is passion there. But I will never get it. Like, you're telling me that you looked big booby mommy in the face and you said, not really for me. That's not really what my palate is for. I have a more refined flavor. Could I take the dragon option, please? Seek help. Go to therapy. You know what? Actually, never mind. Your therapist would never understand this. Lobotomize yourself. So I don't get it, but I'm getting doxxed if I put this in F, so I'm just going to say D. Are you happy? Can we at least go with that? Please give me this. It's the holidays. All right, who is up next? Biblically Accurate Angels. Okay, so in hindsight, maybe dragons aren't so bad. Are you happy? You've made the video. Congratulations.